What it do, family? What's up? What up? What up? What up, world? Peace to everybody. High vibration. What it do, plant face? Misael. Always checking in. Much love to you, great brothers. Y'all not the jive turkeys that I was talking about. Yeah, hear me. Y'all not the jive turkeys that I was talking about. Shout out to all the jive turkeys that's gonna come in. You say disappointing to see me off the Asian thing, y'all work. Man, I still prove my point, man. I'm not divisive, man. It was a great build. Shout out to that brother, man. Shout out to all the agents. We all agents. Why did the turkey get hit across the road? So he become roadkill. Okay. All right, that might be true. Lord have mercy, man. I knew everyone was gonna come in. I know everyone was waiting to see what was gonna happen after the last current events. I had some great lives. I just tell you, shout out to Khalid, shout out to everyone. This ain't. I'm not making this nothing about no more no ones. You know, I never was indulging in that. I'm not gonna even give that shit none of my energy. Um, we are on to moving on to bigger and better things. We are on the brink. We on the break of this 2020 by their calendar. But our vision has been clear for the last couple years. Probably more than that for some of us, you hear me? But it's become more evident the things that we are walking upon. The day has arisen. You hear me? The awakening. The awakening has took place, and now we're walking the way in what was to come. You hear me? Now, right now is the day that the gates, another portal is open. You got to understand, doing these so-called holidays are the days where they're opening up the portals, man. This is why they got so much energy into their things. This is the best time to be out in the astral realm fighting, cutting motherfuckers' heads off, and telling them thanks for giving up. You hear me? Like chopping all of the turkeys' fucking heads off, strangling them off. You hear me? Only in the astral realm. You hear me? Only in the astral realm. Not fucking figurative speaking, but literally speaking in the thought process. You know, cutting off the fucking domes. Damn, man. Hey, yeah, flat Mars. I know that probably a lot of people are mad at me now about that live stream. I cut a couple people off. I just wanted to keep the brother on so we can get to the end of it, you know. But you know, I love and respect everyone. You know, much love to everyone. One thing I have noticed, you know, drama brings around. You gotta admit, when everyone wants to come around, it's something about a negative intention, battling that the world loves to see. They love to see head-to-head combat, or mind, you know, just people going at each other. It's what we like. You say you're not a porn bomber. You didn't porn bomb me. You've been over here for a minute. You know. Yeah. He did get the hell on quick. I was like, what the hell? What harm can you do? Man, a blurred vision, the blurred lines. You not lying, Ty. You not lying, my brother. You not lying. Uh, yeah, man. Everybody out there cooking they brown skinned turkeys. I wonder, do they call a bird black or white? Oh yeah, they do got dark and brown. They got dark and white meat. Where all the meat inside the same. Well, man, it's crazy. Woo, people, man. Why the place? Why the Mason flag, Hugh? Just curious. Um, I told you because we are Masons, and it's the Y'all want to see my Mason flag? Hold on, let me pull my camera up. Oh shit, hold on. Where the hell's Mike? Yeah. So oh yeah, my Mason flag. Y'all ain't see the last joint I showed y'all with the Mason flag up. I was showing y'all why I had it up. You know what I mean? I mean because we are Masons, is nothing but a symbol, and you can see symbols in many ways. You feel what I'm saying? Now, um, if you look, what it do? What it do? NRG, what it do, Goddess? How you doing, Goddess? Jay, why affiliate yourself with the deceivers? Because it's really our shit and they stole it away from us. Now, if you can look the way that I got the symbol hanging, it's sideways. You feel me? I gotta hang it at another angle. Now, when we was talking about we talk about 0 point and who we are, right? We know that I think we was talking about this when bro was on, how we are this embryo right here. And this is the bag, this is our Torah field around us. You feel what I'm saying? This G resembles the Torah field that surrounds us, everybody. You don't see the baby embryo in there? This blue right there resembles the baby emerald. See, and it came out of here. You see the woman legs right here is open. And she came out of 0 point right here, which was where the egg was at. And he came in to walk on the earth to be the G that was walking on this flat square plane. You feel me? As the celestial skies could rotate above his head. You feel me? But this is just the way that I see it. You feel what I'm saying? I don't know if that's what's really going on or not. You know what I'm saying? But I'm just like to just show y'all those type of things. You feel what I'm saying? So you can look at everything from a different point of view. Because it's all about your point of view. Everything that ain't this ain't deceiving. I'm being real. I'm like up front, being front. Like they'll deceive you and tell you that they not. Like I ain't in no lodge. I ain't in none of that. You know what I'm saying? I don't pay no dues or nothing with the people. You know what I'm saying? But we got, some of us got these M's on our hand. You see them? You see? You see? Okay. I let you know I was a master. I was a master mason. So I can build upon many things in life. My mind. I can build upon my mind. I can stand on the squareness of the truth and build upon it. You feel me? I can build a house with my bare hands. I build with the people's minds. I build up the spirit. I'm a builder. So that's what that resembles, bro. You know? So that's to any concerns, and that was to bring up all of the money. Because I know people would be like, well, Huey's the Mason, he got the Mason flag, or whoop, 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 whoop. See, a lot of people they're scared to represent what they are because they're scared to be the truth. They're hiding. You hear me? I'm no hiding. I'm up front in everything that I do. I do all research within self. I don't do a lot of Google research and a lot of things. Most things that I talk about, I talk from within. You hear me? I talk from 0 point, the heart. You know, G is gravity, geometry, the generator, the operator. The gene, the genome, the generations, man, whatever it is. The chi. The G is the chi as well, because that could be a C when you turn it another way. That could look like a C when you turn it another way. you know? So you got to realize, man, the C for cheap. Yup, they associate with Masons every day. Facts, goddess. Facts. I would love to have you up on the channel, yo. I'm gonna share the link though, but I would love to have these lovely ladies on Ka, you know what I'm saying, NRG, get some of this divine feminine energy up here so y'all can spit some facts to these people, man. You know? So if y'all were willing to come up and speak, y'all more than welcome. And that go for anybody else out there. Y'all know how we do. Shout out to the HOCTC. Pardon me. Yeah, I'm on my phone today because them motherfuckers been tripping. You see what? I got 10 people in here. If I would do some drama up, I would have had 100 people watching. You feel me? It's like drama sells. This is the reason why I don't do that bull crap, you know, because I know what it's gonna attract. I know what type of energies that it's gonna attract. You feel what I'm saying? I want to attract open minds, not just sleep minds, or let them sleep. I'm trying to connect with the awoken because the awoken is where the movement is at. You can only wake in yourself. If you're walking around in the sleep, that's upon you, and no one else gonna wake you up. I don't want to wake you up by addressing you and attracting you with the bullshit. What they mean is clickbait. If I call you over here and tell you that I'm talking about goddamn whoopty whoop, and then we start talking gems, trickery, fuckery, you know what I mean? I just give it a billion thousand. What it do? Ruffle Stillskin in the building. No, you gonna come up. You already know. So yeah, life is all about you, man. And I was calling out all the jive turkeys because I know everybody out here going turkey hunting today and can't wait to get on a bird list. You feel what I'm saying? Shout out to the goddess. Shout out to NRG Day Moon.
What's good, brother? How are you today? Nice to see you.
I'm doing amazing, doing amazing. Can't complain. Just sitting here, just thinking about all the beautiful people and you know what are we doing on this awakening? You know, we really
Apparently,
celebrating and giving our
right, right. Apparently, we being stuck, or at least a lot of us in a certain mind frame. But yo, I want to first say shout out to Goddess Supreme. You know what I mean? She was the one who actually sent me over to your channel. She's one of your moderators. She's amazing. But I just
yes,
wanted to
yes,
touch base real quick.
yes,
You know who
she
I'm
is.
talking about? She's amazing. She's amazing at what she does. I'm noticing that people who don't really have a lot of followers are the ones who are amazing at what they do. And a lot of it is good information, but some of it shit is just like a lot of regurgitated information. I just wanted to hop up on real quick and say I'm definitely down to doing lives with you in the future. And you know, for everybody who's focused on these symbols, which is nothing more than sigil work, and if someone's amazing, which is
Mm.
nothing more than a form of a sorority, they need to get off of that. Y'all coming in contact with so many Masons, y'all don't even understand. I'm a tarot card reader. I deal with these people on a daily basis. They come from me for reasons. They come from all walks of life. You're dealing with them every day. That's not what you should be focusing on. This is an inner journey. This is not a collective thing. We do it together, but we do it in a process where we do it alone. So you could have that flag up, but that means nothing to me. And that doesn't mean that you're infiltrating or trying to give bad information necessarily. The reason why I was saying is that you're hitting us with a light angle. The demonic thing that would be to hide it and to have it somewhere where it's not accessible and we don't know exactly what things you're studying. But that doesn't is not going to be an implication of if you're giving us good knowledge, bad knowledge, if it's, you know what I mean, right and exact or not. Like, I just think this is kind of insane. It really takes away from
Yes.
us getting real knowledge and focusing on what we should be focusing on. This is what gives those energy sources power to sit up there and, like, you know what I mean, be attacking this kind of thing is like really nonsense.
See, this is the reason why you gotta have the women come speak because you speak with such intelligence and poise, and it makes so much sense. and it resonates way better. You feel what I'm saying? Y'all gotta
I'm
wait
not
it.
sure if
I don't
people
know.
like understand that Masons, when the Greeks took it over, it became sororities. So when people go into college and join these sororities, that's another form of masonry, but it's just been, you know what I mean, switched up with the ages and eons that's come and changed. That was the Greek form of masonry. So what that is, and when I say it's like a sorority, is that they're all linked up. When you go to a place and they know who each other are secretly. So say you and I go to get a job and you might be a Mason, I'm not, they're going to give you the job over me. You know what I mean? And that's how that whole thing works. Now, I think that there is a glass ceiling. I think that they hide information, but that's okay because we're all individuals. We're allowed to go and look at the information, take what we need, leave what we don't need, and then go and explore on our own. Like, you know what I mean? Why are we putting each other and labeling these things and limiting them? I don't
That's
quite
great.
understand it.
Huey,
What up, Drop? What up, Ty?
Hey, what's
sir.
going on with you, man? How you feeling? Yeah,
Peace, peace.
she was just dropping some gems right there, man. You put it in a normal perspective where there's nothing spooky about the stuff. You know what I'm saying?
Nah, this is spookism. It
Fact.
is stopping us from developing. Like everything in this matrix is an illusion. For us to be focusing on this day in and day out, it's toxic to our spirituality. Because if you were to die
Mm,
today, the last thing you're talking about is who the fuck is a Mason, not what you're doing on your personal spiritual journey, not if, you know what I'm saying? And
mm,
if he was like, like the real Masons who want to be on that secretive shit, that's why I always tell people who come to me because I'm a spiritualist myself. And I say, well, you've been programmed into a sect of secrecy. That's why I don't like to deal with you. Not because you're a dishonest person, but when you're going through these degrees and these secret rites, which ain't nothing secret about them because we all have access to them, you are sworn to secrecy. So when you interact with people in your daily life, you might sometimes hold something back because you have an obligation. But you see the way that is working right now, everything is coming out because we're in a new eon now. We're in Aquarius, coming out of Pisces. So that means what's been in the dark is now coming to the light, and you're going to start to see all this shit is bullshit. What they are is what you would call an old shaman or witchcraft. And I don't even like to use those words because remember, again, we're using a bastard language. We're speaking in High German, not even English, because the dialects has changed so much. But really, yo, they just hitting us with sigil work, hitting straight to your subconscious. And this is energy.
mm,
Energy, different types of energy sources that like to feed. These are esoteric things. You know what I'm saying? That's what we should be talking about. Cosmology, esoteric things, how these energies influence us, how they make us behave, how they make us feel. What can we do to act? Like I was saying the other night in life, brother Huey, I was like, yo, I'm starting to believe that all the shit that people are saying, like to activate these chemicals in our body to get our organs activated, that's really how you activate your so-called third eye, or what I like to call the A, because the shit don't look nothing like an eye. You know what I mean? I was talking about how you get the chemicals to come up through your spinal cord to do all the action. Why are we talking about who's a Mason? Like either way, I'm
mm.
down with you because I'm individual enough to know that I can
All
stand on my
right.
own and say if he's a Mason or not a Mason, I fucks with him. And I like the information that he gives, and it's not going to influence me in a negative way. And you can either mess with me or not. This is an individual process, yo. Like, you know what I'm saying? And what is the benefit? What is the benefit of us as a collective if we're on here together and we're talking about how we're going to be elevating? What is the benefit of us attacking each other in this way? Like Brother Huey was saying the other day with like the race and everything else, this is an emotional distraction. Yes, we are all living in this matrix. We all decided to come here and have these experiences, but you're forgetting the most important experience along the way, which is what the fuck happens when you go to sleep and you don't wake up no more because now you passed away or you transition and your body's moving at the speed of light, which is what they call when you dead and your soul leaves, if it's really called a soul. You know what I'm saying? I just wanted to say, keep your head up, Brother
Mm.
Huey. It's about to be a really long day, but we should get together and do it. You know what I'm saying? I definitely fuck with you
Definitely.
and I appreciate you. You know what I mean? Don't let people get you down.
Definitely.
It's gonna be built slower. Like I'm noticing a lot of this stuff.
Oh yeah,
It
never that. I'm with you. I'm with you, man. I would love to just have one with just strictly the ladies, just you, Goddess Supreme, have you, Nikki C. You know what I'm saying? Have y'all up here, man. You know what I mean? And like let y'all go in because you
yeah,
are
Jay
going
Royal
in
lit
at
too.
that
She
time.
lit too.
Mama Chief.
Now,
Huey,
sis,
Yes, yes.
hey,
Jay Royal.
hey,
Yes, yes.
hey,
Have all the
respect that
ladies
sister.
go, but
Respect
Huey.
to that sister right there. Respect that sister, man. She went in.
Yeah,
I
she
just
went
wanted to
what? She
in.
went
also say,
in,
like,
bro.
that you did a live yesterday. I wanted to say somebody had mentioned, and this is just a side note, because I told you on a live the other night that I do rapping too, and they was like, "Yo, how can you talk
Yep.
about rapping and then you be the spiritual person. Yo, I'm the most spiritual person you will ever meet. I'm an ordained minister. I've been studying the occult for over 15 years. I'm a tarot card reader. When I rap, that shit doesn't have nothing to do with spirituality, light, and love. See, y'all niggas don't know how to realize what true demonic energy is. True demonic energy is gonna let you know, or true light energy is gonna let you know what it is right off the bat. Here's my Mason flag. Hey, I rap. This is what the fuck I do. But when you look at them Catholic priests, and excuse me, brother, for all the cussing, but this just gets
No,
me
you
crazy because
good. No,
when you look at
you
Catholic
good.
priests, you know what I mean? They're going to come to you all good. But in the meantime, they're molesting your children. They're robbing your money. They're getting you to partake in these rites and rituals. And you don't even know it. That's real demonic energy, not what they teach you it is or what it looks like. It's not what it looks like. It's a perception. It's how you're viewing it, how the light angle or angel is hitting you. And then we have a mix like, yo, I'm telling you, y'all need to guard up your energy, not with just light energy. That's lightweight energy. That's why you're still in a
Hey,
constant state of fluctuation. You need that dark energy to balance it out. You need that goddess energy, the sun behind the sun, to give you the wisdom to know that you're doing the right thing. It ain't shit you could read about. It's nothing that somebody's going to tell you about. You know what I mean? So I'm not trying to come on here like I have the most knowledge. You know, this is a process that we all come together and we learn together. But I don't like the fact that there's just too much dysfunction and toxicity and it's taking us off the beaten level. The fact that he even has to do a live and come up and be like, yes, this is my flag, but look at the sigils and look what it means. And it means that I could build. I was telling someone the other day, like, this is alchemy. Alchemy is not how they taught it. It's turning tears to laughter. You know what I mean? This is like he said, you're building on shit in your mind. You're building on foundations in your life. I'm the Taurus. I'm the builder. I can look at anything and see the foundation and see where it's lacking. That's what helps me do my tarot card reads. Plus, I deal with air, double air, Gemini, Libra. So I'm able to access all the superhuman powers that come with those esoteric abilities. But with that comes with the opposite end of the percentage level. That means I get to get attacked through what I see and hear too. And that's why I tell people, know thyself. As above, so below. Don't got nothing to do with hell. That's what's happening here. Is happening esoterically, and niggas is depleting their bank accounts just like they're doing it here. Like you live in the same way here as you are there. And people don't really understand. And people look at me like I'm crazy. I don't even care how they look at me because I deal with so many entities that I know that's way realer than even me on this live stream right now. So I don't give a fuck how it's perceived in this reality. It is what it is. I'm a day moon. I'm a demon. You know what I mean? Depending on how you want to look at me, I'm a new energy created between a space between night and day. This is some new shit. Stop following the old shit. Break that shit down. Get your energies. You know what I'm saying? Guard yourselves up. We're in Revelations. We're in a time where weak vessels are allowed to be attacked through all these energies that are allowed to come here now because we're in a new eon. We're in a new age. We're in the new world. You know what I mean? So y'all just stay guarded up. And let's plan something. Let's plan to do something. Get with Goddess Supreme, and she gonna get with me, Brother Hugh. I don't know if you got her contact information, but
Yeah, I got her. Definitely, for sure.
yeah, get with
Hugh
me. Let's
said,
get a topic. Let's get
Hugh,
together and build. I appreciate all
Hugh,
y'all brothers. I appreciate what everybody builds. I think that we need a voice of reason to where we can come and say, let's get more analytical and let's like just embrace our differences. You know what I mean? You could have a brother on the panel who has a white wife. Why do I give a fuck about that? Why are y'all trying to direct my energy towards that shit? Let that man live. You know what I mean? He's still my brother. I'm not trying to get caught up in all this bullshit. I'm trying to ascend to the next level so I can stop descending in this bitch. I'm talking about Dharma versus karma. I'm not trying to get caught up in this third matrix bullshit. And that don't have nothing to do with being weak.
Hey, put something in the chat real quick so they can sub to your. You got a channel? You got a YouTube channel?
Yeah, I'll do that when we go ahead and get off. I like the chat be like coming down and stuff, but I appreciate y'all all.
Yeah, they need
whatever we all got to bring to the table. So I appreciate y'all having me on. I wanted to hop up real quick and just say hello. And I definitely want to shout out to Spirit Light Body and Goddess Supreme. But I'll be back on. You know, it's like a busy day for me. I'm an artist. I just got a distribution type of thing worked out. But yeah, like that's what I tell people. I
need to get at you. I got some tracks for you too.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? I just try to tell people like, you know, energy is just energy. It's not good or bad. We're programmed to call some shit good, to call some shit evil, because we can't understand that the creator of this world is a living being. It is not, it's a living fucking being. We're in something that is alive. That's hard to understand. But you can't look at your heart and say your heart's not alive. Your heart is alive in your body. Like it's whole facts, as above, so below.
Come on.
So then when you're talking about How far removed are we from the creator? How many cells in your body do you know the name of? How many of them motherfuckers is you listen to the prayers in your cells? But if your cells die, that part of your body is gone. So it's all a working connection and energy here. Like, yo, I don't know what's going on, but you guys, we just got to be aware of how we're perceiving it, how we're analyzing it, how we're looking at it. You know what I mean? I want my niggas to be like birds and fly over the shit, get like worms and go under the shit, become the tree. You know what I'm
Talk
saying?
that talk, sis. Talk that talk, sis.
So,
It is.
yo, I'm honored that y'all even let me on here. Like, if you go to my channel, I was telling them when I try to get on and do my own thing, sometimes right now I'm having a hard time because I get attacked by air. But I work with so many people in person, and I've taught classes where I'm from. Like, I hear niggas get on here and we'll be doing conscious shit. And you might put a comment in the chat and they'll be like, well, what you doing? What you doing besides on here? Leaving a message. Like, nigga, I ran a school out of my house. You know what I'm saying? That's what the fuck I'm doing. While you on here every day doing this shit, I'm really doing shit. I can have my students come and contact you. I can have my customers hit you up. Like, nigga, I do this in real life. That's why I'm saying, why are you doing A, B, C, and D? I'm doing this shit in real life and getting real results. And you know what I'm saying? At this point in time, because we are, the old programming is coming offline, yo, this is our story. This is a mystery. This is not your fucking history. And this is why everybody wasn't allowed into the mystery schools in Kemet. Because some people's minds ain't there and will never be there. They're going to keep reincarnating this bitch for eternity. We all followed the entity here, thinking that we was chasing a new energy source, thinking that it was something new here. So I'm even here. You know what I'm saying? But I got my archangels and my guardian demons fucking with me. So I'm more balanced and able to navigate this shit. I don't want to come back here. I'm like Agent Smith. I want to get the fuck out.
This is hell, man. When you can't uplead this realm, you stuck in hell. You right. That energy gotta surpass this realm, man. We fall in
this energy folds in on itself.
Hey, goddess, you said the sun behind the sun. That was so deep. And you said
That's
the
Lilith,
light angle,
Sophia.
the light angle, and the light angels. Powerful, man.
So you
I
saying
appreciate all of y'all.
It's time out for people putting labels on things separate. It is what it is. You know what I'm saying? We come to the state where we realize we are all.
Exactly. Like when you name it, you limit it. Okay. When you name it, you limit it. So you're already putting a constriction around what it is. But on top of that, including me, anything I use to describe something is something that's been taught to me. If I just come in here and be like gooba da gobbler, because I'm trying to express how I feel when I'm, communicating with my higher self, y'all gonna be like, what the fuck? So I gotta use the words that they're giving to us in order to communicate with y'all the best way that I know how. And so when I'm dealing with a Muslim, I might talk to him more in a way that pertains to his modality of spirituality, so I can get to him, a Christian, and all of that. You know what I'm saying? But ain't nothing wrong with it. And I got to know the fucking language. Like for example, I always tell people the Antichrist number was never 666. People trip out. It was like 541 or something. It was changed over the years. So if you really went to hell and you seen two doors, one says 666, one says 544, your ass is going straight through the one that says 541 because you're thinking the devil's number is 666. Which was really associated with, I believe, Caligula. Like, this shit is funny to me. And
yeah, because we knew that 666 was really an 18. That was a 9. You know what I'm saying? The 3 6s wasn't up but a 9. Every time you see a 6, you see a 3. That's why they put them in 3. That was made a 9.
Right.
And 9 was
That's the number of man.
Dimensions anyway.
666 is the number of man.
Say that again.
Yeah, we talking dimensions anyway. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Yeah.
So it's 666 is the number of man.
Yeah.
So what is this 600? Hey, Messiah. What in life is 666? It's something that they're counting. I don't know if it's the rounds. I don't know what it is. But when they come with that 666, it's way deeper than just the number 9.
That's a powerful number, yo. That's a powerful number. And a lot of occult meanings, that's the number of transformation. You know what I'm saying? We're looking at, that represents the devil. The devil is always looked at in this way that is so, this is like a whole hour thing if I was to get into it. I think we should come back and talk about, at least I want to drop off and come back.
I think the 3 6s is 9. 3 to 6 is 9.
The 3 6 is 9 all the time. they dealing with. They showing you that. That's why they dealing with the 33 and the third. You feel me? Because they keep showing you that. They keep dealing with the 0 and the 1, the operation of the rotation of spin. This is what they showing you. Just the binary code is just another way to get you trapped up in it, where you not seeing the code for what is written. Because we see the 666, but we don't see the 10010. We don't see 101010. We don't see it like that. See, that binary
Right.
code
And I
ain't gonna
think
see that
whoever
shit like
said
that. You feel me?
369 is more appropriate. Is 369 is how those numbers deal in numerology, and it has to do with
Yeah.
transformation. So, like for example, I might send Brother Huey a cash app for 666 because I'm trying to hit him in the subconscious mind now to go to into a chaotic type of state, because out of chaos we believe order comes. But the new energies or the new gods that are controlling this, and that's why they say the old titans, the chaos, you know what I'm saying? And I'm one of the chaos. I'm one of the chaos guys that have come back. I just haven't really been doing my channel. I was telling the Titan, I was like, yo, I've been rogue for a minute. But well, you know what I mean? That energy, that's our children's energy. That's very immature energy that folds in on itself. You can see it's just becoming chaos into chaos into chaos. There's no order coming.
And see, and
Now
then
the
with the
six
see
six
with,
six. Oh,
with the
go ahead.
numbers and all the codes and stuff, it's still another trap of illusion, because when it all boils down, they all equal to zero. It's nothing. You put the labels on them. They are what they are. They all still
Yep.
equal zero.
They
Ooh,
all
that was
offset
deep.
to 0. That's what they meant.
That
That's what
six.
the big spin on it is. That's why they spin us with that. They spin us with that 6 to make it look like a 6, but it's nothing but the 0 and the 1. And the 1 and the 0 is still the same thing as 0. Because the 1 just look like the 0 turned the other way. You feel me? If I turn the 0 this way and I turn them up this way,
It's still a one, right? It's
Yeah,
a
because when
one.
you add them all up, they all go back to zero.
But look at it. No, the 666 is really this. It just so happened to be that it's 666 bloodlines that rule the masses. This is why that's their demonic code. You know what I'm saying? The devil got his angels. Devil seeds is born every day. Angelical beings is born every day. Indical children is born every day. There's so many different type of gods, which they would call demigods, this, that, and the third, that's having a spiritual war. You see what I'm saying? Their code is that bloodline, and they line breed through their own family to keep that same energy. You see what I'm saying? And them the people that's running us. That's what their 666 mean. And the reason why they use 666 to come to 9 or whatever. You know, like I told you before, Huey, any 3 of the same numbers come back to 3, 6, and 9. No matter how you look at it, you take 3 nines. You know what I'm saying? You getting what? And then when you add it up, what you get? You see what I'm saying? You take 3 fives, you getting 15, but 5 plus 1 is 6. You see how that works? And that's with any numbers 1 through 9. So that's the 369 code right there. But they're using that 666 because I believe, them the bloodlines that run over us, man.
And then you know what's the deepest part of that phrase that people don't even realize, they keep over it. And that revelation, that phrase of revelation that came with 666, they say it's the number of man, but then they relate it to the devil and this and evil and this, but it still says it's the number of
see, it does because the devil is demonic. That's demonic. That's what she was just talking
man.
about. Demonic. She is the angel
Yeah.
and demonic because they one and the
Uh,
same. It's
That's
demonic,
right.
but they
It's an
call it a
omnipresent.
demon. Yeah, they call it a demon.
they try to make it evil, but it's not. You know, evil is
Nah, it
perception.
used to be a genius. Like if you look up in ancient times, you needed a demon or a day moon. That was what brought you your genius. But I'm gonna get off of here and I'm gonna hit
Yeah.
you up later, brother Huey. I just wanted to say, when you do get hit with those angles, and because we don't, or some people don't quite always understand how they hit you, um, this is coming from ancient African spirituality. It's the unbeing of animal and emotional. Intellectual is being human. Divine is really the faculty of the his and her being. So your emotional nature is your first nature. First, you're gonna make an appearance of life of man. And the reason why I say this is because when you get into the emotional and sensual pressures and impulses, there becomes like 4 things that happen. We kind of learn how to deal with situations. You see that's what's going on in our neighborhoods. You get emotional, you get the intellectual, and then you get divine. You know thyself. And when you get trapped in the emotional energy current, which is energy in motion, and people are typically diving deep in a scorpion or Plutonian like energy, which is diving deep in your waters, in emotional waters of how you're resonating with it. I just want you to know that you start to lack reason and intelligence because you're being overcome by the feelings. And that's why I always try to tell people, don't get caught up in your emotional current, because then you're going to be doomed for errors. And that was the difference in my yacht. It really didn't have to do with no 42 laws and these is the 10 commandments. They're talking about the constellation of Libra. And at that, I'm gonna go ahead and drop off, and and we'll definitely get together. And I gotta go get people. Like I got people coming from out of town. You know what I'm saying? I'm about to go eat some turkey. I don't give a fuck.
What's your name?
NRG Moon.
What's your name, sister?
NRG Day Moon.
GG
Day Moon.
Okay.
Oh, I done saw you in the chat a couple times. Yeah, that's gangster.
Yeah, man. Y'all make sure y'all sub to her channel, man. Y'all see she coming with nothing but fire. We definitely need that energy around and that intelligent mindset that she got coming with that energy right there, man. Definitely, man. It's an honor to have you here. You welcome whenever you here. Whenever you here. Just jump on whenever.
I got a saying, Huey, she just made me think of, man. You become a god when you can control your demons. You understand? Because we all got that demand, like it's stuff that you really gotta control. Because if you let it get out of control, you be like, damn, I flipped out. When really your demons protect your angels. That's supposed to be the pattern for your demons.
That was a mic drop.
Yeah, the soft side of you is supposed to be protected by the side of you that say, man, you better get out of my face, bro. The side of you that fight back, the side of you, that'll protect your seeds, the side of you that you would die for, right? The demons protect that though. You see what I'm saying? It protects the reason you will die for this person, or the reason you will act out of hate to save their life. You see what I'm saying? So
yeah,
you can control them, they do a good job. But if you just let them go free, man, they'll destroy your whole life. You know what I'm saying?
And then on the flip side, and then on the flip side of that, sir, you got to control your angel side or whatever you may call the good side, because you can be too good at two shoot too. Like a lot of these motherfuckers walk around so holier than thou. Then when you get to that point, you become more judgmental because you feel that
yep.
nobody is better than you. You know what I'm saying? So it's a balance. You got to keep both of them at the zero.
At zero, man. You gotta stay
Paul
at
killed it,
0
man.
point, man.
That
You
boy
gotta
killed
stay
it
because you
with
can
that one.
control your step. Every step that you take is positive, negative. You gotta remember that your leg and your legs is positive and negative. Your feet are negative and positive on the other side. Like you got to know that every time you step, you are moving one foot into the other side of the other, but you are what's in between. This is how you know you are the space in between what you reflected. That should be so dope, man. I'm telling you, you
Mm-hmm.
are everything and everywhere at all times, and you nowhere at all. It's like, man, nowhere is now here.
Left
It's
and
like,
right. It's the chromosomes that
Mm-hmm.
come together. That's why you got two of everything, and
So
the only
so so
thing that's alive. My
and so
fault.
when you
Go
the
ahead.
most power and the most powerful thing out that phrase you just said, you said left and right. We don't realize the most powerful part of that is the and. The and controls both of
Uh, I'm
yes.
glad you interrupted me. God damn, that was a mic drop. See,
That's the
sometimes you gotta
neutral,
let
right? The and
people.
so and is neutral, right?
them. Yeah,
Yeah.
and is the God.
Right.
And how you free roll your car? You put that shit in neutral, right in the middle, and that motherfucker just rolls right in the middle.
Yeah, they go to Goddess NRG. Make sure everybody go sub to her channel right now. You know what I'm saying? Everybody sub to her. And look how the Goddesses gonna link up. Av, Nepper, and NRG, they probably gonna link up and sub the praying that we gonna link up and do a show whenever we can. And this shit gonna be dope, man. Have Nikki C up on that thing, probably get Empress Blue up on that thing, man. And man, woo. These women here, boy, is powerful, boy. These is God moms. These
Yeah,
is
that's
mamas.
God,
Have
man.
Mama Chief up on that thing.
Hey, we can't even call them goddesses. We just gotta say gods. Period. That's the God for
Yeah,
you
they
right there.
God. Yeah, they God. They the ones. They the creators. You know,
Hell
they're the
yeah.
ones with
Nicky,
that
all them
energy.
motherfuckers. Miss Coleman, all of them. They be dropping them gems. Empress,
Yep.
boys be dropping, man. Be making us sound like we got to step our game up, keep it 100 and shit. But
Come
yeah,
on,
back to what I
powerful
was
boy.
saying about the left and the right, right? That's the chromosomes. That's the two beings coming together. That's why you got two eyes, two nipples, two ovaries or two balls and 2 feet going down the center of your shit. Now, and two lungs to help you breathe, two kidneys to help you flush the toxins out, right? Because it's two different sides. The only thing you got one of is your brain and your heart, and they work on a different circuit. Like you can be
But
brain
but see,
dead,
but
your
see,
heart will keep
even,
beating.
even
Oh,
they
go
have,
ahead.
because the heart got left and right chambers. The brain has left and right
Uh,
brain.
whoa,
Even
damn.
they,
Hey, always let him cut you off. If he
I was
start
about to
talking,
ask
just
that
shut
because
up.
the heart is on one side, right?
Boy, cold.
You got
hmm
your
But the
intestines there, they're all
chambers
one.
that he talking about, each chamber, you got the left
Yeah.
chamber and the right chamber where the blood pump in at. Then you got the left and right brain. Yeah, he was on point. He was on point with that. Everything is a duality. Your nostrils, your armpits, and your ears. Shit.
Ha- Have you ever stand in front of a mirror, like only viewing half of your body, just the mirror image the other half, and it looks the same?
No, I know. I done put my hand over my face, over one side of my face, and did the other side, and it was two different looks. Like
But
both each
I'm talking
side
about
was
like
different.
standing, like having a stand-up mirror and putting it on just the right down the middle. If you look at it from another mirror, you look like you're just standing there.
Yeah, I ain't never did that. It'd be hard to look at the mirror if I'm standing sideways.
Very hard. You got to get
Hey
outside
man, we be
yourself, brother.
having
You got to be
fun, man.
outside yourself. You definitely
So
got to
look,
get
I'm
out.
about to
Oh,
do a
I can't
read.
believe she ain't got no wrench up in here. I got to definitely get her a wrench so she can share it, whatever. Y'all make sure y'all sub to the goddess. I mean to the god.
I'm about to do a big reach right here. I don't care what nobody say now. I believe
Hold up, bro.
things. You hold up, bro. Hold up, bro. Leave
Go
certain
ahead.
drop alone, bro. No, listen.
Go ahead.
No, I believe that Thanksgiving shit after they killed all them motherfuckers and all that and had a feast. I believe they ate the chief or they wasn't eating a turkey. I'm trying to tell you, they ate the leaders of whoever they just killed, man, and the people that made them sit around and watch them eat it. Now we gonna feed y'all too, and we all kumbaya. No, you gonna watch us eat your leader, bro, right here, bro,
mm.
like that. Now I'm reaching, and I could be lying. I don't want nobody to be like, man, sir, drop this in. That's just how I feel, man. I don't feel like
I
y'all been you
because
done.
you know they're cannibals, so you know they're cannibals, so I can believe that.
Hell yeah, and we been warring though. You done killed my kid. I done killed your kid. You think we about to sit down and just kick it afterwards? Ah, bro. No kicking it after that. Ain't no kicking it after that. Ain't no we cool after that. On both sides, I mean, no matter who won or lost, we were going head to head. Mano y mano, soul for soul. Then you want to tell me we sat down and just ate a turkey? Man, nah, bro.
hmm
No, that ain't Thanksgiving. Thanks for giving us your leader. This is your king. Watch what we do to your king. Tied your ass up at a table and you watched him laugh about it, bro. Never
hmm
mind that part. I might be reaching though.
Yeah, you know that ain't a reach, you know, because they live by shock and awe. You know, as long as they can shock and awe your conscience, you know, they can keep control of it because you know they didn't hit something in you that's unthinkable in your nature.
They hit a nerve. Yep.
So this Thanksgiving Day is pretty much a celebration of the killing of the Indians by the
Are
Pilgrims.
the peace? They say it's the peace of the pilgrims and Indians. Where they like, let's just stop fighting, y'all. We all good.
It's the
That's what
celebration of
Pilgrims do.
killing us.
But then they
Oh,
got
that's
a
when they
God.
handed
I
out the
think
blankets. when they handed out blankets.
And how many
They
legs
kicked
is
out the
on a
mines.
turkey? How many legs is on a turkey when the Cowboys whoop on the Redskins every Thanksgiving? 6 legs. You see how we coming back to that?
And then on the flip side, we always take things that they intended to be of bad nature and we make it good because, a lot of people say bad things about the holidays and we think about the origin, but it's really on the time of the year that black families or your families all come together and it's just all good. You know what I'm saying? Unlike throughout the year, you might not even talk all the year and then Thanksgiving y'all all together.
We gotta change the meaning of the holidays for us. So it ain't what
Hmm.
the holiday really for. It's what we make.
Or create some new ones.
Man, it's
No
hard to
one
get.
want. They
It's
don't want to
hard to
go
get.
by no new nothing. They
Hard to
can't.
get niggas to
They
show up
can't
on
accept
Christmas
new
Eve
way of
now.
thinking, new words, new way of looking at themselves, unless someone else, other than us, do it. You feel me? It got to be put upon you upon someone else. Just like first they were calling you colored, and then when you accept African American, you accept whatever the fuck they're gonna tell you. They're gonna come out here in the 2020 census and say this is where you're from. We're gonna sing it. They're gonna make us go, and that's what we're gonna accept. No one gonna
That's
accept nothing unless they do it.
yeah,
Unless
that's
we
because
make the change, no one. When we say change, like I say, brown, no one want to accept that shit. Well, they're not gonna accept the fact, man, he tripping, bro. I ain't brown, bro. I ain't brown. Looking at they self, boy. Damn, I look brown as fuck. That shit gonna eat at their subconscious, boy. When they look at they self, like, damn, I really ain't black. Every time they look at they black pants or black shit, like, bro, I ain't really black. I'm fucking brown. God damn, this nigga
yeah,
right.
that's because they didn't taught us all these centuries, and now they profiting off our self hate. So your
Yeah,
self hate
there
won't
you
allow
go.
you to look at things in that format.
Nope.
So always looking for it to come from some outside of self. You know what I'm saying? So here you can say that all for the next 2 centuries, we brown. The next thing you know, a report come out on CNN. Well, we brown now. All the applications been changed. You're no longer black. We're brown. Hey, yeah, we're brown now. But motherfucker, he been saying that for 2 centuries.
Paperwork. That's what they say. You got to put it in paperwork. You got to put it
And
on paper. Fuck
and not all
paperwork,
those
man.
paperwork has your actual nationality. Like for me, I'm Central American, right? So a lot of times it doesn't even have an option for Central America. It only has black, white,
But no,
Indian.
you're other.
You're
Yeah.
other.
So I always select other. I always select other. That's what I did.
And then when you really think about their how they label shit, even on application, you this, and if you ain't this, then you're other. I mean, the shit is really insane. This shit is out of sanity. It's crazy as hell what they got us buying into. All this shit they
Hell
got us
yeah,
buying into
because
is so
look,
crazy as hell.
look at it flat plain. What fucking difference do it make if I'm
That was,
Hispanic or I'm white or I'm black? I just want a job, man. Why is you asking me that weird shit? I'm not asking for no blood. I'm not asking for no organs. So what? Why do you gotta know what I am so you can sense the shit? Sense the
yeah,
shit.
The
Yep.
online applications, they actually ask. There's an option that says or choose not to respond. I've seen that lately.
And you won't get the job.
yeah.
Yeah.
They got to classify you. We got to classify you now.
It's funny. My mom just corrected me, and she said you should have just chosen Indian because there's Indian in every country. I'm like, okay.
Yeah, your classification gonna determine if I'm gonna bring you in as the machine operator or the motherfucker loading the trucks.
Which which dollar bracket I'm gonna put you in?
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
He said he
like
black.
motherfucker told me, right. Motherfucker told me the other day, like, you can't get mad because motherfucker LeBron James chose his career. What up, Gab Talk? What up, Gab Talk TV? Shout out to the guy, man. Appreciate you coming
Yeah,
through,
because
brother.
you check
Appreciate you
black
coming
on your
through.
application, how they gonna say we know you applied for the machine operator. They all cool, but we got the loading dock and you can work your way up. Okay,
Yep.
thank you.
Hey guys, I just got home. I just hopped back on you. My brother, his house was broken into and ransacked, so we're going through something there. And then also, like I was just saying, I had people coming in from out of town, so I happened to be at his house just then. But I just wanted to hop on again and say thank you guys for allowing me on. I know it's crazy. I had to get up mad early and go over there. I had to rush back to my house and bring my kids on. But I want to say thank you again for allowing me to be on the podcast. I really respect and appreciate you guys. And hopefully we can get into that knowledge again at some point.
Oh yeah, all the time. We always building, and you more than welcome. Appreciate you for coming and you know, dropping some gems on us. And hope your family okay. Everything all right over there. Y'all handle that
Yeah,
situation.
well, we get in there. His house was just completely fucking ransacked. But that's just when you deal in certain person energy, that's what you
Yeah,
get out of situations. I always try to tell my people, you're gonna do what you do, but you're gonna get that energy that comes with it. You're gonna get all that smoke. So
yeah.
again, I just want to say I appreciate you guys very much. And I'm just getting home. I got to get the kids ready and, go back over to my mom's, go back over there, try to get them all situated and make sure that he's doing good. But again, thank you so much for allowing me on the cast. I really appreciate it.
All the time, all the time. Got to do it
And
again.
you
We
know
got
what's
definitely got
messed
to
up
do it
about
again.
that, Hugh?
Here,
Listen
as
right quick. Listen right
as
quick. What's
and
mess?
here,
What's mess?
and drop, check this out. As men, you know how powerful your children would be if we all had mothers like that,
Man,
mates like that. You plus
man.
that mate as the mother and that spiritual energy light, man, your kids would be goddamn.
That's why it's important that we putting this energy out here and making sure that we putting women back in their
Okay,
rightful
sweetie.
place. This is why we doing that and trying to put the men back in their rightful place where we can connect these people back together and have these energies to be combined. Because she got to be that way, and the energy that's going into her got to be that way as well. So it got to be a connection. So when that seed come out, it's going to be all as well. You feel me? And the energy, we can switch our whole diet, our whole way of living. And I believe that's I know for a fact that's what's going on in the world because the world is awakening. You feel what I'm saying? So the energy is out here because just like you said, it ain't never left. The creator is you and me. It is a physical being because we are all
Mhm.
physical beings. Being that we are here is the physical experience that let us know that we are the creator. So once we are in the knowing and awakening of that, this is how it transcends into our infinites because our infinite was infinite. See, they come
Mhm.
out infinite. See, and when we are when she is attached, like right now, it's a spirit that's coming through in the world that's looking for infinite energy to attach. So, like, if her husband or whoever she was with, if she is ovulating in the right time,
Absolutely right.
she's going to give out that infinite energy because
Mhm.
it's going to create itself in the knowing that this is what we're supposed to be doing, creating our infinite self in the reflection of our beautiful self, so we can make our world. This is how you become to make your family because you come from a family to make a family, to be a family, to be your own. Period. You come
Mhm.
to start your own, to be your own, to lead your own wave. And you got to be the one because your wave is already out here and it's all in front of your face. We got to notice this is
And that's
powerful
the key. That's
shit.
the key to
This time.
the female aspect of it because they are the teacher of the child. They are the first teacher of the child.
Yes,
And so if,
yes.
if we all running around trying to find this innocence, but we need to be trying to raise up the mother.
Yes, yes, we tear down our mothers, our women too much, and they definitely need to be risen to the top of the thing. This is the reason
Yeah,
why the
that's right.
is
And
so
on the
important.
opposite spectrum, we need to stop tearing down our men too. And the
Right.
choices and decisions that we're making because everybody is in this matrix and everybody's been affected in different ways, and that's going to make them
Fact.
act in different ways.
And what the
And
alpha
she's so
male
right
need to
because it's
do,
a give and
here's what
take.
the
It's a give and take situation to make the family was the structure. See, they broke down our family structure because that's the strength in you. The strength in you is what your family structure looks like. So it's like the weakest link in the chain. So if your chain, somebody is a weak link in your family structure, that's making your lineage rotation be able to be broken. You got to keep
and
your
And
then
you
link tight.
and you
and
know and
look
you
at it
know and
like
you know
this.
the, with the
Uh,
psychosis of whatever the theory that I think we are all walking around in spiritual PTSD.
Yeah,
right now what's happening is this though, and they doing it so minute. The alpha male is not the alpha no more. The alpha black male, they making sure the woman has more power. Now the woman got to understand how to accept this power and still show love to the black male in the same token. You see what I'm saying? Now what's
not to the
happening
black
is,
male, not to the black
yeah,
male,
now
not to
what
the black
happens
male,
is,
to the male. We can't say black and
no,
white.
I'm
You're gonna
talking
be
about
called
the
the agent.
system they running upon. They ain't
I know
running it
you're gonna be
upon the
called
white
the
males.
agent though.
Listen,
You're gonna be
Huey,
called the agent. You're gonna
y'all
be
can't
called
do
the
this to
agent.
me, bro.
You gotta remember what's going on. So I gotta be held accountable for calling you an agent is like I
Hey,
was
man,
calling
Huey.
anybody else an agent. You feel what I'm saying?
Huey.
So
Let me say what I was saying, Huey, because I wasn't done. I'm saying, I'm saying the
You're an
agenda.
agent. Hold up, bro.
Listen, man. Why you don't never let me talk, man? I be having
my
problems
bad.
talking like
My bad. I
everywhere,
had to
man.
say that though.
No, it didn't make it seem like I'm the disruptive person and all this. Now
You
listen,
not
man.
disrupting. You drop.
No, but when I listen to it back, I have a lot of blurt ins, like, hey, bro, and then I don't say nothing, and. But anyway,
Man, shit.
back to what I was saying, man. Now the agenda they pushing on the black male, they're not pushing it on the Hispanic male, the Chinese male, or no other male. They're pushing it on a black male to make sure we'll house your wife, we'll give her a better job than you in everything to make sure she is superior to you, right? You still got men that's still making more than a woman. I'm not saying that. But as a whole, baby mama doing better than baby daddy, and I guarantee that, right? So
Hmm.
instead of the woman recognizing what's being performed right in front of her face and saying, all right, I'm gonna still hold my leg up though. Instead of saying, man, you can't do nothing in this white man world, bro. You ain't shit, bro. You can't, bro. You making $8, you make $10 an hour, bro. Man, don't talk to me. Like that when that's an agenda they pushing to make the woman be the headline.
Hmm.
Real talk. And if the woman can't see that, okay, I'm the alpha, and the male can't say, okay, you making more than me. You get a little more decision making on how these ends is gonna be transferred. Then it's cool. It's when a man tuck his tail because his woman doing better than him. It's when the woman lift her tail and drop her nuts because she doing better than the man. That's what that's their whole agenda. That's what they're trying to do.
Yeah,
You know what I'm saying?
and then it still falls on the individuality because, if you like, if you're in the state of mind that you're supposed to be in, it don't matter. Your everything gonna fall in place. You're gonna fall in place. Your woman gonna fall in place. It won't be about the money. You know what I'm saying? But as long as the woman is seeing a weak man, then that's where she feels she got to pick up the slack. And but the men got to realize what we doing as well. There's a lot of it is our fault as well. You know what I'm saying? Because we're not giving the woman nothing to look at. We're not giving the woman to look forward to. Not giving the woman nothing to, you know, want to be that mate. You know what I'm saying? 'Cause
100%.
we fall
That,
into
that
the trap as
that's
well.
one. That's partly that's partly the programming's fault because they looking at social media too much. They faces looking at what's not real. So most women don't know what's real anyways. It's saying things like this. Check this out. A woman would talk about they want a real man, right? Right. The
Hmm.
thing is for us to be a real man, right? But how many of these motherfucking women come into you real? They got weave, eyelashes, makeup, nails, booty prints, two prints,
Facts.
No,
toe
no.
prints, face prints, goddamn lip gloss, lip lips. They got lip extensions. They got goddamn nose Pringles.
Facts.
I mean, what the fuck? What the goddamn? We more real than any. We know what I mean, shit. What I got a
And
This is
they,
how
goddamn
we wake
Tuesday
up.
hairline? What the fuck I
Here go
got?
a real
What the
nigga.
hell I got
I'm gonna
on?
tell
What
you.
the fuck more
Here
real I
go
gotta be? You hear me?
here
and
go
they,
a
and
real
they say
nigga. It don't
investing.
matter what you got on. It go a real nigga and a real woman. They actually care about what the fuck happening with you. Like they care. Like if a person don't care, then they not real. They really on a self agenda thing. It's like, what can they do for me? What can they do
That's
for me?
it. That's all
It
everyone is on, bro. Is what can you do for me? What have you done?
not
Not
me.
even what can you do for me, but what have you done for me lately? Like, now,
Nah.
fuck what you doing. What have you done for me? Okay, fuck yesterday. That was old, nigga. What you doing for me today? What you gonna do for me tomorrow? What you gonna do for me the next 5 years? What the fuck you gonna do for
Like you
me for
gotta
then? You know?
like a female will have a nigga, right? He'll buy her a brand new female Rolex, right? But if she catch cancer, will that same nigga sit in the hospital with her the whole time and cry right next to her? That's real. Like the
Yeah,
same
that's real.
motherfucker,
Now that's
you know
real
what I'm
shit.
saying?
You feel me?
Like a chick won't even give a nigga a chance if he ain't balling, right? But he really loves the chick. She'll go deal with the dude that don't give a fuck shit about her. Hey, my son just broke his leg at football practice. He just flatlined you. Text you back like I'll hit you in a minute. Versus the cat like Junior done broke his leg and he right there before you is like that. That's love and love make you real to me. I don't know anything else. Is bullshit.
No,
Right.
you're right, Sir Drop. You're right. And the problem is also social media had created people being narcissistic. You know, because you got people taking selfies every single hour, updating their profile. You know, selfies. People that take
Yeah.
selfies. I'm sorry, but you're a narcissist.
24/7 on that motherfucker, boy. You in the club, you everywhere with a damn phone in your face, man. What the fuck going on? I be like, man, this shit is like
I feel like
crazy, man.
Junior Bro
It's
cleared
no
that shit up though.
communication. It's no regular communication. That's why I be so amped because my everybody's so quiet. When you say, if I say, hey everybody, it sounds like I'm yelling. It's like
Yeah, you do be hype. I be trying to tell you relax, man. You don't be trying to hear that shit. But we
Facts.
need that motherfucking motivation. We need that energy for real. Especially me. My laid back ass keep my ankles crossed. So
man, I'm
when you
like that
see that
24
energy, it
7, bro.
motivates.
I've been like this my whole life though, bro. Ain't I been hyped like this my whole life, bro. My whole life, bro. I've been like this.
Well,
I don't know why. I have an energy, bro. Motherfuckers always want to be around me, bro. Like, bro, I'm going over there with him, bro. Like, I go kick it with bro. Like, fuck it, bro. Bro, he gonna be doing something.
I'm
Party
glad y'all
going on.
squashed that
I'm
shit
living.
though, Huey.
Oh
I'm
yeah,
glad
man.
y'all
It was nothing not to squash. It wasn't not like a beef. The only thing
right.
that I felt like the other fuck boys. You know what I'm saying? It's like the
Yeah.
sidebars. It's like y'all niggas don't even y'all ain't got no content at all. None at all. You don't got no channel saying nothing at all. So how can you criticize anything, bro? You need to sit back. I didn't say nothing about you. So why you got something to say about me addressing him? That's like some girlfriend shit.
And we was
Why you
just
gotta say
talking.
something
That shit
about
wasn't
another
even
man where I ain't said nothing to you about? I ain't said your name at all, bro. I said something about him, bro. That's
like
crazy, bro. When he called out Sarnetta, Sarah, all everybody he had on his channel didn't come out to talk about Sai. When he called out, goddamn, who he called out? He called out Young Pharaoh. Sarah soon said he didn't say nothing about that shit. He didn't play in on it. Come on,
yeah,
man.
it wasn't even no call out. We was just having a normal conversation like we always do online. And that
Period, bro.
just
We
came
didn't
up.
want to call out, but I'm glad it did though. You feel me? I'm
and
damn
then
near up to 1,000.
then
I'm damn near up to 1,000 goddamn views on that motherfucker. I ain't got no video up to 1,000. That bitch ain't been up, not even a whole, strong yet. A whole strong, what they would call
And
a
it
week.
was a
You
it
feel me?
was
and then here I'm gonna be real with you. You know what I'm saying? Really, you know what I'm saying? On that aspect, because I just caught up on the shit, you know. And when you really be real, and you know, it was all out of line because you really ain't got no business telling another man what he do anyway. Having an
Yeah,
opinion on what another man do anyway. All that time you wasted having an opinion on what he doing, you taking time away from doing having an opinion on what you doing.
right.
So the point of you was being nosed as a motherfucker. You
That's
had no
real.
business on it.
That's real. That's real. See now, look. Your folk can come up here and tell you some real shit. Another motherfucker will go over there and just be like, no, 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 that's real shit. I had no business I didn't even, that's why I ain't say nothing too much more about it, but a little 5 minute thing about it. Because for one, he wasn't hear about it. You feel me? And if I did have something to say about it, I should have just said it to him. Or should not have said nothing at all, because fuck it, that's what he want to do. But at the end of it all, only reason why I did say something is just because it's about what every motherfucking body doing to the people is what I be saying. It's the mindset that you putting out here to the people with this black and white. I was saying that's the separative energies, and nobody never let me explain why I was saying agent like. Motherfuckers was thinking that I was talking about he just did this. Nah, it's the fact that they over here talking this black and white shit, and we talking that we awoke. If you steady talking you awoke and you steady separating us through this black and white, this means you thinking that is some white supremacy.
That's
And you
facts.
But what was real though is he was like, man, just put my name in the title if you're gonna talk about me, and I'll show up. And you did
But
it.
see,
That motherfucker
here,
showed up. Everything was 100, man. I like real shit, man. I don't like fake shit. As long as it's real, I don't give a fuck which way it's going. If it's real,
but see, here you can't take away the stepping stones. See that
right,
black and white stuff, and even with the Muslim, the Buddhist, all that. See, those are stepping stones that you went through in your life that got you to the
fact,
point you are now. It was all needed. So, you know,
fact,
uh, as said, see, you looking at the standpoint of where you looking at it now and what he's saying. But see, it's people
right,
on listen to him that were where you were 15 years ago, and they need to hear that to go to the stepping stones to the next level they need to go to. So it's all needed. You know what I'm saying?
That's right.
So, so we looking at it. We can't look at it from everybody's not at the point that we are, and we expect
right.
everybody to be where we are, but they're not. So it is needed to get them to so they can let the stepping stone to get to where we are. You know what I'm saying? So they
That's
need to hear
fucking
the black
fact.
and white, and then they realize themselves the brown, and then you know what I'm saying. It's the growing point. So all of it is needed. It's all a part of all.
Mm,
Hey, hey, that's
it
real.
just different stuff.
Look to
that's a
y'all.
fucking mic drop.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah,
Yeah,
we
yeah,
hear
we hear
you.
you, JJ, and mine's out. We hear both of y'all brothers.
Respect to everybody, man. Top of the world to y'all. When we think about that, y'all, just to put this in, you know what I mean? We think about what the race is, and everybody has these, different mentalities, but we know that the mentality is the mental, that's the movement, and it's where, like, say we enlighten brothers and sisters, we, like you just said, Flat, um we at a certain point, with this streaming and knowing, and it's others that's not, they a little bit behind in this movement. You know what I mean? This mental movement. And this is where those people are not thinking for themselves, or they not thinking at all. You know, where we are literally tied to all of these loops where, we doing all this thinking, and it's changing everybody. It's gonna change everything. You know,
Mm-hmm.
it's something special for us to wake up and realize, like, um we ain't being the perfect kind, ventriloquist. You know how they'll put the hand in the back of the puppet, but you got the control for you to be able to do that. Control yourself. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Like, you been that doll sitting in the you been a very well put together type of Pinocchio doll, but you've been sitting in the cuts like you a fake boy. You know what I mean? Better
Because
pick.
because you can't like we can't take for granted where we are. Because me in my cycle, this been almost a 30-year journey to where I am now. You know what I'm saying? And some people just starting this journey, and so we get frustrated. Like, man, why you don't think like this? Why you don't? But see, you gotta understand, they were you were 20 years ago when you had everything was an aha moment in your life. They having their aha moments, so you gotta let them go through that. You
Yep.
gotta
Hey,
sit back
that's
and let them go through it.
That's something because I call it like the oh, like you know how people would be like, oh, now I know, you know,
Yeah,
yeah, it's the aha
they
moment, and
they
they
having
hit
their
that. I
aha.
mean, that's all up.
So
Go
you
ahead.
guys sit back and let them do their journey. You know what I'm saying? You can't hinder their journey.
That's right. Just you know what I
Because
mean. Help them see through it. That's
mhm.
right.
But because you stepping back trying to hinder their journey, you miss the next step you supposed to go to.
Yeah. Hey, the black and white thing, Huey P. You there? Huey?
Yeah, I'm here.
Uh, man, that's so thorough, man. This black and white thing, because you know that is the contract and that's the paper. You know what I mean? So where the black and white thing, like you said, that paperwork is it's a paper wreck. You know what I mean? Paper planes. That's good. That creates the contracts that everybody's bound to, and all these books everybody's reading. This black and white thing. You know what I mean? It's like
Right.
literally. Go ahead.
No, I was just saying, right, right. Because books, paper is not a sphere. Paper is flat. You're
Yeah,
exactly right.
Right.
you
They
know how
rub it
you
in your
turn.
face.
Yep, you turn the pages to different chapters, or you turn the TV, and it's, you know these are the black and white pages is like a static screen. Vice versa, the TV's static screen. You know what I mean? That's
Right.
literally
Mhm.
the checkerboard, and this is where they tuning and changing the channels on our ass with this confusion, white and black.
Mhm.
It's like
What up,
America's.
How
BT?
y'all feeling doing, man?
What up, BT?
Hey, this cooling, baby. You know what I mean? Hey, I just wanted to interject something right quick, on y'all topic, if y'all don't mind. You know what I mean?
Oh no, go
Um,
ahead, brother.
Oh, go
like
ahead, man.
when y'all were talking about the black and white, just like what brother was saying, you know what I mean, dealing with static and all that, right? And
Right.
so now let's think about. We already know. I heard you guys talking about energy. You know what I mean, and all that. And I think y'all pretty well aware that there's light, right? Y'all understand there's light too, right? The energy is light.
Yes.
Mhm.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So now when we speak of black and white, we know that light can be either black or white, right?
Facts.
Hmm.
So therefore, that's one aspect of the race. Okay. So now I want you guys to think about something else as well. When we talk about intercourse, we know we have intercourse in order to get here, right?
Mhm.
Right.
Hmm.
And so when you think about what intercourse means, that means that we have entered into the course of life,
Right.
Mm.
Facts.
which
Facts.
still becomes another race.
That was a mic
Thorough.
drop.
So that's all I really wanted to interject, just to give y'all guys the broad perspective of what it's actually saying for the nitty gritty, as from the mid, from the smallest
Yeah.
particle of it.
I get what you're saying. The intercourse is the introduction of the book.
That's thorough.
Actually,
And think.
when you think about the word enter, I don't know if one of you guys can put it up. You or P might be able to put it up or whatever. But if you look up the prefix enter, it means like a corpse or some shit, or some shit like that. You see what I'm saying? Like dead. I was like, wow, get the fuck out of here. You know what I mean? So then when you look
Yeah.
up corpse, you know what that means. So yeah,
Hey,
it gets real heavy though.
Mm.
hey, that's
And we know
thorough because
black power. Go ahead, brother.
it
Go
just
ahead, brother.
made me think about how, like, say, you take an arched rainbow and you straighten it out, or you turn it into a circle that'll be like a track. You know how we run laps on a racetrack.
Hmm.
You know these different colors on that rainbow will be the lanes that separate each race, but we all kind of stream on that light, that spectrum where light is light. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
And everybody's running through this light, like you said, it's energy. And
Mhm.
every
It's
say
energy. Yeah, it's energy, emotion.
And
Exactly.
you know
yeah,
what's so crazy?
But
You know,
yeah, definitely. I was saying the black and white though definitely is definitely the only way that we can look at at everyone again. This would still entail everyone. This will entail all, because everything came from the dark to be the light, which was white. Everything. This is what I be telling them. Everything came from the dark to be light, which is everything that's in this hue. All the colors make up, which is white. Red is really
I know
white.
what's so crazy.
Blue, green,
And,
yellow, other.
you know
All
what's
this
deep,
shit is white. You
and you know what's deeper than that here.
matter is white.
You know what's deeper than that. They say like when you deal in the form of polarity. Where one can't exist without the other. So everyone always say like the darkness and the light came from the darkness, but really maybe both of them were there at the same time, and
Right.
darkness and light
Right.
each other and created everything. Because you can't have
Facts.
darkness without light, and you can't have light
Facts.
without darkness. So they have to be in existence at the same time, and maybe those two spiritual energies is what created everything.
Right. Like you
That's
can't
the
have a body
positive and
without a
negative.
shadow, and a
That's
shadow without
exactly
a
what I
body.
meant, fellas. Now we gotta think about
Right.
black.
You can't have the
I want to
shadow
circle
without the
y'all.
body.
I want to circle y'all back around again because y'all
The
y'all starting
body
to
is the
lean
light.
off of
Hmm.
watch this, because you guys kind of starting to lean off of like belief now again. Let's get back to the knowing. We know
No, wait. That
that.
ain't no belief.
No,
This is
no,
what
Nah,
we
hold
knowing.
on. Wait,
That
wait,
ain't
wait,
that
wait.
ain't
man.
belief. This is
I
knowing.
didn't mean that
Oh, that ain't belief. That's knowing.
I didn't mean that in a negative way, brother. You know what I mean?
No,
I'm
I'm
finna,
just saying that ain't leaning on
you're
belief.
right.
I'm just saying that ain't
You're right.
belief though. That's
I'm finna
knowing.
clarify my statement though. You'll understand why I said it like that. You see what I'm saying? Because like what I'm saying is that we know that light is black and white, right? So for us to go and make an extension again, that means we're not fully grasping that concept because black is all colors together, right? All the
Right.
colors of the light spectrum makes black, okay? And then we know all of the colors of the light spectrum is what we call white light, the visible light spectrum. You see what I'm saying? And we look and we see it as white light, even though it's black, because it's just all colors. You follow what I'm saying? So all I'm trying to say is that when I say that we're leaning towards the belief, I ain't mean like in a derogatory way. I meant that we just got really just understand that it is exactly the same. Like you can, if it's
Yeah.
exactly the same, you
I mean,
can't be
we
like,
all telling the truth in our own way, brother.
yeah,
No,
and I'm
we
not knocking
saying the
that.
same thing. We
Yeah,
saying the
exactly,
same thing though.
exactly. That's
Right.
that's why I'm saying I'm, brother. I'm not going against nobody because
Yes,
everybody got their
sir.
own perception. You see what I'm saying? Like when
Right.
you
Right.
really realize that, you understand that everybody has their own perception. And like the brother was saying, that everyone has their different times where they be. Everyone has their different advancements. You see what I'm saying? Like
Mm-hmm.
Right.
I might be on the level that y'all might be trying to get to, but the only way for y'all to know that is to understand that everyone has a level. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
So once you listen long enough, everything else will be like brought back together because there's a paradox in everything. Is what I'm saying. Like if a person say, "Hey, you believe," that don't necessarily mean a bad thing because we can show that belief is knowing too. You see what I'm
Yeah,
saying? I
but
believe because I know.
You,
You see
y'all
what
know
I'm
what I believe.
and
Y'all know what I believe.
what I'm saying, brother, I was saying that what you're saying is exactly right because anything that is said is right because it's a part of all. But what I was saying that in the point of duality, in order for dark to be dark, it had to have something to compare it to for it to be dark. So it has to be a light. So if light didn't exist, dark couldn't be relevant because you didn't have anything to compare it to.
Yeah, you're
And I,
absolutely right. But what I'm trying to say is, brother, like once two things come together, right? Because you're very intelligent. So once two things come together, what is it? Is it still two things or is it one thing?
it was always
Can,
one. It was
It's
always
always
can I
zero.
one.
say something?
So follow what I'm saying. So that means you can't have it, you like that, so you can't distinct. Oh, if you can't be light, we had the darkness to be the light when darkness
Just,
and light is the
just
same. You
like
see what I'm
Huey,
saying?
just like when Huey
We saying the
say,
same thing, but just in a different way. That's all. Go ahead, bro. Go ahead,
Mhm.
brother.
just like when Huey talking about the black and the white and the dark and the light. See, we look behind dark pupils. The light is behind the dark pupils, right? And then in front of these dark pupils is what you see is what light. So as light inside of you, then the light go through the dark hole, which is the pupils, and then you see the light. Then the darkness behind the light. Then the darkness behind the light. It's like light, dark, light, dark, light, dark. So that darkness is that portal, and that light is that world. So you can see things like your body, because you are the body. Man, this too deep, bro.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah. See, but everything is a result of the darkness, though. You see what I'm saying? Like everything is darkness. You know what I mean? So
Right, but darkness always follow light. Darkness in front of light, and then light behind darkness, and darkness in front of light, then lightness behind darkness. It's an ongoing.
Yeah, it is.
Like, they
like
with
you
each
said,
other.
brother.
They with each other. They
Sure.
with
It
each
is,
other.
exactly.
You gotta look at it like this, right? Check this out.
Right.
Look at it like your body and your brain, or your left and your right.
Right. I was just
You know
about
what
to
I'm
say that.
saying?
You
Like,
good,
they
man. Body
running
and the
together.
spirit.
They are one, and you
Right.
you are the shit in between. You the spinal. You the fucking 0 point in between where these both points meet at. You the
Right.
body.
Mm-hmm.
They both meet on your body. You feel what
That's
I'm
what
saying?
puts you
Like,
together.
yeah, it's like they together,
Even though they
bro.
are still different, though. Like dude said, it still is black and white. Yes, you know what I mean. We do know that, right? Like we know I am my mom and my dad. I do know that,
Right,
but I am
Right.
me. You know what I'm saying? Like there's no separating me. I can't go back and say I'm gonna separate my mom and my
you
dad
know.
and operate as a man.
Hey, most people can't fathom that though, bro. That they are their mom and they dad. They like, nah, man, I ain't my mom and my dad, bro. I'm me, bro. I'm me, bro. Like, man, what? Man, your mom, your dad, and that's just that. You are your mom, your dad, and everything in front of you more than that. See, people
That's
can't
right.
fathom that. Like, you
The
are
universe in
everything.
him.
And the black and the white and all that, the mom, they exist because you exist.
Exactly.
Right.
It would not exist without you existing. That's the same thing.
You have a point.
Existence couldn't exist without you being here.
Exactly.
See, they teach us back.
Because you
They
not
teach us
here,
back
you
that
don't
your-
exist.
They
And
tell you
existence
that
don't
your
exist.
parents brought you here. The government, they teach you that in school that your parents brought you here, but you really brought them here. Ooh.
Man, stop playing, man. Get off of here, bro. You've been listening to me, man. Get off my head.
Hey, y'all. Look,
See,
Now,
that goes.
explain that ideology though. Like, I heard what you said, but explain it.
You are the and, you are the or, you are the connecting point to everything around you. Like you say, left and right, up and down. You are the and.
Hey,
Right.
All the hands.
hey, look at this one.
You're the
I
conjunction.
love when brothers get up here. Like,
Y'all know and mean point, right? And mean decimal. And
The
is
point.
the polarity. And is the
That's
flip.
zero.
And is the transverse. And is the elevation. And is the neutral.
And
Yeah.
it's the stepping stone.
It's
And
the
it's the post.
Hot
and
or
it's the
cold. You the cold. You are the or because you determine if it's hot or cold. Because hot or cold is different to everybody else. What may be hot to me may be cold to hear it.
yeah, that's where and is inside. It's in between.
That's right. And that's what energy is. The origin of energy is work within.
Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm.
Drop. Go call me on a hangout, so I can open
It's
up
like-
a hangout, and I could put 10 more people on here because I know Nunit Shivik want to come on, and he wanted to drop some gems on that. I know NRG she probably want to get back on too. You know what I'm saying? So
That's
y'all
right. Hey, look at this.
joint.
Okay, that's cool. Hey, look at this. Y'all know how
If
we
you
talk
can,
about.
drop. If you can. Cool. That's my G.
Look, y'all. See, we talk about the say the regular cross, the crossroad or whatnot. The cross we come to know that's us, but that's the one that we born dying in. The physical one, but we got the spiritual one, which is the big Ankh. Shout out to you. You know what I mean? But the Ankh is like that's the spiritual cross before the physical cross that's born dying, which is the body. But the the big Ankh, that's the junk. We talked about this before. And that's the spiritual cross that'll never die. That's the energy that manifests this one that you can see. So dealing with that junk Ankh, that's literally the junk DNA. And it is the end, that's the end. We in it and we own it. And when we own it, we own it. You know what I mean? Like that's your body, that's your mind. That's you know what I mean.
Is your psyche.
Yeah, in this cycle. You know what I mean? And we all psychos. We are the stars that's spinning around the heads
Right.
inside it. And all that. Yep.
Yeah, we are our own God. You right.
Mm-hmm. That's right.
Because when you go, your
See,
universe ends.
when they show you them shooting stars, you know what I believe them shooting stars are? Souls ascending to the highest realms. They trying to get the fuck out the matrix. That's
I
what
gotta
I
ask y'all a
believe, bro.
question, man, about this God
Go to
thing. I hear a lot of people always. I heard quite a few of y'all agree to that theology, or I wouldn't call it theology, but y'all knowing. So I want to know, why do y'all know that y'all are gods? You know what I mean? Because y'all don't deal with beliefs. So obviously y'all know y'all are gods, and I'm interested to know, why do y'all know that you personally as a god? So that means we have 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 gods on here. You know what I mean? So now we're not dealing with one God no more. If I had to look at it from the outside looking in, I see many gods. So
I'm
now,
gonna let Huey
why?
go first.
Yeah, go ahead, roll, y'all. Sorry.
Yeah. I'm with
I'm gonna let Huey go first on that
You
one.
know, I must say too, I'm not confused by why y'all saying what y'all saying. I just want to make sure that y'all can explain all the way to the core of why that's a fact.
you. Yeah.
Because I disagree, right? And even though y'all will agree with my disagreement, but even though I know what y'all saying, I think y'all kind of spilled on
Yeah.
something.
You right there.
All right.
So you want to know why we think why we use that term, because when you really think about it, every point and every decision that was made in your life, who made it? You. It wasn't no magical shit came down and moved shit around for you. You are where
Now,
you
let me
are.
ask you one thing. Would I be allowed to like stop you at segments without feeling like you thinking I'm being rude?
No, go ahead.
Okay.
No, you're not
Okay.
being rude.
Yeah, I'm just making sure because people communicate differently. Some people like, damn, nigga, keep
No,
cutting me off. You know what I mean? But if
no,
I
I'm
can
not.
process it
I'm
throughout,
not
okay, good. All right, now, so what was the first thing you just said again, brother? Today
I
was
said
something about.
because every decision in your life you made it.
Okay, that part. Now, can you tell how? Now, explain to me how you make every decision in your life.
If I'm not making it, who is? Regardless of the placebos that you may think may be guiding your decision, at the end of the day, I had to say I'm gonna do it.
Okay, now watch this. Okay, I got what you're saying. Now I agree with the part that we can guide our decisions. Okay, but now do you are you the creator of create decisions? When I hear you say decisions, I hear you saying thoughts or whatever. You know what I
Okay.
mean? Now, before you knew, before you was able to grasp control of your thinking faculties, who was thinking for you then? Like, where these thoughts come from? Did you do it,
Okay.
or were they just there? Like that.
Now,
That's what I
now,
need to understand.
now, at the point you are now, you are at the point of acknowledging that you are recognizing what it is, even at your point of darkness where you didn't even know what you presume to know now, which is nothing. You were still making those decisions,
Okay,
even the
now let me stop you there.
even the
Now,
bomb. What you
now
consider a bomb,
when you say
you
nothing though,
made the decision to
no,
be there.
let me ask you this: when you said when we before we knew nothing, okay, how do you go from knowing nothing to knowing something, and you saying that you are the God?
When I
Now,
said when
I don't know.
this,
When I think of God, I think of God knowing everything. I don't think of God ever not knowing nothing. I
but
think
see,
of God.
when God, see now you going to the point and say God knows everything. But if you say He's God, He's all, then He has to know nothing as well. See,
Right.
both
See,
of those go together.
now I get that in the semantic aspect. I get that. I get that nothing is everything. Everything is something. I get that. You know what I mean? But when you were speaking of not knowing nothing, I don't think you were saying it in the context of yourself being a baby, knowing everything but knowing nothing at all. I don't think that you were suggesting that. I think that you were suggesting until before we understood that we were able to think, we knew nothing. I thought that's what you were suggesting.
What
But
what I
into the go ahead.
Yeah, what I was saying like that, I said to the point where I thought I didn't know nothing. So I think now I presume I know something, but I really know nothing at all. Because only reason that color is red is because we all agreed and said it is red, but we really don't know what. I mean, when it all boils down, you would never know. We're all making presumptions. We're all making our self perspectives, but you were not at the beginning, so you really you can't pull yourself to the point where you remember yourself at the beginning. So maybe
Yep.
you still everything was erased. So we're all making presumptions. Even we say the color green, we say that's
Now
grass.
hold on, brother. Now you said we're all making assumptions now. When you say
Hmm.
we all, like I had to keep you guys in your own category because you're the God. You know what I mean? Okay. So when I look at a God, I don't look at God to assume. So when you say that you're a God and you say you all make assumptions, then that to me I have to conclude that then you must not be God. You
Look,
see,
can
Well,
I
so
God,
add?
that's what I'm trying to get you to do.
now what?
I'm trying to get you to actually make the distinction what you mean by God. See, because we know the
There's
God
so
that we
many.
know. Yeah.
There's so many,
Look,
bro.
here, here we
But
No, no, but see, you not listening what I'm saying, though, brother.
no, I am listening. I'm thoroughly listening. If you hear me responding to you, you can tell
But
I'm thoroughly listening to
when I
you.
say you make
So
assumptions and you make facts, okay,
look, we not assuming, not really like that. That's like around and that's you know what I mean? Um, the whole thing with this God thing, it's where you come into this place that you are one with. You run with this place. It cradles you, just like your mama's gonna do when she births you. It's where you are one with this place, and you ain't gotta. There was a time you didn't have to know like you do now. You know, you was really taken care of. That's the car that we are, the vessels, and this is where your parents they learn this game long before you come, and this is where they guide you. You know, throughout your time where they bring you in here, they guide you, but you already know. It's like a baby that'll pull back from something that's weird, or a baby that'll cry. The children know this place. Like we always say, they're a lot more intelligent, and this is where the information lies. It's like the information is short for get information, and that's the lineup, that's the alignment. Everybody's car is behind. We bumper to bumper in this place, and at the youngest, you don't see children, by a countless number running in the back of each other. We know what we doing. You hear me? We might sit up and flick a booger, but these children know how to guide themselves. You know what I mean? It's where we've seen these type of or heard these type of stories where the little boy took care of his whole family because mom and daddy was taken away. We guide ourselves, and that's the God that's in you. That's what I mean. It's the common sense that we all share. The deers and the animals do.
that part. See, now you hitting on what I'm leading to. Now, the key
Respect.
word, common sense. Common sense is the same as wisdom. A lot of people don't know that. They're synonyms, right? So you got common sense, you got wisdom, you got judgment, you got all these things, meaning the ability to think, you know what I mean, and make decisions, right? Now, all of my point was, fellas, so I just want to kind of go ahead and get to my point so it don't seem like I have to be, so I won't have to feel like I'm antagonizing people or nothing like that. Let me get to my goddamn point. All right. So commonly, right? Everybody got a spirit. Everybody know that. You see what I'm saying? That's something that we don't have control over. Whether we try to stop thinking or not. So okay, for the people that say you control your thoughts and all that, I would like to challenge you to stop thinking. You know what I mean? I like to say that a lot, but you can't stop thinking. You know what I mean? So that's the first thing that you don't control your thoughts, right? Now you guide your thoughts, but thoughts gonna come regardless. You know what I mean? And technically, we think we choose what we're gonna do, but you're not really choosing yourself. You see what I'm saying? It's that spirit that's in you that's choosing for you all the time. your soul actually. You see what I'm saying? You got your soul, you got your spirit, and you got your body. That's what a lot of people misconstrue. You know what I mean? So when you be like me or the ego you're talking about is your soul. You know what I mean? And the higher nature of your soul is
Can
your
y'all hear
spirit.
me?
I hear you now, yes
Yeah.
sir. You was talking.
Okay, y'all can hear me. Can y'all hear drop?
I don't hear
I
drop.
can't hear it drop.
Drop.
I can't
We
hear
hear
him.
Faith.
My bad. Go ahead. My bad.
Tell him to turn his mic
But
up.
But that's all I was saying, though, fellas. It's like me personally, the details and all that type of stuff is good, but I just like the people to understand like the title of the book first, and then they can better understand the details when you talk about it, and it won't be like it's over here and it's over there where everybody understand. At the core, the story is boring as fuck. You know what I mean? Because the story is energy, point blank, period, and energy is light. Light is electromagnetism. Electromagnetism is atoms, photon, neutron, and all that shit. Wind, air. You know, it's all the same shit. You know what I mean? So at the end of the day, it's always gonna boil back to the same thing. And as long as people always keep that in the forefront of their thought, keep the source at the forefront, everything else will be more rhythmatic. You see what I'm saying? And it won't be so space age. It won't be so far out, and you can catch the greater mysteries that's always around, right? So it's like if you ask a person, people talk about electromagnetic energy and all that type of stuff all the time. But if you ask them how is it created, they wouldn't be able to really give you intelligent answer to where you really can grasp it. You know what I mean? And so, like when we talk about the auras or auroras or whatever that shit is, the color, the lights in fucking in the northern hemisphere and all that. If you ask a person, how was that created? The average person wouldn't know how it's created, but we know, oh, that's the electromagnetic, oh, that's the North Pole. We know all that shit.
You know,
But how the
but this is what it is.
Hey,
Hold on. This
can
is
I say something?
everything is everything. See, what you are missing is that you came from the thought. The thought you created yourself from the thought pattern. This is why I linger around you. And your thoughts is always gonna be around you because everything in front of you is the vibration of what the
Oh
frequency
yeah. I peep all that, Louis. I ain't missing that at all.
There we
Everything
go.
is thought.
Not
Everything
only
is
that,
mental.
So
Everything is
this
in the
is what.
mind. Everything is
All right, now
imagination.
cool. So when you realize that everything is the mind and everything is thought and that is the mind, then you are the creator of that. This is what that was. You've been that. You are the one who thought that process, and you
you
are
are
the.
the
I
center, and
totally
the center
understand
is
that,
the
dude.
creator.
What I'm saying is, all I'm saying
You
is,
are the center, and the center is the
yes,
creator.
sir. You're right. We the nucleus, we the pupil, we all that on all those levels, fellas.
So when the light,
I'm trying to
what
walk y'all into something else. Let me ask y'all this. Let me ask y'all this, and
Okay.
then maybe
I'm gonna
y'all will
try
let
to
me
go with
explain
you
if y'all don't know
asking
the
me
answer.
that. Why I came
Let me
together.
ask you a question. If you know the answer, I gotta let
Okay,
you keep talking. If you don't know the
Go ahead,
answer, I
talk.
would like to explain.
Go
Okay,
ahead, talk, brother.
how did the Northern Lights come? Like scientifically or whatever the fuck you want to call it. Like how would they say that this shit came? Do y'all know?
I don't know how
Yeah,
they say it's gonna come.
yeah. I
So
don't know.
what's your answer, sir?
Who is
The
they?
northern,
Hold on.
the
Hold
northern
on. Let me
lights is the
answer.
life
Hey,
force
yeah, I
energy.
know where you finna go with it. You like who is
Hey,
they
Yeah,
to
I was
tell
like,
you this and
who are
that? But
they? Who said that?
I'm
right.
saying in
Who you
layman's
talking
terms, what do
about?
they
I
say?
need to
I
know
think
who are they? Who you talking about though? You said how
when I
they
say
say. Who are
when I
they?
when I say they, I'm saying
You talking about the
whoever.
elites?
Right, who not necessarily elite, elites. I don't give a fuck who they is. Whoever they say the whoever like what does the general population? And I'm not even saying it is a day that they do say this. I don't
Okay,
know if somebody actually
that's
laid
why
out how it happened.
that's
I
why
know I got
everybody
my
get
own theory
disturbed.
through not my own knowledge through my research, and I was gonna be like, what the fuck? You know what I mean? I was just gonna
Okay,
lay
so
that
we
on
did two
y'all,
things,
but I
right?
don't know what
We
they
did
saying. I
two
don't know
things,
who that
right?
is.
On this, bro, right? We said what the dark and the light was, right? So that would let you know what the northern lights came from. The northern lights, everything came from the dark. We already know everything came from the dark. All
No, no,
lights
no,
came from
no.
the dark.
I'm going
Now
deeper
listen,
than that, bro.
hold on.
Don't be on
Listen,
the defensive
I was,
side.
I
I'm
was,
going deeper than
I was
that.
about to say something too. Can I say? Can I
Yeah,
answer your
go ahead.
question?
Go ahead, brother.
All right. What I was gonna say, the northern lights to me, I believe is electrical magnetism, life force energy, the frequency heartbeat of Earth. The frequency heartbeat of Earth is the northern lights. That's what I
Hey,
believe.
you know what, bro? I'm gonna go ahead and get straight to the point, y'all.
Heartbeat
Listen,
from within.
and then I'm gonna let y'all lay off
That's your
off of this.
heartbeat from within to let that you would know that you were the creator of your
Okay,
existence.
before we get
This
to the
what make
heartbeat,
you-
though, we still
hold
have
on.
to have the
This is-
universe, dude. Okay, but watch
We
this.
both
Okay,
right
now,
here.
this is what I'm saying right here.
This
From the sun sent off solar waves. Okay, this I'm trying to get straight to the point, fellas. So I fuck all the riddle shit.
Still gotta
The
let.
sun sent off solar waves, right? And we know the Earth.
Hold
the
on,
Earth.
hold on,
ahead,
man.
yeah.
Hold on
Go
one
ahead,
second,
bro.
Because you
Go
just
ahead, bro.
bombard them with question after question and question and question. And you're
Right,
That's
this
why
is
we
too
try to
show,
get
bro.
straight
you're
to the
not
point.
letting
So I
no
wouldn't
one
have to ask no
answer, bro.
questions.
You like letting no one give you an answer.
Because
you
I know
not
y'all
even
niggas
finished.
been
I was
I
never
don't want to
finished.
feel like I'm playing with y'all mind. You see
gotta
what I'm
slow
saying?
down.
So that's why I
I
was
know you
just
gotta
finna
slow
just
down a
say
bit.
it.
Bro. You gotta slow
You're
down
right.
a bit.
Go ahead, bro. Do your
So we
thing,
can
man.
build, bro. You feel me? Just slow
Yeah,
down.
people
Like,
trying to listen.
I know
Yeah,
I'm
I was
asking.
trying to
I
finish
shouldn't
the
even.
question.
Yeah, you're right. I shouldn't even ask the question. I should have
no,
just said what I had to say and then let y'all just. You know what I'm saying?
no, your
I
question.
put it up the way I'm doing it. You know what
Nah,
I mean?
you good. You
Man.
just asking too many questions.
Yeah,
You
just
ain't letting us finish answering your question.
you not letting us answer a question before you answer the next question. It's like
Man, let somebody talk, bro.
hold on, just take a deep breath, bro. He like, damn, y'all God, I need to motherfucking figure this shit out right now. Cause y'all God, if you God, I need to figure this shit out. Hold
Yeah,
on,
you
let
right.
me figure this
Yeah,
out.
we were still on that shit, and I done went to some solar shit. I feel what you're saying. You right. You sure right. We was on the God shit. My fault, man. Yeah, I'm done right now. I'm gonna let that thing rotate. My fault.
Now check this out, God. Now check this out. Now, not only am I God, not only is Sir Drop God, not only is NRG Day Moon God, not only is Andre Q God, not only is BT God. I mean, like flat plain, no, he is God, man. He came through and he created his world. If you would call God what the Alpha and Omega of existence, right? Because I wanted to answer that, but I was trying to get the hangout together. But you know, I was trying to run through that and give everybody else their shot. Now, you dealing with God, with you and you, all right? We're gonna deal with me and you. God, the Alpha, beginning, ending, first, last. You know, this shit. We know that it's you. You know this. We just went through these things of it. So if you are questioning it, why are you questioning yourself first? Let me ask you that. Why are you questioning the fact that you are God?
Actually, I wasn't questioning it at all. I know why I would be a God if I was to subscribe to it, which don't mean which when I say me, I don't exist. I think from the ideology that I don't even exist, Yui. Like I ain't
Right.
even here,
So you are
period.
nothing.
The only thing existing in me is my spirit. Period.
Facts. So your
And
spirit is the air that you breathe, right?
that's
Hold on.
right, Yui.
Your
That's
spirit
right.
is the air that
So
you
that's
breathe,
what
right?
I'm saying. I'm from the aspect of that. I don't
Hold on,
even. Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry. My bad.
You know
No,
what they say? God wrote the book because you wrote your
No.
own book because you are God. You wrote your own book. You are God. No, they say God wrote the book because you wrote your book. You
See,
God.
now when you say you, that's what I'm trying to say. For when you say you, that's not me. I don't have you is not me to me. Me is not you. I
Just think
am
about
nothing.
what I'm saying,
Which,
bro.
y'all trying to.
You ain't know what I'm saying.
Yeah, they hear you. Y'all can hear drop.
Nah, I can't hear
I
drop.
hear you saying.
Y'all can't hear.
I hear what you're saying.
Hold on one second. Hold on
we
one
can't
second.
hear nobody.
Hold on one second, y'all. Everybody, hold on one second. Can y'all hear
I can
drop?
hear him now. I heard you say, I don't think y'all can hear me. I think he just said
Yeah,
something.
y'all can hear drop. You on the hangout.
Turn your mic up, drop.
Hold on. If y'all.
That's a delay, Huey.
No, it's not.
That's a delay, Huey.
It's not a delay. Go ahead. You good.
No,
Go ahead.
I said that like 30 seconds ago.
Because you listening to it on a delay.
We got asked.
You good, bro.
In this bill, and I just wanted to make sure I could be heard.
Yeah, you can hear. So anybody else who want to come up, I got more space up on the hangout. If y'all know how to get up on the hangouts, I'm gonna share the hangout link as well. And y'all can get on the hangout back there.
Y'all finish bill.
Hey man, it ain't no big thing for me though, man. Just long story short, man.
He was just making sure he was heard on the hangout. Y'all good.
I don't exist, man. So I don't know if y'all at that level of thinking yet, or y'all probably are. Not saying y'all not.
You do exist. I hear you.
And you answering your
I
own
hear
question,
you exist, bro.
Yeah,
and
that's what
you
I'm saying. I wasn't asking me no. I wasn't asking the question for me to as if I don't know the answers. That's what I'm trying to say. I don't want to assume that y'all don't know the answers. You see what I'm
I'm
saying?
just
So
saying you
that's
said
why
you
I asked.
don't know why you know we God. I'm saying you answer our question because you saying everything you when you say I don't exist, I don't prescribe to that, you saying you're God because you made the decision not to.
I know. So I just wanted to make sure that y'all know that that's the reason why you are not. I mean, that you are God and that you are not a God. See, because when people say you, they think about their fleshly self, like I am me. I am different than the God Almighty. Like they don't look at themselves like literally to really be that. Is what I'm saying. You
That's
know
what
what I
I be
mean?
telling them, bro. They are
So
that. Exactly
that's
what
what
I'm
I'm
saying.
saying.
You are that. You
But you
are
are
it.
not that. Not
You
you
are it.
personally. You see what I'm saying? Like there is no personal you. You know what I mean? Like once you understand, there is no
It's
such
the
thing as
personal
a
you.
personal
You are
you.
everything. The personal
Right.
you,
Like
everything.
you consider
The
yourself as
absence
a
of nothing.
human, you are opposed to that God, that God. Like the by definition. I'm just trying to let y'all see how deep it really gets, is what I'm saying. To where
I
you can get
understand what
all the
you're
way to, I'm not saying that you don't. You see what I'm saying? When I say I'm trying to get y'all to understand, I'm not implying that y'all don't know what it is.
Why
I'm just
stand
that
under it
I
though?
don't know
Why you
y'all.
want us to stand
Hey,
under?
what's happening?
Why you want us
Hey,
to
Sure.
what's
stand under
happening here?
it, not understand it or overstand it? Why don't you want me to stand on it?
Why do I want you to stand on it? The
No,
reason why I want you
no,
to
I say why don't you want me to stand on it instead of under it?
no, I do want you to stand on it, in it, and above it.
That's
That's
what
what I'm saying.
when I'm on
So
it, I'm above it. When I'm on it, I'm already above it.
that's right. There is no above or no below in actuality.
But
Fact,
that it is
exactly.
you.
So
So you are
that's
in
what I'm
it, but
saying.
it's
Everything
out.
is in the middle. Everything is a
Exactly.
No,
So
nothingness.
you know about being trapped inside. Hold on, let me go somewhere with him, y'all, because I like where he going. Let me deal with him because he's somewhere high right now. He on the high. He in the mirror mountain. He up inside the glass. He like in
That part.
he beside the glass, inside the glass, with behind the mirror, or was looking at the
Looking
reflection
at all the
outside the
reflections. That's
mirror.
right.
Yes, he was looking outside. He was looking at both reflections, staring at the mirror. He was looking.
I made it converge on both
Hear me,
sides.
Lord. Hear me. Hear me. He made it confirm that he was it. So he
That
knew,
part.
he figured out what it was. So he was like, so how the hell are you the creator if I'm the creator? See, you think that you're just a God. Y'all don't know that I'm the creator. You know what I mean? This
Like
is what
it,
he's
it
trying to say.
and you had to make that distinction between the you and you
Thanks.
are
And then
nothing.
you
Like
know
you
that
are
but now
not you.
listen.
Like you are
you
not
are
Now
the
listen.
you.
all seeing eye, and
Yes.
everybody else is considered the you and
Yes.
the eye. And you control
Yes.
the eye, what you
Yes.
want to be
There are
you.
Like
no little
NRG just
eyes.
said.
There
Ain't
are
no,
no little eyes. Period.
ain't
Like
no
There
Energy
are
just
no
said.
little eyes.
Let me
Lord of
say this
mercy.
right quick.
Listen, hold on. This is why. Hold on. This
I
is
get what you're saying. The soul is the real you.
you know
That what the
why?
brother
You
really
know
trying to
why?
say.
This is what he done did. His little, what you would call a little eye, right? Because you got to still bring people to where you at, what they say, right? So when you are the big eye, you know that you got to bring the little eyes into knowing that they had to.
Right,
So when they
Yui.
take a step towards themselves, that they will run and they will jump into themselves and they will jump into their body and start controlling the big giant. And then they will realize that they were a giant. Look at the ants. I am gigantus. Am I right? You don't know no one know that they're operating their giant right now. And you're bigger than the sky and the moon. And that when you walk into the water, you're walking in the water ocean deep. And they don't know how deep it is when you're outside yourself and you can see yourself when you're awake thinking you sleep. People don't
Right.
get that
People
deep,
can't
bro.
Like
swim. They
like
can't hold
Energy
their
just
breath. You
said.
see what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
they
People
can't
Like
don't
listen,
see,
say that
yeah.
see
again, bro.
because breath
They
is
cannot
life.
hold their
Okay.
breath
So
Yeah,
because
y'all
the
it's
going
more
like
breath
in
you
now.
drop.
take, the more
It's
life
like
you give
drop.
away, the
That's why I'm
faster
saying, let
you
me
die.
get with him for a minute. Let me build with him for a minute.
So
Because
so
he
now
gonna
watch this, fellas. Now I'm
let me
glad where you at with it, Chew. Now I'm gonna speak on that point. Since I hope
go ahead,
you probably got people, you
go
got
ahead.
enough influence to have gotten everybody's attention, and maybe let me get a sentence out now. And I'm glad you led me to this.
Yeah, go
So
ahead, bro.
now, so when we talk about breath again, we talk about energy, we talk about breathing. Okay. realize every breath you take, you got a certain amount of breaths. Okay.
Amen.
So now, the more you breathe, the quicker you're gonna die.
Amen.
Okay, so now the idea is to be able to control your breath. That means to hold the capacity longer. So
Amen.
now, if I throw you in some water, how likely are you to die within 30 seconds, 1 minute, 5 minutes, 7 minutes? How long
See,
can
listen,
you
hold on.
live?
Let me stop you right there. Let me stop you right there.
Yes, sir.
Let me stop you for 1 second. See, let me stop you one. You was dealing with seconds, but we know we deal with first. Because seconds was something that came after what was first, and we was first to have our last. That's why every breath that we took became our last to be our first. Our last was just our newest last birth. You feel me? So every breath and every step that you take is a new rebirth.
That's right. Between every
Right, we
inhale
got
and
many
exhale is
avatars.
a death.
Hear me?
Between
We got
every
many
inhale and exhale,
avatars.
Yes, man,
every
you got it.
inhale and exhale is death.
It's
That's
that.
that
The
point
avatars
again.
are the ant. The
Yes.
avatars are the ant. The
Yes.
Now
avatars
listen.
are the ant.
Then
Listen.
Now here's
every
what make
breath,
you a
like
god.
you said, every time that you inhale and you exhale is the operation of 0 and 1, which is you going in and you coming out. So you entering and going out. So this is the operation of death and rebirth. This is why you die big on deaths. You feel
See,
me?
more importantly
Right.
though, Yui,
The 0 is the black
in
hole and the
between
1
the
is
Y'all gotta
inhale.
let nigga talk, man.
Oh, I'm sorry, man.
My bad.
Other people
Listen,
say they
it's a
want to
one.
talk,
Y'all
man.
been going in though, and y'all
Yeah.
got me so hyped. You know what I'm saying? I be wanting to just bluntly interrupt y'all because y'all open up so many
shit. It's a lot of
cavities
shit
in
I
my
want to say.
brain with that shit. Because that boy was talking about that inhale, exhale, this, that, and the third. Now here's what make you a god though. I gotta rewind a little bit. What does a god do? The God created everything, right? The whole world, right? And what is it? It's your world that you create. That make you a god in your world. Like Huey say, you're everybody in your world. That's you. And everybody in Huey's world is him. And everybody else on this panel's world is
It's
them.
this.
You see what I'm saying? That's what make it your world. That's what make you a creator of your own world. That's why
See,
you
but
would
I think y'all
consider
keep
yourself
skipping
a
over
god.
this one though. Drop. Let me ask you, Drop. What do y'all mean when you say you? That's my only hang up with what y'all saying. When every
Because
time you say you created your
when
own world, who is
listen,
you in y'all definition? Who is you?
all right. I is the all, right? Everyone
Right.
sees them in I, right? Right. But when I'm talking to some person, I can't say I'm talking to I and I'm steady talking to I, because then ain't nobody on this thing gonna know who I'm addressing if I don't say you. Right now, I was trying to talk to you, but if I didn't turn it around to make it see that you, see, that's why the you was really a W. It was two eyes that went through your eyes to make the you. This is what the magnetic pull was. It's your eyes. You know how that magnet looked like a U that they show you.
So
This
you
is
saying
what your eyes.
the
Your
eyes
eyes
is the
go.
you?
Here we going in.
Yes, the
Let me
eyes
ask
is
you.
you.
That
The
what
eyes,
you
the
saying? The
eyes
eyes
make
is
the
the you.
you. Yes, the
Keep
eyes
going,
make
Huey.
so we have a
Now,
magnet.
when I think of you, I don't know if you can agree with this too. You know, I agree with that. You know, because the eyes are the windows to the soul, right, Huey? So that's what you're speaking on, right? So now,
Right.
but understand, the eyes is the windows to what? So what's the main thing in this? The soul is the main thing.
What soul
So
got
the
to do with
you,
the O? With your
right?
O.
So
That's you
the
though.
you is the soul, is what I'm saying. So when I say
Exactly.
you, I mean your soul. I'm not talking about you as in Yui, you as in Drop, you
No, you
in
talking about
as the other people. I'm talking about you as the
talking about the
soul. What I
soul.
did with
Coming
people is
from your
soul to
world.
soul, not flesh to flesh.
You talking to the deepness. You talk about the spirit in between
I'm
us. You
talking to the
talking about
only
the
thing
air.
there is.
The one, yeah, the
Exactly.
only thing
The
that is
only
the
thing
waters in
there
between
is.
us. See, but
You
listen,
So,
is the
like,
sun
you
and the
can be
moon.
evil
hold
as
on.
fuck,
See,
right? Let me give you an analogy right quick, fellas.
Hold up.
I know people like analogies. So now, when I think about dealing with soul to soul, let me give y'all a clear example of what I mean. It could be the most evilest person in the world, right? And they remember, man, that dude killed everybody. He treat everybody this kind of way. But when you connect it to the universe itself and you know it's soul to soul and not flesh to flesh, I can make that man do what I want him to do because I'm controlling his soul.
Because
And
it's
his soul is his psyche. So if I know that he might not know that I'm thinking about his soul is what I'm talking to. He think I'm talking to his flesh. He like, damn, I can't. For some reason, my bad. Go
Let me
ahead.
just say this. Let me
But
say
can a
this, bro.
soul survive without the
Let me
flesh?
say
They
this,
need
bro.
each other.
Say that
No,
again.
they don't need each other. The flesh is nothing but the earth. That's all it is.
Okay.
The flesh is always dead. The only thing that make your flesh do anything is the animation of the spirit. The spirit animates the body. So the body is literally nothing. And that's what I mean. Like, that's what people consider you. That's not you.
Listen,
Without physical, you can't have physical.
Right.
bro, it's deeper
Your
than that.
soul is the projector. Your soul is the projector. It projects your body.
Yes, bro.
Yeah,
Your
the thing
soul is
that
the
move your bones, listen, the thing that move your bones, the thing that wake you up when you sleep, that's you. That's an entity. That's where
right.
it comes from.
That's
Entity.
right. That's what I mean.
It's your soul, and
Your
ever how
soul.
your soul feeling is your
Just
spirits. That's why you can be in high spirits, low spirits, evil spirits, good spirits. It's what your soul resonating with on the energy level or where you at. That's why sometimes if you just stressed out, you might just gotta move. Where you stationed at is fucking with your behavior. So you can just move to another side of town and you'll feel like, damn, I shook my demons. When really where you was at and the energy and everything that was going on wasn't resonating with your soul. So that give you these, even though it's kind of off topic, that give you these different mood swings. You see what I'm saying?
See,
Go ahead.
emotions is your soul. You see what I'm saying? And the seat of your emotions is your spirit, y'all. That's the difference between the soul and the spirit. The soul is the emotions and shit. The spirit is what the emotions sit on.
This supposed to have been an open portal panel, man. Damn.
Elevation emotions is the water, the frequency. We riding the wave.
And that's what energy just said. Energy said it's the bodies of water. And she was like, well, let's take it micro, right? Like when she was talking about the cells in your body, right? That's what we are to the most high. So we part of that body. You understand? We just micro to the most high. So if it's my cell that's part of me, that cell is John. And if I'm part of the God, then I am a God. If I'm part of it, you can't say my heart ain't me. You can't say my toenails ain't me. Just like we can't say we not the most high if we part of the organism that's moving, the wind that's going through each and out of our lungs. You understand what I'm saying? Don't nobody know where wind came from. That's the ether. That's life. Period.
You know what I believe?
Go ahead.
I didn't mean to cut you off, Sir Drop.
I was done.
Yeah, but I believe when they be showing you them esoteric pictures, when they be showing the sun and the light beam bouncing on the mirror, and that mirror calm down as a human, I believe that mirror is your soul, the star, the light bouncing off the source.
Yep,
what you think about that? Right,
yeah,
we the reflection, the hologram. We the hologram.
The light. And back to that light come from
the hologram of the source.
Yes,
back to that light.
That's it. That's it.
Back to that light come from darkness. What light is consciousness. Light is thought. That's why they say you're enlightened. The thoughts is coming from the dark. Now, when you look through them eyes, it bends the spectrums, and that gives you sight. It has nothing to. It never mind. Go ahead.
No, you going in, bro.
Y'all absolutely right. And guess what it all boiled down to again, though, fellas? You let your daddy energy. It's all the same shit. Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead, brother. We hear you. Go ahead, man.
You right, because you just said it, bro. We all are. It's like this, right? If it rained right now and it all fall in the ocean, did those individual raindrops become one?
Yeah, man.
Did they come out individual? Could they land anywhere throughout that water where they can land? It's the same thing. Like you can land and you can just be who you can be. Like that little water, that little drop landed and did something to something that it was already there and made a effect wherever as big as that water was. That every little drop made a major effect. Just think of the effect.
You inside that drop.
Man, you are the drop. Not
Right.
only that, you were what you wanted to be. You wanted to know how it felt to be the drop that came out the sky, to be the push the sky, to be able to have the water, the land on the water. You wanted to be the water to feel how it felt to be able to feel yourself, feel the water, feel it. You wanted to be able to feel the water hit the skin. You wanted to know how it felt to be skin. I wanted to know how it felt to be wind. I want to know how to feel
Right.
to be the trees, the leaves,
You
the
wanted
dirt,
to
the
hear. You
man,
wanted to see.
yes, I wanted to
You
see.
wanted to smell.
And
Yes,
y'all
You
say
wanted to
I
taste.
wanted to do
Hey,
that,
hey,
right? And
I wonder,
I is not you. Like
yeah,
I is the I. You see what I'm
I,
saying? He wanted to do all that. You know what I'm saying?
hey, can
So
y'all
like,
think,
yeah, brother. Yeah, go ahead. Go
yeah,
ahead, brother. Yeah, we hear you. Go ahead.
go back to what we were saying earlier, like dark and light polarity. See, you down the physical and go so much into the spiritual, but the spiritual need the physical to experience.
yeah,
They just as important. They are the left and the right. They are equally important. No, neither one of them outweigh
They're
the other.
equally the same. That's what I'm
Yeah,
saying.
each other.
Because the same thing that you get the spirit out of is the same thing that you get matter out of. That's what I'm trying to get y'all to see. Like everything there is all there is. You see what I'm saying?
Hmm.
Like literally, like when you boil down to like you to get to the simple elements of what light what vision is. You see what I'm saying? And what photons and all this stuff they label these things, right? They know that it's shit that it don't exist. So it's like a no brainer. We'll be like, okay, we're in a holographic universe. Okay, duh, we know that. What's next? Because they know light, we know what photon shit is. That shit is nothing. We know it's just an image just put in the back of our brain and we perceive it, and we know this shit already. You see what I'm saying? So the thing about it is like now that we know this stuff, how do we use all this data and actually use it as power? And that's where I come in at. You see what I'm saying? It's like I'm trying to get y'all to understand that everything y'all talking about is literally the same shit. I don't care if you say electromagnetic, I don't care if you say Jesus, I don't care if you say Buddha, I don't care if you say atoms, I don't give a fuck if you say wind. It's literally the same. So, like, when we know that, so like I was trying to say earlier, right? How is electromagnetic energy created is the key. And it's created because the solar winds leave from the sun, which is the outpush, right? You know, I'll try to explain it. It's all the same. It pushes out, the sun pushes out, and the earth sucks it in, right? And we have a magnetic field around the earth that blocks the direct hit. So the earth brings in what it wants to bring in, and all the excess turns into the northern lights. That's why we see it. And when we know that light is all colors and shit, we know that already. So that's where the major concentration of the energy is. So that's what I'm saying. That's all I be trying to say, and the shit that's circulating and all that shit comes together and come together and form electromagnetic energy because the solar waves from the sun entering into the magnetic universe, they cut the atmosphere that comes up from the earth. See, magnetism comes out of the earth and the electrical part comes from the sun. All right. So one part is coming up, it was the magnetic shit, and the electric part is coming down and is meeting in the middle and forming is what we call Earth.
yeah, everything
That's
comes
why
from
they blocking the
down
sun
up,
with them
around,
chemtrails.
and it goes from down and
Exactly.
up and moves around. You feel what I'm saying? But the current, all of it comes from you.
It
Everything
comes
that
from
you
you.
think that
Right.
all of the electromagnetism and electricity comes from you. You are the energy
Exactly.
source that can get all
Because you
your
perceiving
circle.
it. You see what I'm
Like you
saying? That's
are
why it comes from you.
Right.
the system
You
that keeps
know,
everything
if you
going.
wasn't here,
You have to exist because you always existed. You have to exist because you
exactly.
exist now and you're gonna always exist.
Forever.
Exactly.
So you
You
can't say
are
you can't say after death is nothing. You know what I'm saying? I'm talking in general. You can't say after death there's nothing. No, after because when you go through nothing, you're going through that portal to
Yep.
become something again.
Yes.
And when you being born,
Taste that.
that's the exact time. That's the exact time you dying. When you coming out of a womb, your heart is
Right.
stopping in a whole
You
nother
just
realm.
died.
There's no
You
point in
just
time.
died. Come
Exactly.
on.
I've been saying that. Now, I think you heard me say that one before. And that's exactly right too. You know what I mean?
That's
We
because
know
you
that.
are the experience.
It's for sure though. And people don't grasp that though, drop. And you should say that shit
Right.
again. But that's a fact, man. Like people don't
Now
understand the validity of what he just said. when you born, you actually dead. And the reason why, right, is because as soon as you're born on this earth, we consider it to be living to die. So that means the whole time from day one, you are actually disintegrating, even though you appear to be getting older. But the only thing you're doing is dying. From day one, that's day one of starting to die.
Over and over again, you die a billion deaths because every time you breathe or open your eyes.
Well, yeah, we get that part though. You
because you
okay.
Telling remember that you say like you going through it, like you got to remember you not only dying but you rebirthing again. Every time you breathe,
the rebirth part. You're right, though.
Every time you rebirth and rebirth again, you die and we going again. You just
see, but that's going through the cycle of living, though. Right?
So listen, hear me out, bro. Just let me say this real quick. Let me say this.
Okay, my bad. Go ahead, man. My bad.
I gotta put this together.
I didn't want to just slide you a jewel in the middle. That's all. I wasn't trying to stop you. You know what I'm saying?
This is a super gem right here. This is a super gem right here. So when you're going through this process, right? At first, right, when you first come through, you know, you come in as a what? An infant.
Mm-hmm.
This is infinite.
Okay. That's nice.
You come in infinite, right? And at this point, you mad because you really remember everything, and they not finna allow you to be so intelligent at a birth. They shooting you up with the serum to put you in the sleep.
So all them vaccines and shit.
Yeah, so you could go back into Goo Goo Gaga mode. So you can lose. It's like if you numb yourself. You ever put numbness, Novocaine, any shit in your fucking mouth or toothache? You can't feel your shit, and you know what I'm saying, nigga? You out of your shit. You out of your shit. And if you were to start talking your mom and them, you have to go through the whole process. It take you back it take you back up memory lane. You start hearing all the old.
Auto try to add on to that though. You right, like you just said, when you go through the physical,
all the old shit again. You start smelling the old shit that you just came out of smelling. The same exact vibration that you just left.
Check this out.
What the fuck? And then at this point, right, the older you get, you stop getting so vaccine, but you get more programmed to what you're doing. So you lose focus on the fact that you dying and you rebirthing again. So the fact that you do it is you got so much memory of what you're doing in this realm. This is how we lost the realm of the other realms, and it's hard for us to count them realms as reality. That's what it'd be a dream state, because that's not, we so much living so much time for this that we be like, damn, we trying to get back into this shit. We really want out of this dream, but we don't know which dream to get out of because life ain't nothing but a dream.
You know what I believe? Each heartbeat is a different realm.
Yes. It's another, because it's a vibration coming from.
It's like, you know how many times you've been here.
It's like your pole, right? The pole, right? The South Pole, right? Your shit going, like the vibration got it. It's like your ears from one ear to the other. The vibration got to come in the other one and hit the other one, but it's going ping pong. This is what the like, as above, so below, because it got to go up and hit your wall, and then it's going to bounce back down and hit your floor. It's going to bounce back up and hit your wall and hit your floor. That's your rhythm. Boom, 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 boom.
So y'all think y'all come right back to the same thing when y'all die, man?
You say that again?
Like, you know, I know y'all believe in reincarnation and all that. So when you die, y'all telling people when you die and you come back, you gonna come back to the same shit.
You gonna come.
You know what I believe?
Yeah, with your energy is you gonna bring your family back because your memory
I don't agree with that one. You want to know why I disagree with that? What I think.
We've been doing this for time upon time. Ain't no new time upon time.
Why you thinking the same thing though? That's what I'm saying. Because what I'm saying is, right? Let's say your people die, right?
We want to make different things over. Like,
and you know, we deal with reality though, right? So now in reality,
the energy that's constantly being renewed, bro.
Why do you constantly being renewed? Hold up, wait, fellas. Let's be for real. Let's be for real. Let's look at the reality. I didn't want to get some logic. You can kick my ass after I said all you want. I don't care. But I just want to bring it to logic and reality. So what I'm saying is this: if if you're somebody, one of your people, we know we got many people that done died in our life, right? In our people. Why in the hell we don't see them no more? Why they ain't come back out they mammy cat?
I do be seeing them. I be
You do
seeing
be
them in
seeing it.
dogs. I be seeing them in
Oh no, I'm
other
not saying like that
babies.
though. Drop now. I feel all that where you going with it,
Are you
but I
saying the
keep it on
exact
what we
person
actually
because the
saying,
flesh
right?
changed,
Because people say, "Hey, we coming back," right? I'm basing it on what y'all saying.
but
See,
not
y'all
the
gotta
flesh?
understand. All my comments gonna be based on what y'all saying. So don't get mad at
So
me.
we
Just
saying
because
come?
you
Okay, let me
No,
let
explain
me,
it.
you
let me
ain't
answer
coming
like
back in the same flesh. Your
no.
flesh
Okay,
gonna change
okay,
every
you
time you
not
come back
saying it.
here.
All
Hold
right,
on,
you
let me
come
say
back with
this.
something
Let me
else.
say
That's what
this.
you saying.
Let me
But
Okay.
say
what
this, bro. Let me say this, right? Let me say this
every
because he asked a great question and I got a dope ass answer for it. Now check this out.
Yeah,
When
me
he
too.
go,
After Huey.
when he go through, right? Whoever ascended and went through, they went through at their body. This is why everybody go through at their own time because they the alpha and omega through their time. He bringing all of us with him through him. You thinking that he died? His whole world died. I died with him in his world. He took me with his world with him, and I'm there with him in his world right now.
So what I'm asking, right? At all that sounds good from the angle that you coming, but that's not the angle that I'm asking. The angle that I'm asking is when you die, are you saying you gonna come back into this lifetime as the same UEP?
Now,
And if
now,
so,
not
hold up,
into this
hold up.
lifetime, but into another
Okay, not in
body.
this
You know
lifetime,
what I'm saying?
into another
Into
body.
another
Okay,
body that
now,
with my
okay,
mind.
okay.
It's still
So
gonna look
when you
like
say
me because
not,
I'm
hold
gonna
up,
know.
that
Hold on, let me
that's two
answer.
parts,
Let me
Jules.
answer.
Okay, go ahead.
Let
Okay,
me
go ahead.
answer. It's gonna look like me and everything. It's still gonna be me, and I will still have everything with it. I got Drop over there. I got you over there. But we might be more cousins. We might be closer because we was in a mind state of building right now. If a motherfucker would come off me right now, or I would just die right now in the blink of an eye, and I was building with y'all, y'all probably would be my first family. You feel me?
Now let
Because
me ask you this, Yui. Now, are you saying that we're going to know this? Like, I'm going to know, like, damn, we on some more shit. It's kind of like this shit, this chat shit we on. And damn,
yeah,
that's my nigga UMP. I see
no,
that
We
nigga
do know
again.
it now,
yeah,
though.
Now,
yeah, you gonna know it because
Hold up. Hold up. I want y'all to build on it, but I'm just trying to get y'all to think from how I'm thinking, if y'all can. You see what I'm saying? So now watch this. If that is the case, right? So we saying right now, as we speaking, that's what I'm trying to get y'all to understand. If y'all is correct, we need to think about it like this too. So what y'all saying is still to be true, and we always existed, and this shit gonna always repeat the way y'all describing it, how it's gonna do when we die this time. So that means right now, in the last past life, we was already kicking it, us
yeah,
right now.
yeah.
So right now we living out what
Yeah, your
What
same
we
woman, your
agreed on.
same
right
That
now.
woman.
time that we agreed that we was gonna spend with each other. Like I don't explained this to them before. Like we all came through with the silver lining, right? It's a silver lining that keep everybody in. This is what you call the invisible web. This is why they use the online shit, because we are all connected. This is what the ethernet is about, because we are all sharing this space that you say that you are. The spirit that make you up your soul. I share the same thing as what I consider it is, because
Now
I
let me
will be
ask you,
out on
how
the
are
other
we
Now,
side.
connected?
You
You
feel me?
you said we all interconnected, right? That's a
Right.
very important thing to know how, right? So now let me ask y'all, how are we interconnected? Okay, we say
Let
we
me explain it
interconnected
through the silver
through
lining.
what? You
Like
said the
this.
silver line, okay.
Right, right. Check this out.
Now
You
could
know
that be
that.
like the ley lines and the magnetism
No, no,
line?
no, no. It's
Go ahead.
deeper than that. You know, like it's deeper than this. Check this out. It's like when you know that they said they tell us that it's one cell, right? That get through the egg, that make the egg up, to make the man up, right? Right. But we
Yes,
know
sir.
that sperm, all of them cells was in there, and we really made an alliance in there that one would go through, and that when you went through, that I would go through my own, and I would bring everybody through too. And when I went through my egg, I came through on my time, and I brought all y'all through. But I knew I was already in my world in here, right here with you, because you agreed in the world that we all created, that we came, that we was all gonna come out our mother through our father's tunnel. This is how we knew that we needed both to be, and that we can be either or, and we have been everything in front of us and before. That's how we know that I've been my mother and my father, my daddy, and my grandma, my mom, my papa, my mama, and my cousin, and everybody else that's around me, my big homies. This is how you able to control the souls, because you speak from the souls and you speak from the eye point view. So when somebody is around you, you got more control over them and control over what you're doing, because they don't know what you're doing and how you're operating your time and how you're moving shit around you with your mind. Because your mind is the thing that control all time, because you are in your mind. You was in all time. That's how you knew it. And we all
Now
agreed
look,
upon these things because we knew that we was coming in here and we just died and they made us go through school again. And that they was gonna make us go through 1 + 1, 9 + 2. And we knew that it was nothing but 0 through 9, and that 9 made us divine. This is the third shit that knew that we was gonna start connecting with to open up our mind. And it came through a way that we would utilize rhyme and that we would speak from the heart, and heart would be our art. And everybody knew it, that we knew it from the start. And we can never knew it was all apart, because was a part of made everybody a part to be the part of it, a part of it, a part. This is how we do it. Look, when I start doing that, y'all be like, you don't want me to start, because we knew that the start was a star. That's how we knew that we was the far star, the raw star, like the sun star, the sun behind the moon star, and the moon behind the moon star. We was everything behind that, meaning the moon and the sun ain't nothing but my eyes in my head. That's how the cosmos operate, and everything inside of me is nothing but the system. You feel me? And I'm connected to my body outside, looking at my body, having the physical experience. It's like this shit is real.
now look.
Right.
Now here's
Energy.
how you
Oh,
know.
Robbie,
I'm gonna give it right to you, bro. You know, I only need a couple seconds. Now here's how you
all right.
know your lives follow you, right? Have you ever met somebody and you be like, damn, I know you from somewhere? That was a whole different lifetime. You really do know them from somewhere. But another thing about death, your entity dies every 7 years. The whole your energy is reborn in your body. When you was 7, you was one way. When you was 14, you was another way. When you was 21, you was another way. When you was 20, 30, and so on and so on. So you keep being reborn until the flesh actually rots away. So then you have to come back and find the flesh again. So basically, you know how like Obama looked just like Akhenaten? That's because it is Akhenaten. You see how this works now. If I took a picture of you and I went back 1,000 years, I'll find your same makeup. Now, what happens is reason why it's not pinpointed to one is we multiply. You understand? So once was one of you, it's two of you. And they go in multiples to 4 to 16 to 18. And how many of your daughters, your females in your bloodline had babies? How many of the males in your bloodline busted a nut? Now, this is how you multiply. Then it becomes a family. It becomes a bloodline. It becomes a genetic movement. So now you got a lot of you. Like you is your granddad. You is your uncle. He is you. Y'all is the same chromosome. Y'all is the same energy. If it came from the same blood which that nut was busted from. You see what I'm saying? That's why most Hebrews be like, you your father's child. Because that's the only closest way we can even kind of keep an eye on the energy. So where's this energy coming from? That's why they study your whole bloodline. They know who you is before you even know. They know if you thought Moses or not, bro. They know. Because they've been keeping tabs on that. But go ahead.
Right. What I was gonna say, energy has to hear. That's why you exist. Energy has to see. Energy has to know that it exists. Because we the energy. You see what I'm saying? Energy has to see, to experience seeing. Energy has to hear to experience hearing. Because we are light and a vibration. The vibration is what we hear because we the vibration, and the light is what we see because we the light. I don't know if y'all
That's right.
understood
That's
what I just
exactly
said.
right.
Oh, that was
That's
big.
exactly right. That's exactly right. That's the whole the whole that's the whole thing, and that's all there is light and vibration. Which vibration is light. You see what I'm saying? That's what I'm trying to say. And see, when people talk about sound, see the thing about it is we got to understand it all comes from one thing. You know what I mean? And that's whatever
Right.
that thing is. But as for what we know of it to be, we call it
Right.
light, which we know is black light and white light. And we know from this black light and white light is where we get frequencies from. We know frequencies is electromagnetic waves that radiates. We know that. You see what I'm saying? And we know all matter derives from that, and we know that's what they call the atoms and all that shit. We know that's what they call it, right? And then we know that's what the plants absorb, and that's the chloroplast or field and all that shit. You see what I'm saying? And that's what we eat. So when we eat plants and stuff, we are actually eating light. So like we see light and we know light is not really there when they get to the finest molecules of it, right? They know it's the electrons, the protons, and neutrons, but they don't know how an electron is made. They don't know how a proton is made. They don't know none of this stuff. So what I'm saying at the end of the day, the stuff that we know is what they don't know. Okay. And when I say they, it's like the people that's trying to really get the truth. You know what I mean? And so the thing about it is like these things that we doing right now, they recording everything we doing and saying. So the thing about it is they are actually sitting in their labs. Like, let's see if these motherfuckers say the right shit that we need them to say for us to figure out this shit that we trying to figure out over here in this multi-billion-dollar company that we got. That's what we
And
not
that's the
realizing.
big secret.
Like the
That's the
same
big.
thing they did to us when we were slaves. They
That was
stole
the
all the ideas and all that shit from us, and they patented them shits. So we think they
look.
trying to be our friend, letting us talk on YouTube and all this shit. But the whole time they trying to see if we gonna unlock some secrets that they need to know, because they know we are the ones attached to this DNA and this so-called Akashic record, which is electromagnetic energy, which is light. People holler about Akashic records, Akashic records, Akashic records. That is light. That's all it is. That's the fucking ether. That's the Akashic records. Okay,
And
all thoughts come from ether. You know what I
That,
and
mean?
and
So
that's the big.
hey, let me say something real quick. Now I'm just saying
yeah,
something.
yeah,
Hey,
do your thing, man.
Truth, you in the back, and all the ladies, man, y'all are dropping gems in the motherfucking chat, man. One time to the ladies, man, y'all are definitely dropping gems. I'm finna share the hangout link, so y'all can come through the hangout, Truth, because all the space is out on the
No, it's only 4 people up here, Huey.
There's only 4 people up
Let me
there.
cut my. Let me
Yeah,
mute my mic
I've
because
been
my little
trying to get them to
girl,
hit that link.
she
Oh
want me.
my bad, damn. All right, cool, yeah. If y'all ladies want to come up, just let me know, man. There's some space for y'all because y'all definitely dropping gems. I would love to let y'all speak y'all voice instead of having it in the chat, because I know y'all can speak more and they can hear the vibration and that frequency more clearly. And that vibration definitely need to be out here in this ether, even though we know it's out here. But that the sound wave and your tone, each one of you have a different tone and a different deliverance, just like we do. And that's pushing out a different frequency, even though we might be speaking the same words, but your vibration and tone gonna give it another way. It's like you throwing your rock into the well, into the water well in its own way, because you control of your own ether. But we share a similar path in this ether, or a sharing, which we would call our ether, because we are all the I. You know, but who is the I that's walking around? I say, man, I tell them all the time, I'll be all the way up high. It's a different vibe. You got to know to be up high enough. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes you
Damn
have
it.
to come back down just to make everybody else feel comfortable. Because too high make no one else. It's just like the young lady said. She said she can get on here and say goo goo gaga goo goo, and y'all might think she tripping, but she trying to express something to y'all, that y'all vibration that's gonna open up something to you. You don't even know it did. You feel me? Because the way that we are speaking is not what we supposed to be utilizing. That's why I say the patois and just figuring out broken ebonics. This is the reason why we always do it. This is the reason why we use ebonics and shit like this in the hood, because we was never comfortable with speaking no one else's what they was forcing on us. We knew to break it down and say homie and shawty made it mean something else. We knew we knew how to interpret to create something that was more for us, that was ours. That, you know, the ours is ours, you know. I tell you, ours is only controlled to ours, you know, ours is ours. So that
Exactly,
What you
man.
say, it ain't what you say. It ain't what you say, it's how
It's
you
how
say
you
it.
say it.
So basically,
Hey, it's just what you were
and hold
saying,
up,
drop.
hold up,
I'm
man.
sorry,
Don't
go
do
ahead.
that
Go ahead.
too.
I ain't
Y'all be
trying to do
cutting
nothing
the
to
shit
you.
out
Go
your
ahead.
boy.
Hey, I
Now
don't
listen,
mind
if
being
I'm
quiet.
like if I'm like, I'm gonna smack him on your body, UAP, he gonna know I'm coming in peace by how I said it. Now if I'm like,
right.
I'm gonna smack your boy, and no matter what I'm saying, he can read the energy without speaking my language and be like, this motherfucker tripping. Or no, he coming in peace just by how
Or
you
he might get
presenting it.
coming in peace, even like that. He was thinking, "My boy, I ain't mad to my coin, man. I ain't thinking." Him and said, he just gotta hear what he said. Like you said something. That's why you try to think of what you saying, right? Think of what you saying in the regular way. Like if you would say, "What up, Huey P," and just say, "Oh my God, man, am I so I drop him, man?" And I say your name. We know everything that one else said, and then everything else they say their names the way a name. No matter what, you say Bruce Lee. You know what I mean? Or goddamn Chang Lao. Hearing, you know what I mean? They're gonna call him your name, but they might speak everything else in another frequency and say the name. You know, it's different
And
ways
I
that you
want to
can
say
know.
this.
That's why I
I want
wanted
to
to
say this
interject
right
too,
quick,
man, because
and
I'm guilty
I
of what
mute.
you and Drop is saying. You see what I'm saying? I'm guilty of that, of everything y'all addressing.
I
As
want.
far as like the tone and the address, even the approach. Like right now, you might consider me interrupting you and cutting you off. But you
Right.
remember I tried to cut in the
Exactly.
first time, right?
And
And I let you finish. You would talk. So respectfully, you should be like, okay, brother, talk now. But
No,
now you feel,
but no,
oh, wait,
Huey had
but wait,
cut,
wait. I don't
but
mean
I
it like
wasn't
that,
done when
Drop.
Huey started talking.
Oh,
yeah,
okay. I
nah,
see
but
what
he
you're saying.
right though.
See,
He right.
but you understand what I'm saying, though, Drop. You
Yeah,
know
I
what
know
I'm saying?
exactly what you're
I'm just
saying.
trying to just fill in right quick. But if I keep trying to fill in, like you say, how you feel like you get done, right? You like, man, every time I had to say my shit right quick and get out, and I feel like I be interrupting people and shit, right?
Right.
Now that's how I'm being put in the position to be. You see what I'm
But you
saying?
got
But
the
you
most
Because
said
mic
that at
time.
the beginning,
like
though,
he
bro.
said what he
You said that
said,
at the
because he was talking
beginning, bro.
about the
You
way
good.
people say stuff. You was talking
Y'all
about it's
good.
only 3 people on, and it was 6, and y'all were trying to get more people on, right? And it's because of me is why people probably falling off, right? So now
Nah,
he trying to, but no, hold on, wait, it
Nah,
is
bro,
though.
you tripping.
But
no, it ain't.
I
No,
know,
it
No,
ain't.
I'm just saying. What I'm saying is, I feel like I can't be overshadowing and shit. Is what I'm trying to
no,
say. You know
Nah,
what I'm
you
saying?
doing great, man. You doing great. I remember you was on old boys panel, and they was really like interrupting. You couldn't get nothing off, but it ain't like that up here, man. We good.
you good, bro. And not only that, you said that at the beginning. Not only that, you was like, bro, this is just how I am. I hope y'all don't feel like I am, and you put that on point. So
Right, and I'm glad you remember that. Right,
yeah, man,
okay.
I don't forget nothing, bro. We knew that before that. We already done experienced this time before. We already know this. It's just like
But I want to get better at it though, you and P, because like what I'm saying is right. It's like what use of having a whole bunch of shit to teach somebody, but you can't address them in the right way to where they willing to hear it. Is what I'm saying.
well,
And the
So
I
secret
that
to that,
I'm trying to
hey, the
develop
secret to
that
that,
part,
hey, we
huh?
are working in
the,
progress, bro. We
the
are
secret to that.
progress, bro.
Listen, when you got people like us, that's like, I'm belligerent my damn self. You gotta have like one-on-ones or like 3 people.
Right.
Once
Yeah,
you
sure.
got
Right.
like a bunch of alpha males up, everybody gonna be biting their tongue like, man, I'm trying to say this because it's
Exactly.
just in us so bad to want to say it. But I wanted
Exactly.
to address a mic drop that you did, and you just exposed the Freemason secret. Their secret is what we know, what they know, we know, but they not gonna tell us that we know the right thing. So that's the only secret. We know exactly what they know.
You know what
Exactly.
the secret
And their
is?
secret is not telling us that we know what they know.
Because
That's
you know
what's going
why?
on.
You telling yourself and you giving it outside of yourself for somebody else to confirm. You know what I mean? It ain't no one else for you to confirm. You confirm within yourself when you came through the portal. You came through the
Exactly.
tunnel. You didn't need
And you
nobody
can't get the
confirmation.
answers unless you ask the question, you see Masons operate and like us people with wisdom, except for me, I have more I tend to just volunteer more than I should, right? But technically how knowledge goes is that you don't tell what don't get asked. If you
Right.
don't ask me the right question, you ain't gonna get the right answer. You see what I'm saying? I'm not gonna volunteer. Like when you but depending on the questions that you ask is what dictates the answers that I'm gonna give you. The reason why I come onto this panel is because the thing that y'all talking about let me know that y'all seeking of an area of knowledge that I possess. So
That's
that's why I come on. You see what I'm saying? To elevate it. But the thing about it is, what happens is many people feel like the knowledge that they have is damn near all it is to have. So therefore, they don't see when someone has maybe 100 more times what they need. Not saying that I might have one thing that would multiply what you have by 100 times. Is what I'm saying. Not that all my information that trumps yours. No, I may have that one piece
that actually interconnects all of yours versus it being scattered. It could be one comprehensive thing. It's like one picture speaking 1,000 words is what I'm saying. Instead of having to read 1,000 words, it's like, okay, this right here is all this shit. So I don't have to worry about everything else. So I can freestyle at any time. So when anybody come up about anything, you know it's gonna go right back to this. That's what I'm saying. And once you got that, you become one with the source.
You are the source.
Only if you know it.
Yep.
Okay? Because everybody has a soul, you. In the panel, in the audience, everyone has a soul. Let's not get that twisted. But it's rare that a person realizes that they are the soul. Now, once you realize you are the soul, that's when you can interact with the source, the spirit. But if you never realize that you're the soul, you will never get to that point, is what I'm saying.
So basically, spirituality.
Exactly. Which all things is spirituality when you look at that, what the essence of spirituality is, Mr. Drop. And because spirit is the breath. When you know the origin of spirit means breath. And we know that shit always gonna lead right back to energy again. Yep. Energy and spirit is synonyms. So we have to learn how to understand that they gave us a whole bunch of different words that mean the same shit. Like they gave these people a whole bunch of religions that mean the same fucking thing. But if you in narrow-mindedness that they speak of, where you blind, you gonna get blind to one direction. When you in the middle, you had a capacity. Well, actually, when you're middle, that when you say middle, that means the peak. Okay. That means the middle elevates above the circumference. All right. So when people say middle, it's not like you got a flat plane, right? And then the middle is just flat along with the rest of the shit. No, the nucleus, the middle rises above. It turns into a substance. It rises. That's how you can see the whole circumference, the whole parameter. You feel me? So that's the yoke. Anyway, I don't want to keep on going, man. Let me listen to this slide. I'm trying to get her etiquette.
But it rides above the waters, though. Just like Energy said, it's all come from bodies of water. Without water, you die. It's as simple as that.
And that's what you do, right?
Eating. Right. You can go without eating way longer. You can go without water. You have abundance.
I thought you was referring that to like being in your mama belly, right? Because you rise above water in your mama belly too. You see what I'm saying? And that's the water that you own. Oh, you know what? I wanted to point something out to you guys. How many of y'all actually realize that the earth is the placenta?
The cosmic egg, I can say that.
The earth is the placenta.
Yes.
Because the placenta does what? The placenta was giving you nourishment, right? Giving you everything that you needed to survive.
So you saying we in our bag now?
Exactly. Like you always say, like we absolutely know.
Not bring me to say this, Huey, and I'm gonna give it right to you. Now, when he says the placenta and all that, this is why they doing the lotus birth thing, and they're keeping the placenta attached to the mother. I mean, attached to the baby. After the baby born, until the placenta dry all the way out. And it says it's giving the baby so much more nutrients, so much more natural stuff. Now what the hospitals want to do is cut that placenta, take it, freeze it, and then do research with it and make all kind of other things. This is why they taking the placenta. Reality, they supposed to be giving you 10,000 for that placenta. Say, man, I'm taking my placenta home. You don't understand what I'm saying? Throw it away yourself. Because the money they're making off of it, sort of like that Henrietta Lack shit, they're finding different cells and different type. Never mind that part. But the placenta, like he said, it holds all the natural shit. And they trying to cut it from the woman as soon as the baby born, but you're supposed to keep it on at least a week. At least. And you'll see the whole difference in your baby. It won't need vaccinated. It won't need none of that stuff. It's going to be naturally just Iron Man, you dig what I'm saying? But look up Lotus birth, man. Y'all see what I'm talking about.
Do y'all know that the word biblical, that you can't even just look up the word biblical?
Did that shit come up to be biblical?
So like umbilical.
Goddamn right, you drop.
Damn, that's deep. That's
The
deep.
fucking Bible is the fucking umbilical instructions, basically, man. It's teaching you about us, your birth, the you. That's all it's really fucking saying. The same shit that we know. And when you look at these goddamn words, man, that's in this supposed to be white man book, which is the dumbest shit I ever heard, you'll realize it's a science book.
And you gotta realize black people wrote it. People don't even understand,
Exactly.
man. If it was all black people, that's who wrote it. If they said this happened to Jesus,
Black people.
that's who did it to him. It was the
Exactly,
first.
man.
But when they say the umbilical, it brought this spark to my brain. They say you created in your mama's stomach, so that would be your heaven. That
Ain't no
would be
black
your God. That's where you were created at. And then in biblical court, just seemed like that's the information they trying to tell us. But go ahead.
Truth,
Exactly.
you on? Truth, you should be there, bro.
That's exactly right, brother.
Truth, you can't talk.
But it's
We
just like
just can't hear him. It's something you
he
did last
probably got
time
to
with
go in and out if he
they had to hear me.
trying to talk.
If he on a
Yeah, man.
hangout somewhere.
It's all right in your face,
Oh,
man. All of it. You know, it's
he
all
on,
the same thing,
he
man. You
on,
know
But
what
I
I
can
mean?
drop out too, man. Who trying to get up here? I can just drop out. You know, understand me? How many people up here? 6?
no, ain't number 5 on it. Truth just got, I put Truth in, but he said his mic ain't working.
Oh, truth. He got to unbuckle his seatbelt. We even got inside jokes, man. We really be rocking with each other. That shit crazy.
Yeah, man. I don't really ride like that, man. I be honest, man. I'm like more like a straightforward type dude. I just be like to just drop some songs and I hear some shit that I know I can like stretch to make 10 times more understandable. You know what I'm saying? To add a bunch of layers on top of what you're saying. That's why I like to cut in. Like, ooh, I wonder if he catch this going on with what he said. You know what I mean? 'Cause I don't lose my thought. You see what I'm saying? Like, if you want to cut me off, hold up, man. I want to ask you a question about what you just said right quick. I love it. You see what I'm saying? But most people don't think like that. They don't speak, they don't communicate like that, not think like that. They don't communicate like that. You know what I mean? It's
And
like, nah, nigga, I'm expecting you to cut me off, to ask, to quiz me on what the fuck I'm saying before I finish saying it, nigga. You know what I'm saying?
only
But
time I like cutting somebody off is when I see the narrative about to change and it won't have nothing to do with what I'm about to say. So when I see him going somewhere else, I'll be like, hold up. So and then because
and
sometimes
see,
that
my
narrative
thing
will
is,
change.
brother, is that I can hear that, like,
Can
they
y'all hear
make
me
they,
now?
Yeah,
Yeah.
we
I
hear
can
you,
hear you
Truth.
talking.
Man, you put your seatbelt on, nigga. What's up?
That's
What's
what's
good,
up,
y'all,
man.
man? How y'all brothers feeling, man?
Doing great,
Yep.
bro. Doing great.
Man.
That's what's up. Y'all brothers going in, because y'all took the words right out my mouth. I was finna say, if you try to keep the placenta attached to the baby and shit, when the baby born, them motherfuckers will send you through a loophole of motherfucking paperwork and shit trying to get that placenta because of the baby's supposed to stay on that motherfucker until it run dry. Like, uncutting the baby off like that. That's why some babies be born with colds and shit like that, and some bronchitis and stuff, because like you cutting it off from its source of nutrients and shit. But y'all brothers going deep. I'm gonna mute the mic and finish listening.
Yeah, the main thing that happened is that yellow jaundice shit. The eyes get yellow. You know what I'm saying? That'd be the main thing that happened when they cut that umbilical cord. But what would you saying?
See, man, when you really look at
Yeah.
it too, man,
Hit on
it's like,
something, bro. Is that you think that's what pardon me, God? You think that's where we get the sickle cell defect from?
Yeah, real talk. I believe so, because like he was saying, like I remember like it's some shit like with the nose, like if the nose is too yellow, they want to send the baby under these UV lights and shit like that for the cellular structure, some shit like that. Like, yeah, when it's just like a plant, bro.
oh wow, I see what he's saying. It's like they put them under the UV light, see y'all, because you got to understand that's electromagnetic radiation. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And so they put them under the UV lights to finish the fucking the process that's supposed to be natural.
Exactly.
Yeah, through the placenta. Yeah, they genetically modifying your baby and shit.
Shock therapy. That's the shock therapy, so you don't get your memory, and then your memory go out.
You know what? That's artificial information, man.
Because light is information, right? And if
you
they put
said
a false light on it, that's artificial fucking information, man.
Yeah, they
so
feeding the baby
basically,
artificial
They putting the light.
information with them UV lights.
Yes.
so basically, if you lead a baby to the placenta, right? Not only is it giving it extra nutrients and stuff, it's probably sucking all that consciousness,
Memory
all
and
that
Yeah.
your
everything.
lies
Memory
But
and
before,
see,
everything.
right? The whole thing.
another thing is though too, you know, the mother health have to be like in perfect conditions too for that baby to be able to get what it fully needs at that placenta. Because if the mother is eating bad food and sodas and shit and all that, you know, all that shit is in the placenta too. So it's like that's a source of nutrients. But if the nutrients is deficient up in this shit, you might as well go and cut the umbilical cord and shit, because you're doing more damage than good if your body ain't properly prepared and shit, you know, through the nutrient source that the baby needs and shit. So, you know, man, when the ladies is pregnant, you know, like me, myself, person, like, I'll walk up and tell her quick, like, sweetheart, put that pork down. You don't need that, man. Pick up these greens right here.
Hey,
You
bro,
feel me?
hold on,
Like
bro.
feed that baby
Hold on,
right.
bro. You just went deep, bro. You just made me think of this now, because this is how our conscious, see, our conscious right now, we building and we sharing our memory now. So right now, what we know is, right, this is how we knew that they was gonna force us to eat shit that we weren't supposed to, because like you was born into a bad seed. You might come in through a bad seed, but people were still eating this shit that you in. Your mind was still woken, but you know what I'm saying, you was trying to find a better vessel to get in, but you just can only come through your vessel that you can come through. So it's only about the awakeness of that you can awaken your mama and shit like that up. You gotta have your mama awoken and shit like that, or your girl to be awoken, so you can't see that can be awakened. So this
You know
is
what?
why
You
it's
know
important
what?
for that.
It's a filtering system too, though. You see what I'm saying? I understand what y'all saying, but
Huey,
the filter too, though, right?
I'm gonna give you a better analogy that can like basically like break it down, right? Like I used to always tell motherfuckers and shit, like with certain like me, I won't eat a fruit or vegetable that don't have seeds up in it. You feel me? And then some people be like, well, you know, it was born from a seed, but like I tell them, you know, that seed been contaminated since birth. Ain't no way in hell you growing a fruit or a vegetable from a seed and it's grown without seeds. How can it reproduce? So that seed has been contaminated at birth. So basically, like if a woman is polluting her body while she's pregnant, she's contaminating that seed before the birth of the seed and shit. You feel me? The baby. So the baby is coming out contaminated because of the shit that's going in it. Why is inside other mothers? Just like, you know, most of us is like 80s babies. Some might even be 70s babies. But, you know, like we call that, like I always tell motherfuckers, my mom wasn't no crackhead, but I always tell them I'm a crack baby. I come from the crack era. You know, man, them babies coming out in shock, shaking, and seizures and shit like that because it was being fed that crack through the placenta and shit, or whatever fucking drugs they was on. So, you know, that you got to make sure that seed is as pure as possible for that baby to thrive the way that it's meant to thrive, you know, or it'll be just like a GMO seed. It's going to be contaminated with birth, and it's not going to be able to produce naturally like how it's supposed to. And I don't mean produce like making babies and shit, that as well too, but like produce the energy that it's putting out into this world. It's contaminated because, you know, you done put shit in a body that's blocking off its conscience. So it took it a while for its conscience to form in the later vessels. Like a lot of us didn't start coming into the knowledge until we got older. You know, we weren't like this when we was kids and shit. And that ain't no disrespect to none of us, because I'm even
I think we was though, bro. I think we were always like this, bro. Because I know I was, bro. I was always like this. Everybody, I always been like this. I remember when my homies, I remember when I was about like 11, 12, my homies first started smoking. I'm like, man, y'all niggas smoking? Y'all on TV. Like all my homies are on TV and shit. I'm like, y'all ain't on TV, y'all blowing? That's crazy, man. Y'all niggas throwing.
But you know what? You know what though, Huey? All that is that no matter what, that shit is up in us regardless, but it's up to us to depollute our mind and our body to be able for it to open it up. So you right about that as well,
but you knew you had to go through something. This is why
that's
the
right.
conscience here.
You got to detox
here.
yourself.
Listen,
That's where the balance come in at.
This is why it's so important to really stand on this, right? Because once you know that you are everything and everything, then you start remember, okay, I put that there for me. I remember that. You weren't gonna put yourself through nothing that you couldn't get through, but you was gonna have to go through something.
Right.
So
But just like the sister,
you had all these memories of things that you went through, so they was going to occur. You just can be you can be at a certain point and you can make a decision, left or right.
Now that's understanding who the I is too, Rui. Now when you understand who the I is, you can actually live in that essence. You see what I'm saying? See, because that's why people get worried, they worry and they stress and they all this kind of shit. But you understand, like, damn, this was already in my path. And so therefore it's a solution in my path too. So let me focus on how I'm finna maneuver around this shit so I can become a master of my path, my craft. You see what I'm saying? Which is you.
Hey,
the craft is you.
can I just butt in just for 2 seconds real quick? Because I gotta clarify something too about something somebody said in the chat, because they absolutely right as well. It don't all just fall on a woman, it fall on a man too, because when you think about it, like right now, if I want to grow a plant, the earth is the woman. That's where I'm putting the seed into the darkness for us to form it. But you know, when it comes to making babies, the seed is in the man and it goes into the woman, into the womb. So the man got to make sure that his body is also naturally fit to produce that baby as well. Because the woman can be fully natural, but if it's coming in, if it's being ejected with a contaminated seed, now you have a natural order of fighting with diluted order inside of the body to see who's gonna win. And normally the woman natural order is gonna always win, but that remnants of that pollution from the male source that came in can also weigh in on the outcome on the baby thinking and will.
Hey, bro, do you think that's why some babies might die when they're born because of the man's contaminated seed, like you saying, versus something was wrong with the woman? You see what I'm saying?
Yeah,
or
it
if a
goes both
woman that
ways.
die, you know what I mean? When she have a baby and the baby live because the contaminated seed like transferred the disease and poison from the man to the woman versus the baby like skipped over or some shit. Wow, man.
You absolutely right, bro. And it go both ways with that too. You know, a contaminated seed can cause a harmful effect not only on the baby, but also inside of the woman that's holding that contaminated seed. But a contaminated womb can do the same thing as well. So, you know, like I always tell people, it's a balance with everything. Like, you know, sometimes, you know, you have situations where people try to put the woman on a high pedestal or the man on a high pedestal. And like I told them, you know, we share this pedestal. We are a 50-50 balance. When it is balanced inside of the household with a male and a female, and that balance is in natural order of 50-50, nobody is above each other. We all play an integral part into this thing of life and shit and development. That baby is in the most desirable climate to produce and be all they can be. But when the environment is reckless and harsh and shit, you know, you can see it in the plants. You know, it stunts their growth. You feel me? So it goes both ways. It's a natural order of things. And that's how it always been. It's a 50-50. Nobody is more better than the other. We are on an equal playing field. And it's always supposed to be equal. It's just somewhere along the lines, you know, the masculinity kind of took over. Sometimes the feminine to take over in certain households. And you can see the effects of it in the kids. Like, I done been in houses where you have a dominant ass woman and a weak ass man, and you see it playing in the kids on how they develop and growing up. And you can see the same way when you got a dominant ass man and a weak woman, and that man is walking all up on her. It plays a part in the kid because you can tell by how the female is raised up and how the male reacts when they raised up. And then sometimes you just have a situation where those kids see that shit and they instantly know that that's wrong, and they depollute themselves, and they able to come up out of that untouched, you know. But for the most part, that's not the case. And you see it in the world today. Like, man, you see these kids, you know, I look on Facebook and shit, I be seeing little niggas smacking this shit out of women and shit like that. Like, that shit ain't cool. And then you see shit where the women is more fucking masculine than the men. That shit ain't cool. It has to be a balance in order for this thing to work the way it's supposed to. And right now, we are all out of balance and all out of order. You can look around this whole world and see it. especially here in America. You know, I mean, this is basically like I be getting them brothers when they be like, "This is Babylon." I see why, because the things that go on in America, you know, it relates to the story of Babylon, so I can understand that. And that just comes because we out of balance and we out of order, and it's time for us to just start, you know, individually. We, you know, I think our problem sometimes is that we be so frustrated because we see it and we wonder like, damn, how other people can't see it, and we want the awakening to happen on a large scale. But when it happened one person at a time, it trickled down to the next person.
I
Like
can go right now, babe.
you know, if I can
Right now.
influence one person out of
Yeah.
100, I know I did my job.
No, I'm talking about,
You
you
know,
want the
but
drink,
And
ice cream, and all that.
the
I got
mic
it, bro.
drop you gave on truth was
No, I'm
this.
talking about
That hey,
so
hold
you
up, bro.
want a main
The
I can
mic.
go get it right now.
Yeah, you can go get it, bro. Now look, the
Said close at 5, right?
I just be kicking it, man. Now listen, when you said that goddamn plant, like if you got plants in your house and the structure in your house ain't right, you at uproar with baby. Y'all sitting there bickering about dumb shit and shit. Your plants will literally start dying on you. And then when you
mm-hmm.
fill that house up with love, they just start blossoming. And that's just nature telling you chill out. You dig what I'm saying? But on another thing, on the conditioning of the seed, like a tamper seed, this, that, and the third, eating good and having your chemistry right in your body, that's for the flesh. Now, if you at your lower self when you had that baby, it's gonna be a lower self of you. If you at your higher self when you had the baby gonna be at the higher self. It's what frame of spirit and mind you in as well as hers. So if she all stressed out and stuff, when she had the baby gonna be born stressed out. If she happy in life, motivated, confident, and you happy in life, motivated, confident, you're gonna have a confident child. But go ahead.
Yeah, but too
Damn, what the
because
fuck is
it's
who got the elevator
magnifying.
music?
It's magnifying your biomagnetic field. You see what I'm saying? Like you strengthen it, you fortifying it. So when it's like say fortify your walls and stuff like that, they're talking about your magnetic field, your magnetic biofield, because that's what's keeping the negative energies out. You see what I'm saying? Your biofield around you is keeping energies out. And I don't know if you guys ever consider either the fact that if we understand that the real self, the real I is our soul or whatever, right? And is inside of our body. The real us has never actually touched anything. You know what I mean? It has never been outside at all. Like everything that you have is inside of something. You see what I'm saying? Like your
Mm-hmm.
blood, the blood is inside the veins is inside of this, and this is inside of that. Nothing actually is outside of anything. You see what I'm saying? That's why you always
But
lose when you
bruh,
look outside. You know what I'm
Right.
saying?
Yeah, that was
Everything is
deep,
inside
bro.
of something, you know?
That was a mic drop,
except
man.
breath.
Yes, sir.
But I guess the breath is inside the
Exactly,
plane.
bro. It's inside
So the
everything,
breath
drop.
is, yeah.
Everything inside
So
of
ain't no
everything. Nothing
so
outside
ain't
of
no
nothing.
ain't getting outside the box. You can
That
think
part.
outside of it, but you can't stand outside of
It,
it.
Well, you know this.
like
You
when
know,
you think when you outside the box and when you know you are the box.
can
You
y'all
see what I'm
still hear me?
saying?
Y'all can still
Good.
hear me? Oh,
Yeah, we
okay.
hear you.
No, well, you know, man, one thing that you know, man, a lot of people be missing too, like as far as like these books, you know, as far as like the Bible, the Quran, and all that shit. The one thing that they miss is that they tell you that the physical form is the worst form of life. You feel me? This physical is hell. Hell is not no place with no fire and no nigga with no horns and fucking a pitchfork ready to poke in your ass and shit. Like, no, nigga, this is hell. This is the worst form of life. So everybody has something that they have to accomplish on this while they in this physical form before they can move on to that next realm. You feel me? If you don't get it right before you leave, before your time is up in this vessel, you will come back and have to do this shit over again and over again and over again until you get it right. That's why you have situations of people be like, oh, deja vu, because they remember that shit in their past life. It just hit them because it's like you don't go around remembering your past life and shit. But when certain things happen, it sparks a buzz up in you because, you know, like we always say, and, you know, we always know everything from the past passed down through the genes and shit until the baby. So that's why you have the situation with like how certain people correspond with other people and shit because what was done, like everything that was done to their ancestors is passed down. And you never know, you might have been one of them ancestors that you actually speaking about, so you got to get it right. That's why I go through this earth like, man, man, I'm cool with everybody. As long as you don't cross that line and shit, we Gucci. But like I got a saying, you cross that line, I'm gonna give you a warning. If your ass don't heed that warning, my nigga, and that goes for anybody. This is a general statement, but this is how I live. If your ass don't heed that warning once you cross that line, nigga, it's God's will. They be like, what's God's will? Nigga, step your other foot over that line, nigga, you gonna find out what God's will is. Nigga, it's gonna be God's will on motherfucker. Who the fuck lead this motherfucker undamaged?
See,
So
man, people, and just like addressing what you're saying though, man, on that kind of tip about like everybody having that killer side of them. You know what I mean? That's what people don't understand. Like that's actually who we are as a person. See, we get it confused. When you look up the word demon and all that kind of shit and really look at what it means and all this shit, you'll be like, man, what the fuck? How in the fuck demon lead back to spirit and energy some kind of way and shit like that and genius and what the fuck going on? You know what I'm saying? So all of it is
But
really just a big trick, man.
let me
Real
say
talk.
something right quick. I've been sitting back for a while, but we all talk about repeating and coming back or going to another level or not coming back here or being in the physical is the worst. But the thing about it is, when you say you're going to that next level, and what state will you be in that next level? You still be in the physical state, but there's different things around you or different type of physical characteristics. But I'm saying, in order for anything to exist, the physical always has to exist. Because if you're saying only spiritual, then were you thinking of a realm where spiritual spirits live? I mean,
Nah, bro.
you
Nah,
have to, the physical and the spirit has to go together. So, in the next
man,
level, you say you're going to, it's still going to be a physical experience.
nah, I agree. Nah, hold on. Let me clarify because I don't want nobody think I'm speaking on some pseudo science ass shit. The thing is, you're right. The physical form that we in right now, everything in life is just like a kid. It's steps that prepare you to the next level. Like when you a kid, once you get, at a certain age, you're supposed to be carrying yourself in a level that's ready to progress on to the next step. Like when you turn 18, then when you turn 21, then when you at 25. So it's steps through life. So everything that we going through as far as like life and like what we in right now is really a learning step for us to be able to master, becoming into the real way that we supposed to be living, so that when we go on to that next step, we're prepared to be able to walk through that step so that we can learn the lessons that we get in there. Now, honestly, I don't know what that is, and I'm not gonna sit here and give out no whole speech about well, it's this and that, because I don't know. So it's really just all my interpretation, and that's just my personal belief. But when I look at like the studying that I did and the research, no matter what part of this planet that you was at, they all speak of a next realm. You feel me?
Yeah.
But you got to be prepared to go to that next realm. So if you're not prepared, you're not going to be able to get up in that next realm. You gotta finish the steps because this is the first step. We got to finish the steps that we got to do here first. So it's just like in school. Like if you're in the 5th grade and shit, and you got badass grades and shit, they not finna pass you on. They gonna make you come back and do that shit till you get right, because they feel that you're not properly prepared to move on to that next level in school. So they don't want to put you.
So I wasn't disagreeing with you on that point. I was just saying like a lot of people talk about the spiritual realm and you are not you really you, but see, the thing is, it's impossible to separate the spirit from the physical.
Okay, I see you still kind of like addressing it like the front angle that I was kind of trying to give it. Yeah, you right though, brother. Hey, you absolutely right by what you're saying. Just like the other guy just said, you know what I'm saying? I think you're the truth. But the thing about it is, right? It's just like what you're saying, right? So I'm not trying to like fuck your head up and confuse you and make you psychotic, right? Thinking like, damn, this nigga talking about matter don't matter and shit. No, bro. Okay.
No, I was talking about that. Even if you talk about matter, it's still a physical thing.
Yeah. I'm following exactly what you're saying. Well, all I'm trying to get you to understand, right, is that Like the things that you consider matter, right, is because you are able to touch it, right? You know, it's because of our senses, right? The sense of touch, taste, smell.
Right,
That's why we
right,
know what everything that we know to be exists because of our five senses. When you
right,
think about what the five senses actually are, it's electrochemical signals, electromagnetic chemical signals that transfer through your dendrites and axioms and all that bullshit that go through your body, right? You know, and your
Hmm.
neurons and all that. It's
It's
Right.
still
electrical
physical.
signals. You know what I mean?
It's still
So
physical.
right off the bat, yeah, it's still physical. So again, I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just trying to show you how I'm trying to correlate it to where you can understand that yes, you're right, right? And I'm not disagreeing with you at all. But I'm just trying to get you the big picture of what's actually going on, what makes it be what you're saying it is, which is not actually what you saying it is. That's just what we call it. We call it matter, but the shit is invisible. Because the why we see and feel and touch and taste is because it's electromagnetic signals, chemicals, right? Not matter is a chemical. You see what I'm
Hmm.
saying? That's
Right.
made up of shit that don't even exist, so to speak,
but
right? They give
the
us the
chemical would be
idea.
matter though.
No, no. See,
Exactly. The
we see.
chemical is
Let,
the
let me
density of ether. You see what I'm saying? The chemical is the
let me
prana,
simplify.
it's the plasma. You
I'm gonna
see, it's
simplify it
still
to
light,
saying,
liquid
But
light.
that's matter though. Go ahead, Black
but
Yeah,
brother.
let
it
me,
is
That's
matter.
matter though.
Yes,
I'm
yes.
what I'm saying. Let me just simplify it and say what I'm saying. We're saying the same thing, but you want to take it into
Exactly.
the terminologies or whatever it may be.
That's
But the thing
all.
is, what I'm saying, when you go back to the basics, say the one and zero, whatever it is,
Right.
the physical and the spirit are the same because they together in order to exist. Because if the spirit is just a spirit, then it can't experience the physical is the experience. The
So
physical
let me ask
experience.
you a question. Why do you think I'm disagreeing with you? Like
Now, I
what
just
you
I don't
just
think you
said.
did. He said
What am I
no. He said
saying?
Nah,
y'all
he
agree.
never said. Yeah, he's never said
No, he
y'all
said y'all
disagreed.
agree. He
Oh,
said
okay,
you
okay.
said
I
it
just want to make sure.
eloquently.
Okay, I just want to
No,
make
if he
sure.
would
I
Okay,
have
said
I agree
finessed
with
it,
it.
the
hey,
same
listen right quick. If he would have finessed it, he would have said, "You saying what I'm saying, but you said it real eloquently." But what he ended up saying
Oh, okay,
was
okay. I just
one of
make
Yeah,
sure that
he
he
just
just.
basically.
I was
scientific
like, damn,
words,
cause I
right?
finna go explain again. Like, yeah, bro, I
Nah, he said
agree, and
you.
blah blah blah.
Nah, he
Like,
just said you
you know.
basically broke it down in the proper terminology. Y'all
Oh,
saying
okay,
the same. Y'all
okay.
saying the same thing. And he right though. The physical and the spirit is connected. Because how do it's a feeling. The thing is, a lot of stuff that we speak on, they hid it so well to the point where we can't go be like, ha, nigga, this the proof right here. We got it. They hid that. So a lot of times it's something that you feel in yourself, bro. You know it. Like it's like an intuition. You know how they say
Yeah.
like a mother's intuition? Nigga, it's a spiritual intuition where like, hey man, it's something more to this.
And they
And
really
it's
call
and
it the psyche, brother. That's what they
yeah,
call it. The
yeah,
mind, man. That
and
shit.
it's connected because like me, like real shit, man. I ain't gonna know what I don't know what it is and how I always been like that since a kid, bro. I tell people I vibe. I'm a viber. I'm a vibrant person. I vibe. I move on vibes. I can walk in a room and pick up every motherfucker vibe in that room, and I know like I ain't fucking with them. They cool. They all right. I gotta fill them out a little more. They blocking their vibe a little bit, but I feel a little bit. It seemed cool. I always been like that, and I'm good. I'm like 9 for 10 with that shit. And what that is that's just my physical and my spirit together. That's just tapping in on the senses. Like hey, protect your spirit, but also protect your physical too. Cause
That's right.
you moving through a room, and man, I ain't gonna lie, man. Like I'm pretty sure a lot of y'all brothers did too as well. Man, I grew up in a location where like, man, I'm moving through a motherfucking. It's almost like you moving through a city full of fucking wolves and shit and sheep clothing. So
That's
it's
right.
like you gotta know how to read people where I'm from, and that shit be life or death. I mean,
That's
not
right.
no more. Niggas is grown now, so we
Hey
ain't
man,
looking
you made
past
me
that.
think about a better clarification than some of what dude's saying because yeah, man, you're right, absolutely right about the matter and the spirit, right? And even more, like you need your body, even like Drop was saying, like you need your motherfucking body, you know what I mean, to navigate through this shit, and it is matter at the end of the motherfucking day, right? But when you know, yeah, you matter and all, and you're a human body and all, but you know that the operator inside your human body is your soul. That's the difference. You see what I'm saying? So it's like,
Yeah.
okay, I'm making these moves, but I'm making these moves based on what my soul telling me to do, based on what my spirit want, which is whatever
Mm.
spirit that you decide to follow. You see what I'm saying?
But your
But
soul,
most people
the
don't know
spirit
that
move.
part. You know what I mean? They don't think about
But look
like,
at it
damn,
like
it's my
this.
soul controlling my
Here's
body.
here.
It's like you the servant for your motherfucking spirit, dog.
Look,
When they talk
look
about
at
that
it.
slave shit, you the slave for your spirit, the flesh, the body
Now look,
is. Go ahead,
now,
bro.
now look at it like this. You will not even be able to see a soul or a spirit if it don't attach to a body. It would be invisible. So it's
Mm-hmm.
basically a reflection of the soul, or it's something that's moving around, so you can actually see its existence. Because if
Mm-hmm.
there's
The
no
spirit is,
body,
right? Is that what you're saying? The
yeah,
spirit, the soul is, right? Is a
spirit and
reflection. The
Wi-
soul,
body, yeah,
Without the
right?
the
body,
body is
Because
a reflection of it. Is
yeah,
that what you're saying, right?
right,
Yeah,
yeah,
that's
yeah.
yeah,
Without
absolutely
the
right. That's
body,
absolutely
it
right.
has no vessel.
Exactly.
yeah.
See,
Exactly.
It
like,
Without
has no.
the soul can
Never
experience.
mind.
Exactly.
right.
That's absolutely right.
It's
Because
like,
because we know. Go ahead.
no, my bad. I was just gonna say, like I speak on the things I speak on as far as like vibing, do unto others as you want done unto you, and
That's
karma and
right.
shit like that. And it's based off personal experience. One thing that I learned this shit as a kid, bro. This is what started me on some old. I'm gonna move how I want to. How I'm gonna move through this realm like how I want motherfuckers to move with me. Because every time I used to do some fuck shit as a kid, bro, I shit you not. It was like karma. Didn't wait no week or 2 weeks or no months later. It was like damn near the same day or a couple of days later. Every time I did some fuck shit, bro, for some reason out the blue when I was a shorty, my brother had just beat my ass out the blue for no fucking reason. I never understood. I was like, damn, man, what this nigga, a hater or some shit? But it always seems to happen when I did some fuck street outside, some fuck shit outside that. Like if I went around on some bully shit. Sure enough, that day or a couple of days later, out the blue, my brother just beat my ass for no reason. So when I stopped doing that shit kind of went away. And when I noticed that, I was like, well, damn, karma is real. So let me move like this. So then I started tapping into, how I gotta start reading people and shit like that. And and that's why I say, like when I said that statement earlier and shit about, once I give you that warning, it's God's will. Because when I looked at the situation on, when I went through that shit that I went through, I was like, it was God's will. You feel me? I went out there, did some fuck shit, so some fuck shit happened to me. But that's just my personal experience. You feel me?
But as a general rule, and they call that what the law of reciprocity and all that, the law of cause and effect. You know what I mean? And which all still boil back down to energy again. You know what I mean? It's like, and once people understand that, like, even though you know how they say you could fight karma or you could fight you could defeat death and shit like that. You know what I mean? It's like once you understand how this shit really work, you can manipulate it. I don't give a fuck what you do. You know what I mean? Because that's why some people do fuck shit to people and they always be blessed and don't know karma ever come back to their motherfucking ass. It's like, man, you even the motherfucker I know, how the fuck you get rich out of all people? You know what I'm saying? So it's just all about knowing what you want. You see what I'm saying? Just it's either you're gonna be a predator or a prey in life, right? And you're gonna be either one by default. You see what I'm saying? Some
No,
people
look,
just
when they
naturally aggressive. You
listen,
see what I'm saying? Some people just naturally just docile and shit. You know what I mean?
them
You
people,
know,
them
go ahead.
people that get blessed like that, it's still karma attacking them. Now, listen, they actually need all them things to feel like somebody, right? They
No, no,
don't be happy.
I'm not denying none of
No,
that,
I ain't talking
Mr.
about
Drop.
you. I ain't talking about you.
Okay,
I'm
yeah.
saying on them people that it look good on the outside, inside they stress the fuck out, man. It's gonna always level out to even. I don't care how it look on the outside. Then you can have somebody with really no money, happier than LeBron James, happier than anybody you ever met. They just so
Exactly.
resonated with
And that's
themselves.
my main point too. Like it's all about both
Fuck
sides.
your
You
brother.
see what I'm saying? Everything always have a flip flop to it. Have y'all ever considered the fact that I know y'all have, and I know y'all notice the shit. 'Cause I think I heard y'all talk about it before. That you can see the sun and the moon at the same fucking time. You know what I mean?
Right.
Anybody ever considered why?
Yeah, I see it every day out here in Cali, bro. I
You know the
mean,
I
reason
shit.
think
why
it's
though,
more
bro?
than one moon. But
The
go ahead.
sun,
Check this out. The
can
real
y'all hear me?
reason why we know that we are
Yeah,
on the
we hear you.
what we call like the infinity symbol, right? You know what I'm saying? Like we know how we be talking about the center point and all that. So you know how the shit go down and it crosses and then it go and make another circle. right? So
Right.
we are getting to the cusp of the fucking the polarity point. You see what I'm saying? Where the shit about to like it's like a middle of the number 8, like in the middle of the shit, like the sun and the moon is like on each line. You see what I'm saying? And so like we on the narrow part of the motherfucker, and that's why we can see the shit, fellas. You see what I'm
So
saying?
you
So we
saying the
are
line
actually
is across?
exactly. So we about to cross over. So that's why the polarities is going to shift. You see what I'm saying? So now instead of the sun being above the motherfucking moon, the moon gonna start rotating above the sun now. That's how it's gonna be. It's a cross in energy. It's a flip in the fucking polarity. So you know what a polarity is, right? Like I mean that shit go from negative and then it go to positive on the other side. You see what I'm saying? So it's like that's what it's doing. It's about to flip. That's what they mean by polarity shift.
They ice
And
skating.
yes, left and right. It's my turn, your turn, my turn, your turn. Like when you live and you die, whenever you wake up again, it ain't like you gonna come right back to this motherfucker. It might be 2,000 years later or whatever. Then you pop back in this bitch when there's a whole new generation, a whole new era, a whole new eon, or however that shit works. You coming back into some totally new shit when you come back. You ain't coming back to the same shit. You know what I mean? Like the Earth's going to be been advanced and went high because we are going higher and higher up in so-called consciousness. You see what I'm saying? On the grand scale of things, collectively, we are moving higher into a higher consciousness. You know what I mean? And of course, you can transcend the normal shit by your inner consciousness as well. But like normally, as a for a general rule, everybody go like the shit that used to be advanced is gonna be common as fuck. Is what I'm saying. You know what I mean? Just anybody just gonna be knowing, okay, just electromagnetism. Okay, it's just some fucking polarity. Okay, the fuck ain't
You
no
say it's
Jesus.
gonna be
Okay.
the normal, basically.
Exactly. It's gonna be the
Like you learn your
fucking normal.
ABCs. Like you learn your
Exactly.
ABCs. These kids gonna be learning their elements in kindergarten.
That
You
part.
know,
So they like, what else new? Hustler drop. That like it's gonna be like, what the fuck else is new? You know what I mean? So now that you know that your spirit and your thoughts control all matter. Now, can you make yourself move by just saying walk, motherfucker, and your shit just start moving? Are you
yeah,
that advanced? Can you control the elements like that?
and
Do
you
you
direct
really?
wind and shit, right?
Yeah, shit like that. Can you look at the fucking clouds and be like, I'm finna make this motherfucking cloud right here disperse? And you see that
That'll
shit
be
dispersed
big.
in your fucking face. It's like, get the fuck out of here. When you realize the sun, like when you realize that you're supposed to look out of both of your eyeballs versus one, right? When you realize that you got two eyeballs. We talk this like this dualism shit, right? We got two eyes. Why in the hell do we always see one image? And everybody be like, oh, okay, because it's converged and blah, blah, blah. But just like you said earlier, if I put my hand on one eye and then put my hand on the other eye, I'm getting with two different angles. So that means it's always two different angles. It's always two dimensions. We walking around in two dimensions all the fucking time. It's like we the fucking zipper of the damn dimensions on both sides. You see what I'm saying? It's like when you got a fucking zipper, it's hooked on both sides, but let's imagine it don't hook on the other side, and the zipper can just go up and down endlessly. So everywhere you move, you steal the point. You know what I mean? Everywhere that zipper move, it's the motherfucking main point. That's gonna be the tightest spot of the goddamn shit. You know what I'm saying? You know that's on both sides. That's you. That's how we walking through this ether. It's like when you walking through water and shit, the water always gonna collapse behind you. You see what I'm saying? And it's gonna collapse in front of you too. Like it's surrounding you when you walking through water. Same thing you walking through this ether. We walking through our own energy, literally. But the thing about it is we don't really understand it to the point to where we actually can use it. And that's what I be trying to get people. Okay, it's like, okay, man, y'all don't understand the shit y'all know. It's like, okay, yeah, you know this shit. We know we walking through the ether. We know we walking through lighter density of water and all this shit. We know all this shit. So it's like, damn, how are they really doing shit then? How is shit really working then? Like, how can you actually really use it? Let me try this shit out. If everybody know energy, right, it makes people do certain shit the way you treat people. Do you really constantly go out about your day and just treat people nice just for the fuck of it, just to scientifically see if the shit working out? Like, I'm just gonna give a bitch $1 at the cash register just to do it. Hey man, and let me put $1 on that shit, man, for you, man. That dollar ain't shit to y'all, man. But
Do
it
it
mean a lot
all.
to that
I do
person.
it all awakening.
Huh?
I'm
I
so
ain't hear you, bro.
tired. I said I do it all the time, bro. That's all
Damn
I
right, man. And it feels
do.
great, right? That
Hey,
shit
look,
feels great, man.
switch off my energy towards motherfuckers. I remember I was on the I was on the public transit one day. I told her, I was like, damn, I wish I would have went live that day. You know what I'm saying? Because this young lady, she was getting on the bus. I thought she fell off the bus, but she was transitioning from home. She was going looking for a shelter. You know what I mean? But she had a hell of shit with her. And when nobody helped her, and she got on, when she finally got up and got on, everybody was just yelling at her and just yelling at her. And she wasn't the prettiest thing, but I just helped her. You feel what I'm saying? I end up just helping her. I helped her all the way. You know what I'm saying? I just end up walking her all the way to the spot. You feel what I'm saying? Like, and she was just like, man, I'm just so thankful. Why are you helping me? Like, you know what I'm saying? She like, why you helping me? I'm like, man, because you just needed help. You know what I'm saying? Ain't nobody helping. Everybody walking past. You know what I'm saying? Like, I was late for work and everything. Like, man, I don't give a fuck about that shit. If they fire me, I don't give a fuck. You know what I'm saying? I'm finna help
Hey,
her.
look,
You know what I
I
mean?
was
Like,
in this. I was in this raggedy ass Civic, right? Raggedy ass Civic. I'm talking about ragged 4-cylinder, everything, right? It's a fucking Benz behind me. I'm at fucking McDonald's, right? Me just out the. I don't know why I did it. I just did it. I said, let me get a number 6, right? And then I'm like, and I'm gonna pay for whatever they order behind me. You understand what I'm saying? Now I pull off in this little raggedy ass car. Just bought these motherfuckers meal out the kindness of my heart. Hopefully they thinking like, damn, I'm in a band, man. That nigga did that, just that, and the third, just on a subliminal aspect, and just show a act of kindness to somebody.
yeah,
Just hold the door open when somebody about to go in behind you. Let them go first. If it's a lady behind you in the gas station, say you can go, ma'am. And it means so much to the people, man. Like, oh, I can go.
That's
Thanks. I
right,
was
brother.
in
You
a
don't have to
large
spend no
hurry.
money.
Hell yeah, just being cool with motherfuckers, man. What's happening? How you feeling, man? That's fucked up to hear that, or that's good to hear that, or I see you got your hair done. Oh, see you keeping your car clean up. Compliments and everything go a long way, and it motivates people. You know what I'm
Because you
saying? And give them
engaging with
that
your other
extra.
selves. You see what I'm
man,
saying?
get out my head, bro. Get out my
Cause that's
head.
what
I
it
swear
is,
to
brother.
God.
Real
Bro, hey,
talk.
listen,
It
man.
ain't but one way to see it. Who
Like,
you? Shit. It's like I know
I
this nigga right across from me is me,
seconds
man.
ago, bro.
You
That
know
shit
what I'm saying?
crazy, man. Damn. You said it exactly the same way I was
For
fucking
real,
thinking it,
bro,
bro.
because it's the truth,
Crazy.
bro. It's like once you truly understand that. Now it's hard as fuck. Now I can't be acting like that. Sometimes I don't pass up opportunity where I know I should get my ass out there and do something right. You know what I'm saying? Like I let my like the cares of this world get to me sometimes too, because we got to eat around this bitch. You know what I mean? It's like, man, hold up, man. I got to go to work right now. I can't make this lick I got to hit right now. You see what I'm saying? So I can't. I wish I could start to pick these people up or do this shit. But I can't do it right now. I hope somebody else do it for him. You see what I'm saying? So
Yeah,
you can't
yeah,
do
but
it
that's
all. So you
natural.
can't run around like motherfucking Superman, like you gonna save the whole motherfucking world. See, because we gotta understand that you can send the energies out to make somebody else come do it. You see what I'm saying? It's like, you know
Yeah,
what? I
yeah.
can't do it right now, but I guarantee the next 4 5 cars somebody gonna stop and help them. And you leave it like that. You see what I'm saying? Like that's
Hey,
that's how powerful we
long as
is.
you thought I should have stopped and helped her. Long as it crossed your mind, you good people. It's
It's
people
like when
that
you
when they
give,
even
but even
acknowledge
more than
that
that, no
shit.
drop. It's like when you say you should have, right? That means you didn't follow the natural order of things. So you don't want to get
But
in the habit of condemning yourself,
I
saying I
feel that
should have
part.
done it. So that's
But
why
I'm
you
talking
automatically
about the
want to deflect
opposite.
it by like, fuck that. I
But I'm
ain't should have
talking
did
about.
shit. Somebody else gonna do it for me.
But I'm.
Goddamn it. You know what
But
I'm
I'm
saying?
talking about. No, I'm talking about the hearts of the other
Yeah, I know what
people
you. Oh, I
that.
know exactly what you meant. You see what I'm saying? I definitely did. You know what I
Yeah,
mean? As far as like,
right.
it's just a thought that counts aspect. You see what I'm
Not the
saying? I'm just
thought
trying
that
to add
count.
another
No,
layer on it
listen,
to you.
man.
You know what I mean?
No,
Go
it
ahead.
ain't the thought that count. That was half of what I'm saying. It's actually people that don't even think to
Yeah,
help. It never even
exactly.
crossed their mind that they did something
They
wrong.
should
Them the
consider
people
it
that when
exactly.
you hold the door for them, they be like, "Oh, that was slick." Somebody when you and that's how you can wake up to sleep. There's some people that just straight walking dead, man. They focused on
See,
one
but
thing.
you
That's
know
all.
what? That's kind of like a good thing, though, you. And that's what I'm trying to say. It's like that's almost the equivalent of sending the energy out to somebody else because you do know better. You see what I'm saying? It's like
Yeah,
me not stopping, even though I know I could. You know what I mean? Even though I had to sacrifice some shit, ain't no different than the person that not knowing it at all. You see what I'm saying? And just riding by. It's almost equivalent. You know what I mean? Now, if I don't
uh,
send out no positive energy towards that person, if I look at if I ride by and I be like, man, that motherfucker broke
but
down, broke
listen,
bitch.
you can't
Yeah,
fix it. You can't fix it if you ain't admitting you got a problem. It's sort of like a doping. If you can't
you right.
admit that you should have helped that person, you would never fix that part about your whole structure anyway, because you
Exactly, exactly.
never
You
even
just
thought
fucked up
of
all the way around. I get your concept by saying they just sleep all together. You know what I'm saying? Which is right. But sleep people understand karma though. You see what I'm saying? They like, man, I already know something gonna happen to my ass. You know what I mean? I already know I'm going to hell. I already know that a bitch gonna hit me across my head because I just did this. No, I already know that the bitch probably gonna kill me. I already know. Them the
that
people
is
that sleep
correct.
and don't do a fuck. They accept it. You see what I'm saying? They ain't blind. They understand. They consequences bring the reactions. But the people who so-called awaken is like, okay, I know if I do this, they gonna hit me across my head. So I ain't even finna do that shit because I don't want to get hit across my head. You know what I'm saying? Because you know that it's something else to live for. You got other shit that's on a higher scale versus your bottom scale. You see what I'm saying? You're like your lower
People
nature. You know.
and
So
people
I mean, I'm
scared.
agreeing with what you're saying though
And
on the
people
real. You know what I'm
scared of
saying?
love, man. Look, people so
It
scared of
is, man.
love.
You're
They
right.
so scared of love that they can be in love with somebody and leave them for that reason, or they can be in love with somebody and don't even tell them I love you. Like even to say it make them feel funny,
That's
because
right.
ain't nobody never gave them love, so it's an awkward feeling to them, and they some people just don't even know how to deal with it. They gotta
Yeah, I
be
know how
bitter.
to accept
They
it either. That's what you're
yeah,
saying,
they
right? Like,
yeah, they look at the bad light of things. It's always half full, not it's always half empty, never half full mentality. This happened because I'm a bad person, or instead of looking at the light of it, like I got some water in the glass. I don't care if it's half full or empty. I got some water. And looking at it like that, people look at the negative things. They stress themselves out. They get ulcers and all that other weird ass shit. They be depressed. Their skin start aging. Their hair start turning gray and they worry themselves to death. You ever heard that saying, you gonna worry yourself to death? That's
yeah,
real
yeah.
shit.
Do you
And some
think there's
shit
such
ain't even,
thing as loving too much though, brother? And do you think that's why the people do like the worrying and
no,
stuff?
loving
Do
the
you?
wrong person. I think you can love the wrong person too
I
much
think
to where
sometimes, well,
you
yeah,
getting took
I agree with
advantage
that.
of.
You know what I mean? But I think just loving too much in itself, in general, like having an attachment to anything is love. You see what I'm saying? So I think, me personally, like if you don't have attachment, you don't put yourself in the situation to be disappointed one way or another. So therefore, no one can ever violate your biosphere. They can never pierce you. They can never get through because you wasn't attached to it from
A
the
willing
beginning.
a
Like,
participant, but then
exactly.
you
Like what
martyred
I'm saying is,
yourself.
like, I know niggas gonna talk shit when I get online. They gonna be like this and that. They gonna make try to just talk disrespectful in some kind of way or another, right? So it's like I already know this gonna happen. So if it happen, I don't react to it in a fuck nigga way. You see what I'm saying? Oh, y'all pussy ass nigga. You know, nigga, you know it's likely to happen, nigga. So you gotta form a defense or fortitude before it happens. You see what I'm saying? And that's like what life is all about, bro. Life is like planning. A vision meaning the ability to plan the future. You see what I'm saying? So it's like if you don't have imagination, if you don't have vision, which we know that's the psyche of the spirit, if you can't formulate it in your mind first, it's gonna be hard as fuck for you to manifest it in your life. And that's what people don't understand. Like you got to be able to actually see the shit first. You know what I mean? And then it's gonna happen. Even if it could be like
Yeah.
fucking voodoo, dog. Like it's like, you know what? I'm just gonna imagine some evil shit happening. See, you know what? I'm glad I said this. Because that's why you treat people nice. It's not just because you a fuck nigga and all you a pushover and all this dumb shit, how people try to look at it on the corner on this third dimension ass shit. I'm talking about some 6, 7, 8, 9 infinity ass dimension. The reason why you look at people and you treat the people nice is because you understand that every action has a reaction, right? And everybody have emotions. So if I treat this person like fuck, like shit, they gonna wish harm to me. They gonna intensify the negative energy to come into my biosphere. So if I make it a habit of doing this with 10, 15, 20 motherfuckers just being an asshole, I got a whole bunch of invisible energy coming at my ass and I don't even know it. Unless I'm aware of the shit and I magnify my energy above theirs. It's like, yeah, I know you mad as fuck, and I ain't finna have no feelings or emotions about what I did to you. I'm finna be totally 100% heartless. That's how you curve the karma. Cause they might be 70% mad at your ass. They might be mad at you, but they don't want you to die. They might be mad at you, they want to beat your ass. But they ain't 100% mad. Well, bitch, I want you to decease from the universe, period, bitch. You ain't gonna come back no more, motherfucker. Like that kind of. If you ain't that mad, then I'm finna be like, bitch, I can do anything in this bitch, and I'm all powerful, bitch. I am the source of, part of the source of the God Almighty, and I have blessings and curses in my fucking hand, bitch. On the fucking pitchfork and the goddamn angels are flying to your stupid ass. However you want it,
Don't
bitch.
kill him. Don't
That's
kill
what
him.
I'm saying. And I don't mean to be
Don't
cussing and
kill
all
him.
that, but I'm just trying to just paint the picture to
Don't
show
kill him.
y'all the real extremes and when you really dealing. You know what I mean? And the real reason of why you really want to be nice to people. So they can see you good karma back. You see what I'm saying? That's really what I'm trying to say, not leaning on
That
the negative
boy,
side. The
You'll leave
positive
it
that
out.
side.
boy pulled that
You do that
sword
shit
out
and
from the
you'll leave
power
your,
of
what you say
Grayskull,
is
boy.
you'll do that shit and you'll turn your back on it thinking that it ain't nothing trailing it.
That part. That part, you just said that shit in 2, 3 fucking words without trying to say. That's what I'm saying. That's why I said the
You see,
invisible energy. You see what
Yeah.
I'm saying? That's the
and
frequency right there.
people can, like you said, when they wish harm upon you, and they say, man, I wish that motherfucker just get slapped, right? Fuck around and get slapped because they done spoke it into existence.
Goddamn
You
right.
understand what I'm saying? The energy was enough for, okay, yeah, you right. You can watch somebody drop a credit card, right? You don't give them their credit card back. You go try to run some like little $30 scandal move, right? Next thing you know, you got 10,000 on your credit card and you lose it. And somebody just run all the way through your shit. You see what I'm saying? And you like, damn, that was the type of motherfucker you is. That's what come to you. Your sin gonna always find you. Don't care what you do in life. If you know it's wrong, it's gonna find you and let you know you did something fucking wrong. You gonna
Now
have to
watch
go
this,
face
you.
to face with it.
Mr. Drop. So now, understanding this, right? How many people could right now we got a revelation that we feel like this is to be true. I think y'all do, but I know I do. So we understand this to be true. Now, how consciously, as of now, are you going to use that energy? You see what I'm saying? To actually see if it works. You know what I mean? Like to really
Now that's
formulate
law.
this shit. You know, it's like,
You
damn.
know you're not already doing that. I mean, what
Right,
make
right.
you
Yeah,
I heard
I
you say
do it
that
every
already.
day.
Actually doing it. You know
Now
what I mean?
me,
Yeah.
look, I'm so tuned in that
Hmm.
I don't gotta be nice. I don't gotta be mean. I can just be me. And
That
just
part.
the self energy of it is a good nigga, man. He a
That's what
cool
it is.
motherfucker. He ain't gonna fuck my bitch. He ain't gonna steal my money. He ain't gonna lie on me. He ain't gonna do none of that. And
Yep.
that's just me. I'm just being me. I'm not trying. Because if I try, I'm not being me. If I'm an asshole, I'm gonna be an asshole, and I am an asshole to certain people. Because I'm being me, and my whole swag and the way I do things, they despise of it. I can't knock them. It's people that I just don't like. They naturally being them, but I can't mesh with that type of person. You know what I'm saying?
See, but
So
that's what I'm saying, Drop. That's what I mean. What I mean by like practicing it, like I'm not talking about on that level, right? I understand like we just good people in general and all that, right? But we just say we that as our personal character, that's when it's deflected from the real you. Like how many people like actually walk around? Like when you walking around and be like, instead of be like, I'm walking to the store, it's like we walking to the store. You know what I mean? Like you and your spirit. Like you literally know that it
that's
ain't
it.
you that's trying to go buy this drink over here. It's your soul inside of you say, nigga, I want that motherfucker Pepsi over there. And you don't think it's your own thoughts. Like, nigga, I like Pepsi, nigga. Nigga, I like to play basketball. I like to do this. No, your soul like to do that. and you just doing it for your soul. Like, how conscious are y'all on that level is what I'm saying. Because that's the true essence. It's like, oh, what the fuck? You know what I mean? Like, that's a
Man,
whole like different ideology. You know what I mean? You know. Oh, sorry. Go
hell
ahead.
yeah, I know what you mean. Like
Yeah,
right
it's a whole
now,
like
I
that.
can travel all through your households and everything just off the vibe that's going on and have a nice idea. Like I can really take my brain to work right now
That
and see
part.
where I left paint out and shit like that and
That
go to
part.
work and be like, I did leave that goddamn paint out. Like the
Now that's true
vision,
astral projection, bro. You
yeah,
see,
Mm-hmm.
this vision is
especially when you'd have
doing
been
the
there
math that you
before,
look forward and yeah, you just look forward and do the math, and then you what they call it, the process of elimination. But you do it in one thought. So like right now, I'm about to go to my daughter's house, right? I basically can call them and tell them where they all sitting at and everything, and I probably get one of it wrong. And they'll be like, "Man, you crazy as fuck." No, I just know where y'all be sitting at. If I was over there, I know how y'all move. I know y'all. So it just a vision. It's just taking it ahead of yourself,
Exactly.
thinking ahead of the game.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
Exactly, bro. You just said the vision, and vision is being able to see the future. You see what I'm saying? And plan the future. So it's all the same. So that's what you're doing, and and it don't necessarily have to be on no all the way up. It's just like being able to imagine in your mind that you on this live right now. You see what I'm saying? People don't understand how sick the shit get. You see what I'm saying? How right in your face it gets. It's like it's can you imagine like this? Go just think about in your mind right now that you are talking on this goddamn phone or whatever you doing. You know what I mean? Like that is astral projection, like to its finest form. And anytime that you cast an imagination, you always leave the material earth. Always. It's impossible for you to focus on something physical. I don't give a fuck what it is. And right now, if you imagine any damn thing, you ain't gonna be able to focus on nothing physical. I guarantee it.
That's deep.
I guarantee
That's
it.
deep. You said
So
if I focus on something deep, I can't think of nothing physical.
at all. Like you think about your daughter house right now, you cannot just look at your phone and just see and read shit on it. I bet you had a paragraph
Right?
right now in
Yeah,
your
you
face.
go blind. Right? You go blind
Exactly. You go
straight into
blind.
the
Ooh, you
insight.
said it,
Right?
drop. You cleared it up in one fucking word, one phrase, bro. That
Daydreaming,
part.
baby.
They
And you know,
exactly. That's what astral
remember you was a
projection
kid.
is.
Remember you was a kid, and your parent. Well, this is me. Man, close your mouth. You would just be in the zone with your mouth open, bro. Your parents would be like, "Man, close your goddamn mouth for a bug fly in it." And you was in a whole nother space, man. You just look. They be like,
Real.
"What you thinking about?" You be like, "I don't know. I really don't know what the
Real.
hell." I just blacked all the way out,
And
and the
guess
whole
what?
thing.
Hey,
You
look,
spend
hey, look, as y'all
most of
said,
your
I was doing that, right? And before y'all saying what that you would go blind and you was giving an example, I'm looking at the computer and I can see the keys, but I can't read them.
that part. That part, Yui. That fucking part. You know why? You know what you're seeing? Now that's when they call you're piercing the veil. See,
Yeah,
because that's the proof that you're living in a holographic fucking universe.
because you seeing through outside the mirror.
Exactly. It's like you have a fucking. I mean, I'm so fucking excited right now, man. Because I think y'all can grasp it in your own terminology. Fuck. It's just like you having a picture, right? And you spread that motherfucker out as far as you can. Eventually, it's gonna start breaking up into nothing.
Pixeling. It's the
Right.
it's
Right.
the
The fractal code, the
right,
binary code. We live
right.
in the shit.
Yeah, yeah.
Yes.
And
Now,
it's vice
now the
versa
more
too.
you try to do that shit, that's when you're gonna get you. It's like you upping up the ante. That's how you
Mm,
connect to the source. That's when
mm,
it's a higher concentration of the real you coming in.
mm.
That's the true meditation.
And look, so I did that so long out. That's how I came back with the Get Ink. I telling y'all, that's how I came back with the whole all of the tongues and shit, bro.
Come
Hey, you'll
on,
be
man.
truly. Here's when you know you truly woke, and I ain't been able to do it. Been trying this shit
Mm,
since a kid. Draw a circle and a square at the the same time with your hands. You never be able to do it, bro. You're never gonna be able to draw a circle at the same time you drawing a square. In case you start drawing a circle first, and then as you making a
Yeah.
lot of
Hey,
circles, you're gonna
hey,
make the
stop,
square.
bro. Hey, as you was saying it, right? I was doing it. And then right as you said, unless you stop at the same time, I had just stopped and start doing the circle and then start doing the square right behind it and doing it at a different speed so I can accomplish it.
Now I get your point exactly, Drop, but I'm gonna be a smart ass, right? Now
Just do it.
you
I want to do it right now.
now watch this. Watch this though. The reason why you are doing it is because a square and a circle is the same, but they
Yeah.
both are 360 degrees. So when you draw a square, in retrospect, you're drawing a circle.
Yeah.
You see, that's when you like all the way out the box. Drop like it's when you get all the way to the fundamental of every fucking thing. Like that's where we want to be at. That's where y'all headed to. That's where you at with it. Drop. That's where you at. It's
Yeah.
like hold
Or
up,
you can even
circle and a square is the
draw
fucking
A.
same.
You can draw A and a B. You're not gonna be able to do them at the same time. Your brain ain't even gonna compute right. It's gonna put the split in, and you're gonna see how it's two of you. You're gonna see how I'm better with my left hand on my right hand. I wipe my ass with this hand, smoke blunts with that hand, eat with this hand. And some people ambidextrous, so they might can do it. I don't know. People that's even-handed, they might can.
Well,
I
I
don't know.
am
I can't
ambidextrous. You
do
know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But the thing about it is, all I'm saying is like when you do, you know how they say it's easier to make a dollar. I mean, making a dollar and making $100 is the fucking same. You see what I'm saying? Or a dollar and $100 is the same. It's like once you write one character, you wrote all characters. That's why I said I've been a smart ass about it. You see what I'm saying? It's like
it. Oh
once
yeah,
you
we
do.
just kicking it up.
Yeah. But I definitely get your point though. You're right. You do if you trying to say you got to take a break, yeah, you got to take a fucking break. You know what I mean? You got to come to the
It go
post at all times.
it go
Hey, he go
You
all the
know.
way
it go a
up.
joke.
Go all the way up. Once I did one thing, I done it all. So you can't tell me I ain't done it.
Right, but I understand what
Now
Drop saying. You got to
it
stop,
go
goddamn.
levels of common sense right here. Now this is levels of common sense. This is another
Exactly.
exercise. You driving down the street, right? And all your motherfucking bolts come off your left tire, right? Boom, your car break down on the expressway, right? What do you do?
You just well, me personally, I try to be hitting the brakes, and I'd be focusing
No, the
on being
tire
able.
is off. The car stopped. The tire is off.
You say just one tire though, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but so I will have capability to still be trying to stop it, even though it won't be stopping worth the fuck. But
No, you
automatically, my
stopped. You
instinct.
got out the car. You
Okay.
look, and all your bolts is off.
Okay. What you gonna do once your shit stopped and you out the car and your shit broke down? Oh, okay, I
And
got
you
you saying.
see that you ain't got your four lug nuts, and you looking at the tire.
Oh shit. Call some motherfucker body come get that
Now,
shit.
see, now here go the level of
Leave that
common sense
motherfucker.
right here. Now, listen,
Yeah.
because it opened my mind up when dude told me the riddle. He said you would take one bolt off the other tires and then take the car to the shop to get the tire fixed. You see what I'm saying? Because you got
See, now
four
that made
lug
logical
nuts.
sense though. Drop if
But see how
the rest of your
it ain't
shit don't
crossed
get
my
fucked up
mind when he
though.
said it
No,
neither.
now it'll cross my mind and my shit it just like the tire go flat or some shit
I don't
and that's
know.
all
You
my
might call
love.
a lift, man, or a
But
tow truck.
what I'm saying, you say the tie came off. So I'm just letting you know how I process the tie coming off. When I see a process coming off and I'm driving, I'm like, damn, my axle fucked up, my fucking brake pad off, like that shit damaged. Like if I don't give a fuck if I do put a tie on that motherfucker. I ain't finna go nowhere. That bitch fucked up.
Period.
You see what I'm
Right.
saying? That's what I'm saying. Now, if
I
you
was just
explain
talking
it to
about
me
the
like,
thought
all right,
process.
nigga, when you pull off, nigga, everything in functional
How to
condition, nigga. Only thing you
no,
need
it
missing
just
is a boat. You know what I'm saying? How
I'm
would you
just
get
talking.
your shit? Then a nigga
I'm
think of
just
that
talking
shit.
about the thought process
Yeah.
of how that's just a 0 to 9 simple thing that our brain gonna overthink. You see what I'm saying? So it's a lot of
Mhm.
things in life where we just overthink, and it was something so simple.
That's
Or when
right.
you actually
That's right.
figure it out, you be like, "Why I ain't think of that in the first place?"
That part.
Most simplest goddamn thing. I done made this shit all complicated,
That
and that's
part.
what we dealing with in life, man. Like you said, the fractal code ain't 0 to 9 no more. They trying to make us do the math of infinity, when really 0 to 9 is infinite, and everything else is basically a psyop damn near, basically the matrix,
Exactly, man.
basically the holographic us is 0 to 9. Anything we need to do is right in our face. Everything
And
else is
actually drop,
complicated.
man, you got to take that 0 off, though. You know what I'm saying? I know a lot of people like to say 0 to 9, but it's really 1 to 9. You know what I'm saying? It really is.
Nah, 0 make it 10 letters. You understand?
See, but you know what makes it 10? To be honest with you, drop.
And
What makes it 10? Because you know
is it
everything
the
polarity,
repetitive?
right? Well,
No,
watch
it's the
this.
repeat. No, it's the repentance. It's the repeating of the numbers. Like a 0, it comes back in on a 10, 20, 30,
Yeah,
40.
I see where you've
So
been.
you,
I see where you're going with it. I just want to just slide you something though. I mean, I'm familiar with what you're saying though, and I'm not saying you're wrong. You're right. I understand why you're saying that 0 in it and all that. I'm just trying to explain why I was saying it don't have to be right. That the 0 is still there and together all together, right? So like
all
the
right.
numbers 1 through 9 is the 0 first of all, right? But because it's a placeholder, you know what I mean? And when you think of a placeholder, it's like the bowl holding the water. You see what I'm saying? Like you need something to hold the shit. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? So that's basically like the 0. But even further than that, right? What I was finna say the first time is without the 0, right? And we know everything is polarity. Everything is a positive and a negative, right? So we say 1 through 9, and then we say 9 through 1, right? And we line them under each other. You get 9 plus 1 is 10. You see what I'm saying? 8 plus 2 is 10. Everything fucking 10 when you add it together. You see what I'm saying? Going down the line. You get me?
I ain't know that neither. That boy said from 1 to 9, 9 plus 1 is 10, and so on. 8 plus
That's a
2,
fact.
7 plus 3, 6 plus 4,
Exactly.
6
5
plus
plus
4,
5.
5 plus 5.
Exactly.
Yo,
That's a fact.
well,
It's gonna be 10,
I
10,
never
10,
thought of
10,
that though.
10, 10, 10, 10, 10, and then get what you get out of them 10, 10, 10. 1 0, 1 0, 1 0, 1 0. Fuck these motherfuckers, man.
But see, but
We gonna bring this shit
Uh,
all the way back what it
that's the
really is.
like he
computer
said
code
though,
too. Zeros
hey,
and
look,
ones.
let me
Right.
hit on them numbers one time. What he's
Yes, sir.
saying though is right. Like every number, no matter how big it is, get reduced from 1 to 9, and it's the same value. Like
Right.
27 get reduced to 9 because 2 plus 7 is 9, and it's the same value. But like what I disagree with him is like 0 not a number, but you can't get rid of it because it's the start of everything. That's like getting rid of the dog. You
Yeah,
don't
but that's
talk
why
about it.
remember. Oh well, I'm glad you said that just so I can clear up to make you understand that ain't what I was saying at all. Because you're right, you cannot get rid of the 0, and that's not what I was trying to imply. I was trying to imply that all the numbers is the 0, so you can't get rid of the thing itself. That was my thing about like a container, like a cup holding the water. If you want something to hold the water, then that go back to your point about the matter in the flesh too. You see what I'm saying? That's why we know we need matter in order to hold the goddamn spirit. You see what I'm saying? So that's just like the cup holding the goddamn water. You know what I'm saying? It's the same thing, but the cup itself, that's the 0. You know what I mean? That's what holds something up. Because when you think about the 0, or you think about the 0 being the psyche, being the creator, being the all, that's what I look at the 0 to be, right? And when you look at it from that aspect, you know that's what holds everything up. That's what holds everything together. So that's the one that rises everything up. That's the holder. That's the sustainer. That's the thalamus. That's the, you know what I'm saying? So yes, I agree with you. You cannot get rid of the 0, and that wasn't my intention.
It's
All
not
I'm
a.
saying is
I'm
all
with
numbers
you.
together is the 0 too. You see what I'm saying? Because the 9 and the 1, it ain't like you leaving it out because 9 plus 1 is 10. 8 plus 2 is 10. 7 plus 3 is 10. You see what I'm saying? So of course I'm not saying that you got to do away with it, but it just hold into place. Because when you understand, you follow
I
what I'm
get what
saying.
you're
So,
saying.
yeah.
And it's
It's
like
the repeat.
I want to do a subject one day. I was showing Huey one day the vortex math and how numbers move like in a vortex. Like
That's
it's just
right.
pretty simple to break down. You
That's
got
right.
I want to show some visuals with this shit
Yeah,
though.
because when you think about vortex,
Let's
what is a
do it.
vortex, right?
We free
A
now, but I
vortex.
want to change the title of it so we can draw that attention to that. We need to call it Vortex Math. You feel what I'm saying? And shit, we can do it. I crank that bitch right back up, and you can throw some slides. I got the computer up. I can screen share. So whatever.
Yeah, so hey, that's good. Hey, so that dude said Vortex Math, right? I don't know who you is, brother. I'm sorry, I mean call you that dude like you ain't no fuck about it.
Man, that's
Yeah,
Huey,
when you
man.
say
No, that was Fat
no,
B.
not you, the guy before you.
That
I
was
know
Fat.
you, his voice.
That was Fat.
Okay, but the guy that said Vortex Math, like,
What?
okay, when you think about vortex, it's like I'm not patronizing your information. I just like to just check just to see what people know, and so they can teach if they know, right? Because you brought it up. So when you say vortex math, what is vortex? Do you know what the definition, the layman's term of vortex is? I'm not asking.
He dropped off. That's why I wanted him to.
Oh, he dropped off. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, let me go and elaborate on. Well, vortex. When you say vortex, that's just a spiral, though, right, fellas? You know what I mean? That's just like a tunnel. You know what I mean? It's a vortex, like a tornado. It's a vortex. You know what I mean? Ooh, as a matter of fact, it's the fucking the goddamn the shit that's holding the fruit for the Thanksgiving. The Thanksgiving basket that they always show with all the goddamn food and shit inside of it, look like a goddamn trumpet or some shit. That's the vortex.
Hell yeah.
You see, and that's the symbology behind the shit. You know what I mean? Because we know we are actually the result of the vortex. You know what I mean? That's coming up and up. That's coming up and going and coming down. You know what I mean? We become the flat line. You know what I mean? We're the collision. We're the clash. You know what I mean? And because people don't understand. Once the two energies meet in the middle, it actually spread out laterally, creating a flat plane, what we call a line. You see? That's what makes existing. It's clashing against each other. Like Clash of the Titans, but not actually clashing. It's right before a clash. It's like you holding two magnets together and you trying to push them together and they in opposite polarity, right? You know what I mean? If you don't push it all the way, it's like once you get to it, soon as you start feeling it starting to resist, right? That's what we're in the middle of. We right there. That's why we are able to jump up and down and all this kind of shit without actually being like stuck to the earth. You see what I'm saying? Just like, and can't move at all. You see what I'm saying? Because it's not pressing on us all the way. You know what I mean? The two energies. That's what's actually going on, fellas and people. And so, like, anyway, I don't want to keep going, but that's why we can actually navigate through it. You know what I mean? Because think about it. If the energy is pushing laterally, right? If my thought process is right about it, I'm sure y'all probably can see the vision. If one energy coming down, one energy coming up, and anybody knows anything about magnetism, you got what they call the inertia. Actually, okay, let me use the scientific term that they know. Yeah, that's the fucking inertia. The inertia turns into the line in the middle, right? And inertia is not either negative or positive. You see what I'm saying? It's a neutral energy. Okay? So that's why it's important to be able to channel the energy, knowing that you can channel the energy and create more positivity in your life or more negativity. That's why it don't matter what color you is, who the fuck you is, you could be evil or what the fuck ever. If you know how to use the science, it's gonna work for you. I don't give a damn who you are because it ain't no favoritism. It's just who know and who don't know. So just as much as the person trying to use it against you, you can have enough power to deflect it from being used against you if you know what they're trying to use against you. So it's like that. But anyway, not to get off the topic, but I just want y'all to understand that the middle part is electrically neutral, is what I'm saying. That's all I'm actually saying.
Right, just like the sun and the moon, like you saying with the two magnets.
Yes, sir.
Like that energy that's in the middle. You say that's us. That's exactly what's going on with the earth, with the sun and the moon.
It's done. I want to hope it dry while I sit there.
Exactly. Because we know it take a negative and a positive for things to move. You see what I'm saying? We know that.
Like your mama and your dad. Same thing.
Exactly. Exactly, brother. Exactly.
I got gravy too, though.
Exactly, man. And now I'm glad how your third eye correlated it to everything. And that's what I want people to understand. Is like once you understand a major concept, you can easily see how it correlates to everything else without having to go into too much pseudo and dumb shit and all the bullshit. It's like, no, let's just look at it for what it actually is. And then that's when you can go back into the scriptures and you can intelligently comprehend what's being said. It's because you see the big picture. But as soon as you get distracted, that's when you're gonna get fucked up, right? And so it's like you're going trying to go down a straight path, you try to get to a certain destination. All it takes is one motherfucking wrong turn, and you're gonna be lost in a motherfucker. I ain't lying, man. And so that's why I be like, hold on, fellas, do y'all understand this go back to energy? Do you understand it go back to light? Do you understand? That's the main thing I'm trying to drill, so y'all always know where the nucleus at, where the pupil at, where the point at, where the North Pole at, where the, you know what I'm saying, the source at, where the all in all is. It's like, as long as you know how to get there, as long as I know how to get on the damn phone and hit the GPS and find where the fuck I can go out and adventure all the fuck I want. You see what I'm saying?
Check this out.
Yeah.
when the before, I didn't mean to cut you off. When the basketball games start, right? What they start off at, brother? In the middle, right? Half court.
That's right. That's
Man.
right. That's right. Everything's symbolic, bro. Everything.
Mm-hmm.
And then once you know, you gonna actually know. And it's like, see, the thing about it is, like, I could go into putting up a whole bunch of slides and all this shit or whatever, but I'm freestyle like a motherfucker. I ain't reading shit, you know what I'm saying? So that's when you know. You see what I'm saying? Like a true know. It's like, hold on, I know this shit because everything this dude's saying is resonating with the shit that I know. You see what I'm saying? And if it ain't resonating like that, then the motherfucker you talking to don't know shit because it ain't resonating with you. But the only way to know this is to be able to accept it, is to be able to be the receptacle, is to be able to be the goddamn inertia. You see what I'm saying? You have to be able to be electrically neutral. You know?
Right, because that's what the inertia plane is, neutrality. You're right.
Exactly, brother. That's the ground.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And then once you understand that the energy is pushing from left to right, even though it's coming from up and down as well. You see what I'm saying?
That's what Jesus Christ is, electrical magnetism. That shit
goddamn right. That's for sure that. You see what I'm saying? That's like, and then like, you know, like, so, but we understand that. See, I'm gonna be honest with y'all, man. I'm gonna be cold-blooded with y'all. Y'all probably never heard this shit before, but I'll be honest. Do y'all know why we got this bullshit ass Bible, man? To be honest with y'all, man. Okay, we already know that we the one wrote this shit. We wrote it. We wrote it when these funky ass, I ain't gonna call nobody no names. When the people that we know that's retarded as fuck, don't know shit, and they plagiarize their goddamn thing, right?
They play intelligent.
Yeah,
right. They play
what happened
all day,
was our people. Check this out. Check how smart our motherfucking people is. Guess what we did? We wrote them that bullshit ass story to make them think the shit was reality, man. That's what we did, and we gave the books to them. We told them that shit. But the only thing is, the reason why it backfired is that they believed the shit. And they acted it out in real fucking time.
Right, and they use it for power, and they use it to create government.
That's what I'm saying.
Right, control.
And then once they realized that shit, they like, these motherfuckers, these niggas tricked us. Oh, so we gonna return the motherfucking favor, motherfucker. We finna blind y'all ass with this same shit then.
Right, we gotta flip them on their head with the all-seeing eye on top of the pyramid. That eye gotta be down. That eye can't be up no more. They playing like they're enlightened. They got everybody looking up to them like they the puppeteers. You see what I'm saying?
Only because you don't look at their words, brother. Because they got to see it because it's not even their words, right? We know that we the original Latins and all them shits and all them Greeks and all them motherfuckers. Now, anybody who really knowledgeable won't have time to try to prove shit. Just look it up. We the original Europeans, all them motherfuckers. You know what I'm saying? As the Etruscans. Just look at the Etruscans. You know what I mean?
Right.
But we the original. Exactly.
The 300
language. We be like, hey man, this the white folks' language, English. We read these crackers' language and all this shit. But in actuality, it's our goddamn language. That's how stupid they got us. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
It's like, no, nigga, this language is your fucking language. So you need to
check this out. Yeah. All they did was add on to it.
Exactly.
They add on to it.
And that's why one word means exactly. I was just going to say that.
Right.
See, but you know, I'm glad we're building on this because the reality is this. You use one word, the average person, right? They gonna attach it to one definition.
That's just like freestyling. Freestyling is ancient. We were freestyling around fires, looking at the stars. Freestyle ain't nothing new under the sun. We were freestyling.
And you look at the actual word, what does that mean? It's a free style. That means my style is not your style. You know what I'm saying? It's a freestyle. Like, you know, everybody have a freestyle. Like, you know, you have, like we said, everybody is electrically neutral. Like, even us as a people are electrically neutral. You see what I'm saying? They know this.
Right, we all a Tesla pole. Every human is a Tesla pole, bro.
Exactly. That's exactly what you is. You are antenna. You are antenna. That's exactly what you is. You know what I mean? Right. And energy being channeled from the bottom, and energy is being channeled through the top, and it's beating into your heart. You know what I mean?
Right.
And then this
you tune into your own channel. I can't watch your
Exactly.
favorite channel.
That's
Your favorite
why. That's
channel
why
is
the
your
Exactly,
favorite
Rasta.
man.
channel.
That's why the Rastas wear them dreadlocks and shit. They're supposed to get a better signal from the sun and shit. Them
Right.
dreadlocks is like antennas coming from the antenna. You know how you pull the antenna out and make it longer? That's what they feel
Yeah.
the dreads do on top of their head and shit.
See, but you know what though,
Fact.
Drop? And you're right
Fact.
though. That's supposed to be the symbolic meaning of it. Let's not forget, right? Because we can't
No,
wait.
no, no.
Hold on,
Them
hold on, hold on,
Rastas
hold
say
on.
it literally.
Yeah,
No,
I
no
mean, I'm not
symbolic about it.
disagreeing.
Oh, you
Well,
saying,
let
but
me
it's
say it like
another
that. You're right.
symbolic
You're right.
reason.
You're right. You're
Okay, I
right.
see
You're
what
right.
you're
I
saying.
led you to believe that I didn't agree with you. You're right. You know what I mean? I'm
But
not
you want
saying
to
that
give us the
it don't help.
symbolic
You know what I'm
meaning,
saying?
right?
I agree that it help. You know what I'm saying? You know, I ain't gonna say it don't help. I go that
But
far to
what's
say
the
that.
symbolic meaning you was about
So
to say?
yeah. The symbolic meaning is that they just trying to show that the crown is where the energy comes in at. You see what I'm saying? Because more importantly, the hair is the crown of the head. See, and that's like in being relation to the solar crown, because the sun has a crown that they call the corona. You know what I mean? That's where the wind, the solar flares is coming from. The solar flares is coming from the solar crown of the sun. You know what I'm saying? And it's attacking through the sides of the electromagnetic field. And it's doing that because it's regulating how much energy it wants to come in. So to make it put it this way, that we are on a big circuit because the fucking sun is the battery, and the goddamn the electromagnetic field is the motherfucking the fucking conductor. You know what I mean? And the earth is the fucking result, the action. You see what I'm saying? You know, it's like the fucking light. You know, it's the manifestation. See, because we got to understand, anything that we see is only aftermath, including light. When you see light, that's already an effect of a cause, like already. So, like light is not it. That's not it. Light is not fucking it, dog. Light is an aftermath. It's the result of something.
It's the result of dark, and dark is the result of light, and everything
Exactly.
in between is
And darkness is the result of something.
Yes,
because we can see darkness. You see what I'm saying? So, and that's what we go back to, saying that we are the result of all those things. You see, we are the result of all that, because for the simple fact that when we had perception, how are we the representation of that? Because of our perception.
It's all a result of you.
Exactly.
You are the one that's projecting all. You are the battery.
That part. So it basically like the sun is your eyes.
And the moon.
Okay, and the moon.
The sun and the moon are your eyes. These are the waters. These are the two. This is what your waters, the two seas. You know what I'm saying? When they say that the water, the squeeze, the waters were split. This is where your waters were split by your nose. You feel what I'm saying?
It's like the pupil too, brother. Like, you know how they say like in the darkness. If they say in the darkness that your pupil, I forgot what y'all maybe y'all can help me out. What they say the pupil do when the darkness is? Does it contract or it get smaller or bigger? Do y'all remember?
It ovulates like the woman when she's fucking.
Okay, exactly. So you know they say that it's more darkness than it is light, right? So that's like a symbolic way of saying that that's the darkness. You see what I'm saying? Because the ovulate, that means get bigger. You see what I'm saying? So in order to be able to see, you know, and so okay. Now remember I was telling y'all earlier, if you're able to see out of both y'all eyes, when you realize that you are, even though you see one vision, that you're seeing out of two eyes, right? So that means when you see the sun, you're actually seeing two suns.
Right.
When you see the moon, you're actually seeing two moons, even though you're cornerly projecting it as one. You see what I'm saying? So now in the daytime, that's when you see the rays of the sun. That's like you're like you know when in the daytime, because you know it protects. You see what I'm saying? It shields, it contracts. You see what I'm saying? So the sun is actually the contraction of light. It's like when you got a water hose and you put your finger in front of that motherfucker and you spraying that shit out. You see what I'm saying? And it's getting and it's coming out like hard. You see what I'm saying? That's the sun. That's what the sun represents. You see what I'm saying? It's the suppression of darkness. You see what I'm saying? Where it's squirting out into light. You see what I'm saying? So, but at nighttime, it's like you don't have your finger over it, and the shit just running out. It's just pouring out. So it just engulfs everything. That's why you can barely see anything. If it's not no light, you can't see shit, right? But you can still see darkness in the daytime. You know what I mean? You can go in the bathroom, you close the fucking door, you know, or whatever. You know what I'm saying? You know, you can see darkness. You know what I mean? You can create a dark place. But in the darkness, you have to have light in order to get get out of the darkness. You have to have light. Period. But to get darkness, you can still get darkness in light. Y'all understand what I'm trying to say?
Mm-hmm.
You know, so it's like the concentration, the suppression. You know what I mean? I'll be going left and right. I think I need to let one of y'all chime on in because I've been went all kind of space age ass places now because I had to open up all kind of doors. Let y'all keep going.
You good, bro? You going the fuck in, bro? You good?
You know what I mean? But you know. But yeah, man, just the main idea though, man. My main thing, like besides all the little bit of facts and shit and the details, I didn't want y'all just. The reason why I'm just giving certain little details just for y'all the one just learn. You be like, okay, he said this, he said the little keywords, whatever. Okay, so he learned over here. Okay, so he learned over there. Okay, so he learned over here. So he just talking out the side of his motherfucking neck. You know what I'm saying? So you know, so that's why I just hit little key points or whatever without just going straight into the real damn thing. You see what I'm saying? But I'm just trying to bring it together because you know. It's one thing to say something, but it's one thing to know about what you're saying. So you hear a lot of people talk about electromagnetism, but you ask them, hey man, what is electromagnetism? Or if you you ask a motherfucker, hey man, what is light? Or you ask a motherfucker, what is vision? If you ask a motherfucker, what is spirit? Like, I'm talking about layman's terms. Fuck some, I don't think how we want to think ass shit. I'm talking about, do you even know the fucking shit that they got out there for you? Like, to even understand that it's confirming your wild ideas. See, the problem is that people don't have the inner ideas. See, what I do, I get the inner ideas first, right? And then I go out into the world, and then I lay my shit alone with other people that's out there. And okay, I wasn't crazy as fuck. I learned that shit by my goddamn son. Bitch had to tell me shit, and that shit is the same shit I was fucking saying. It is a goddamn scientist or a doctor or who the fuck ever they are. And so it's like a big ass confirmation for me, like a big ass aha. It's like, oh shit. Now, not only do they say what I'm saying, but the shit they got from the fucking some such theory. They got from this scholar over here, or they got this information from this scholar over there. So it's like, okay, which is great. It's not, and I'm not knocking that. So it's like, okay, maybe if I had an opportunity to talk to this person, maybe I can expand what they know even fucking more. Like it's to where like, oh fucking shit! You see what I'm saying? It's like this nigga give me a fucking hour and it bring every fucking thing I could have possibly phantom or thought all the way together like one nucleus, which is the atom, which is the goddamn sun. The sun is an atom. That's what it is. Well, the word that they call atom, right? Which we know that an atom can be particles, which they call atoms, subatomic particles is what they call atoms, right? And they say it could be projected as atoms or waves. This is what science say.
Right,
okay?
and they showed you the shit. They showed you, it's right back to you. They show you the shit when you was a kid and He-Man, when he point the sword up, his name was Adam, then he turned into He-Man, and the thing strike his fucking sword and shit.
Bro, do you know what the sword is, bro? The sword is your goddamn spinal cord.
Yep.
That's what the sword is, bro.
That's the double-edged sword.
See, that's what you gotta understand. That's the fucking double-edged sword. And the reason why they call it a double fucking edge, man. No, don't. I'm sorry, y'all. Y'all got me excited, man. Y'all tapping into my data bank. You see what I'm saying? Okay. When you call it the double-edged fucking sword, man, you know what I mean? I forget the exact names, but y'all better understand what I'm saying. You just Google the fucking human anatomy. You got some blue veins or whatever the fuck, and you got some red ones. And you know, in the shit, like one is descending and one is ascending. You see what I'm saying? That's the double-edged sword they're talking about. Okay, one is sending sensory information, and one is sending motory information. The one is sending down is sending the motory information, and the one is sending up is sending the sensory information to give.
You know what else the double-edged sword is?
Yes, sir.
The Twin Towers.
Exactly. It's the twin tower, the twin serpents, you know what I mean? The pillars,
Right.
you know what I
The
mean?
two pillars.
Exactly. You know, the columns, yeah, it's all of
Yeah,
that, sir. It's the left
the
brain, the
down.
right brain, it's the mom and the dad, it's the fucking the
Right.
sperm, and it's all of it. That's what I'm trying to say. No, that's what I'm trying to say. See, when you start speaking of a twin tower, or we start speaking of a twin serpent, like we have to always
Right.
understand that they're only talking about energy. Once we never forget that, we won't get lost in, oh, it's called this, oh, and it's called that, oh, and it's called this, and we can stand on it's all that shit. You see,
Right.
you
That's
know,
why they give you a definition so you can be deaf. Deaf. Look,
Right. And
definition. So you
that's
can
why
be
we
deaf.
say, and that's why we say you everything.
exactly, brother, exactly. You're everything,
Right.
but
You
you're
gotta
nothing,
listen
right?
to that
Because they're
too.
everything you are not, right?
Yeah.
They're
Right.
everything you
Mm.
That's
are
it.
not. What I
Yin
mean by
yang,
that,
gamma,
A
two, gamma,
definition.
two.
We a
Deaf in
definition.
a defining nation, a
The
deaf
def,
in a
the,
nation.
de- the
an image
definition.
of it, huh?
The definition.
A
Look,
motherfucking projection, right? That
like bro
you
said,
know,
Divine ten.
hold on, like bro said, the death, right? We're deaf, right? And they be trying to lead us to our death since we were born. We talk about our death, everybody, you know. So we are a
Mm-hmm.
definition.
Mm-hmm.
The ones who's not hearing and the ones who's not being heard. We're not hearing
Right.
or being heard, so they're deafened our voices. You feel what I'm saying? They deafened our
Ooh.
vibration. The inside of our vibration is not echoing loud. They silenced your inside voice. You feel what I'm saying? They
Right. It
silenced.
was another way we was communicating in the
Yeah,
ancient days.
yeah.
that's right, bro. That's the way we can. Hey, bro. Not only that, right? Not what you said. Not only what you said. The fact that we communicate like that all the time, 24/7, right now as we speak. That's
Mm.
what I'm trying to. That's what I'm here for, to get y'all to understand that part. It's like it's not no ancient shit. It's like we're doing it right now. Like that voice that we talking about. We even though we
Right.
running our mouth quick, we thinking about that shit first. Like you ain't just saying no goddamn word just to say that shit. You thinking it first, bro.
Right.
You are
You understand
verbalizing
English.
in your head first before you say it
You
out your
understand
mouth.
English like it's pure water, like it's clear, like it's water that you see through. That's
Yeah.
what English feel like, bro.
Exactly. That's exactly what it is. But actually, no,
They
I'm
say it's a
sorry.
curse,
I
but it's
wouldn't
really a
totally agree with
blessing.
that because it has different layers, right? So, anything
Right.
that has different layers tend to end up being more dense, right? So
Right.
now that's the problem with the English is that it does have so many layers, what causes it not to be transparent. Okay. So
Right.
now that's why it's so important when you think a word means a certain thing, it's imperative. And I'm gonna use the word again. Imperative that you look the word up. See, because the way if I looked up one word, right, I might say light, right, and you might just think a fucking light bulb or some crazy shit like that. But when I think about light, I'm thinking about everything that is with everything. I'm thinking about sound, energy, fucking movement, everything that is. Oh, you know what I'm saying? But if you respond to me in a limited understanding of what light is, you will automatically assume that I don't understand your limited understanding of what light is. And not to say limited understanding in a disrespectful way, but it's a fact if you have not ever looked up the word and you only have a common general understanding of what the word is, it is limited if you don't know the rest of them. And that don't have anything to do with no
But
cockiness or no other dumb shit
And
like that.
when
It's
you
like,
try,
it's still
how long would it take you to look up one word? How long do it think y'all take y'all to look up the definition of one word to get the full to
split
look up
fucking second, right?
the full meaning of one word? How long do y'all think? How many words do y'all think I have to look up?
One word, you.
What?
no. You
One
gotta
word.
keep looking
What
up
I
each
start to
other
realize
word.
is one word lead to all words. You see what I'm saying? That's why.
Right.
That's why I realized. That's why I'm able to put it together so
No,
good.
no. If you
Because
look
every
up
time I
light,
come
That's
no.
back
Here's what
around in
he's
the
saying.
circle to the
Listen right
same
quick,
shit.
homie. Check
I'm
it
that's
out
the
sorry.
right quick.
echo.
Here's
No,
what
go
he's
ahead,
saying.
bro.
That's the echo.
Listen, like if you look up light, right? You still
Yeah,
gotta know the
yeah.
origin
I
of
mean,
the word, this, that, and the third, because we can be talking about light and body weight. We can be talking about light from just a lamp. We can be talking about the enlightenment. So you will have to keep looking up the reason why you using this word and the origin it come from. And it take more than just looking up light. That's all I'm saying.
And when you look into every word, right? Every word is a combination of words that mean another word that means some more words that got another word that means some more words in it that means some more
So
words.
puzzle piece.
You would never be able to look up. It's the domino effect.
Right.
Every word, like he said,
Exactly.
to every word.
Exactly.
And like brother was saying, one word leads to many words. That's the echo. Because if one word, if you yell out one word in between some mountains, it's gonna echo.
That's what I'm saying. See, the one word is the compression. That's like the sun, like I'm talking about. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
The
And that's what
word
they
serves
say.
as compression. You see what I'm saying? Instead of just telling
Right.
you this whole definition of this one word, I'm just gonna tell you this as just one word. But the problem is with English is that this one word means so many fucking different
And that's
definitions.
why they say in even the scriptures, though, and I don't dive off into them, but they say at first it was the word. That's the
That's right.
first thing he created was the word. It wasn't no man saying it. It was the word itself,
That's
the
right.
whole thought of it, the whole what we gonna call it. And
Right.
we don't
That's
got
right,
nothing to
drop
call it.
all
It don't
together, right?
exist.
Like no word, point blank, period.
He
You know what
he
I
didn't
mean?
say the sentence or the paragraph. He said the word.
The
Yeah,
word.
the
Because the
first.
word is all words. You see what I'm
And then
saying?
spoke it into existence. That was the echo y'all talking about, the ripple, the vibe,
And check this out. Add the number one to the word, word, and you're gonna get world. Oh my
Exactly.
God, man.
And
like
world
one
is
world.
actually world. You see what I'm saying? Like WHIRL or
Right.
WHORL. And that's like the crown, the world, the sparrow, the
Like a
nine.
twirl, a twirl.
Exactly. Twirl, swirl. Exactly, bro. The mix. The motion, the constant motion in a particular direction. It all
Right.
boils
That's
down
the
to
code.
That's it.
electromagnetism.
And that's the
And that's
real
what
That's
I'm
the
name.
code of the
saying.
That's the
DNA.
real listen.
Goddamn right,
That's the
man.
listen, that's the real name of the most high for real. I mean they even it's sort of like Lord for real. But then when you add all the lords and lordesses together, it makes it plural. Now the most high is a plural thing. It's not a singularity thing. This is where people be like, somebody gonna come save us, this, that, and the third. No, it's not a body. It's a whole thing. You
That's
understand what
right.
I'm saying? When
The
it, when
Lord is
they
the
say
cord. You see what I'm saying? That's who the Lord
in the
is, the
world,
cord.
Right.
The umbilical
the
cord. The
warlords,
umbilical cord
right?
is the Lord, man. That's who that is.
Right. And the letter L is the number one again.
Oh, come on,
One
The
man.
world,
letter
one
L
world.
on
There
Lord is
you
the
go.
number one.
And that's the cord, man. It's one cord.
Right.
It's like a big ass You know what? And what's so sad about it, y'all? They show us this shit all the time. And so that's why I be like, man, hold up, man. Let me see if I can put this shit in one comprehensive understanding. It's like it's the spider web. You see what I'm saying? It's like when we look at the electromagnetic lines and all this shit and the ley lines and all this shit, the same thing we looking at is when we look at inside our brain and how we're transferring different signals through our brain. You
Right.
see what I'm saying? And like it's
Right.
really see, we won't understand that every thought that we put out is actually going to hide the farther it can go into the motherfucking universe and connected to the thought realm, the mental realm, and it's coming back down into reality, into manifestation. That's what we don't understand. Like the
It's a
shit is like
boomerang.
actually going out. Yes. You know, hey, you
It's a
know how you
boomerang.
might be mad at your bitches. Oh, I ain't gonna say bitch. Disrespect no females. Well, how you might be mad at anybody. You see what I'm saying? You might be mad at anybody, right? And you be
Significant
like,
other.
man, I ain't with this shit. Or man, or let's say that she keep asking for money. You trying to save money. Let's just say that. You know, I'm not saying my wife do this. I'm just saying, you know how women always ask for money. You niggas always trying to save, right? So it's like you keep asking me for money. It's like, man, goddamn, I'm always be broke if I always had to get your ass some motherfucking money, right? So now the thing about it is, we dead ass right now. If we keep on getting our money, that might be right. That might be a positive, right? That might be true. But you know what's
Yeah, that
Right.
making it
might be
positive
true. You
is
know,
that we verbalizing that shit. We
uh-huh.
said
Man.
what it's gonna be.
You
And
let
say,
her
man,
take
I'm
your
gonna be
money,
poor to the
man.
motherfucker. That's what you said out your mouth to the motherfucking universe, and you wonder why that shit keep happening. When you flip that shit just on
Right. It's
sign
a
shit,
slap to the
and just
face.
be like, you know
It's a
Man, why
what?
you
slap to
let
the
her
I
take
face.
have
all
all the
your
money in
money?
the world. Like, sure,
Hey,
baby,
who
you
just
can have
joined?
it.
Or
You know
somebody
me,
just
here you
joined over
go. I
here.
got all the money in the world. You
But
see what I'm
but
saying?
but
Even though you
but
might
you
mean it sarcastically
Man,
than a
you got
motherfucker, and she might know that's how you mean it, right? But what you saying
Right.
that's
out your
both of
mouth is
ours.
totally opposite of what the fuck you
That's
feeling.
ours.
That's
That's
why you
called
let
playing
that's
reverse
why you let
psychology on your own goddamn self. You
Yup.
understand It's like
you programming yourself.
You goddamn right. It's like instead of you beating the shit out of somebody, it's like, man, you know what, man? In my mind right now, I have grabbed your fucking head. I smashed that shit into the ground 100,000 times and all that shit. In my reality, bitch, you dead. You understand? So even though you don't have to act it out in real time, you see what I'm saying? Because you know the real time is what you're gonna manifest. It's the manifestation of a thing. That's why I say be angry, but don't sin in the Bible, right? It didn't say you shouldn't be mad at the motherfucker. It didn't say that.
Go live.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Somebody trying to speak? He might have been talking in his background. I thought he was.
You know what I'm saying?
So can you kill a motherfucker in the astral projection and get away with it?
You goddamn right. Don't you do it all the time? Don't you do it all the time? Hey, don't you leave your old lady all the motherfucking time when she do something your ass don't like? It's like, motherfucker, I can imagine myself in my own shit right now, driving like a motherfucker, doing my motherfucking thing. I'm living life around this bitch in my own motherfucking mind. It's like, once you get to the point to where you can do that shit, and can't nobody fuck with you. Can't nobody fuck with you. Like, so you ain't gonna act that shit out in real time. It's like, yeah, you talking all that shit, but I'm in la la land like a motherfucker. I can.
Now listen.
I'm sorry.
Right, now listen. I have never dreamed that I got killed. If they I got that where they tried to kill me, and I never dreamed that I killed somebody. So that's real interesting. I never dreamed that I just blew somebody's head off, right? And I never dreamed that somebody just blew my head off. Like I dreamed that somebody shot me and ain't nothing happened. You know what I'm saying? I dreamed I was falling, but I ain't never hit no ground and shit.
Or think
right. See, but you won't think that. And let me tell y'all this. Hold up, because I forgot I'm talking to an audience and I'm talking to a network of people. The reason why you don't do that though, right? You don't imagine that type of thing because you understand. See, this is people that really understand the power of their goddamn mind. You see what I'm saying? This ain't for no anybody. Mm-hmm. People do this shit all the time. You see what I'm saying? And they don't even know they doing it, killing motherfuckers, and they don't even fucking know it. But now if you're a person that know this shit and you doing it intentionally, that's some whole other shit. You know what I'm saying? You're not supposed to do that. You know what I mean? Because you're supposed to be able to transcend that anything that okay, you're supposed to be so fucking be able to go so fucking high at will, right? You know how they say, hey, I was going to and from the earth, I was going up and down how the fuck I please. That's what I'm talking about. You gotta have the ability to transition up and down at fucking will. You see what I'm saying? It's like, you trying to piss me off. I can't let you piss me off. I'm finna rise above what the fuck you got going on, bro. You know what I mean? You got me fucked up. I'm having a nice day and I'm finna finish my day nice. I don't give a fuck what you going through. Your old lady pissed you off. Somebody just robbed you the other day. So you broke as fuck. That's why you mad. It ain't got nothing to do with me. That's why you mad.
But that's the thing. You can't bring your home into exactly think about this. Like, how can you bring your home into your reality? I mean, I'm listening to you. Who was that speaking?
Well, just a few minutes ago, that was me. BC, go live. Who you want to call me?
Yeah, I know you go live.
Yes, sir. You know what, me, baby. Hey, you only gonna hit it. Hey, you ain't heard it regurgitating damn time. Actually, yes, you have. Every time I get on a nigga shit, a nigga start regurgitating my shit. But hey, y'all want it? Come on to the source.
Man, I remember you had said some shit like I had said something. You said,
I love it though. Hey, because that's when you had the ability.
Hold up, bro. Hold up, go live. I had said something right earlier today, right? Listen right quick. I had said something earlier today. I don't even know what it was, and you said I must have heard that from you, and I said it again. No, powerful minds think alike, bro. I ain't hear you say. We just be saying the
but
same
you know that,
shit.
That wasn't no definite. You see what I'm saying? You gotta see one thing about me. I use my words articulated.
Oh, you might have heard it from me.
Listen though. Follow what I'm saying though, Drop. Follow what I'm saying. Because I'm giving you your own brain right now. Hey, I don't think Drop got shit from me. So what I'm saying is, I articulate my words. I say you must have. I didn't say you have like as a
said I must have.
Well, you know what I'm saying. But I'm still leaving the room for you to be like, no, the fuck I did.
No,
like you saying right now.
No, you had just said that again, right? You said people be regurgitating your shit.
But no, I wasn't saying that directed towards you, brother. It's a man, and I wasn't even really meaning that for y'all to bite on it. All I'm saying is that my intention for saying what I said just then is just to say that because the man said my man was saying that I know go live and all that right there. I know his voice and all that. And all I was saying is what I meant to say before I said the other egotistical ass
More
shit that a
tender.
person would take it as, even though y'all should see, I'm not trying to come at the egotistic aspect. All I'm saying is that I'll be listening to people and ain't nobody really dropping it the way I would be able to articulate it. Like I'm telling you, like people talk about electromagnetism, they talk about this, and don't forget, I don't exist. So when I'm saying I'm not talking about I as in motherfucking me. I told y'all what I'm here to do. I'm here to let everybody see that shit boils down to the same word all the time. And so when we do venture off into these different avenues, we'll have a bit ability to always, when we go outside, just imagine how, just figure out how it comes back to the
Add
inside,
more.
and you'll always run across the same thing. That's all I'm really trying to say, brother. So I'm sorry for what I said, and
Oh
I
no, it
didn't
wasn't
mean.
that serious. You just
Yeah,
speaking.
when you said what you said, drop. All I'm saying is it's just a familiar thought. That
No,
basically was
you
the
done
gist
said a
of it.
lot
You
of
see what
shit
I'm
that
saying?
I done said before, though. Is what I'm
Yeah, it's
saying
just
is
a
great
familiar
minds think
thought. That's
alike.
all. The
Yeah, if
spirit
it's
is the
the
same,
truth,
bro.
it's
You
the
see what I'm
truth.
saying?
Listen,
So if I say,
if
ooh, because I might come out of nowhere
now
drop, and I might
listen,
say, ooh, that sounds like my shit. Like when we actually become
right,
friends, right? But I don't really mean that sound like my shit, like you got it from me. What I'm saying
right, you
is you
saying that's
tapped
the
into
shit
the
I'm
same
on,
source
right?
that I'm tapped into. Right. That's what I'm saying. So that's what I mean. So, but that's what I'm saying is like once you get to the point to where you always gonna look at from shit from the optimistic aspect, you ain't gonna feel the need to feel like, okay, this person doing it, or the person you're gonna look at it from the bright side. I'm always trying to see why he's saying it the way of disagreeing with me versus not. Even though it may even seem like it's against. It's like, oh, damn, I actually listened to what he said. Oh, he wasn't really saying that. You know what I'm saying? But I don't know if you did or not. Maybe you would be like, hell yeah, BT. I do remember being on thing with you, and I did get that from you. I don't know if you would say that or not. You see what I'm saying? So I'm not saying as if it's a definite. You follow what I'm saying? You
Uh,
know, because I know everybody got their own motherfucking brain, bro. And even if I did say the shit on there, that don't mean you fucking remember. That don't mean you fucking listening. You see what I'm saying?
no, the truth is the truth,
Yeah,
man. And a
yeah,
lot of people speak it. You know what I'm saying? It's a different type teaching. We got like the same type teaching, but
exactly,
more,
exactly, exactly. It's
we
only one.
more
It's
on
only
the,
one drop. It's only one, baby. It's
yeah, the
only one
word,
teaching, man.
yeah,
It's only one.
yeah,
It's energy, dog. They got everything from energy drop. I'm telling you, my dude. Everything came from energy, dog. Everything. I don't give a fuck. Like, you know how they say you can't learn all word with one word? Yes, the hell you can. And you look up the word light in itself, and then like I was saying, y'all follow the words behind the word. Oh man, you gonna find every motherfucking thing. If you follow all them goddamn verbs, and you look up light, and it just say, it's a fucking electromagnetic, blah blah blah, whatever the case. Then you look up electromagnetic, then you look up electro, then you look magnetic, then you look up this, and then you look up that. The next thing you know, dog, you're gonna be like, oh my goodness, man. I cannot believe all this shit is the same. That's all I'm really. That's all I'm really trying to share with
and
y'all.
my
I know y'all
thought,
know that though.
my thought shit is like this. It's just something that's encrypted in my motherfucking DNA, and I tap into it, and I bring that shit out, and I just so happen to be right a lot, be
That's
wrong a
right.
lot too. But
That's
it's
right.
like you're born with this shit for real. That's why it resonates so easy when you was looking this shit up, and you like, damn, I already knew that.
Right.
It seemed
Right.
like, you know what I'm saying? Because you just gotta tap in to your whole being.
Well, actually, drop. I'm talking about when you go as far as like when you actually thinking all the way out. You see what I'm saying? It's like when you know this to be a definitive. It's like I don't know, man. I don't know if you
You get the
actually
receipts. I know
experience.
what you're
Yeah,
saying.
yeah,
You get the receipts
yeah.
for them
Get the
thoughts, right?
receipts. It's like man. I have actually been dealt with, dog. Like I ain't gonna lie. I just got to be honest. I really have. You know what I mean? I do know, man. It's like when you being dealt with. You know what I'm saying? What I mean by dealt with is when you know the shit that you learning, you ain't smart enough to know. It's when you know the shit that you know, you not smart enough to know, man. Ain't no way in the hell you supposed to be able to understand. It's
Right.
certain information that you get, bro, where you can't even Google it and find it.
Process it, right?
Where
Like
you cannot Google it and find it, bro.
I be telling cats all the time, you can't find everything in a book. They don't
Oh
be
no,
understanding
you
what I'm
can't,
saying.
bro. See, because the thing about it is, and I'm sorry to say it, as far as my observation go, it's not many that got it, man. It's not many at all, man. And the ones that do have it, that think they have it, they don't open up the gates to be able to receive something from somebody else.
Right.
See what I'm saying? And what I mean by that is like, for some people, it may seem like, damn, man, dude, don't hear what I'm saying. I always hear what everybody's saying. You see what I'm saying? But once you get to that level, okay, let's say, what I'm saying is this. Let's say if you're a type of person where you affirmatively say, I know I don't know it all, I'm seeking and I'm trying to find information. I know I don't know it all. Like this, in my own heart, in my own space, in my own temple, I'm saying that I know, what I'm convinced of. I don't know every damn thing. If a person saying that in their heart, right, and a person come up and tell you, hey man, I'm convinced in my heart that I know everything. How can you say, no, you don't know everything? You can't say that. Because the only reason why you saying that is because you know that you don't know everything, right? If you knew that you knew everything, and if somebody else come up and say, I know everything, you would have a problem with that. If another person come up and say, hey, I don't know everything, and you feel like you don't know everything, then you ain't gonna have no problem with that. But when a person say, I know everything, and you feel like you don't know everything, you be like, no, nigga, that's not fucking possible, nigga. You can't fucking know everything. And now a person like me, I'm a challenger. It's like, well, you know every motherfucking thing. Let me ask you this, because I got a lot of motherfucking shit I want to know. If you're a true student, if you're a true pupil, right? Which pupil means student, right? If you're a true pupil, true student, and you know you're looking for answers, and somebody say, I got all the fucking answers, and you don't ask the most desirable questions, you are a fool. You are a fool.
And if you the type of person that say somebody saying something you don't agree with, right? If you don't try to make sense out of what they saying before you disagree with them, you basically either ain't trying to learn or you trolling that person. If you can't even, like he said, like if your head can't even process what somebody said, that don't mean that person's wrong. That means you need to make sense out of what he just said. So you would ask questions like, okay, I see how you're looking at it. Oh, now I'm getting that form of thought. And it's still one form of thought, one school of thought. It's still so many different avenues to the same point. It's insane.
That's why they say, in all thy getting, get understanding. You see, and that's the main thing. As I observe everybody, not y'all in general, just people, it's all kind of motherfuckers, man. White folks and all, man. Nobody come to a fucking understanding. It's like they don't understand what that means. It's like motherfuckers just talking. Okay, when I hear motherfuckers be talking about debate this, debate that, you know what I hear when I hear debate? I hear it's gonna be one motherfucker who's gonna be talking about what they're talking about, and it's gonna be another person talking about what they're talking about. And this person gonna lie about what they talking about if they about to lose, and this person gonna lie what they about what they talking about if they about to lose, because it's a motherfucking debate.
And instead of one end saying, you know what, I'm a flat earther now, or you know what, I do believe in the Bible.
See, because the thing about it is, and that's why I ask questions. You see, because like I like to say, and I'm gonna say it again. This is how you know what a person know or not, right? Let's say if a person act like they know every fucking thing, like I was saying, giving an example earlier. If a person think they hot shit, oh yeah, you think you know every motherfucking thing? Well, okay, bitch, I got some questions for your ass. You know what I'm saying? Let me ask you a question to see how far your motherfucking answers go, nigga. You know what I mean? So it comes because eventually a mother who think they know some shit, after about I give them about fucking 6 questions about what the fuck they know about, and that shit gonna start crumbling every goddamn time. I promise.
And in case they real, because you'll get to that far is what they know, and they'll be like, "No, I don't know about that."
See, no, they can't say that though, right, Drop? See, because you telling me about the shit, you better know every motherfucking aspect of it. See, because I'm not gonna say nothing out my motherfucking mouth and I can't back it up. You know what I'm saying? You might be like, hold up, man, this crazy ass dude talking about the fucking this and this is that. And you ask me questions on that shit I just said, I'll be like, okay, man, you go check this out, man, this will lead you to this. You go check this out, this will lead you to that. You see what I'm saying? I don't have nothing to hide. You see what I'm saying? But a motherfucker who just regurgitating, they might, like, let's say a motherfucker that hear me say, okay, the corona is the sun and all this shit, it's top of the sun and the solar waves do this shit and all that, right? If y'all don't, when we get out this shit and y'all don't go do no research on what I'm saying, y'all are leaning on faulty information. Not saying I'm not telling the truth, right? It's because you have not went and confirmed it for yourself. That's why it's always going to be faulty. You see?
In case it just literally resonate with you. The truth resonate.
Yeah, but that's good too, though, Drop. But you always want to prove yourself to be wrong or right, Drop. That's what I'm saying. So your intuition might be right, like boom, I feel this shit, but you still need to follow up to make sure you're right. You see what I'm saying? It's like you follow what I'm saying? You always want to see that you got to if you can't kick your own ass in your own information, can't nobody else kick your own ass. You see what I'm saying?
You can freestyle a rap don't mean you shouldn't write none down.
Goddamn right, man. You gotta be able to check your own shit, is what I'm saying. You gotta be able to try to prove your own self wrong. If you can't ask yourself the questions and be able to, like, let's say if I wanted to prove my theory wrong, everything I look up should be disproving my theory or proving it. You see what I'm saying? So even if I'm trying to prove myself wrong, it's still gonna be the right answer in it. You see? And that's how you know you got the 100% truth.
Right,
but if the shit like shaky, yeah.
I can also look up some fake shit that ain't the truth and make truth out of it by doing all that research too. To where I can make
you're right, man. You're right. But you know everything have a common thread, though, Drop. You're looking for the common threads. You see what I'm saying? And see, that's why it's so important, right? It's so important to know your own shit first. It's like, let's say, for instance, if somebody give me a book, right? I'm just trying to tell y'all how common shit, how we don't do. I ain't gonna say we as us, but people don't do. If a motherfucker give me a book and I read the title of the book, I'm gonna try to tell myself, I'm gonna imagine what the whole book is about before I even read it, based on the title. You see what I'm saying? If there's a word in the title that I don't even know what the fuck it means, ain't no way in the fuck I'm finna open that book up first. I'm not gonna do it. The first thing I'm gonna do, I'm gonna look up what the title means if I don't understand the title. Once you understand what the title is, because the title is the sun again. It's like the compression, like I was talking about the word. The title is a word. The title is all those words in the goddamn book. That's what the title is. Or that's what a good book's supposed to be. The good book's supposed to be, whatever the title is, that what all the other shit is uncompressed. So if you know what the title is, you don't even have to read the fucking book to know what it's saying, but you might do it just to prove yourself right or wrong. You see?
Or you might, like, I used to speed read. Like, I go to the library, I just grab any book and just open that motherfucker up to the middle and read like 16, 17 pages, close it, grab another book, open it right to the meat of it, 18, 19 pages. And I used to just read like that. I ain't really had the patience to start from chapter 1 to the last chapter. It's just like,
and that's why those table of contents come in, no Drop. When you read those table of contents, you be like, oh, okay, this dealing with this knowledge. I already know about this knowledge right here, so I don't have to read that chapter. Okay, this chapter talking about this. Oh, I already know about that, so I don't have to read it. Oh, damn, this shit. I don't know about this shit. Let me read this right quick. That's how you skip through that shit.
Man, I was reading this one book, right? They said when the ancestors was over here or whatever, they was over here getting treated bad, that they made it back to Africa without no boats or nothing. Like, these motherfuckers literally, like you said, could channel that energy. Now they done teleported right back to the crib. Like, man, they tripping over there. We did it. You know what I'm saying? They saying they wasn't even coming back on boats. They don't know how they was making it back home. Basically.
That part, bro. You can't blink out like that, Drop. Hey, you know we do it all the time, Drop. And that's what I'm saying. I like to try to bring it home to where we know that we actually doing this shit. So we won't be like some motherfuckers so more advanced than us, or any motherfucker so more advanced than us. No, we do this shit all the time. And the reason where you doing it, you know how we always say, time flies when you're having fun. It's because you're not paying attention to nothing else but what you're paying attention to. That's how you teleport. It's like you can really have conversations with people, bro. Like without they knowing you having a conversation with their ass. Like if you just think about your parent or whoever the fuck you want to think about, and right now you just sit where you at and be like, I'm finna consciously talk to my mama. I'm finna answer for her in every fucking thing, but I'm finna talk to my mama right now. And then once you do that shit, like really try, and then you call your mama and say, Mama, was you just thinking about me in the last 20 minutes? I guarantee she might be like, hell fucking yes, I was. I don't know how the fuck you knew, son, but yes, I did. That's what I'm saying by scientifically practicing it. But what these people talk about in these words, y'all, This shit can be done. Like I do it all the time with my children. Like they'll be coming to me. I already know what they finna say before they finna say it. I'll be like, hold on, don't say shit. Hold up. Let me think about if I can sense what you finna say. And I tell them what the fuck they was finna say. And it's so amazing when you actually do it, fellas. That's what I'm saying. Like once you get to that point, it ain't no more about this simple little stuff, about all the twin servers and the kundalini and it is and the that and the electromagnetism and the energy. And no, that's when you understand that. No, oh, wait the fuck a minute. I ain't know this some shit that I could actually like do in real fucking time. I ain't know that. When you get to the supernatural part, when you get to the extraterrestrial part of shit, that's where I come in at. That's why I ask questions to see how far down I gotta start to get you up to what I'm saying right now, to where when I get to telling you that, hey man, if you do this step, you will actually be able to do this, and this. Without a nigga be like, nigga, get the fuck out of here. Nigga, please. That's like casting your pearls to swine. That when the next thing you know, a nigga getting ridiculed and shit. Or a nigga saying, a nigga long-winded, all this dumb shit. Because like I said before, a motherfucker who's seeking to learn some shit, when they actually commit to the idea themselves, that they're a goddamn student and they don't know every fucking thing and that they still learning. In what fucking classroom do a student fucking talk unless they ask a goddamn question? This just being common sense and logical shit. It's like a motherfucker shouldn't have to feel the need to have to say something just for the cause of, I just want my voice heard. No, anybody can fucking talk, but it's like, what is the substance of what the fuck you saying? It's like every damn word I'm saying, each word has substance. It's not a nigga just said a whole bunch of paragraphs and I might have got a couple of shits out of it. It's like, no, not only am I saying it, I'm always keeping it on the same topic. Like I'm explaining to y'all, is electromagnetism and its energy, and it's something you're supposed to actually use, and it's something that we do use indeed every day. And so that's the conscious idea that we need to have upon the situation instead of theorizing it out, saying that, oh, it was the pygmies or the fucking Egyptians or it was these motherfuckers or those motherfuckers, when we already know all this shit is mythology. So who the fuck is the mythological stories about? The mythological stories is about us. But if you're not strong enough in your understanding and experience, because you got to have experience to be able to know some shit. You don't have experience by no fucking belief. You have experience, you access knowing through experience. If you have not experienced, you don't know that shit. I don't give a fuck how much you talk about electromagnetism and all this shit, and if you don't know how to actually use the shit, you don't know it. You know about the shit. I don't give a damn. If anything not used ain't worth the fuck, man. If you got a whole warehouse full of illegal black, well, I ain't gonna say shit like that, but shit that you ain't got no business having. You got a whole bunch of that shit, or what shit you do got some business having. What the fuck? I ain't gonna use no analogy like that. Listen, you got a whole bunch of diamonds, goddamn it. People like diamonds around this bitch. They'll buy your motherfucking diamonds. But if you don't never show them you got no diamonds, is them bitches gonna sell? So you might well say you don't have a motherfucking thing. So that's the same thing it is with this spirit that we got, this electromagnetism that we got. We know about it, but we don't really internalize the shit to be like, hold up, let me sit still enough. I'll be goddamn, I can feel my energy going up and down my goddamn body. Damn, when I just moved my arm like that, I felt this part of my goddamn brain move. What the fuck? Oh shit, my brain is a goddamn muscle. Oh. Well, how do I physically move my goddamn brain? Can I cast my thoughts inside my brain to make a part of my brain?
That's why I brought it up to Bro Sanchez that way. You know, I hit him first with, it's a whole lot of people talking second and third hand experience, but they ain't showing nothing firsthand, you know? And he was like, facts. So then I let it ruminate for a second, let him keep going. Then I asked him about that. What firsthand experience do we have with free energy?
For the record, disclaimer
and then, you know, he wanted to buck dance around it instead of saying, I ain't got no experience. I just know what I tell y'all.
Well, I can't. My disclaimer, I can't speak on another man.
He said about 1,000 fucking words,
you see what I'm saying?
but didn't just say what I just said to you. Nah, it's
Yeah,
theoretical, bro.
yeah,
I'm just making
I
this
mean, you're
shit up.
right, but you know
Getting
that's the
views.
thing that people gonna get over
Well, I
time,
can
right?
hear what
It's
you saying,
like
dude, again. Who
I'm
was that
sorry,
talking?
I'm
When you
sorry, I didn't
said,
hear you, brother.
yeah, go ahead, finish what you were saying. I didn't hear what you were saying.
Which part was that, sir? I'm sorry. But anyway, but I didn't want to make this claim, man, about other people in their process, right? We had to try to really be mindful, man, to let people walk their own journey. Okay? So now what I mean by that, it's okay to observe, right? It's okay to think, but it's not okay to verbalize things about another person's walk, is what I'm saying. Because the minute you do that is when you lose compassion for your soul. And what I mean by that is just as easy as a person can say something negative about someone else. They can just as easily, if you wanted to lay your life on the line, find all kind of fuck shit going on in that person's life, the same person that's pointing the finger at that person. So it's once you come to a realization, it's like, hold up, all of us are a piece of shit until you realize you're not a piece of shit. You see? It's like that. And then once you can accept what people would generally call that you do a piece of shit, you accept it as a fucking diamond or a pearl or what the fuck ever the case is, then you can respect another person's piece of shitness as a fucking gold or a diamond or a pearl. Okay? So I'm gonna give you some dumbass examples about it the dumb way, right? So listen, let's say we see people in the streets all the time. They out here killing each other. For the ones who have been around these environments or whatever, we know when it comes down, or even ones who have lived that life. You have to have a heartless attitude for the most part. Ain't no goddamn feelings. So you know killers out here, right? So now, let's say for instance, you might be like, oh, that's wrong. The Christian might be like, oh, that's some bullshit, man. What you doing or whatever, blah, 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 blah. That's some bullshit the way y'all living, right? So now let's say a motherfucker crook come and try to break in their motherfucking house or something. You the same motherfucker that was on the corner they always talk shit about, come down with that thing and protect their domain and you protect them. Do you think they still gonna talk shit about you being on the motherfucking corner? Hell no. You become the warrior. They're the ones you gonna go get. The ones you know that's about that action. You be like, oh, okay, I ain't gonna go get no death sitting there, nigga that I know ain't gonna bust no mother, that ain't gonna kill nothing, let nothing die, or bust no grape in no motherfucking fruit fight. I'm gonna fuck what it is, they gonna do a motherfucking thing because they softer than whooping cushion. But how you gonna go get a person like that to go to a war? It's just not gonna happen. So when you understand that, when you become an alchemist in the real way, and not all this dumb talk how they talk about, when you become a true alchemist, you learn how to use, when you understand, like y'all was saying, like we know that we is our universe, everybody came in with us and all this kind of shit. So we understand that everything around us, all the elements that be, is our pawns, it's our tools, right? So once you observe the tools that you have within your atmosphere, within your universe, within what you have control over, right? That's your atmosphere. So when you observe this, it's like you the master, you the puppet master, right? So it's like, damn, let me see, get all these goddamn pieces I got right here. Let me see how I can make a comprehensive picture out of all this shit that I got. So it's like, okay, for me, for instance, I wouldn't criticize that shit. It's like, okay, this nigga good as fuck and point out some of them type shit. So yeah, he might be a little off about this aspect of what it means or this aspect of what it means. But okay, fuck that. First of all, he moving, he doing his thing. Okay, the thing about it is, if I need to symbolize a motherfucker, a simple motherfucker, I'm gonna get a Sanchez. Hey man, I'm gonna do a little lecture, and you a good ass symbologist, bro. I didn't want to run something across you like that. Ooh. And we gotta understand too, there is a whole lot of niggas and flies, man. When you really intelligent, you articulate everything. It's like, yeah, you might want to say, okay, Sanchez, this Sanchez. I don't want to get stuck on no Sanchez. I'll just talk anybody, any fucking body, and not no names. Any fucking body. They're doing shit you like, and you saying this and you saying that, man. You got niggas and flies that always run back and tell shit. So the thing about it is, if you don't want to put yourself in no shit, you don't create that situation for yourself. That's what intelligent people do. You know what I'm saying? So it's like when you come to that realization that you are actually creating your own reality, that's when you know what it actually means to be an alchemist. It's like, I'm going to use these tools to benefit me. That's a negative aspect that I don't possess in my character, but this person possesses this negative aspect. So whenever I need that, I'm going to this person for it. I am not a goddamn doctor, but I got a homeboy that's a goddamn doctor, right? So if I need to know about what the fuck wrong with my leg, I'm gonna go to my partner that's a goddamn doctor that specialized in this area. And then what he tell me, I'm gonna base it on what the fuck I feel in my body. I'm not just gonna take his goddamn word for it. It's like, nigga, I said something wrong with my leg, nigga. You telling me it's something wrong with my motherfucking arm. Nah, nigga, you ain't operating on me. I just told you where my shit at. You just need to give me the technical fucking understanding of what the fuck it is. And me personally, if some shit hurting on me, I'm gonna go to the human anatomy and I'm gonna look at that part that's hurting. Oh, that's this. Oh, this shit connected to this. Oh, this shit connected to that. Oh, let me channel my energy right here in this area. Because you know what it looked like. It's like, what part of my brain moved my arm? Okay, this part moved my arm because you got a visual of what it is. And then when you can imagine that and you focus on that part because you know where it's at, you know it's located, or you know how it felt when you moved your arm, or what part of your brain moved, you just try to move that shit on your own. It's like, how many people know how to flex their brain? Your brain is a muscle. Like, that is the holy grail. What I'm telling y'all right now, I don't think it's much higher you can get when you can actually project what part of your brain moves your body and project that thought in your brain and your body do it. But you won't be able to do it if you're not conscious to understand that your brain is moving your mother. Well, let me be more specific. Your brain stem is moving your body. It is, y'all. And the reason why I emphasize so much because it's like one of those holy grail things. When it comes to the earth shit, right? We know when it comes to the spiritual shit or whatever what it is, the spirit and all that, and the psyche and all that. But what controls the psyche, what receives the commands from the psyche, from the thought, is your brainstem. Your brainstem is the messenger. It receives it. It's the when it comes to the brain, that's the goddamn that's like I said, that's the messenger, that's the receiver. You feel me? So it's like once you know that, you channel the energy in there, you know what I mean? Then the action is being played out. And you have a lower pole and you have a higher pole. The higher pole is your midbrain, which is your brain stem again. You know what I mean? All this shit synonyms, fellas. Don't get lost, y'all. When niggas say brain stem, it's the same thing when they call the third eye. It's the same thing called as the motherfucking what that shit called. You got down your thalamus, your motherfucking the fucking bird, the fucking Jesus in the middle of the goddamn Herehu, whatever the fucking child is, Horus and all that dumb shit. That's the brain stem they're talking about. You know, when they showing like a motherfucker giving birth out of a bitch head or some shit like that, they talking about how the energy is coming and bursting out of your crown chakra is what they're saying. Even though you can relate it down to the genital area, but you got to think about when you're talking about the genital area, what are you talking about? You're talking about lower nature. You see? So yes, that's one aspect on the lower nature side, but what about the higher aspect? The higher nature of that same paradox is the midbrain.
What makes it the lower?
Sir, I ain't hear you.
What makes it the lower?
What makes it the lower is because it's below your heart chakra. Anything below your heart chakra is considered to be your lower nature. Okay? Because the heart chakra is like the bridge between two. And another reason why it's your lower is that when the blood that pumps, the pumps out, blood pump out the heart. But one part of your heart pumps the blood below your waist, downwards, and the other part pumps it upwards. You see what I'm saying? So it's like a separation in polarities. That's what it is. So that's what makes it your lower nature. And when I speak of lower nature, I'm speaking of your five senses, right? The sense of taste, the sense of smell, the sense of touch, you know what I mean? All those things, like the thing that you actually see, the thing like seeing is believing, that's your lower nature. Like what you see is what you get, what they call your carnal mind.
When you call it the lower nature, are you saying it's lesser than the high?
No, sir. I'm not saying it's lesser than the high. What I'm saying is your lower nature is that it want to act out everything. It's the one that wants to experience. You see what I'm saying? But the thing about it is your lower nature has, without guidance, it's like an adolescent child. Like a person, it's like a person that's living that don't know the law. You see what I'm saying? Like you don't know, hey man, I can't go out here and just smoke weed right in front of the police. Or I can't sell crack right in front of the police, I'm gonna go to jail. Right? So now your lower nature untamed, that's that motherfucker. You see what I'm saying? But when you had a higher nature to go along with it, it can be like, hey man, yeah, you can smoke weed, but you can't do it next to the police. You gotta kind of duck off over here in this car, or you kind of gotta like hit this cut over here, or you gotta kind of, yeah, you can do this or do that, but you gotta do it like this, and you gotta do it like that. That's the one that's gonna give you the strategy and give you the plan. You see? And then once you realize that that's what's happening to you all the time, and then you can allow that to guide you. You know what I mean? It's like, you know what? Some said, man, let me take my ass over here and go this way. You know what I mean? Then you might have some else to say, nah, I ain't finna go over there and do that shit, even though I know you right about what you saying, but I ain't finna go over there and do that shit. Fuck you, I'm bucking. That's what they call the stubbornness and anger and emotion. That's when your five senses kick in. You see what I'm saying? When you all about fitness, you ain't thinking about how this shit gonna have how it gonna have a radiating effect.
So in a nutshell, all that you just said, combine it into one term. What's the end game?
Okay, the end game to combine everything that I said in a nutshell. Boy, that's a perfect question. Everything in a nutshell is to realize that you have never been outside of anything. Okay? And what I mean by that is that we know when a sperm goes into an egg, right, which is your body, you have never left out of it. Okay? You have always been inside this body. And now, things that we in the nutshell, like you saying, so that's the aspect, right? And the ultimate one, I don't know if y'all kind of grasp what I'm saying, because my ultimate nutshell is for you to understand that your thoughts control your body. Like you literally don't have to move your arm to move your motherfucking arm. So for me, that's the level I'm at with it. I'm at the level to where I know if I want to sit down, if I want to stand straight up, and I be like, turn left. My body literally gonna turn left, fellas, without like no fucking cap. If them motherfuckers put them shits on my head or whatever you call it, and they gauge how much energy I'm using to move my shit, they're gonna be like, this nigga ain't motherfucking move his shit. His shit just move because it's a stop. That's the level I'm at with. But under that level, is that before you even get to that level, what I had to do, not saying it's different strokes, it's different strokes, different folks, all right? So I ain't saying I'm nobody fucking better than nobody else. I just know what I fucking can do. Okay? So the level below that got me to that point, like I always say, I had to realize that I do not think on my own. I had to know that inner motherfucker that everybody talk about. Everybody talk about the inner self and go within, all this shit. But nobody really telling you how to actually do that shit. Like I'm fucking sick of it. To be honest. And every time I'm trying to give people the game, it's like motherfuckers ain't really hearing it because they ain't on that experience level to even grasp what the fuck I'm saying. And the few people that are can't even get it because the people who don't know got the ego in the fucking way. Like a nigga trying to get some cool points or some fucking followers or some stupid shit, arrogant shit. Right? When at the end of the day is to really try to free a motherfucker the real way.
You said what now?
So sorry. Go ahead, man.
No, I had to put a little question there. But
yeah, I'm glad you asking me questions, man. I love questions, bro, because it takes my shit. Anybody else got one thing they want to ask me to try to disprove or prove what the fuck saying? I'm going, damn, run it. Because it opened me up. Because I got so much shit, I can't just, if you don't pull it up, if you don't ask the right question, the fucking answers ain't gonna come. I'm just trying to just give little shit to judge people's mind, because I know if a person might not ask me no questions, but I know each and every one of y'all are is regulating shit that y'all already know. You see what I'm saying? Or not literally know, but putting shit together for you. Like, oh damn, well that's why this, or damn, that's why that. So I know I'm invisibly doing work without it being seen. I know this for a fact. You see what I'm saying? Even though a nigga might not ask, but I like people to ask me stuff because it give me a more channeled answer. You see what I'm saying? So you ask me something, then I can direct my energy to a certain shit. And then if it happens to veer off on a little shit down my path, then I like doing that. Go ahead. So sorry.
When you said that you know it's not you that's controlling your thoughts, then who is it?
Okay. It's not me. Okay. No, okay. I'm glad you said it that way because I had to clarify that because words mean things. So yes, it is me controlling my thoughts when I'm aware of it or not, even if I'm aware of it or not, right? So because like we all doing things like okay, and to make it simple, what I mean by that, right? So if I put on my shoes, right? You think you're not controlling your thoughts to do it, right? It's like I just know I'm just putting on my shoes. You ain't got to think about putting on your shoes and tying your shoes. You presume that you ain't did no thinking towards doing that. But in actuality, you moved, you did everything. You thought about each twist, each fucking movement. You thought about each part of it when you put your shoes on.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying?
But you said you didn't control that though.
Right, but you didn't control it. You see what I'm saying? Because the reason why you didn't control it because you got to think about what are thoughts, right? In order to, you got to get to the root of it, right? So it's like, okay, you say, you don't use your thoughts to do something. Thoughts is the main idea, right? So it's like, okay, what are thoughts? Okay, thought are energy that comes from the ether, right? And we share thoughts collectively, right? Everything that there is only a manifestation of thought. Right? It don't matter what it is. Anything that you see in its physical manifestation is only a result of thought. Right? So understanding that, and you know that everything that is before the manifestation comes in the imagination. Right? And then when you know it's coming from imagination, you know imagination dwells in the psyche. Right?
But if it's not you controlling it, who's controlling it? Answer the question.
That there is. That's what I'm saying.
If you're not controlling it, who is?
See, you asking me who control it, right?
Tell me who controlling it.
I'm telling you that it's in the ether. I don't know who control it because there ain't nothing of who. That's what I'm trying to explain to you. Okay, what I'm trying to say is this, bro. The same thing that's making you talk right now, right? It's the same thing that's making me talk.
Okay, no. You making you talk.
Whatever that is, that don't have a name. You see what I'm saying? Like, what has a name? That's what I'm trying to really get to you, bro. Like, what is anything?
No.
Like,
well, I'm trying to get
well,
you.
what are you leading me to? I guess I need to ask you that because I think I'm asking you, but I guess I'm not.
Question, brother. You said I'm not controlling my thought. So when you make a statement like that, I'm not controlling my thought. You got to give me who is.
Oh, okay. That part, I don't want to put no name on it. People call it the ancestors. People call it the Holy Ghost. People call it the Spirit
Why not
of God.
You?
People call it all kinds of things. All I'm saying is the reason why I know for a fact, right? It's like who, what, when, where is not really important to me. It's like knowing how to use it, right? So what I'm saying is this. Listen, what I'm saying, right, bro? Listen what I'm saying. This is what I mean. You say who doing it, right? You said who doing it? Okay?
I'm doing
it. Right now. I'm talking to you, right? Right? I'm talking to you. Let's say you don't know my name at all.
Okay.
What does that mean about what's being said to me? Right? If you want to know who I think it is, I was told who I am. Because the thing that's doing the talking is not a thing, bro. That's what I'm trying to say. It's like I don't really know how to explain to you what I'm really actually saying because like you trying to get me to put a name on something that is not a something. See what I'm saying? Like it's not a thing. All I know is I hear the word. Oh, you want to know how do I hear these fucking words? What the fuck is it? What the fuck am I talking about? Okay, this how I come to the point of knowing it's not me thinking. Right? Is when I try to stop thinking. Like you can just try this right now. Within your 5 or 6 seconds, maybe you'll clear to understand what I'm saying. And you just try to stop thinking right now. Like really try your best not to have not one thought. Something is gonna keep trying to push an image in your mind. Something is gonna keep trying to think, bro. That's what I'm saying.
It's you.
And so once I realized I couldn't suppress that shit, I was like, damn, it ain't even me doing it all the time. All my life, I thought I was the one actually thinking. But if that was true, I was telling myself this. If that is true, that I'm doing the thinking, why the fuck can I not think then? So then once I came to that realization that damn, I can't think because I'm trying not
I realized you just made me realize what you were going through. You talk about your subconscious. You talking about the thing that's making you
that part. Thanks for helping me out, man. That's right. The subconscious. You got the conscious and the subconscious. Damn right.
Your subconscious is your immortal waters. This is your bag that's around you. This thing that's around you. See, your conscious was already created around you, so you can have images already in front of you.
Right.
This is why you're gonna always have thoughts or images being pushed in front of your face, because it's gonna always be a vibration being pushed around you. Even when you close off your ears, when you close off your mind and try to quit thinking, right? You're gonna hear something that's gonna beat, or something that's gonna chirp, or something that's gonna go, or something that's gonna go, or you're gonna hear something. You feel me? So everything
You won't actually hear words, you and P. If you can do that shit good enough, you can slow down your breath good enough, man, and long enough to just breathe and just really blank the fuck out, dog. So shit gonna start talking to you, dog. In your own motherfucking voice, dog. Like real talk. It's gonna be like, damn, nigga. This how it happened with me. It was like, damn, nigga, it's about time you pay attention. Do you know how long I've been talking to your ass? Do you know how long I've been ready to live? Damn, you gonna see out of both of your eyes now. I'm glad you let me live my motherfucking life, nigga. That's what my soul was telling me. I'm glad, nigga, when you walk to the store, you know it's us walking to the store, nigga, and not just your selfish ass.
It's still you, though.
Right, it is still you, bro. But you the slave of it. It's like that. You got a remote control car, right? You know, like, oh, fuck that. I'm gonna use y'all modern shit. Y'all play these damn video games, right? It's the video game shooting like a motherfucker, right? The person on the goddamn video game is your ass, man. And your goddamn spirit, your soul is you on the one that's on the controller. But you can tell the man on the TV that he ain't really running through a motherfucking jungle shooting shit. You can't tell me I ain't really talking to you motherfuckers on my own accord right now. I'm thinking if I would just didn't understand the higher understanding of things, I'd be like, yeah, it's just me talking to these people right now on the phone. But I know it's the spirit that's in me talking to y'all on the phone because I know what my mission is. That's what I'm saying. My soul is trying to talk to y'all soul so that y'all can connect to the spirit that I'm connected to. I'm trying to give you that shit so you can actually do your own damn thing. I ain't trying to have you under my wing like, and spoon feed you. I'm trying to give it to you. Every aspect of it, bro. Because everything that you asking me is still going to lead back to the energy source, which is breath. That's what it is. The air, the breath, the electromagnetism, the frequencies, you know what I'm saying? Like, so when you ask me, like, what is it that's talking, I thought we were talking about the source. So I don't really know how to. It's arrogant for me as a creation to be able to, like, I know the source, literally, like who he is in his face. What the fuck? No, I know damn well for sure is a voice talking to me in my head when I try not to think. I know that.
So
and I know
that
voice
voice
tell me to look up this, and it tell me to look up that, and I go do it, and it lead me into some other shit. I know it show me shit that I can't find on Google. I know it's that shit that wake me up every damn day. I know that shit tell me, hey nigga, don't go do this. And I know it's another motherfucker that say,
so who is that talking?
I want to go do this. I'm aware of myself enough to know it's some shit going on. You see what I'm saying? I don't walk blindly as if I'm just walking to the car by myself. No, my body, I'm looking outside of my body, brother. Like literally, like your eyes, like you looking. Think about what I'm saying. This sounds stupid, and I'm gonna slow it down. I'm gonna quit talking at this. But just really grasp what I'm trying to say, bro. I don't give a damn about who it is. But just grasp the concept of what I'm saying. You are literally looking out of your eyes right now. Like you not outside of your body, bro. Like literally, it's something inside of you looking out of what they call your iris or your pupil or what the fuck ever. It's something looking out, dog. Like these words coming out of my mouth, it's something in me.
It's you.
It's a spirit. It's a spirit.
Bro. It's a spirit. It's you.
That's your soul, right? But when you conscious of it becomes your spirit. Soul and the spirit is not the same.
Photons. That's
it's
how we.
The soul and the spirit is not the same, fellas. When you connect with the spirit, is when you connect with your soul.
The spirit is the breath. The spirit is the breath that keep the body going. The soul controls the body. The soul controls the body.
It pumps
the soul is you.
But what I'm saying is like the energy part of it. I mean, I'm not disagreeing. I understand where y'all angle. What I'm trying to say is though, people have to really understand that the people think that the soul and the spirit is the same. I ain't saying y'all do, but people do. And I'm just trying to
but they're not. They're not the same thing.
Yeah, right. They is, but they're not. Exactly. Just like your body.
No, they're not the same thing. They're not the same thing at all.
Exactly.
It's two different things.
Exactly. You see what I'm saying?
Two
Yeah,
different
you see
things.
exactly what the fuck I'm saying. Exactly. That's what I mean. You know what I mean?
Peace to
So it's just like
everybody.
once you recognize it, man, I'm just trying to get y'all to be aware of the shit. That's all.
I'm
You know what I mean?
Lindsay, Knowledge Uprising. Huey, what up, God? Shout out to the
Hey, God,
HOTC.
what's up, God? What up,
Yeah.
What's up, fam?
Oh yeah. But yeah, that's it, man. I ain't trying to sound too overbearing like I know it all, nothing like that, man. I just know what I know, and I'm just trying to let y'all know that it's all the same shit. That's all what I'm trying to say. You know what I mean? I love the question and stuff, but I like a person that can listen and comprehend even more. You see what I'm saying? Now, because the one thing to ask the question, I'm not disagreeing with nobody. I'm not saying I'm just speaking on how I am as a person. You know what I mean? I don't mind being challenged, but like you can tell. I don't care about being challenged at all. All I'm trying to say is I'm just trying to get y'all to understand how everything relates back to the
What would be challenged though?
You want us to see your perspective, but you
why
have to.
would I want to challenge you?
Yeah.
No. I don't mean it like that. It's like what I'm trying to say is, man. See, that's what I'm
To
saying. Like
accept a
right
challenge,
now,
I
I
must
did that. Like
first
I created that. Like if
want
I
to
wouldn't have thought
interject.
about my feelings and be like, man, I think they feel like this or that. If I wouldn't even thought that, I wouldn't even say what I said. So right now, I just created this situation. So please, I'm not saying that I'm thinking you challenging me. I'm just speaking in general of how I'm better at answering questions. You see what I'm saying? Well, me personally, I'm just speaking. That's all. You know what I mean? Just saying, like, let's say for instance, like, if you say, okay, man, what is that speaking? Right? Like, who is that? You know what I mean? Like, you want to put like a name on it and stuff like that. It's like me, my angle was more trying to get you to understand that it is something speaking, period. Before you even get to the damn name and shit, it's like, I want to know, do you even recognize that something is speaking and that you can actually have a communication with it and then you can actually move your body with the thoughts of it? Like that part. You know what I'm saying? It's like to me, it's like that's my angle. And then when you ask me that, and then I try to answer it just as quick as I can because I thought I answered it and all other stuff I was saying, and I already feel like I'm talking too fucking much. And then I'm saying it the whole time, it's energy and it's this and that. It's so much shit that lets you know who it is. You know what I mean? But you allow me the opportunity to give you the understanding that nothing has a name anyway, bro. Like nothing has a name. Like everything that we call anything, somebody called it that. But it's not that. Nothing is that, dog. Nothing is that. Nothing. I don't give a damn what it is. A shoe ain't a shoe. It's just some shit that we put on our feet and we walk. And the feet ain't a damn feet. What the fuck is that? What the hell is walk? What the hell is up or down? Like, you understand what I'm saying? So it's like once you circumvent all that shit, all the shit like that, and just see it is for what it is, it's like, oh, I don't give a damn what it is, but this shit do this. I don't give a damn what this is, but this shit do that. Like that's when you can really get a grasp instead of like trying to try to find out how you can agree is what I'm trying to say. And that's how you find an answer. See, because you got to understand that everything in life is working for your good. If you're a true believer. Like I don't believe in no devil, no energy, no negative shit. I don't believe in none of that. I don't believe in it. You see what I'm saying? So therefore, like I always look at shit to be an opportunity on the level that I'm at in life. That nothing can be bad. You see? So that's how I look at everything. So I look at the opportunity like, okay, you ask me, and I might be sounding like, damn, he sound like a channel, he think I'm channel. No, it's on me to learn, okay, damn. I need to say that a little different because I recognize what I said is made you say what you said. You see? So I can't reflect it on you. You know what I mean? Like, oh, nigga, you wouldn't have said this shit then, nigga. That was my soul. The soul I'm telling y'all about. The word is coming out of my mouth. That's what it told me. It said, nigga, if you wouldn't have said what the fuck you said, it said just like this. Dude wouldn't have said what the fuck he said. And so I had to submit to that. My soul had to submit to it. It'd be like, yeah, you sure right, soul. So let me tell this dude, yeah, you right, dog, because I see why I said what I said and made you say what you say. So that's what you said shit. That's the submission part to your spirit. See, and even like that, it made that situation happen to, out of all the times I tried to explain to you what I meant, it made it very simple and plain using this so-called, this communication that I submitted to understand it wasn't even a problem. Just submit to it, say what you gotta say, and now look what I'm finna bring to you. I'm finna give you the real shit I want you to say any fucking way. In real time, it did this for me. To give you the real understanding of what I mean by the spirit and the soul. And that you have to submit to that motherfucker. I could have just easily said, fuck that. ain't finna say shit. Nah, these niggas this, these niggas that. And they're gonna create a whole bunch of fuck shit on my head. Because I was unwilling to submit and understand that I caused your response. That's how serious that shit get. And I don't give a damn if you just idle talking or what the hell ever. Whatever you say, whatever you think, you are forming, making a form. You are forming images. You are creating reality. See, because the image itself is an effect of the thought. You see? Before you can form an image is something that formed the image. So you already creating reality, not even knowing it. So once you cut into that shit, it's like you're a wizard through this bitch. Nigga be like, damn, that nigga don't never get mad. Damn, that nigga don't never this. Damn, that nigga don't, you know, because they be like, damn, that nigga could control his motherfucking energy. But they don't know you might be madder than a motherfucker. But you don't show it. That's the poker face. Your hand's shittier than a bitch. And you just put 10 grand on the line. And you know motherfucking well, man, you don't put your best poker face on right now, this nigga finna go on you, man. And you done bluffed that bitch so goddamn good, he done fucked around and folded. Like, yeah, nigga, I bluffed the fuck out your ass, nigga. They ain't have me bitch ass thing. So that's what I'm saying, fellas. It's like once you get to that kind of aspect of this shit and really understand that you are really orchestrating this shit yourself. You are the architect. But of course, you got fucking pieces that's gonna move on its own though. You see what I'm saying? You know, like I can't control y'all movements even though y'all in my universe. You see what I'm saying? I just had to learn how to adapt with the moves that you make. It's like, damn, nigga, we in a fight. How the fuck I'm gonna be like, nah, nigga, don't hit me with your right, nigga. No, you finna give me everything you got. So my thing is to be able to go around what you trying to do to me. I see you about to put me with that right. I'm finna roll to the left on your pussy ass. You see, you don't just stand there, and that's how life is. You know, but once you understand that you in a goddamn fight, then you don't know how to fight back. But the fight happened with actions, though. It happened with moves. You know what I mean? You got to be able to control the moves. And everybody can't control the moves. And the people that run the world are black people. Just in case y'all don't know that shit, when it all boils down to it, to the nitty gritty, niggas run this whole entire fucked up system. That's what y'all want to call it. Just in case y'all never heard that before. So let's stop exhorting people that don't deserve to be exhorted, creating the fog that we have around us. That's what's creating the fog. You know, but there's not too many people that think from that aspect because they want to be a victim. If you want to be a victim, you can't be powerful. Period. If you talk from a victim mind frame, you can't be powerful. You know, and I know everybody know this, man. I ain't just trying to just go on no real rant, but it just be killing me though, bro. Sometimes how people just don't really bring everything together as the big picture. I can just see people arguing.
I mean, I get what you're saying, man. I believe it's a holographic universe, so it's very relative to what you're believing about.
And then
so
let me
I'm
ask you
in
this, brother.
agreement with
Like when
some
you
of the
said what you
things
just
you're
said,
saying,
right,
man.
about the holographic universe, you said you believe it is, right? So if I could ask you, how could you change your belief to a no? How would you say you know? What would you base your knowledge on to explain to you in an intelligent, logical aspect how it is a holographic universe?
Well, you know the quantum physics. We look at photons, neutrons. Now, they get the light we perceive because we know inside our brain and the image inside our head, it's the brain is fucking dark. There's no light inside there. But with the things bouncing off our eyelids and we getting this electric pulse, but it's not necessarily electric, like how we running power grids, like TVs and lights and shit like that. It's another sensation. It's another electric charge we get, and it goes to the back of our head to display a picture. And now off that, now you got fractal particles and all these things make an image, and then back of your head, and you look at it, and with sight, we make out images with it.
That's right. So that's exactly why. And then let me ask you another question about that. What does
Yeah,
the
yeah.
image? What?
What's
How is
up?
the original aspect of the image? Is it upside down or upside or right side up when it hit the back of your brain? Like what happens
It's
when
upside
it?
down, and when you see it right side up.
That's right. And so now, what does these chemicals travel through in your eyes? Okay, you say it go through your eyes, right? Now, what does it go through? Does it go through your whole eye? What part of your eye does the light go through first?
Like it goes through the middle part of your eye.
Yeah, your pupil, right?
Yeah.
It goes through your pupil, and then once it goes through your pupil, what does it do from there? Where does it land at before it goes to the back of your brain? If you don't know, just say you don't know. I'm just questioning you, bro. That's it. So I can just finish it for you. Okay. So it hits your lens, right? So when it hits your lens, if you look at the picture of a lens, the lens is the lane, the lens. So your lens is like the TV screen. Like you look at the TV screen, that's your lens. So the light come
Yeah,
in, it
because
goes through your pupil.
it goes in and then it comes back out.
Damn right. It
And
hits
when it
your
hit the
lens,
lens,
and then your
it
lens
makes a
process it
projection. It
filters
makes
it
a
first, right,
projection.
to see if it want to send
It's
it back
just
to the
like
back.
if you was
Yeah.
think of holographic film, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now holographic film, you would have to get the picture laser scanned onto it. Now now to get that picture back displayed into a physical three-dimensional object, you would have to have another laser hit it, and then it would display that object. But the object is not really there; it's really on that holographic plate. So
Yeah.
now let's think about what I always like to talk about is black holes. Now just listen to it for a minute. So now when you think about black holes, right? You got you got the event horizon. The event horizon is the outer rim of the black hole. Because you reach that, they call that the point of no return.
Mm-hmm.
Now, let's say you got John and Sally. Now, John and Sally are right outside the event horizon. But then John decides to walk towards the event horizon. Now, once this phenomenon happens, John starts to dissipate what Sally's perceiving. Right now, when that's happening, now the temperature of a black hole is about 3 billion degrees. So now when you think about that, it's not when you get in a black hole and you get stretched. No, it's just like if you was turning on a computer, right? And you got all these files and it's saying, man, your computer is about to be full, or your phone or something, and you got to delete it, right? Or like, let's say you've been on your phone on the charger, and you know your phone need to get a charge, but you still on that motherfucker while it's plugged into the charger, right? It starts to get hot. So the same thing happens when you're on a desktop and you delete and you delete a bunch of files at one time, right?
Exactly. Now, how
All
does it
them
relate to
files
your
get
real
deleted. Now
eyes?
it starts to burn. Now,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
this proves that that the information it's never lost because it transferred. You see, that's what the heat was. So now when John is reaching that event horizon and that's happening now, from what Sally is perceiving, that oh man, he's dying, he's burning up, turning into ashes, getting disintegrated fast as fuck, right? So now this happens and it comes to another reality of the event horizon. Now, inside the event horizon, it's split up into fractal units. Now, each fractal unit contains information, right? So now here's where it comes to string theory, because now all this stuff that got burned up and all
Oh,
kind of
you
atoms is mixed
explaining the
together,
quantum. I'm
cycling
sorry, you
around.
explaining quantum,
So
right?
so 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 now so now everybody is everywhere, but from John's perspective, he can still see Sally outside the event horizon. He didn't die. Now, remember, I was talking about the computer units and all that stuff. That's why you can always go back and find the information on a hard drive, even after you delete the information. But that's that heat transferring it. So
and you know what?
now,
Explain
so
what
now
you
when you're
explained,
looking at,
bro.
so now when you looking at the John is looking outside of the event horizon. He can't see shit. He's just getting pulled in faster and faster till he reached the point of singularity. We'll talk about that in a minute. Now, from Sally's perspective, she sees John as dead, but John is not dead. She will never see John in that reality again because he got turned into information, and he joined that whole cycle of things. So he's seeing all kind of things in this different realm. He done came in. Now, once you reach the point of singularity, it feels like you're free falling.
Now, let me
Now
ask you a question, though,
imagine
bro,
free
if you don't
falling
mind.
real
I'm keeping it
slow.
on what you're talking about, but I just want to make sure it's a parallel following. You see what I'm saying? Because you right now you're speaking on computers and stuff like that, right? So now I just want to
Uh-huh.
actually make sure that you understand that it's the same thing going on with your eyes. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah,
So
yeah,
like,
yeah, 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 yeah.
just speaking
That's
to it and then
what I
let you
was
keep
getting
on
to.
finish. Oh, okay, cool. Go ahead.
Okay, let me just cut it short then. I'm not trying to just be long winded. I
No,
know
I feel what you're
others
saying.
got something.
I just
Let me
like what
just
you're
let me
saying.
just get my point
Go ahead.
across.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, so a black hole inside a black hole. What I was saying, how you had John and Sally. John was living in an alternate reality. He was perceiving, and like the black hole was the projection. Once you got inside that black hole, you entered another universe, a realm that Sally could never enter unless she came through the point of no return, which was the event horizon. Once he got caught up in that wave, then he got turned into information. He went to another reality. Now that's just talking about the holographic universe and like the holographic
Right.
principle.
And I'm gonna go right to the singularity, like you were
That's
saying,
what
because
that
we had
is.
went
Now, the
through
point of
the
singularity, free falling.
now
Now,
watch this. Now watch this though. Before you say that, I'm gonna let you be right on it. I just wanted to point right to the eyes.
go
The
ahead,
point of
brother. You got the floor.
singularity in the eyes is your optic chasm. You see what I'm saying? That's like once it hit your lens, it continues down your optic what they call your optic nerve, and it crosses, like you're saying, the point of singularity at your optic chasm. And then it goes back to your cerebellum. If I'm mistaken, that's the part of the back, right, y'all? It's cerebrum and your cerebellum. I want to say the cerebellum just to make sure I'm saying the right shit.
It's
It go back to
cerebrum.
your cerebrum. It go back to the back of your
Cerebrum.
cerebrum, and that's when it turns out and it comes back out. You see what I'm saying? So I just wanted to point out the fact.
That's why let me just throw that out there. That's why you if y'all ever watch X-Men or Marvel Comics, Professor X, he had to go to Cerebro, and he put on that helmet, he could see everybody. He could see where everybody's at. He could see what the world was doing. He was stepping outside his body, but the brain was the way. That's what Cerebro, you know what I'm saying?
See, you know what it's explaining, brother? That's explaining what I was saying. If you learn how to look out of both of your eyes, right? I ain't tell y'all this rest of this, but when you develop the ability to look out of both your eyes, what you're looking in, they call it third dimensional eyesight. That's what they call it. Third dimensional eyesight. And what you're actually doing is you're pulling both of your peripheral visions, like he was talking about the line, like he was talking about the horizontal line. That's the fucking shit, the inertia, right? So you got peripheral vision. Everybody know you got that peripheral vision. You can see directly, clearly what's in front of you, but everything on the side of you is like a blur. Like when I was telling y'all to imagine in your mind that you ain't gonna be able to focus on what you see in front of you. So that's your peripheral vision. Okay, so it let you know everything around you ain't motherfucking real. The only thing real is what you focus on. So now, when you look at it from third dimensional eyesight, you pull your two peripheral visions into the middle. Okay, so because when I do it, it becomes two images in front of me. Like whatever was on the left and the right, it becomes one fucking image. I can see one on top of the goddamn other one, y'all. Because I'm looking directly through my optic chasm. And the optic chasm is where the eyesight mix together. You see what I'm saying? Well, both of them is the same. So if you can reflect inside your mind to where you can look out of your optic chasm, that's where you are in the kingdom of the soul. That's what I'm explaining. So like when you can do that, you don't have to look left and right to see some shit. Like you can just turn on your other eye and then you bring the bitch together. Like, oh, I see that shit. You know what I mean? Or you just realize that hey, it's a real and it's a fake of everything. Anyway, I don't mean to go too long, but that's what I was saying, and it's ironic. I don't watch that shit like you. If I watch that kind of shit, I'd be like, oh my goodness. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, they telling you the truth right in that with the cerebrals and shit like that, and seeing everything. I just wanted to explain what they meant by seeing how he saw everything or whatever, just to show y'all how the shit pulls together and it gives you a wider range of eyesight. You see what I'm saying? That's basically all I was trying to say. That's it. Yes, sir, man. And you was talking about convergence. So you really talking about the horizon line and stuff like that too. And when you say that the person disintegrate or whatever, like when a person walking away from you, they walking down the hill basically. They walking into the black hole.
I was making that relative when you got a computer and you're deleting files.
Oh well,
your computer starts to get hot. The monitor,
you know what I mean?
not
like the file is deleted. What did you
the
know how they say out
processor
of sight, out of
starts to
mind?
get hot.
Yeah, I'm
Starts to
just
get
relating
heat
to what
in
you're
it.
saying too in the reality part. Like I hear you saying computer science, right? I'm trying to tell you too, like when a person you don't see a person, it's out of sight and out of mind. So I'm just explaining, I'm just paralleling it. You see what I'm saying? I'm just paralleling it. I'm not disagreeing, I'm just trying to add to it. I'm just paralleling. So when a person out of your sight, it's like they're into the black hole. They're into the infinite darkness. You don't know that. You know, you see what I'm saying? Like, that's what it is. You know what I mean? So when a person walking away from you, they continually disintegrate in a sense because they become smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller until you don't see them no more, until they get out of your eyesight. You see? That's all I really try to explain. And that's explaining that, like when a person walk, I always say this too, but I guess I can't say it enough. When a person is walking away from you, they walking down the hill. And the reason why I would say that is because they're getting smaller. Okay? And so when you are walking towards something, you are walking up the hill. The reason why I say that is because whatever you see that's small in front of you becomes big when you get to it. So we are actually walking through dimensions in real time. And that's why I keep saying over and over and over. I'm trying to bring it to the understanding where we understand that we are actually doing this shit every day in real time so you can always be on that level. So because the thing about it is every step you take forward, you are stepping into a new dimension. Literally. You know what I'm saying? And so like the only part of the ground that exists is the part that you're standing on, the part that you rest on. It's like the shit move every time you move. That's what's really going on. Like I was trying to explain to y'all about the zipper. Wherever you zip, that's where that shit comes from. That's like the ground going under your feet. Every time you take a step, the ground is under your feet. But that's all, man. I hope y'all kind of catch what I'm saying when I be going through space age on y'all. You know what I'm saying? Hope y'all follow exactly what I'm saying. You know what I mean? Just to further explain the holographic and how shit really not real, even though it is real in our perception, which is our five senses. Which, when you look into that, it's not really real. It's a signal. It's a chemical signal. And then when you get to knowing what that chemical is your cerebral spinal fluid that's sending this shit through up and down. And then we know what cerebral spinal fluid is. For the people probably know. I'm not saying y'all don't know. Cerebral spinal fluid is plasma. And then when you know plasma is sun. It's light. And you know that's liquid. You know what I mean? So it's liquid light. You know what I mean? That comes into your crown. And so it always go back to the same shit again is what I'm trying to say. But once you understand the cream of the crop, you understand the krill of cream, then you can actually easily place it everywhere else. You know what I mean? That's the thing. It always gonna go back to that. But like knowing the science is what's gonna help a lot because now you don't only know about the power, you know how to actually use the power. When you realize, like, hold on, fuck up. Every time I move my arm, some liquid, the cerebral spinal fluid just went up to my motherfucking pineal gland or third ventricle. You know what I mean? And sitting the signal back down to my arm to make this shit move. So you know what? I'm finna go and skip over the middleman. I ain't finna send the signal up to send it down. I'm just gonna start up and send the shit down. That's how I'm able to move myself without fucking moving myself. You understand? Because I override my matter. You understand? I know how to override the matter and go straight to the thought. That's what I'm saying. So shit that some scientists will probably kill my bitch ass if I go in there and talk about, hey, you know what I can do? Yeah, let me plug your ass right on up, nigga. And see how you do that shit, nigga. Yeah, nigga, you gonna be a fucking nutcase by the time we get finished with your ass, boy. So I'm trying to tell y'all what it is so that y'all can experiment on your own time. Be like, hold up, man, let me check out this dumb nigga theory because this nigga sounds so fucking confident in what the fuck he's saying. And if this the fucking case, this will be some shit that, goddamn, what the nigga mean that he can think some shit and do some shit by thinking some shit? Like, to me personally, that should excite any fucking body. To me, that's worth they fucking try.
Hey, do you think Huey P, when he say ground zero or the magic zero is the magical medium in between your what is high and what is below?
Exactly.
You know
And that's you on the micro level. You are what's between the heaven and the earth. So you are the zero. When you look at it inside the body, what's between your crown chakra and your root chakra is your heart. What's in between the motherfucking me, what's between your mama belly is you.
So you think the key is might not be not to get too high or not to get too low, try to stay in your medium?
Goddamn right. If your dumb ass, boy, I'm glad you said that shit. That's what my stupid ass did. I went so fucking high to my dumb ass like I ain't have to come back down. I was so fucking enlightened and so fucking kidnapped, I ain't want to come back to this bitch. Fuck clothes, fuck work, fuck money, fuck everything. This shit is fake. Fuck all this shit is what I was thinking. And then my spirit said, nigga, I don't know what the fuck you thinking, but you need to bring your ass back down to reality and use this power that I gave you to control your circumstances. I said, what? He said, yeah, motherfucker. I'm being real with y'all, man. He said, yeah, motherfucker, your body is Satan, nigga. And bust out laughing at my ass, laughing like a motherfucker. I say, what? He said, yes, I control you. He said, what you thought you was yourself? He said, no, you are my servant, motherfucker. I have dominion over you, bitch. I said, what? He said, yes, nigga. Fuck you think? And ever since then, I knew. I said, oh, this shit deeper than I thought. And then that's when I started going back to the Bible. Well, hold on. Let me go back to the shit where they talk about Satan then. Let me go back to the shit where they talk about Adam and Eve. Let me go back to the shit. You know what I'm saying? Because I understood now from the inside. And now I was able to break the code on the book. Man, you read me any motherfucking Bible scripture, I will fuck that shit up. I don't give a fuck who challenged on about anything. That's how plugged in I am. Like, nigga be like, man, well, how the fuck a snake though? Or how the fuck a donkey did this? Or how the fuck God killed these people? How the fuck they married it? Man, if you don't know what's going on, you're going to be lost. You're going to think that God killed children. You're going to think that motherfucker, he ate babies and all that stupid shit. The thing about it is, when it's saying that he killed these kids or killed these sons, he was talking about the fault, the self, the ego is what he was talking about. When the motherfucker died, that's what he's talking about. They died to their ego and they realized this shit that I'm telling y'all right now. They came into the real truth. You're like, oh, I get it.
So that's what it means. Ego ground is 0 point in this perspective. You know what I'm saying? Ego is, and we want to make sure not to get too high of an ego or too low of an ego.
That's right, absolutely. You don't want to get too high. I'm glad you brought back to the point. The reason why you don't want to go too high because you got to live. You know what I'm saying? If you get too high, then you're just gonna be like a nutcase. You know what I'm saying? When people walking around, they talking to themselves all day long. They tapped all the way out. That's what happened. But the thing about it is, they don't know what happened. They don't know how they got to that place of tapping out. I felt the shit coming on. I was like, hold the fuck up. Oh, whoa, wait. And the information was coming so much, man. It was like a fucking floodgate. The shit was coming so much, dog. I couldn't sleep or nothing. I'm waking up out of my sleep, writing down shit, just fucking profound, dog. I got a book full of shit, man. I wrote down that. I ain't told y'all half of nothing, man. For real, man. Like this shit for real. Like you really get taught by some shit. And so I was doing this shit, and it was absorbing everything in my life, dog. I'm not lying. Like, ask my family, man. My wife was like, "Nigga, do I need to check you into the motherfucking crazy house, nigga? Like you losing it, nigga." I was like, "Nah, bitch, I ain't said like I ain't tell her that." But like, "Nah, I'm not losing it. Now I'm not gonna make you think I'm losing it. I know what the fuck I'm talking about through proof." And I realized, like, damn, this some shit. So I had to come out of the shit though. So I was like, you know what, God, or Spirit, or whatever the fuck it is teaching me. I said, man, y'all gotta cut this shit off, man. I can't live my life. I need to be able to live my life. I said, man, it's cool and all the knowledge and shit, but it's too much. It's overbearing me. And instantly, I stopped getting talked to. I'm talking about fucking instantly, y'all. As soon as I said that shit, it was okay then, motherfucker. Cut off. And I started crying like a baby. Not literally. I was like, no, I ain't mean it like that. I don't mean cut me all the way off. I just mean, goddamn, just let me just live a little bit and blah, 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 and shit like that. And that's how I'm able to control it a little bit more. But for the people who not ready for it, man, I wouldn't recommend it to nobody. But the reason why I'm telling y'all is because y'all on the next level to be able to have, y'all got enough information, y'all have a strong foundation to be able to support the ideas that I'm giving you, to where if you did tap into it, you can blank yourself out the shit if it's too much for you. Because it's not no fun shit. These motherfuckers holler about awakening and enlightenment. Oh, bro, it ain't no fun shit. I'm telling you this shit right now. If you looking for instantly gratification and all this stupid shit, it ain't happening, dog. I'm telling you. So that's why you're doing it. You might well just be regular as fuck and don't want to be spiritual and enlightened, and you can live your life comfortably in sanity. Because once you wake up, you realize everybody fucking insane. And you realize you most insane one, because you don't think like everybody else. Once you start even looking at shit like that, words like that, it's like you in a whole other fucking dimension. And like when a person would look at it, insanity to be like a bad thing. When a person say, "Oh man, you insane." You motherfucker right, I'm insane, because I know I don't think like most motherfuckers. So if that's what your definition of insane and crazy is, then I claim it. So when you think like that, it's like, what the fuck? Like, I'm an alien or I'm an extraterrestrial. Yeah, you fucking right. I'm an extraterrestrial. I'm a goddamn alien. I'm extra Earth. You fucking right. I'm above Earth. Yes, I'm extraterrestrial. So it made me realize when them motherfuckers told the extraterrestrial help them build these, they help them build that. I was like, oh, they talk about the spirit that's in your motherfucking mind is what they talking about. Your psyche, the thoughts is what built this shit. And these motherfuckers got us thinking on some foo-foo shit, like some motherfuckers came from outer space and all this stupid shit, which in actuality they did, because thoughts come from the mental realm. But they just putting a body on the shit and fooling the fuck out of everybody. So when I had aha moments, it's like, oh, I can't keep this kind of shit to myself. Oh no. Hopefully I can tell people and they can get around the bullshit and they can understand why these pseudo people might think this, or they might think about an Anunnaki, or they might think about, let these people think what the fuck they want to think, but just give them the real shit about what the fuck they're saying though.
That's right.
You know,
can I add something on that, man, where you was talking about the micro and macro, where like say one of your people is off at a far distance, they'll be as big as a small speck or a dot, they'll be that far off. You know what I mean? But like you were saying, as they get closer, this is the ripple effect that they walk into.
That's right. That's right.
Literally themselves.
That's right.
You know, this is where you see
and guess what, brother? And you know how we normally look at a ripple effect to be flat, right?
Yeah.
But this ripple effect is horizontal. It's upward. It's vertical, right? It's vertical. This ripple effect is vertical. It's like you're moving through frames. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's why I was trying to come to you though when you said the up and down. My fault. Just one couple seconds. That's why I was trying to come in when you said the high and below. I think you got to say, I'm just thinking. You got to start from, as Huey would say, the 0 point. You feel what I'm saying?
Exactly.
Then you say the high and below, the left and the right. Full balance. I'd agree.
Yes, sir.
That's where they
are, though, brother. You know what I mean? Always. The only thing you doing is collapsing time. You know what I mean? How people say you collapse time and you can speed up time and collapse and shit like that. It's like when you're walking through time, you're actually collapsing time. That's what they mean.
Hey, check this as far as
go ahead.
Look, 0 point, just real quick. I say, the kickoff at the one team will kick it off from, one end of the field. And you know, when they charge towards each other, everybody's smile is that 0 point type of dot period. And they when they get to the middle of the field or the center of the plate or the board, this is where you know they right there they go literally from micro into macro, and this where you get to macro. That's where passion and you know tackling each
Yeah,
other.
that's the collision, right? That's the inertia, right? When they collide, that becomes the inertia. And to give another
Yeah,
example, of what you're saying, like when you have a circle and they say each one dot represents a person. So let's say you put a whole bunch of dots and you can't really square, they still be squeezing in even on top of each other. But eventually that white piece of area becomes a black hole, right? If you have a circle on a white background and you keep putting individual black dots on it until you can't put no more dots, eventually you're gonna fill up all that white space, right?
facts.
So that becomes the black hole.
Yep.
So in
Yep.
actuality, this Earth is a black hole as well.
Facts.
Or could
Okay.
it
That's
be
where
that this Earth is in a
people.
black hole and we are the information that is in that black hole? You see what I'm
Because
saying?
Yep.
That's what
because we are
continue
under. I'm gonna
set up
explain
in
to
the
you.
space.
Yeah, good question.
Respect knowledge.
Because
Yep.
we are the substance of the black hole. And we have to remember, even though I'm referring it to like the Earth aspect, we are actually the Earth because the Earth don't exist without our perception, right? Which still comes back to
That's all
being
facts.
matter. I didn't hear you.
That's all facts.
Yeah, exactly. So and then see that's why that's why I always try to emphasize the main idea. So you always come back to it, y'all. Always remember that it's only energy at the end of the day. Everything that we see to be okay, like they teach us in science, they say nothing is
Yep.
really solid, right? Ain't that what they say? That things
Yeah.
always move, things always vibrate. That's what they say. So for us to say something that's
You
matter,
perceive it as a solid
exactly, that's what they
because of
say,
your
right?
senses.
But the
Because of your
matter is
senses.
still moving. You see what I'm saying? The atoms, the individual particles that make up that object is still moving. So
They influence a thought. So then you think, oh, this is when you touch it and you see it's hard, you pick it up, it's heavy. Oh, this is a solid, you know. And
exactly.
then if you was to put your finger in a cup of water, you'd be like, okay, this is wet. This not solid.
Right.
It's
But
it's
even
it's,
if it
it's
is
the
solid,
it's
but we can't think about solid in the sense of that it can't be penetrated. You see what I'm saying? So if it could be penetratable, it's not solid in the sense of it's unbreakable.
yeah
And that's what
yeah
we get
yeah
wrong with that. When we think about
yeah.
matter, we think
It's just
somebody
that
said
when you freeze water, it's solid beam.
exactly. You know what I mean? But that can't take from the fact that that is what it is. It's like, okay, when we was a baby, right? And we are who we are right now. We always been who we are right now. You see what I'm saying? But you just didn't know it. You see what I'm saying? Like if you was gonna work at whatever the jobs y'all did or whatever you're doing right now in life as a business, right? Or job or whatever, right? When you was born, you was already that. You see? That's why I'm saying, like people think they make their own decisions and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? But you actually don't. Because if you did, you would know when I'm a baby, I know I'm gonna end up doing this, I know I'm gonna do that, I know I'm gonna do this, I know I'm gonna do that. You didn't know that. You know what I'm saying? Like we didn't know that we was gonna be talking to each other. That I was gonna jump my ass on this motherfucker. We didn't know that.
I agree. I
You
agree
know.
too. Like
So when you
it's
think
like
about it like that, even though we got the sense of thinking that we actually controlling the narrative, we have to realize that we are not actual in actuality. You see, it's like we live in a dream. When we're awake, we are in our dream. You see, and so we are just having. It's like a fairy tale. We had a right to deal with the elements, to control the elements. That's a dream. What they said a dream is a place where you can fantasize and you can be anything that you want to be. So during our awakened time, during our awake time is when we had the opportunity to make anything be what we want to be, what we wanted to be. But the only way to do that is to know the elements that make things be. If you don't know what make things be, how can you control it to do anything with it? If you don't know how to use your arm, how can you use it? You see, and we have to understand that everything that we know comes from non-communication. From the day we was born, we did not learn by words. We did not. We learn by what we saw. It's like, I see you doing this. I'm gonna go do this shit. The baby don't understand, hey, that's hot. Oh, that's cold. Oh, that's this. They don't understand that shit until you drill that shit to them over and over and over and over and over. When they burn themselves, damn, what the fuck was that? Then they say hot. Then you can't do that shit again. Hot. Oh, that shit hot. I get it now. That's what the fuck they saying. Like, no, nigga, you don't want none of that. But besides that, hot is not shit. Hot is an experience. Me touching that shit, it burnt my ass. That's what made it hot. Water is not wet. Water, wet shit. You see? So it's all about the real angles and how they look at it. An angle is English.
Yeah, that's dope. Water ain't wet. Is it dry?
It ain't wet or dry, huh? If it ain't on your ass, it's dry, huh?
It is what it is.
But you see what I'm saying? It is what it is. But you know, it's a fact that water not wet. The definition of wet is some shit that get wet.
Hey, one thing I add to that is like we saying, like, you are the fire. Like, we done witness people, you know, kind of walk into that fire and burn one with it, be consumed by it. But it's like, I was thinking a little earlier and I didn't get to say it, but here it go. It's like the water is here for us. You know, we always been in that water. The moisture is always here, and this is the only way that we can move or manifest, you know, these vessels through this moisture. So we always in the water.
That's right. We vapors, man. We're a vapor. We are in one big ass vapor bubble, man. And we are inside our own vapor bubble. That's why in the scripture it says that you are only but a vapor or some shit. Ain't that what it told us?
We the waves of the ocean.
Exactly. And so the idea I'm glad you said that. When you ride the waves, when you're able to understand what I'm saying, that's when you actually ride the wave. Right. You see, that's when you on the top. I forgot what the top part called. Is it called the troll or some shit? When you look at what waves is, it gives you a description of what waves are, right? And you got the top part is called a certain thing, and you got the part that go below the horizon line, or what we'll call it, neutral line, the inertia or whatever that goes below the line. You see what I'm saying? That's like the bottom part. You know what I mean? So it's like you got high and you got low. You always want to try to maintain on that line. And another thing too, you know, with X-rays, right? How people can see through your body, like we were saying earlier. Like in order to see through things, you have to slow down your vibration. You say everybody holler about high vibration, high vibration, high vibration. No.
Necessary vibration.
In order to see something, do something, you have to slow down the vibrations. You see what I'm saying? So that you can have time
that's
to
how
see
you know
through the
demons.
space.
That's how you know demons on a low vibration, because you can see them visibly.
Who just said that? That's thorough.
JD and Light One.
See, what people don't understand about high vibration is
piecing everything together, bro.
You see, high vibration is meant to do something. When you're doing work, that's when you're in high vibration. When you're sitting about thinking about what you're gonna do, that's when you're in low vibration.
Right.
Hey,
you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's ill because it's like, you know how they say you have gained access to a certain somewhere or something. It's like that's literally what we got access to, and we don't realize, but it's more. It's we got the door wide open for the animal instinct, and that's the low vibration, like you just said, JJ. Like that door has been open for so long, and the only thing that's walking through it is, you know, the evils.
See, the thing that let the energy in, bro, is no vibration. You see what I'm saying? It's no vibration is what let it in. Y'all follow what I'm saying?
Yeah.
No vibration is what let it in. You see what I'm saying? You're not vibrating high or low. So that allows your energy to be controlled either for a high or low. You see? And the idea is
manipulation. Where the next a puppet master your ass. Go ahead.
Exactly. You know what I mean? When you're not using your energy,
vibration is a different substance.
Not
each
really.
vibration.
See, now each vibration is all together, right? See, listen, it's like
it's all together. It's all together too. But it's its own substance at the same time.
It's its own substance, but it's not
just
right?
like a squirrel. Just like a squirrel and a dog is a different vibration, right? a squirrel and a dog. It's all part of the same source,
I see
but
what
it's
you're
still on
saying.
the same
You're
vibration.
saying a different frequency vibration, right? Exactly. You know what I mean? Anything that formed to be a certain thing, it vibrates at a different frequency. I understand what your point is.
Right,
Exactly.
it's all connected. Like
exactly.
you're right. It's all connected to the same source, but that one source create many sources.
Right.
But do y'all think that the only way the humans can give off vibrations, there's only like one way, and that's through like sounding out or talking?
You actually can't give out vibrations really though, bro. Like vibrations already is. Like if you just sit still, you will feel yourself vibrating. Vibrating is just idling. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
It's just an idle. That's all it is. Like you sit still enough, you'll feel yourself idling. You'll feel it. You'll be like, damn, I feel a little tremor going through my body. Damn, this is my pulsation. Oh,
Yeah,
I'm
it's
alive.
literal.
But that's meditating, ain't it?
Something like that.
It's like
Yeah, that's what they would call meditation. But me, I wouldn't necessarily call it meditation for a sense because people just look at it as just some shit to do.
Yo, so check this out. Check this out. I don't mean to cut y'all off. You know, like when you shaking a soda bottle, then you pop that motherfucker open.
Okay.
What kind of bottle?
So
when you shaking a soda bottle, right?
That's giving off a vibration.
Open it. Right, and then it overflow, come out.
Yeah.
That's us. That's you. That's me.
Exactly. Exactly.
When we go through that portal,
we the Big Bang, man. We the Big Bang.
You been right. You been shaken up. You high. You at a vibration that's been shaken up. And shaking up is causing that vibration.
And
while you going through that black hole.
And what that explains,
Right.
out of control, right, bro?
You burst right
like
back.
when you take your shit up and you open it up
You
and it
burst
bursts
right back into
it's
reality.
out of control. You see?
You burst right back into reality, man.
Hey, that's
right.
See,
I think
because
right
it's
being
low,
burst right
it
back into reality.
can contain itself. You see what I'm saying? When it's a low vibration, you can contain it. But when it's a high vibration, it explodes and you can't contain it. That's why high vibration is for action. You see what I'm saying? But if you don't have if you don't go through the low vibration, which they would call the darkness, to know how to direct your action, you know what I mean? You just gonna blow some shit up without no targeted. That's like a nigga coming through with a chopper. They mad at one person and they done shot 50 people out there. You see? You know what I mean? Right. So that's like an uncontrolled hitman. You know,
but you know we the implosion. Say that again.
Ain't a vibration the sound?
Exactly. Yep. Everything is sound.
Some humans can give off sound or vibration is our words. Like in the Bible said, like it says God said.
I get what he's saying. Sound can become a sound.
Ooh. Exactly. Sounds are thoughts. Like it's a thought, but it's a sound bubble. When you speak in sound bubbles. Like your sound, like we know how we trapped inside the biofield, right? When you speak, every word is inside its own bubble. Literally, it's carried in a bubble through the ether and going into a person's mind, going to a person. It's traveling. And the same way when you speak out, you are actually speaking to yourself as well. Everything is a reflection. When you speak something out your mouth, you actually speaking it to yourself as well because your ears are hearing it too.
Basically, your soul is a titan, right, with a straw, right? And as you become old, that titan is steadily sucking your energy, which is your soul. You get what I'm saying? Like a straw. That straw is that black hole.
People die so early because they don't know their soul, though, brother. Most of us are so busy living in our flesh. You know how many people die without realizing that they really had, that it was really their soul the whole time trying to live, and they never let their soul live?
They the jack in the box.
Exactly.
They the jack in the box. They like we said earlier, that whirl, that twirl, that. You see what I'm saying?
That's right. So when they talk about in bondage, or when they talk about the entwined serpents and all that, they talk about that power just need to let loose. You know what I mean? Like we are holding our real self in bondage, enslaved. And so in the Bible, when they say, okay, these people was led captive by the Babylonians, or they were led captive by the Assyrians, the first thing you have to do when you know it's a mythological story, you be like, hold up. Let me define what God, let me see what gods the Babylonians was following that was false gods. Let me see what gods the Assyrians was following. Let me see, and then you will see, oh, they weren't talking about no physical captivity. They talk about, oh, these motherfuckers believe in a Jesus, a real man that walked on water. Oh, these motherfuckers believe in a real Christian. Oh, these motherfuckers believe in a real Allah or Muhammad. Oh, that's what they talking about when they was led captive by the Assyrians and these motherfuckers. Because our ancestors, they knew it was all about energy.
Right.
They knew it wasn't no damn religion.
Or if
Right, we riding the wave. We Jesus walking riding the wave.
Exactly. That's their
We
soul.
Jesus
That's what
walking
they
on
trying
water.
to show you. Exactly, bro. Exactly. We the motherfucking
We
wheel.
Jesus walking on water, man.
That
we can
part.
put it into another program. When they say bondage and a bond, that's what like this stuff been going on for a while. Like if some people were slaves and some people wasn't slaves, man. Okay, just like okay, some of us were slaves, but when they say bond, that's dealing with your bond right now. And like in the Bible, when it says the walking sleep or the dead will rise, you know what I'm saying? When we start understanding the bond is what put us in bondage. You know what I'm saying?
A bond is sound like to me a prison.
Exactly, that's what it is. You in bondage. But like even like what he just said, the Bible scripture. When it was saying what you just said, that Bible scripture you just said, sir. So I'm gonna try to break that down right quick. What you just said, that Bible scripture. You just said how I said somebody in the Bible. Didn't he just say that about something about the Bible?
Oh yeah, Bible when they talk about bondage, anytime they bring up that bondage, that's a contract.
You said something else though, bro. You kind of gave like a quote, like a scripture. You had said something. You said something about like when they say something. You said. I thought you
gave
said.
a couple quotes. I forgot what I said though. You know, it's a different. A lot of people like you all was saying though that sometimes it wasn't so much of a religion or a dogma. It was more of a science. You know what I'm saying?
It was always science. That's right. It was a spiritual bondage. That's what they always were talking about. And you know what's so sad? Go ahead. I'm sorry. That's what.
You cool. That's where the mind, body, and spirit is in bondage with each other. But it ain't so much as no prison like the world has made it to the people who, you know, just face value these subjects or situations. The whole thing with a prisoner is like where you are owned prize. You know, like those who love to serve the next person who won't serve them back. You are a prisoner. You make yourself that prisoner. That's the concept of what prison.
That's right. But you're supposed to make yourself the prisoner of your spirit, though.
Yeah, but you're not. You a prized owner. You know what I mean? But
no. That's what I'm trying to say, brother. Not just totally disagreeing with what you're saying. I know in the reality aspect, but I'm talking about on the esoteric aspect. No, you are really a prisoner of your spirit. You see what I'm saying? You're a prize. You've been bought. That's why the Bible say, don't you know that you don't belong to yourself? That you have been bought with a price, and that your body is not yours. That it is a temple of God.
Right. Your body is
when they say your breath and your lungs.
So let you know who prize you belong to, who purchased you. Your spirit purchased you. So that's why I was like, when I encountered my interaction, it was like, nigga, do you know how fucking long I've been waiting on you to realize who the fuck I am?
The whole thing I belong to is being. That's all I belong to. That's where everybody wants to be free and they won't just be.
Exactly.
But when
be
you say
still and know that I am God. That's the key.
But when they say little words like it threw me off. My fault. When you say like being, that's the action taking place right now because it's like come from the word like to be.
Yeah, and that's to breathe.
So when you put the ing, that's like she is being worked on. She is being played.
See, now being is when you change the word be. Be is just neutral, right? It's just whatever it is. Just to be, just being. You know what I mean?
Nah, it's a verbal. It's a verb. So anytime you put a verb to a word, you naturally have to put ed, and that'll put it in its past tense. And when you put ing to it, it puts it in its noun. It's participle.
It's action, right? That puts it to an action verb. When you say being, that's an action verb, right?
And that's where we get taught up in the Bible. And I don't like to say it like this though, but people don't understand words. And like the Bible said, it's your tongue.
Right.
So if you don't know how to talk out of the so-called English tongue,
you're gonna be lost.
There you go, because it's your spirit, and your spirit is your lungs. That's your espiro in all Latin, like French, Spanish, Portuguese, and Latin. That's your spirit. and that's your
Your
It's
lung.
lung,
your,
or your
Breathe.
yeah,
chi,
it's
or
your
your chi.
lingo.
You know what I'm saying?
It's
Your
your lingo,
motherfucker.
it's your language, it's your opening, it's your
Yeah, so
opinion.
that's your vibrations.
That's right. Your opening. That's right. Language is
Yep.
opening to the soul. You see what I'm saying? Because like when a motherfucker lets you know something, but see, and that's the difference, and that's why you can't just look at all souls to be the one and the same. Because souls can deceive you. You know what I mean? It's like, yeah, motherfucker might think that they let you open up, that they open it up to you with their soul, telling you the truth about what they're saying out of their soul. But in actuality, it's to manipulate you to do something else. Like they not even
Yeah.
telling the truth. You see
Hey,
what
I
I'm
feel
saying?
you. I feel
That's
you on that.
crazy.
That's where I say you can realize that you are a guide, and we know a guide is a book, and this is where every book that's been stitched together or glued and hardbacked or just constructed has been constructed by man's hands. We put the book together, therefore we are the book. The book is conceived
Exactly.
and it's manifested through sex. These are the books that was burnt, that was bodies. It wasn't no damn library of books. The people who knew what they were supposed to know, these are the people that was burnt by fire. These was the piles of books that they told
That's
told
right.
us all was burnt. But we
And
thinking
then
about
Right.
the book
And
and the
then to take it to
Sex
library.
the
is the magic.
esoteric part too, when they talk about shit get
Sex
burnt
is
up.
magic. It opens up a
Exactly.
portal.
Yeah.
And when they talk about shit get burnt up in the Bible, people talk about that kind of burn, like, oh, he burnt in hell. I know. They talk about the burning up that bullshit that you used to believe. You see what I'm saying? That's why they relate God to fire. You see what I'm saying? Like when the truth comes, it's gonna burn up everything else. It's
Yep.
gonna absorb everything else. And the reason why it
Yep.
absorbs everything else because inside the truth is all the lies and the truth. You see?
Yep.
And once
I
you
can't exist.
understand that, once you know that everything is truly parallel, once you truly remember it, right? It's like, man, you just lied to me. Now, if I caught you in a lie, you actually just told me the truth. You see? Because when you told that lie, I found out the truth. So in actuality, in a weird ass way, you told me the truth.
And
But
look
you
at
just
this.
told me the truth by telling me a lie. That's it.
It's so deep because everything that everyone
Right.
says to you is the truth, whether it's a lie or not. Some may
That
tell you
part.
the truth thinking they know what they talking about, but it's gonna come out where it's not valid. You know what I mean? Where that
Right.
person can't correct it. And then you got those who literally come to you and tell you that lie, and distract you. You know what I
On
mean? But the
purpose. That's
truth
right.
speaks for itself. You know what I
Right.
mean?
Some of them do that so they can take you off your own frequency too.
Yep. You gotta
You
Exactly.
have
can you can
a
feel that energy.
That's why
Exactly.
there's like 3 ways you can look at that Bible. And I'm
Mhm.
still learning a lot of things though, but it's key words. If you use the word white man, I'll call it the system used key words in the Bible. And if you look in like Black's Law Dictionary, then look at words in the Bible, it'll give you a portal of knowledge.
That's right. That's right. See, because people don't understand that white means light. So when you say white people, you actually saying light people.
Facts. And then when you look at it in law, it takes a total different understanding. It ain't.
That's right. In law, right. Exactly. Exactly. Like it explains like sovereignty and shit like that. You know what I mean? You know.
Right.
And then
Once you
it's like
realize you're a
magic,
straw
like my
man.
brother was saying. He was saying that there's a lot of magic going on. And it's all in the words they play. It's like when we be calling pale people or red people or Donald Trump orange people white, we putting a spell on them that makes them
better.
Great. It's not
right.
Hey,
And that's what
can I
people
ask something, man? It was where we was talking about the alleviation not too long ago. But that's if you ask me, like, just imagine how the blood circulates through your body. It goes down and up, in the circular motion around your whole body. Left foot, right foot, all of this blood is going down, back up and around. You know what I mean? And that's like, if you think about that, that's kind of a type of alleviation, where your body, we call it growing, but it's like that's what your body's doing. It's alleviating, stretching, it's doing what the elements do. You know what I
What they
mean?
call that shit when they deal with balance, it's summer stations or some shit like that. That's basically what they're doing. Like it's a constant like what they call it, like a tarring. You see what
Yeah,
I'm saying? like a taurine, like Tare. You know what I mean? Like it keep things at a constant balance. You know, like when you lean to the right, your body gonna automatically balance everything the way you can stand up on that right side when you walk. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like everything, like calibration. That's what I mean. Everything is a constant calibration.
You just made me think of that Atari sign. Ain't it a straight line with two of them going to the side, like they going to make like some type of vortex, or
Yes,
kind of
sir.
like the blood and everything circulates throughout our body. It's alleviation.
Exactly. You got left side and the right side. One going up, one going down. One is filtering, and one is goddamn it, pumping out the fresh blood.
Yeah,
People don't know
it's like
that. You know what I'm saying?
it
Now,
all.
all I ask is, where's the 0 point of that? Is that called the heart?
Look, the whole circular motion of the cycle that your blood and all of that's taken through your veins, and that's the big circle. That's the vortex. Your blood is coursing a cycle throughout your whole body, and everything else is doing the same. That's where our bodies is like JJ was just saying, where you could shake that bottle up. You know what I mean? But all of that is flowing, up and down to the top of our heads, down to the feet, back up, midsection. It's cycling, and that's the 0 point.
Exactly. The 0 point is the meeting place. So like
there you go. That's all I'm asking.
Exactly. It's the meeting place.
Is where the source of these blood getting pumped from and pumped to.
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly.
Yep.
It's a conductor. You know what I mean? And that's just like how we receiving energy from the sun, and we receiving energy from the earth. That's what make us the conductor, the conduit. You see what I'm saying? The mid, the Polaris, the fucking inertia. You see what I'm saying? It's all the same thing.
Yep, and we call it growing up, but it's alleviation and elevation.
That's right. You're actually growing down, to be honest with you.
Yep, down and up.
Yeah, because actually everything is upside down, remember?
Everything in your body
upside down, and you are growing, right? It's like you're growing down. Right? We know for a fact, I said what they tell us, that everything that we see is actually upside down, right? So in actuality, we are upside down, literally. How the hell we walk upside down on the earth? I don't know. I guess it's the magnetism of the earth, just that strong, keeping our ass to the earth, even though we upside down. So as we're growing downwards. That's why when we're growing
up and down. That makes sense though. That I gotta say about magnetism, and I'm just jumping off something, and I'm going to come giving it right back to you. When you say magnetism, that proves that everything that's earthly can't go outside the earth limit. This is just a flat power thing. Like if it goes up, the magnetism gonna make sure it come back down. So that proves that ain't meant to move.
That's right. It's like we growing wings. We growing. You know what I mean?
And you go your wings through consciousness. You see what I'm saying?
Body.
Wings grow through consciousness. Like the knowledge is the wings. The extension of your neurons is the wings. You see what I'm saying? Yep. The further you spread it out. See, new thing you learn, it reconnects your neurons and it adds new ones to it. You see what I'm saying? So that's like the spreading of the wings. Your confinement is your mind. You know what I mean? If that's why they say if you know better, you'll do better. They ain't say if you believe better. A lot of people believe better, but they don't do it because they don't know it. If they knew that they could do it, they'll do that shit. So it's still the belief, even though they speak as if they know. You see what I'm saying?
Check this. Your environment is literally an iron cage.
That's right. Because the main thing to keep us together is iron, right? You know what? I'm glad you said that too, because iron is like one of the major elements that transmits the electromagnetic signals through our body, right? It's iron.
Right. Yep.
Nutritionally wise.
So we're magnetic beings. We're electrical magnetic beings.
Goddamn right. So the more iron, the more conductivity you producing. Oh, I see. That's right.
Hey, that's ill too, because not too long ago I thought about that, how things that's inanimate or things that's just like say material that don't move unless you touch it. Like we'll call ourselves boards sometimes, and we know that a board that's laying is being still. Like things that's being still are as solid as what we know is to be that element we call steel.
That's right.
So like you will realize that
bro, you just opened up some shit. Hey, listen, you remember
Yeah,
when they say, be still and know that I am God? You just open up something for me. That's why being still is so important because you generating more conductivity. So when they say still, they're talking about metal. Be metal.
yeah,
Be
yeah. And
still. So you can
this is
conduct more electricity.
home.
Oh, that's heavy. That's heavy. Go ahead.
Yeah, this the framework that builds your home.
Right, that's what I call Superman, the man of steel. So we the
Yeah,
Superman. We
think
supposed to
about
be
it.
the Superman.
You know how they do the taekwondo, jujitsu, and all of that stuff. They'll chop through that board,
Right.
that or whatever. They'll break right through it. But that's symbolic of they showing you that you can break steel. You can break the hardest element that you thought you couldn't. You know what I
Break through
mean?
the ether, basically.
Yeah, everything is everything.
Because they say like
Right.
when you make sound, they say you actually break it through the ether.
With
See,
vibration.
but that's what caused sound, like a snap. You know, you snap something like pow. You know what I mean? You snap
Right.
that shit is you breaking the ether.
Words
That's
are
why you hear the
swords.
sound.
Words are
Yes,
swords.
yes, they
Sword,
are.
sword. That's right, and that's why God say that His word is sword. It's a double like a double-edged sword, and blah blah blah. And then the sword
Right.
represents the word of God and stuff like that. You see what I'm saying? Like motherfuckers say they'll kill you with words, right? Man, I kill your ass
Right.
with words. I ain't even got to touch your ass. I make you feel like a piece of
Right.
shit. Like women good at doing. They'll kill your ass without touching you. And then when you about ready to hit some shit or to be real mad, they're like, oh, you really gonna hit me, huh? You mad, huh? I ain't did shit to you. I'm talking calm and everything. I'm gonna fuck about
Mm.
you talking calm. You cutting the shit out of me with the words you
Hey,
saying.
that's where it's all. That's where, look at that.
So do you
The
think that the
word
pen is
be
mightier than the sword? Since they said like that, you know what I'm saying? We got to make sure that we put them words in order in our bondage in
yep,
order. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
yep. Because you can cut a man up with them words. It's like
Goddamn right.
literally the spiritual part of us where you can't see what you're saying. We can't see the words, but
That's
we know
right.
that
Words.
they are.
Words. The reason why depression, anxiety, all that crap exists.
Exactly. And the thing about it is,
Yeah.
if people realize their power in their words, I think they'll truly use them better. Like most women don't really cherish their words as much because they feel like you're a man, so my words shouldn't affect you. You see what I'm saying? But they'll understand that words is the first, goddamn it, the first penetrator. You see what I'm saying? To get to
The
your
Yep.
the
soul.
foundation. The
Yep.
foundation
Exactly.
of
The
the
fucking
problem.
exactly, man. Emotions is the seat. I mean, you know, emotions it sits on the goddamn spirit, on the soul. You see what I'm
Mm.
saying? It sits there. You know what I mean? So you fucking up
Sure.
my emotions, you fucking up my throne. You see? And you fucking up my
Hey,
throne, shit gonna fall.
and it's crazy. You know how they do the finger wag. The women, they'll be wagging like a
Like
sword.
fuck what you say.
They be swinging that little finger like it's a sword, and them words be just a cutting.
Oh, I see what you said.
Man.
You said cause you know what? Most women be trying to cut your ass. They'll tell you, nigga, I'll cut your ass, nigga. You don't
Right.
want no smoke with me.
Especially when they call you that words in between their legs.
Yeah.
You don't want them to
Because
call you that, boy.
No, don't. You ready to turn to
You
a
gonna get
raging bull
mad.
for real then,
cause
Man,
you to see
you gotta
us.
punch a hole through the wall, bro. You be
For
like, get
real
away
though.
from me so you can punch a hole in the
For
wall.
real,
Ain't it?
dog. And then
It
they
is.
even throw that in your damn face. Look how you acting. Look at you. You what?
Hey, and
That
I know
shit,
it's
boy.
real, like when like she throw the temper tantrum where she punching and kicking the walls and shit, or vice versa. That's where
Right.
you was trying to control that ass. You was trying to, you know, you lost control of her, so we see you lose control of your damn self.
That part. And then when you
When
spiritually
we in the
inclined,
Bible,
right, you'll transcend to the point which I'm not all the way good at all the time, fellas, but it's better to know. So I'm not now this part, another thing I'm trying to actually perfect. To understand that
Mm.
it's only the soul and the spirit. That's it. So when I try to look at it like, okay, if somebody doing something that I don't like, I try not to look at the person. You know what I mean? I was like, oh, this is just a spiritual challenge for me to raise higher. Because as soon as you make somebody do some shit, as somebody make you do something that you don't want to do, you have given up control, y'all. Like seriously, like you've been raped. You
That's
know,
fact.
Well,
so
yeah. So when
you basically got to weave that shit like you on a football field. You know how
damn
you
right.
hit that duke, that spin, hit that spin around their ass, Get to the
52
end
fake out
zone.
on their ass. And you gotta laugh at the motherfuckers sometimes, man. I do that shit. I be like, bitch, that shit ain't finna work. I see what you trying to do to me. Hell no.
Right. They
You
try
know
to.
what I mean?
Then some people say something to you to try to get you in trouble, bro.
That part. And
Right,
once you see
they'll
that
try to
shit,
get you in
you'll be
trouble.
like, man, this shit been going on my whole life. Like, this shit for real, this spiritual realm shit. Like, we in this motherfucker right now. It's like, damn.
We in this
See,
motherfucker.
each negative spirit you come across is a virus.
Hey, that's another thing too, man. We met up in this motherfucker, man. You know, it's a special thing. I am thankful for that, man. Like, you know, to get in this place and manifest your body in the physical where we can, you know, play this game called life or whatever. We here, man. I'm glad to meet y'all. You know what I'm saying?
That's right, man. And it feels so great to do it in
Same
joy.
here, bro. Much respect.
And that's why
Much
the
respect.
Bible, goddamn, always talk about that joy, y'all. It's like when you really realize, when you get this mental freedom, the psychological freedom that we have, it's like, man, I know can't nothing affect me. Like, that's the most peaceful state you can be in, y'all. Like, you cannot buy that shit. I don't give a fuck how much money you got, man. When you know that you are in relationship with the total essence of yourself.
See how you make it stay peaceful. How you make it remain peaceful. You stay away from people that's not on your frequency. Because if they're like family or so-called friends, I don't want to hear that. See, when you stay to yourself, it's more peaceful. Like that,
when you
change.
show
No, you ain't
really,
changing.
that's what you mean by peace, right? Because peace is love. It's like when you realize
but you show them love from a distance, though. You show them love from a distance,
but the only
so
time
you can remain
the
peaceful.
confusion to come in at, right, is if you're trying to teach them something or whatever that you're looking at, right? But if you're able to accept them for who they are, you know what I mean? That's showing love. You see, because anybody can agree with a motherfucker that agree with them. Anybody can get along with a person that get along with them. But the true challenge in life is how to get along with people that don't get along with you. You see, well, how to get along, how to get an understanding with a person that don't view the
Just
same
stay away
point
from
you view. No.
Stay
What I'm
away
saying
from
is,
everything.
like to stay away from it is to run from what's inevitable. See, like the run away is to go backwards. You see what I'm saying? Like the idea is not to run away, it's to go through it.
Not really, because running away is just like dying.
Look at this.
I'm thinking on an esoteric level.
I see what you're saying, though. I'm not disagreeing because, like, you trying to build on a certain idea and a certain ideology, you know, try to live in a certain way, and it's people that's distracting you from your path. Then yes, you're supposed to separate from it. So I understand exactly what you're saying. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Strong enough
As well as y'all
to be able to fight it. You
do
know
the
what I'm saying?
same
You can
thing.
be around it and you can still withstand it. Is what I'm saying. But if you can't withstand it and you know you're gonna fall off because of however, then I understand what you're saying. That hell no, it's better just to separate yourself from that shit until you build enough shit to be able to deal with that crazy ass. You know, I get you.
This is where it's where that word run. Like when you spell it out, you asking the question, and it's an action that one takes trying to, you know, get there or get away. And
go towards something, right?
Run, you would say, are you in? And you know, at that same time where you running, you either running from something or where, like you just said, JJ, you said leave them alone, but sooner or later that problem, if it's tough enough, it's gonna come to you.
Yeah,
so it's best. Yeah, it's best everybody that you can help or you can physically touch, because you ain't gonna get to meet everybody in the world, you know, in this one body that you in. It's not possible. But where you can talk to all of those people, it's best that you help yourself, because that is you, that person with that problem, that's your outer self, and your enemy will be the one that hinders you on doing that, because we can't get out the way. You know what I mean?
Can't get out.
See, some people in this matrix are the candlelights like us. We the candlelight.
Yeah,
that's
right.
But
if, you look at it, but if you look at it, like,
and people want that light, like, they want to take your light out.
The word spirit, which is going to bring our vibrations, because the spirit is our breath that comes from our lungs, our espiro, or our lungs, which is our spirit, our breath. So that's that's a vibration. And we need to understand this slave language. They take simple words like my brother said, run. When you use the word run, they mentally have us thinking that the word run means when a person accelerates. Like they accelerate. That's the word. Like they're like in all other languages, they're not running, they're accelerating. So when you use the word run, it's like her nose is running. You feel what I'm saying? So we have to understand they kick us with that. And the word run, it'll come from the word curve, which is like a current or a stream.
Yeah.
And they got our run and our stream stagnant.
Like water run, like a waterfall.
There you go. Yeah, they got our water and our run stagnant. That's why a lot of us so-called people in America are in bondage because we don't understand the words. That's all I was trying to say.
I understand exactly what you're saying. Like run, like when you say running, that means you actually like in emotion of doing some shit. But when you just say run could be running some shit and going nowhere, right? And that's what this whole system is based on, is a run that's not moving, right? Because
it's a control. Run is a control.
Watch this. I'm going to slide a deep nugget to you. When you go into something, right? When you walk into something, like the one way we can think about it is like we going to it, right? Another way we can think about it is that it's coming to us. So in actuality, it's like you running in place, you walking in place. It's like you being on a treadmill and you jogging or whatever. You know you running, but it ain't shit coming to you or going away from you. But we are in this hallucination, this imagination to what we think when we walk into some shit is actually moving, and it's not. It's like a fucking being in a hamper. You see what? Y'all get my point. When you walk into some shit,
look, that's exactly where we are. Like instead of us going to a common goal as a whole, all of us here, we waiting on something to come to us. That's exactly what's happening right now. Just
exactly. Right, we supposed to run to it because we are it.
Yep, and that's the target
running in place
individual.
We are it, so we might as well just keep running in place.
See, but
ain't nothing you can do but run in place
unless you move to it. You see what I'm saying? If you don't ever realize that it's you that need to do the running, that it's you that need to do the movement, then nothing can
you
come
run
to
into
you.
your higher self.
That's right, because everything is an equal. It's equal. You see what I'm saying? Like if I take one step towards something, it take one step towards me. If I take one step away from it, it take one step away from me. Like everything has this equal effect. You know what I mean?
Hey, and then look at this. What we doing? We run around. You hear me? And you know, around is powerful. We go around. We go round for round. Like right now, we sitting around, and this is a very powerful build. You know what I mean? Where we all lead this build, that's a big bullet shot, you know, towards it. That's the target that we trying to disintegrate and get the fuck out of our way. You know what I mean? So all of this we doing around, that's where we need to really hone in and take control, fellas.
That's right. And you can only do that within yourself. You know what I mean? Like once you take control.
Like they say, ET phone home, that means you got to phone home to your higher power, to your higher soul.
And that's in your psyche.
Your higher self.
Have y'all ever looked at the symbol of psychology? Do y'all know what the symbol of psychology is? The symbol of psychology is a fucking a devil with a goddamn pitchfork. Y'all know that shit, man.
But let me just say, like when we dealing with that run, and when we say like put the Bible to it, the first verse of the Bible is like when the so-called spirits of God went into the depths of the water. So that's in English, but that's in this tongue, this bad spirit. But when you put it in all other languages that only have one word for one definition for one word, it is in the depths of the run. You know what I'm saying? Because
I just got a revelation, man, from what you were saying, bro. When you said the spirit of God went into the depths of the water, we the spirit and went to the depths of our mother's womb, the water.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah,
that's right.
But I'm agreeing with you, but you got to look at the science
with a different angle. Right. Exactly.
I feel you on that, bro.
My bad, bro.
No, that's
bad. That's a good point too. You know what I'm saying? But he's just coming from a different angle.
It's when you get into your mother's run, her canal.
Yeah.
Right.
Cause you said run
You
means
see,
stream,
now we're
right? That's
starting
why you
from
said that. Cause it's a stream, right? And the stream is water. You know what I
there.
mean?
It's
Like
a run, not water. It's a run.
yeah. Well,
That's
I'm
what they
saying
call
I'm
a
just using
stream.
what you
A
said
real name
earlier.
of
Cause
a
you said
stream in all
run
other
meaning
languages is
stream
a
too, right?
run.
You did say
Let's
that.
go
So
to the run.
I'm just trying to build on what you're saying, bro. Like off what you said earlier. Cause you said run is related to stream too, right? I'm just asking.
Yes,
I
but the
thought I heard you
stream
say
is
that.
the smallest part of a river, and but you got to hear the whole story out though.
Okay,
It
go ahead.
all
Like
flows.
you and your mother, if I'll even put it that way, but when
Yeah,
you
it's
went
just synonym. That's all I was saying.
rural,
It's just synonym.
you
Go ahead.
start
Do
talking
your
on the
thing.
stream, and then it connects to the Grand Canal of the city. And then when
Yes.
you leave the canal of the city, you go into a small, they call it a river. And then in
Right.
the small river, you'll go to the big river. But
Mm-hmm.
the moral of the story is there's thousands and
It keep
thousands
it
and
goes into and into it don't the flow just keep going, huh?
In and
no,
out.
it's one big river. Like just say if we talk about the Mississippi is nothing without the thousands and thousands of streams and currents and runs that go
That's
into it.
connected. Yeah.
Right.
I see. Right.
Right.
Like the Mississippi will be like the spinal cord, and then you got all the other fucking the shit that coming
Right.
off from the spinal cord connected to your organs and shit. You know what I
There
mean?
you
Yeah.
go.
Exactly.
We have to get our runs running. Us as a current, us as a run is not current. We're insane. We're the pond, and like all cities and places we don't understand, but they have ponds, and ponds supposed to rise, and lakes supposed to rise, and then at the end of its rising, like meditate, like praying, at the end of it, it's supposed to flood over and go out into the streams.
That's right. Exactly.
Yeah. It's like
That's
all
why I
of it.
say go ahead.
Go ahead, you got it.
That's just like when they say your cup runneth over is basically what you're saying. You know what I mean? Like you get so much information till you don't have no choice but to start spilling it out, start telling motherfuckers. You know what I mean?
The
Or you gonna
action
try
is
to
the
hold
run.
it in so much. I didn't hear you.
There you go. See, when you see us, a lot of our cups are runneth over. I'm included, and I didn't start my run, my currency, my stream.
That's right. And that's why we are
Live stream.
streaming.
You get it? Live
Right,
stream.
exactly. That's why we streaming right now. You know what I mean? Because we have,
Man.
yes, we have too
That's
much
that
fluid,
energy.
too much water, too much word. You know what I mean? That's running.
Man.
You know what I mean? Yeah. So
Hey,
we got
that's
to run it through the rest of the streams to give all the ponds a little bit, so they can become a river or a stream or
that.
some shit
Hey,
like that.
hey, that's
Like
what.
if you ever understand,
Right.
if you ever look at a map, you'll understand the beauty of what our ancestors did in whatever land you're from. Where like whoever did this, if it's God, the aliens, I say my ancestors, whoever hooked up with them. When you look at the Mississippi and the Ohio and the Missouri River, them like the three biggest rivers in America, all of them are the lowest places in them areas, which means the rivers and the streams and the rivers that connected them start up high and it goes down to them points, and they all lead to Cairo, Illinois, and the ones in Africa lead to their Cairo to a depth point, and then it goes all the way down to Mississippi. So I'm just trying to get a basis of a story is we have to start our stream before we think we can get on a river.
Exactly.
Yeah, and you got to know
It's like
where
you're
it's
going
going.
through the process, basically. Like you got to
The
go through the process
manifestation is
to
the
get to the
pond.
end goal.
The
All
manifestation is the pond and the lake.
Like a
Where the
yeah,
Russian
rain
doll.
and the
we just here moving shit around like everything is movement, and like you saying, we got to know where this is going. Where you taking this from point A to point B? You know, it's like the water that's going down into your bladder. You putting it into the toilet, taking it where it's going. You know that all of this is a flow of energy. It's all types of rivers. You're right.
in my first 40 years of life, I think all of us have a pond or a lake which fills up. And if when it fills up, if we don't use it, it's just going to run it over. And then the waters that's just there flooded turn stagnant and
Right, with no light.
Right.
weeds and
It turns
flies.
into depression and stress and bitterness
Gotta know
and all that shit.
No light.
You know
No
what I
life
mean?
force.
No
you
life
got
force, exactly. Like you just get beat up. You know, like it's your hell. It creates your motherfucking hell for you. You know what I mean? Because it's just disobedience, right? Sin is just disobedience. It's like, nigga, your cup full. You know it's full. Nigga, go use that shit, nigga. You know, oh, you ain't gonna want to use it. You okay? Well, I'm finna make you die with that shit. I'm gonna make that shit eat your ass alive. You see what I'm saying?
You
It's
know
like
what's
inflating
spooky?
money.
Basically, you
You know what I
drowning it.
mean?
You
You know what's
drowning in your
spooky?
own
If y'all
water.
ever look at a map,
All shipping and handling.
if y'all ever look at a map,
Right.
we need to get in the back, man. The map tell a story of how we supposed to manifest life out of a lake or a pond. Like you're supposed to meditate or pray, which fill up your information, which is the same thing as studying or something like that. You fill up your information, you fill up the lake or pond. And if you know the right time where you graduated, you have to make your actions, which means you start to run your little stream. And it turns into a current, a river.
Right.
And we start that when we enter into
Like,
the course. You see what I'm saying? Like the first run is when we entered the course of life. That's why we call it intercourse. A course means a run, a cycle. You see what I'm saying? So like we entered the course as soon as we came in. You see?
But if you look
Through
at the
our
course,
mother's
I'm not
womb,
saying
which
just
is the
sometimes they
matrix.
trick us with these words, and I'll be studying the words. I mean, I'm not saying you're wrong, but the course would be the lake filling up or the pond filling up or you meditating. Because a course is a circle that starts from one point, and then when you graduate, you back to the same point. You're just raising your elevation. It's like a cycle. A course is a cycle or a season.
I can go for that. I can go exactly what you're saying. The
Okay, so
course
I'm
itself
saying
is
you're
not
wrong. It's just
the whole path. Like the course is the totality of it all, is what you're saying. Like the course is everything together. It's not the process. The course itself is not the process. You got to
there. You
travel
go.
along a course. You see what I'm saying? And
Did
so
y'all
that's
know
what time
mountains?
come in at.
Did y'all know mountains are natural water pumps, and that's why you see them waterfalls flowing out?
Man, some spooky shit. Yes, and they
I can
trying to
believe that.
man. That's man. I'm a
Mountains
mound
are
person.
natural water pumps.
I know that our people made the mounds, but when I be looking at these
Right.
mountains, you saying some weird shit because if that's the water pump, who made the water pumps out of grass? I'm agreeing with you.
Pressure,
Right.
shit, vibration. That's what's making it. The pulsation. Everything pulsate. Everything stop and go. Stop and go. Stop and go. Everything does.
Everything working together.
Exactly.
Yeah, they literally,
So,
the mountains. Yep. I wouldn't deny that
Right.
they
The mountains is basically soaking up all the ocean water and turning the ocean water into lakes and rivers, bro.
and mountains
What
is like the cup
I'm
running over, like y'all talking about. You know what I mean? It's just so much compression in one area to where it can't spread out no more to it start to ascend.
right. And they
So
create
mountains,
rivers. They create flowing current water.
exactly. It explodes
Then
and
that
exactly. And then guess what it do after that? It creates more land, right? Especially the volcanoes and shit. You know what I mean? So that's not
And
all
I like
basically
how
all it is. And then it rolls out, it spills out, and create more land that people can live on. Wow. Because you
and I
give
like
people
how he
they
said that.
land back, like they self and let them know who they are,
so
they can live.
they lying about how, the earth running low on resources like oil and water. They got you paying for water all along. Water, earth always recycle itself and always create water and create its own oil, which is earth blood.
Hell yeah, they lying.
I think one thing you said that was beautiful is if we catch what you just said, like there's no such thing as a Ohio, Mississippi, a Missouri River or a Nile River without its antennas or without its tributaries that tribute to that river.
Right.
And there's mountains. There's like 4 sets of mountains in America, and there's like 3 or 4 sets of mountains in Africa. So the rivers are longer than them mountains. So somebody made a high point in every city in the world. I've been looking at this. I'm glad you said that. Somebody made like a mound or a lookout point, lover's lane, whatever you call them in every city. And that's like you said, it captures the water, bro. And it starts the current, the stream, the run that leads to a bigger creek, that leads to a small river, that leads to the big river. It all starts high and it goes down low. Man, if you catch that,
Right.
it's a beautiful sight looking at it on a map.
It's a sine
So
wave. That's what it
water is
is.
its own pyramid scheme.
See, you getting
Yeah,
deep into it. Say that again.
Water is its own pyramid scheme.
So we found out what the source of the pyramids are.
Water.
The water is the source of
All pyramids
everything,
are right next to water.
Because see, look, when you see a waterfall, right? At the top of the waterfall, you see how it's smooth, but at the bottom it's wide and all bubbly. That's the pyramid.
So there's a lot of pyramids.
When we speak of pyramids, are y'all familiar with the this causation pyramids in the brain? Like there's literally a part in your brain called this causation pyramid.
Like your third eye is the top of the pyramid.
So when they talk about stuff like that, that's what I be saying. When they tell us about pyramid and shit like that, they really always referring back to you, the inner you. You know what I'm saying? Like the pyramid is inside of you. The Gnostics inside of you. It's a Gnostic area of your brain too. So that's the knowing part. You know what I mean? And all that stuff. So like it's all inside of us. Like we know that. You see what I'm saying? So it's like those are things that they grab out of our brain, then they put it in, they manifested it in symbolism. You know what I mean? For the most part, to channel that certain energy to the earth. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
When they
All
talk
the
about the Big
accounts are true.
Bang and shit, it's called a blasphemer. You know, a
See,
blasphemer.
we are our own alchemists.
Exactly.
Yep, all of these accounts that we hear, they true. You know, even if they lies. So you just gotta have the mind to know how to decipher them. You know what I mean?
Exactly. And you said key word, decipher. And decipher is common sense. All that is still wisdom. And everything else, that's judgment. It's always go back to that again. You see what I'm saying?
See, decipher is also that balance, that scale.
Exactly. Ma'at. That's why that's the whole idea of the ma'at and all that. Not a real person, but it's just the balance. And balance just means the ability to see both sides. That means that you're playing both sides is the ability to adapt to whatever side come at you. Like you want to come at me in peace, I can adapt to that. You want to come at me in war, I can adapt to that.
You do that pole in between the scales.
Damn right. Goddamn right, man.
You gotta balance everything out.
Exactly.
So
but however it comes to you, you know.
Into this conversation, and both of y'all just said the same thing to be in this conversation, which was what is low, which is above, which is below. I think we have to start from the balancing point or the medium in the middle.
Always.
Right.
And that's how we know where we start from. You see, that's like when a person's talking about something, like, Helen, we were talking about this is the topic right here. You see what I'm saying? And as long as we stay on that meeting point, you know, we can always find an understanding, especially like you're saying, when we start off agreeing in the middle, we shouldn't be able to veer off and then say we ain't agreeing no more. No, we're agreeing on the same thing, but I'm taking this route to get to the center point. You took this route to get to the center point. Now I have two angles versus one to get to the same place. You see what I'm saying? It's like, yeah, man, I know this route right here, but the shit is broke. It's blocked over here. I don't know another way to get there. Hey, man, you travel this route too. Which way you go? I go such. Now you can use his route to get to your destination when yours was blocked.
So if I'm too high, I'm out of balance, and if I'm too low, I'm out of balance. It's like trying to stay somewhere in the medium of it, unless I got
exactly. You got to be accessible. You got to always make yourself accessible and available. Like being prepared before you need to be prepared. You see what I'm saying? It's like we live in life for our future. Each day right now, we living towards our future and we don't even know it. Like whatever we learn today is going to help us tomorrow in some kind of way.
Right. Each day is a still picture.
Exactly. Once you understand it, like dude was saying, like the whole thing is a course. The whole entire thing is a course. Exactly.
Each trail is a movie.
Goddamn right. And each day or each move or each breath, you might well say, is a different frame. I like to say every time you blink your eye, it's a different frame.
Right.
See, people don't think about that. People don't understand the power of you blinking your eyes. Every time you blink your eyes, you on and off this shit. It's like you recalibrated your eyesight every time you blink your eyes, man.
Say, check this out. When you said the blinking, that's the black and white. That's the man.
Wow. Black and light.
When you blinking, that's a 0 and a 1. When you blinking.
Everything come back together, man, all the time.
Hey,
That's it.
that's in the old too. You know, the gray heads and the full colored, young heads. Like the color old people, then you got the vivid, colorful people.
Exactly. Exactly, man. That's the wisdom, man. That's part of the crown, And like people don't understand the two that everything recycles. You see, well, we all know everything recycles. But let's say like you got like a ripple effect. Like say each ring is a new generation. Like in the middle, you got the ancestors as far as however you can go back, right? And then well, not how far you can go back. The ones before you, let's say your grandmama and people like that. You see what I'm saying? They the one before you. Your oldest elders that's living. They the nucleus right now. When they die, it's gonna go to your parents. They gonna be the nucleus, and you gonna be the ring right before them. Then when they die, you gonna be the nucleus. You see what I'm saying? And so like each person that's born, they on the farthest side, they on the outside of the rings. You see what I'm saying? They the farthest out.
Check this out. Mm-hmm. Check this out, bro. You got your mom and your dad, right? You in the center of them, right? See, your mama is the beginning, your daddy is the death. That's what I'm thinking, bro. It's like 2 points. Your mama is the beginning portal. You right in the center between your mom and your dad, right? And your daddy is when you die. You see what I'm saying?
Now, why you say like? Oh, well, I need to get more clarification to see where your thought process is at. When you say you're in the middle of your mom and your daddy, what you mean by that?
What I'm saying? Okay, what I'm saying. That's the two pillars, right? The 2 pillars is the 2 points. The 2 points is the 2 portals. Your mom and your dad is a portal, right? Mm-hmm. So you in between them 2 portals. So you're in the center of them 2 portals. So before you're born, you're going through a portal to come out to be born, right? Then when you die, you're going through a portal to come out again. So your mom and your dad is 2 portals. So you're the center of your universe because you're in between 2 portals. But you're also your own portal.
Let me see if I can explain it. Maybe you're still missing what you're saying. So you're saying like when the sperm go in, the sperm go into the egg, you saying that's like the death. Like your sperm died to what it was by itself and it became something else when it ended.
Right, go back to the nut sack. They go back to the nut sack.
And then your mama nurtured it, right? And then when she birthed you, she gave you the life part. That's what you're saying, right? Like that's
so you're always in between them 2 pillars.
Exactly. Always in between the 2 pillars. That's right.
They rub it in your face, man.
And what's in between the 2 pillars? Your consciousness, right?
Right.
That's what you mean by always in between.
You remember when they destroyed the 2 pillars? That means the 2 portals. They're trying to destroy the mom and the dad. The reason why they're trying to destroy it because they want to depopulate the earth. You see what I'm saying? They don't want man and woman to produce the center. Because you are the center. Your mom and dad had you the center between those 2 structures.
See, because in each center, you have a polarity, right? Where things continue. And each point is a continuation. That's the pause and the continuation. So, like you said, if they take away the pause, take away from the polarity, take away the point. You know what I mean? Right. There is going to be no continuation in the line. Oh, I see.
Right, and check this out.
The waves get broke.
And check this out. Your daddy is the sun, is the light, right? Because the sperm is the electricity, right?
Right.
And your mom is the darkness, which is the egg, right? Mm-hmm. So you in between the light and the dark, right? You always gonna be in between the light and the dark because you got the light inside of you, but you looking through dark pupils and you're looking at a light. So you're looking at a light because you are the light. And then when you die, you go through it's crazy, bro. It's
I understand. The light and the darkness.
Dark light. Yeah. Sun, moon. Mama, daddy. 11. Pillars. 2 pillars.
That's right.
You always in the center of 2 things.
Always in the
middle.
That's
what I'm trying to say.
Always in the middle of the ones. Yes, sir.
I don't know if I got any different aspect to put on that, or
that's like the left brain, the right brain, and all that, like the feminine energy and the masculine energy. You know what I mean? You know, they turn it to you electromagnetic energy. You know what I mean? Stuff like that. You know what I mean? Together. Yeah, I know exactly what you mean.
The biblical. You are right. You are all that because you're the zero. You got zeros everywhere. Your pupil zeros. Your third eye is a zero. Your belly button is a zero. Your mouth is a zero because the echo come out zero. Oh man.
Everything is curves. Ain't no such thing as straight lines.
Yeah.
Everything curves.
Right. Exactly. Now, see, if you dissect the curve, you can make it in little straight lines, but once you put all them lines together, it's gonna curve.
Exactly. There's always a curve. You can't get direction multiple directions without curves. And we had the ability to go in any direction. You see what I'm saying? So therefore, it's all curvature because we know straight lines go in the same direction without never ending it and without intersecting with nothing else. You see what I'm saying? It's always on its own path, you know. But we are on curves, even if it's lines that's crossing each other, still is a curve because it creates an angle. You see what I'm saying? If you create an angle, it's a curve.
You're right, because that curve is above those two pillars. That curve, the dome, right?
Exactly.
The electrical magnetic field, the curve. You inside of an egg.
That's right.
Those
That's
two
how
pillars create an egg.
travel because it's traveling around in a circle. You see what I'm saying? The highest compression of the electromagnetic, of the ionosphere, because that's the atmosphere that we live in. We live in the ionosphere, and at the top of the ionosphere is where the most concentration of this electromagnetic energy is. So the denser parts, I mean not the denser, the less denser parts reside right in the middle before we hit the earth. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
You know, so, and that's where it causes it to float and rotate because it's electrically neutral. So whichever way, people create wind. You see what I'm saying? As we move through the ether, we are actually making the ether move, and we don't understand that. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
It's like we actually keep each other alive. You see what I'm saying? It's like all of us, you know how we came in the egg by ourselves, we was connected to the umbilical cord? It's like all of us is inside this one big ass womb, which we call Earth, and we are breathing, keeping each other alive by inhaling and exhaling. It's like, you know, all we connected to, all of us. Yeah.
Everything is give and take here, man.
Exactly. We breathing in, it's like this big ass thing, like breathing in and out because we breathing in and out. So it's like put a blowing through a balloon or something like that. You see what I'm saying? So, you know, you breathe, it ain't gonna never go all the way out. It's gonna stay inflated. You see what I'm saying? But it's pumping like the heart.
Right, sound like an hourglass.
Exactly like an hourglass. And in the middle of the hourglass is the in and out part. You see what I'm saying? You know,
but the thing about the hourglass is all the hourglass stacked on top of each other.
Ooh, but it don't re-exchange though. The only thing about the hourglass, it has to flip over before you can run the system again, right? And so that's like the polarity. Where you're like, okay, all the time ran out on this side, let me flip it over. Let me go let the other shit run down.
The reason why I said hourglass on top of hourglass, each world is its own hourglass.
You said hourglass on top of hourglass. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Right.
Absolutely.
Each world is its own hourglass. Each hourglass is gonna get flipped. Because each hourglass is its own world, is a one, is its own number, right?
That's right.
Each world is its own frequency, own number. Each hourglass will flip from each world. That's like the Mayan calendar. It's like a combination lock.
A chain. It's the chain.
Right.
The links.
Right. Exactly.
Everybody within their own link. You see what I'm saying? And I got my end, my seals, right? Which is the 2 points, like an eye. You got 1 point on one end, 1 point on the other end, and you always in the center of your own eye. You see what I'm saying? And then when you get to that, what they call a horizon line, when you just stand in one place and you look as far as you can look until it comes to a point. All right. When you go down to that point, it's another link you have entered. You see what I'm saying? Another space. You see what I'm saying? Go ahead.
You know what I believe? I believe when you die, you shrink, right? You shrink because you're getting sucked through a tiny black hole, right? And you fly through your pupils to get back to the other side.
And when you say you fly through your pupils,
right? You go. Instead, you know how you look out, everything's projected from within. You gotta go back within, like you were saying.
Oh, to go back, right? Exactly. You got to go in.
You're coming back in through your pupils.
Exactly. Through your eyes, exactly.
You traveling.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Because when you die, it's like all the light is sucked into your eyes. You see what I'm saying? Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Like a vacuum, like a black hole.
Exactly. That's exactly how I'm imagining it in my mind. Just like what you're saying. It's like light
And
stops.
that black hole is gonna release that air, which is you. That air is an electrical magnetism, is a frequency, right? Which is your soul, right? You're gonna be pushed right back out through another hole, and all the pieces of the elements of your soul gonna come back together again, which is your body, your new body.
That's right. And the only thing about it, you just ain't gonna know it. That's the thing. You know what I mean? You just don't know that you came back again.
Right?
You don't have no memory.
Because you're the
creator.
creator.
Your memory gone.
Right. You're the creator and the creation at the same time.
Exactly. And everybody is. And ain't that some shit?
Right.
You know what I mean? Like to really, really realize that it's only one person living a multiple.
That's a mind fuck, bro.
Yes, man. One damn thing is living multiple of realities. It's like, and you know what? That's the concept of businesses, right? It's like if I own a company, it's like I can't be everywhere at the same time, right? If I got business in this place, in this place, in this place. So what I have to do, I have to learn how to extend myself. And that's where you hire people to do the work as if it was you there doing it. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
I can't be there. I'm gonna get this person to go there. Exactly.
You a tree.
And you
branching out.
Damn right. You the damn vine, and you creating branches for yourself, so you can extend yourself out further.
Right. They stole that knowledge from us, man. What you saying now?
Yes, they did. Yes, they did, man. And actually, they ain't even hide it either. You know what I mean? Like brother was saying, we look into them words, it's gonna tell us that. You know what I mean? But if you don't look,
it is hiding in plain sight, right? It's hiding in plain sight. You right.
Exactly. But nigga don't want to read nothing because we already convinced. Oh man, these motherfuckers with the bullshit. Oh man, these motherfuckers. Oh man, these motherfuckers. Oh man, they laughing at us like, oh man, y'all don't even know we doing what y'all taught us. What the hell is wrong with y'all? Like, you know, no, y'all. It's obvious y'all ain't read no book. That's how they got to be thinking sometimes. Oh, it's obvious y'all ain't read shit. You see what I'm saying? Because you wouldn't even.
You got to get a piece of truth out of everything and put that shit together and create one conclusion. That we God and the creation at the same damn time, man.
Goddamn right. Just like what y'all said earlier, that dude said earlier, we always had to start at a medium point. All of them know where that nucleus is at. They started from there. And they just spread the shit out.
The great mind. The great mind, great many minds. That's why you got a mind, I got a mind, everybody got a mind. Because all our minds come from one great mind.
And then think about what you just said. Everybody got a mind. You know what I mean? It's basically like saying everybody got two minds. You see what I'm saying? Like you know, in order to mind anything, that means you have to work it out. You have to do it. You know what I mean? You have to mind it. You see what I'm saying?
Well, look, I say everybody possesses a mind. Or even just that, it's like where you say mine, you were saying that's mine. You know what I mean?
Right.
Things that you possess in your mind allows you to obtain things in this place. You know what I mean? And it's where this is how we put our heads together.
That's right.
Two heads better than one. Shit. Think about 1,000,000.
Exactly,
man.
Bro. Exactly. And that's the big key right there. You know what I mean? That's what that's what control stems from. You know what I mean? If you can isolate minds and have them not to be a part of the whole, you create separation right then and there. You
right, because everybody put their mind together, we can look at the clear picture. It'll be more simple. It'll be simple.
Right. It'll be more simple. And
that's why it
all go back to finding a common ground again. That's why every time when people say something to me, I don't never say that they wrong because I see their point of view. I go into where they're coming from. I'm like, okay, he's not really talking about what I'm saying, but I see his point of view. So his point of view not wrong just because I have a different point of view. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Right.
And look, you know your point of view is literally the points of view.
That's right.
Right.
That's right. That's why words are so important, man. I knew what you were saying, what you were saying, because I be doing. Yes, man.
That chance you said, hold on, let me listen to myself, see what I'm saying.
Let me listen to myself and see what I'm saying.
Hold on.
Because see, everybody that's so funny because like to see something, it can be interpreted to understand. You see what I'm saying? Like when you see something, like, oh, I see what you're saying. That means you understand what's being said. You see what I'm saying? So even though when people say see, they automatically look at it as vision and sight. You know what I mean? But it's still paradox to it, to where it means to understand as well. You know what I mean? So we like, I see what I'm saying. You know what I mean? Like I see my understanding.
I feel like we getting to the point to where it's about to be 2020, and we're gonna get the clear. We at the top of the pyramid, but it's about to be. How can I put it, bro? We're about to see everything really clearly than what we see now. We're getting more wise about us discussing and piecing shit together. You see what I'm saying?
That's right.
We teaming up right now already. So by 2020, man, we're gonna be looking at shit at a deeper level.
That's right. That's
That's
exactly
deep
right.
what you're saying. Let me make sure I say this correctly.
Even though what we're saying is true right now, well, we will be on a deeper level, a higher level.
It'll be more common. You see what I'm saying? We won't have to be trying to force people to understand what we're saying. We'll have to try to break the walls down. So then people gonna be like, okay, we get what y'all saying. Now how we use this shit? And that's where I come in at. Try to show them how to use that shit. You see what I'm saying? Because like one motherfucker believe you, they be like, okay, bro, I'm convinced. Now what?
Right, some people want to work off experiments first and all that.
But you can't do an experiment on what you don't know. See, a lot of people don't even know there is something to experiment.
You gotta do your research before you do this.
Exactly.
Right,
they don't know
do the
it's
research first.
You see what I'm saying? They just like, oh, it's just electromagnetic energy. Oh, it's just this. Oh, it's just that. But they don't know it's something. It's an actual tool. It's like, okay, I know there's a hammer over there, but I don't know this hammer could build a house that I can live in. You see what I'm saying? That's the problem.
So what y'all think about
but they don't know how to use
what y'all think about astral projection and out of body experience? Because I had many.
They had you thinking spooky shit, right? Like you gotta take this shit and do this and do that.
Check this out, bro.
Yeah.
I don't mean to go off the topic or nothing like that. When I was 9 years old, right? Y'all said 9 is the last number, right? When I was 9 years old, bro, I had an out of body experience, right? And like when your body is numb and you feel that the electricity, like when your legs sleep.
Yeah, like you having like a jerk effect, like where you could like a pulsation, like I know what you're talking about.
My whole body felt like that, bro, at one time, bro.
Yes.
And it felt like something was pulling me, right? So I ended up floating above my body and seeing my bedroom, right? And as I see my bedroom, I look outside, I see the sun. But I know damn well at nighttime in my real physical body, right? But I see the sun through the window shining on me, right? And I'm floating, like rotating above my body. And in the background, I hear like an audience of people laughing, like like when you're watching the show, you hear that laughing in the background.
Yes. You know what that laughter was?
I think that was my ancestors.
Yes.
I think that was my ancestors laughing at me because
you were doing that shit. So you tapped into the shit. That's what they were doing. That's what they do.
My ancestors was laughing at me, bro, and I seen the sun. And the sun is the light, and we the light, right? But when I woke up, the weight of my soul fell in my body like boom. And I woke up, I'm like, man, it's still dark. It's nighttime. But what I experienced was light and energy, bro. And I heard, like, I don't know if it was hundreds or thousands of people laughing, bro, in the background.
Yes, bro. It's the whole.
But there was nobody. I ain't see nobody around though. I ain't
nobody
see
around.
nobody.
That was all in the psyche of your mind. You see what I'm saying? It was just you.
This shit was crazy.
Like, you don't see them. I know what you're talking about, bro. Remember I had told you, and then this is why I'm trying to like just add to you what you was going through. Because you remember when I just told the story earlier, and I was like, my ancestors out here there tell me shit, and then they'll bust out laughing at my ass. Remember I told you that?
Yeah.
That's what you will experience. It's like they be proud. Like if it or they or whatever it is, it be proud when you recognize what's going on. It was like, look at this young man right here. He done went into his imagination. He done jumped outside of himself. Look at this shit. Like they like clapping you on, like yay, like
yeah, I heard clapping.
Yeah. You see?
I heard clapping and laughing, bro. That
like
shit freaked me out.
Look at this motherfucker,
But
right?
now,
Man.
as a grown man, I understand what that was.
Exactly, bro. It's just that serious. It's like, man, people to get spooked out, man. But it's like when you know this shit, like when you actually have done it, a bitch can't tell
Right.
you nothing, man. Like they can't.
When I was 6 years old, I died of a fever of 108, and I seen a light hole, bro. I was being sucked through a light hole, but then something yanked me back to my body. And then when I was yanked back my body, I was 6 years old. I was crying.
Exactly. You ran from it because
Like
you
I was
wasn't
a
ready.
newborn
Like you was
baby.
tapped in,
Like I
but
was
you
a
wasn't
newborn
ready.
baby all over again, bro. I was crying when I woke up.
You were
That shit
scared.
crazy, bro.
Yeah, you were
That's
scared.
it.
Like it take courage to cross over, man. Like to go through the
Yeah.
inertia to the other side, it takes courage
Your
because
soul
it's
is really real,
fearful.
bro. Your
Yes,
soul is
it's
really
real,
real.
man. Like, bro, I'm gonna tell you how to experience that feeling that you were talking about when you said it took over your whole body. You felt like a big energy. This is how you
Right, like
do
when
it.
you right.
This how you do it. If you right now, if y'all just try to do it, if you just try to focus, the hardest thing to do in life is focus and concentrate. I'll tell you that right now. If you just try to focus on one object, I don't care what it is. It's like if you just look at a fan or a light or whatever. It's like I'm just gonna try to see if I can focus on this shit without moving my eyes off of it. The more you can do that shit, dog, you gonna literally start going into a convulsion, dog, and trying to make yourself not look off, dog. You gonna start sharing, you gonna shaking and shit. You gonna be like, oh no, I ain't gonna look off. Hell no. That's when you are actually vibrating. Like it's like, oh shit, this shit real. You see what
It's
I'm
a
saying?
magnet.
That's
It's a
right.
magnet.
It's like you exactly. It's like you're keeping the forces, you controlling the forces within yourself, man. Like when you
Right.
try that shit, bro, y'all gonna be like, oh, well, how is it so hard for me to focus on some shit? Like how hard is it to say I'm gonna stare at this shit and not turn my eyes off? A person would think that's some easy shit to do. That's the hardest thing to do. I
You
promise
know
you gonna
why?
start
You
seeing
know
other
why?
That's why
eyes.
they got to
Because
trick you
point
like
of
a lot of times.
singularity is a portal, bro.
That's right, because you know why it's hard to do? It's because it's really two things you're looking at. And you're
Right.
trying to
You
make it be
opening up a
one
portal.
thing. Exactly. You opening up the portal. Exactly. So once you do it long enough, that one object that you're looking at is going to turn into two.
Right.
Okay? Once you
The
focus
two
on it,
pillars.
it's going to turn into two. Exactly. You're going to see the spiritual and the matter. You're going to be like, oh, shit. And the more you
Right.
can do it, dog, I'll tell you, it's going to fuck you up, man. You're going to be like, this shit can't be real. And then you're going to be like,
That's
let
just
me
like when you
see.
rub your feet on the carpet and you touch your old lady on the door and shock yourself.
Yeah, but that's more like static electricity. I'm more talking about like the chemical sickness,
Magnets.
period. Like
Are you talking about
the
magnets? Right, you're not
not
talking about
necessarily
electricity, you're talking about
not
magnets.
not necessarily. I'm talking about the current itself. You know what I mean? Like where it's all coming from. You know what I mean?
Right.
So like when you do this is when you're gonna be able to really understand how it's parallel universes. Is what I'm saying. It's like
Yeah.
that object that you staring at, you're gonna end up like when I was telling you that the peripheral vision comes to the middle or whatever. If you try to focus on something and don't turn your head from that shit, and you're able to build up the courage to actually control your mind enough not to turn your eyes off and keep looking at it, the other shit gonna start coming into that line of sight. You're gonna be like, how the fuck? This shit is over here like 10 feet on the other on to my right, and I see it right in front of me. You follow what I'm saying? And this shit is 10
Yeah.
feet to my left, but I see it right in front of me. Like I know I ain't turning my head looking at that shit. So how do I see it? That's what I'm saying. That's when you realize that everything is on a line. Everything sits on a straight line. We just think that shit to the right and to the left. Everything is stacked on top of each other. It's straight. That's what's so
But I
important
want to ask,
about 2020. Because 2020, they say all the planets, so-called planets or whatever, or the energies, which we know that's what it is, energies, all the energies is going to be equally balanced. That's why we can see the moon, and there's another reason why we can see the moon and the sun at the same time. Because it's showing you that both energies is playing equally at the same time. When it
but
used to be, we just
like when
only
he
see the
said,
sun, or we just see. Go ahead.
when he said 2020, like they say when we look 2020, we see good stuff, and he said
Clear
next year
vision.
it will be 2020. And when you look at the Bible, it says the meeks will take over the world. And then when I look at my science or my more sciences, look like the Pope signed these papers telling us that our bondage, if we know what to do, we could just sign the right stuff and get out of bondage. I was just wondering, do you think next year is like something to do with that?
That's exactly what next year is all about. And actually, it's not even next year; it's already right now, right? But yeah, but technically, the sign of next year, that's what you're saying. If we were moving into a higher dimension of energy, a more concentrated aspect of energy. You see what I'm saying? You know, like when something going down a drain or
Right,
something.
another a veil gonna be lifted.
It's
You're
like
gonna be able to see
another.
things that you normally
Right.
see.
And you getting closer to the source. You see what I'm saying? Like as a collective whole. It's like going up another
Right.
octave. You see what I'm saying? Like you within these keys, this octave. Now you go to this new octave, and there's a whole new song, it's a whole new rhythm, a whole new sound. You see what I'm saying? But it's like the higher pitch sound. We're moving like towards a higher pitch. You see what I'm saying? Which is it penetrates more. You know, a high pitch has more penetration. That's why they're able to come up with the 5G technology, because they know we are in a realm of higher frequency and vibration.
But when he was
Okay?
saying though, what I was like when he was saying the veil, you know what I'm saying? That's more. I mean, the energy, yeah, that's going to raise our energy, but that veil,
Right, the
you know what I'm
energy
saying?
is
We
the
don't know what
field,
that
right?
veil is. Like a lot of
The
us know what
energy
that veil
creates the
is.
field. You know what I'm saying? You know, the energy, when energy and action is what creates the magnetic field. You see what I'm saying? Like
Yeah, I just
movement.
want to hear his perspective on the
Yeah.
veil. What do you think the veil was?
Oh, the veil. The veil, like the veil, you saying? Like the veil? Is that what
Yeah.
you saying? Are you saying the other guy's perspective or mine?
I
But
thought
that's
you
what
said the veil was energy, so now we know that you're saying the veil is energy. I was just wondering what his perspective of the veil was.
Well, the perspective of the veil is just uncovering the veil, right? How they say uncovering the veil, like you said in 2020, to be able to see clearly without no distortion, without no murky waters, you know what I mean, and stuff like that. It's like alleviating the falsehood from the truth. You know what I mean? The real from the fake.
Basically,
It's like it's
basically what
getting
you're
rid of.
saying is they at least gonna be more open in what they doing. Ain't a lot of it ain't gonna be too much of a secret no more. 'Cause too many people catching on anyway. I get what you're
Exactly.
saying.
It's like it's breaking the seal. And what I mean by the seal,
Right.
okay, because you know, in between each atmosphere, you have like a part that blocks it. It's like a shield. I forgot what that part's called, but at the top of each atmosphere, you got one part that blocks it from the other part. You see what I'm saying? So it's
Yeah.
thinner than what we in. So the problem is that it's taking that middle part out. The middle part that connect us with the ionosphere. I forgot what the next sphere that is above the ionosphere. It's like, but those two are merging together as one. You see what I'm saying? Because it's getting rid of the middle area, the blockage. You follow what I'm saying? So it's like pure energy coming in. You know what I'm saying? Like more force is what I'm trying to say. It's like you got your faucet turned on a little bit and a little water coming out because you have the blockage, whatever keeping the water from coming out to its fullest capacity, which is the seal I'm talking about, which is the part between each sphere or whatever of the earth or whatever, ionosphere, metasphere, all this shit. But between that part is like the part that's like controlling how much water come in, which is the energy, which is electromagnetic
That
energy.
sounds like the floodgates, the
Exactly.
windows of
Boy,
heaven.
you said it. The fucking floodgates. That's right. The fucking dam is being removed. The
See,
floodgates
people
are
be
Right.
being
looking at this stuff. Hold on,
right.
but people be looking at this stuff kind of crazy, man. And I mean, like, there's substance to this shit they saying. Like, I mean, no, like substance, something that you could touch. Like when they say floodgates about to be open, they about to flood us out these cities, man. You know what I'm saying? It's something serious though. Like it's on a higher realm of thinking when you.
I
This
mean, I would
around
say I
with
absolutely disagree with you when you saying like they might try to create some kind of
hold
natural
on, I got
disaster
you,
to
I got
cause
you,
the floodgates to flood
bro.
over,
I got you,
but
bro.
that still come after
I got you though, bro. Hold on. Let me just say this
yeah.
before I forget though. Let me just.
Mhm.
I'm just saying that
Shit,
it's
they
more
doing that now.
when they say the
Mhm.
flood walls and the veil will be lifted. When they lift the veil, they
Right.
can't just lose and say, "Well, here, go back your shit." There got to be some type of substance to it, and that's when all the cities going to be like New Orleans or the Florida cities, because all of our cities come from the high water, and the high currency gonna come down. Like the Bible say, the mix gonna take over the world, but in the same time, it's gonna come into a flood. I digress. So that's all. I'm
Right,
just.
but that's understanding. That's like going back to what you said earlier, right? When we were talking about when you get so much knowledge and then the cup starts to run over. Okay, so the cup running over is the flood that you're speaking of. It's like the flood of true information. It's gonna be so much trueness come out so it's going to outweigh the falsehood. It's going to flood it out. It's going to move it out the way. So if you are evil by nature, if you just like always to yourself, you a crook, you a con, you all about contracts and conning people, then your energy is going to be moved out the way because nobody on that con shit no more. You see what I'm saying? It's like, hey man, lay it out on the line, man. Show me what you're talking about. Prove to me what you're talking about. I ain't just taking your word for it. No goddamn more. That's what we coming to. And the people that's running shit right now, they running shit based off their word. Just like you think money is money because of their word, they say it's money. But the word is actually what makes the agreement. Is you agreeing to pay is why it's money. When you go to the bank and you sign the contract, the UCC1 saying that, hey, I will pay you back $1,000. So, okay, I'm going to sign right here. They take that same piece of paper, take the shit to the bank, and say, okay, I got this person's account number, all this shit, I got access to their bank account, and they say they're going to pay me $1,000 for this piece of paper right here. So I need $1,000 loan from you motherfuckers. And they get the $1,000, and it wasn't even their money. They got the money because you agreed to pay the money. That's how it works.
Stuff like that. See, that's what I'm trying to say. The veil will be lifted to that people that know that stuff that's inside of our like there's a lot of people that know that stuff that I'm coming into this information, and next year is going to be the time where the truth will come out and it's going to show the secrets inside of our communities.
That's right. That's right. That's absolutely right, bro. I'm totally agreeing with you. You know what I mean? The veil will be lifted. That simply just means the truth will start to show. When they say that Christ coming back, they say Christ, that's really just talking about Christ's consciousness is coming back. Just the understanding. You see what I'm saying? The weed, not the bullshit. Like you were saying earlier, like you go through English, you got to go through 4-5 definitions to fuck around and find the right one if you know what a verb or an adjective is and an adverb, and you know the context they use it in. Just simple English. You know simple English, the reading the Bible ain't shit. You're like, okay, they use this word as an adverb. Okay, let me go see what the adverb of this word is. Let me go see the adjective of this word is. And then you'll get to understand it. It ain't hard, but if you just look at this word to be a noun and it can be an adjective too, you're going to have a hard time figuring this shit out. You know what I'm saying? But like you said, it's gonna come to a point where people ain't gonna have to do that shit no more. Mother gonna send straight to the straight source. It's like, oh, it's all about energy. Oh, it's all about my own mind. It's the psyche. It's the power within me that's doing this shit. Oh, okay. So they ain't gonna have to lean on figuring out no other shit. It's like a baby coming out the womb. A baby ain't got no damn book to learn how to do nothing. It's like, man, I just know that I want to put this shit in my mouth right here, and they just do that shit until they go through the experience and know, hey, I can't put this in my mouth. I can't do that. I can't do this. You see what I'm saying? That's what it is. It gonna come to the point where ain't nobody gonna need no teachers no more.
But you can't put the two together. What you saying though, like when you put the ethers and the great high and the lows together with that, you can't put that together with the UCCs and the stuff that can help us. You know what I'm saying? Like the UCCs and the bond in the Bible, like bondage. Like,
oh, I see what you're saying. How with the energy stuff affect, like
we talk about
right
bond
now.
in the Bible.
Is that what you're saying, bro? Like how like
that's the birth certificate, and that's the
yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. So are you asking like how like the energy shit and the
hold on, bro. I got you. Let me just say one thing though. I'm just like we can build on this though. Like
I'm just trying to clarify what
you're intermingling the two, and it's two different subjects, and that's what I'm trying to say. The Bible has another esoteric knowledge of when you look up the same words that we speak in English. If you put it into the Black's Law Dictionary, it'll help us as a people wake up and know that
you're right. It's all the same, bro. That's what you're saying. I don't disagree. You're right. It's the same thing.
We use these UCCs, and we could start, you know what I'm saying, adverse claiming on land and everything.
See, the only thing you're doing with the UCCs and all that shit they're talking about for like starting a business and all that bullshit, all you're doing is just controlling an invisible entity. That's all you're doing, man. You know what I mean? So that's basically what it boiled down to. So that's why I do still go back to the ether and all that kind of shit, because it's the invisible ether that's controlling everything that we see, that we say is manifested. It's the invisible ether that's doing that. You see? So it's the same thing with these invisible entities, with these non-profit or these businesses or whatever, and you claim it and you do all your business under a business, you let your invisible entity control your physical entity or sustain your physical entity, which is you. Your invisible entity, your business, is what animates your physical self. Like your business, the thing that you have a God-given talent to do is what's gonna manifest the thing that it takes for you to eat and drink and all that, because you're utilizing that invisible energy that's in you. But in order to show that you know that you have this invisible energy is when you will operate in a business and contribute all your effort towards your energy, your entity, which is the business that you have. It's like it is like your own entity. You see what I'm saying? Like your entity is your business. Like that's what sustains you. You know, that's what helps you do things. You see what I'm saying? So it's
Yeah,
like
so
it's all one and the same. Like what you're saying, it's the same thing too at the same
it's
time.
dealing with your currency. It's dealing with your
Exactly. And what's currency? Currency is energy, right?
Yeah, that's
But
your
they
run.
just give it to you in a money aspect. So you know when somebody say, "I charge you $20," right? They're not charging you $20. You are charging them $20.
Yeah, that's all I'm trying to say.
You see what I'm saying?
So when we get to talking like next year, all of our people it's going to be forced up on us to know the UCCs and how to publish our names so we can use our business, because we're going to take back over our rights next year, because the Pope that's when the treaty comes in the play, where the Pope wrote the treaty saying that, look, man, there ain't no more black and white birth certificate babies. You feel what I'm saying? That's what the Pope did. That's why this stuff is coming next year. Is a treaty in place, and he did it right after Barack got came in office. Some weird stuff going on though, but just
Oh, so you said that he said he gonna do away with the birth certificates? Is that what you're explaining? That he came with a treaty and say there's gonna be no more birth certificates distinguishing people between people and stuff? Is that what you're alluding to?
And he's gonna lightweight. He told the people of these lands to tell the truth about who we are. We the people of these lands.
Yeah,
So
they already
all
did that
comes
though.
into
You
play
know
when
that?
we say, if we're
That's
saying that
interesting though that he
us
said that.
are hold on real quick. If we
Yeah,
say
go
that us, our mothers, our grandmothers, and our great grandmothers have birth certificates, death certificates, when he cut that out, we're naturally heirs of the land, and we're gonna have to learn how to use law so we could just like do stuff everybody else does.
Exactly. And that's what we're supposed to be doing anyway for the most part.
All you
But what
gotta
you saying
all you
is
gotta have is morals. Morals
exactly
is the
morals and
law.
every
It's
fucking
morals.
thing. Exactly, bro. And that's what the Bible is for. It's supposed to give you good morals, like teach you how to be morally right. You see what I'm saying? That's what it's supposed to be for.
Right.
And when you talk about morals again, it's all dealing with the psyche again, bro. That's the pitchfork. See, what people don't
But where
understand,
is
they look at
bond when they say we was in bondage? See, it's still a contract. So if you even have good morals or bad morals or no morals at all, you still are in the contract.
and the contract is your spirit with your flesh. That's the only contract it is. That's the only contract, bro. You know what I mean? Like when you put it on paperwork, that's when you directing your contract. You enforcing your contract. You see
Yes,
what I'm
but
saying?
then them so that's what I'm trying to say. When you say that we talk biblical bondage,
Mm-hmm.
that's talking stuff that happened hundreds and thousands of years ago. So there was laws that there are today.
See, I think that's where the confusion came in at when they made you think it was laws.
Now
See,
hold on, I'm gonna ask one more time. It
okay.
says bondage in the Bible a lot of times, and a lot of
Yes,
people will
sir.
say bondage.
Yes,
And we
sir.
look it up in the law, that's a contract or enslavement, which is not a slave whipped on the back by no white man. I'm talking about enslavement is just a job, which you bonded to.
Oh, I see what you're saying. When we talk about like slavery, yeah, I see. Like back in the Roman
Hey,
times and all
paying
that,
bills.
you were
Bills
considered
is
to
a
be a
bondage.
servant or whatever. You know what I mean? But and we when somebody pay you to do work, you are a slave. You are a servant. That's what you mean when it comes to like the legality part of it. You know what I mean? Yeah, you're right. You know what I mean? When you do work for anybody, you're a slave to them because they have bought your time. They control your
You
time at a
paying
specific time place. So you are
you
their
paying the
slave at that
bills
time.
and paying for water is a bondage.
But I was just
Yeah,
speaking of
so
the bondage as if like a spiritual bondage. You know what I mean? Like the bondage in the Bible. Like when they say that Abraham made a law,
Even
like I
your
see what you're
title
going
to
with,
your
like you
name
say
is a
government
bondage.
and all that kind of shit with the laws and all that in the Bible. That's like what you saying is like a government laws and shit, like they were back in the days. I see what you're saying, but what I'm trying to say is people misconstrued what Moses was saying. Like they thought Moses was giving them laws of the land, like follow this, follow that, but he was telling them laws within themselves. They took it to be literal. You know what I mean? And you think about
Right,
it,
right.
but when people did that shit, people don't understand that Moses didn't make it to the goddamn promised land. None of the prophets made it to the promised land. None of the forefathers in the Bible did not make it to the promised land. It said that they ass fell short like everybody else. And it said that the Israelites started to want to take after the ways of their forefathers that didn't follow his ways neither. You see?
And that
So
goes
that's
with
what.
bondage when it says that like now we're starting to be enlightened on what the Pope, this so-called witch doctor, this black magic doctor,
That's
the Pope,
right.
he's starting to say that tell these people that they're from that land. So when you open up the Bible and you got to start reading it different, that slavery didn't happen the way that we was taught. And there's a lot of so-called melanated brown people from this land. And this might be the promised land. And the Ten Commandments might be the Constitution, just in a different language. So all I was saying is we've been writing contract laws for thousands of years. And now we're starting to wake up. That's all.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And in the land that the fucking putting them in, which is Rome, if he did say, well, you said he said it, so he said it. And the thing about it is, if he's saying that the land that he in is our land, he is saying the truth. And all we gotta do is do research. If you look up the Etruscans, it's I don't know if y'all have y'all ever heard of the Etruscans before?
Yeah,
It's a
they
people.
were so-called people. They so-called the Italian people or the people of the Mediterranean.
But they were the black people though. They were the niggas. You know that, right? Like when you look up Etruscans, it ain't hiding it. They let you know it's black all day long. When you look at the images, when you hit Etruscans, all black folks. So the Etruscans is the ones that are the actual Romans. See, but people don't understand when we call white folks Romans, what they did was like the Etruscans was the Romans, the black people. And they just came and just sat on their throne and said, no, we the Romans. That's what they did. They literally sat on top of everything that we have when they defeated the Etruscans in Europe, way before the Europeans came. You see, and the white folks that they called the white folks, they called them albinos. And when you read about the story of the Etruscans and shit and the wars and I forgot what war they called, the Punic Wars and all that shit. That was with the black Etruscans. When we say it was a 30-year war in Europe, we're not understanding. This was the black Etruscan war against the whites and the black Greeks.
Yeah, that's what I like how you said that. The new information I'm finding out is saying that okay, the black Etruscans and the there's like three groups that's down there in the Mediterranean. They was like all down there. The Italics.
That's right.
The Italics.
That's
they
right.
went to war with the Latinas and the Latin.
That's right. All
Albion.
black
But when we think Albion, we be putting Albion to, let me make sure I say this right. When we say Albion, we be putting Albion to Europe. And Albion is not Europe. Albion is an island of England. That's like when we think of Cuba, we don't say Cuba, United States of America. We naturally think Cuba is an island. See, we think that Albion is a land that's inside of Europe, and it's not. It's just an island. It's called England.
Exactly. And that's where you get angles from and all that shit. They the one that created the angles, the bullshit. You see what I'm saying?
I just think that there's two stories going on, and one's getting submitted. And that's the
right.
people of this land, of the Americas. We went into Albion and helped the Albions defend Europe from the black Etruscans that was coming into the land.
That part. Yes, sir. That's right. And they X the fucking Etruscans out, and that's why we get this big gap that we're talking about where people get lost and not really understand what's going on. A lot of people don't know about Etruscans, bro. They don't. You know what I mean? But once you look that shit up, they gonna get to talk about Hannibal and them. They gonna get to talk about fucking Caesar. They gonna run that shit down. You gonna be like, oh, I see what the fuck going on. And the thing about it is that shit happened way later than what we told too. This shit happened like in the 1600s and 1700s and all this kind of shit. As soon as they so-called say that the first fucking slave ship came over here in 1619, for people that's well versed in history, they'll understand that they was going through the 30-year war in Europe during the same goddamn time. Okay, so them motherfuckers came over here because they was running. It wasn't just no white folk. It wasn't just no black folk came over. It was white and black people came over here. They tell you that when you read about that first ship. They say it was white indigenous and black indigenous servants that came over here. That's what they say. But they don't tell you that they was running from the 30-year war and everybody was on the same goddamn team and shit like that. And that the fucking albinos and all of them was the motherfucking peasants. And they just brought that same system over here to us. They don't tell you that.
Yeah, it seemed like a lot of people don't know that, like the all from the 14 to the 16 into the 1700s, everybody was running back to the empire.
Yeah,
like they were running back to America, the empire, and Europe was our children, and so-called other lands was over there. They was like children lands to us. So
children, like, exactly. They were babies. Like, you know, and the only reason why we start mingling with their ass is that they would start attacking us so goddamn much. You know what I mean? It's like, we mix with you motherfuckers. Y'all our family too, so y'all ain't gonna come take over your own shit. You know what I mean? Or to kill your own people. That's why they mix with the motherfuckers and start dealing with them. And that's when we created a religion for their ass so that they can understand the shit that we understand. You know what I mean? But they gave it to them as if, you know, where they can have their own sense of power, their own sense of understanding. But the ones that actually wrote the shit, they knew that it was the underlying meaning was electromagnetic energy and all that kind of shit. They were trying to give the lesser people a sense of morality. That's why they gave them the goddamn book, because they didn't know the shit automatically.
Now I see where you coming from. See, I never understood when you be saying you always threw me off when you say the electric stuff. Now, okay, that's the old way of how we lived, and now I see what you're saying. Okay.
Hell yeah, that was the original, bro. And that's why the big damn shit in the Bible was always about quit following the false ass God and images and shit. Like, what is y'all doing? That's the whole cry of the Bible the whole time with the Israelites. Us. According to the story, and we want to put it in a literal form. The whole time is like, hey man, quit following that bullshit. That shit ain't gonna save your ass. Use your God-given talents. I gave your ass, boy. Like, whatever you know how to do, you do that to take care of yourself. If you think somebody's stopping you from doing that, then that's your unwillingness to show courage. You know what I mean? And that's your weakness. Because think about it. Anybody who out here working, man, doing what they got to do, they successful, dog. I don't give a fuck who it is and what they doing. If you doing something, they eating around this bitch. Any motherfucker that's hollering about they po and they ain't got no money and they talk about the white man oppressing them, I guarantee you they are not doing nothing with their goddamn life. I bet you. Any kind of money. Any kind of money. I guarantee you right now, the situation that you in right now in your life, if you think about the last week, like yo, think about the last week that you just went through, and you can think about your state of mind during this week, you can actually see it reflected right now. Literally. Everything go hand in hand, man. It really, really do. Like, you are actually a result of what you think. And you think like, man, I got to get this money. Man, I got to get this money. Man, that means you thinking that you don't have money. You speaking from lack is what you're doing. So you ain't going to get no money until you like, man, I got to get this money. Man, I got to get this money. Instead of be like, oh, okay, I already know when I do this, this, and this, and this, I'm going to get this much money. You ain't worried about it. You know 1 + 1 = 2. You know I take my ass to work equal a paycheck. It ain't nothing to believe. You see what I'm saying? It's like you know that's what's going to happen because you're using the elements. You can know you got something to drink in your refrigerator all you want. But if you don't use the elements to get your ass up, you know what I mean, and channel your energy to go to your refrigerator to get something to drink, you ain't going to never get nothing to drink no matter what, unless you can channel somebody else's energy to do it for you. Hey, baby girl, bring me something to drink right quick. Hey, sister, drink, bring me something to drink. You see what I'm saying? That's how you can do shit without doing nothing. And that's God. It's like he ain't doing the damn thing, or whatever we call God, like that energy, that neutral energy that everybody has the right to tap into. You see what I'm saying? When they do work. Doing work is tapping into the source, tapping into the energy. You know what I'm saying? So when you do work, you get what you want out of life. And it might not come as quick as you want it, but if it don't come as quick as you want it, that means you're not doing the right, you're not using the right formula. You see what I'm saying? It's like if I try to cook a motherfucking cake, You know what I mean? I just got there and I leave an ingredient out. It ain't gonna be the full fucking cake, but I still might be able to taste that ice and shit like that. And this shit kind of tastes like cake, but that shit ain't really fluffed up like I really want to, and all that. But you still being able to use it, but it's not perfected.
It seemed like I like how you was building with me, and you know what I'm saying, flowing with me. Now I'm gonna flow with you on as an Israelite. Y'all had old mausoleums or old temples or old churches all across the world, and your energy, if you look inside them, the oval tops of the tabernacle of the buildings that the Israelites was in were building together. Y'all could sing high harmony, and they had pipes in there like old oh my God, organs. So now I understand where you say energy was. Y'all, it might have been a whole bunch of energy that was conducted in them places.
Exactly. See, now I'm glad you said that because that's really what they did. But that's still like on the symbolic, but it's still on the material too. So when I say symbolic, right, anything that's manifested is symbolic of your ideas. So don't get lost when I say symbolic as if it's not real. Just because it's a symbol don't mean it's not something real and stated. But everything that you see is a symbolic example of what you don't see. You see, so now when we know that we have these different portals on the vortexes, is what they're called vortexes, which are the intersections of the ley lines, which is the electromagnetic field or the Earth's grid is what they call it. Okay, and we have to understand that these ley lines are electrically neutral. They're neutral. They're not neither positive or negative. They're neutral lines. You see? And these neutral lines cross at vortexes. And the heaviest vortexes runs along the equator. Because that's the point of inertia. You see what I'm saying? Or Earthwise. Earthwise, the equator is the inertia. Okay? And that's the zero, like you're saying. That's the zero line. That's the 0 point. And that's where all the energy is interchanging. It's like your left and the right brain. Like the upper hemisphere and the southern hemisphere is like your left brain and your right brain. And the equator line is like your corpus callosum that runs in, that separates the two parts of the brain. Okay? So it's like that. You know what I mean? So the better you can cause these two sides to communicate along this line, you can see all perspectives, so that way you can extract any possibility. You see? You follow what I'm saying?
Yeah, I just think back in the day, as we building, if we put ourselves in an Israelite perspective, wherever the Israelites was at in the world, they had a building. And if you look at these buildings back in the day, they harnessed electric, and it was near water. So I'm not going against you. I'm just trying to put
exactly. And I'll just add to what you're saying by saying that those places that they built them at were on top of the vortexes, and that's where the most concentrated energy is.
Because you threw me off at first, just saying electric and a lot of vortex stuff. I was
trying. I just had a general idea. I didn't be trying to just give people other little nuggets along the path. That's all. But to answer your question, that's exactly what I was just going along what you were saying by saying that the spots that you're talking about are the vortexes, and all vortexes is a rise of land. It's not flat. You see what I'm saying? So that's why the pyramids rise up, because its point is elevated. You know what I mean? That's elevated energy. So those, and then like, once you concentrate anything, like building a pyramid is a way to concentrate the energy into one place. And once a thing is concentrated into the nucleus, it radiates out as a radiation. So if you're around this big structure that's harnessing all this energy, you're going to receive the benefits of the fractal wave that's going away from it. It's like Wi-Fi. It's like it's running from the tower, but it's sending the waves down to the ground and it's spreading across the flat land. Okay, so now with the 5G, it's the same thing, because 5G is like when like the fucking lines are so close together, the waves or the ups and the downs are so compressed together You see what I'm saying? To where it's traveling faster, and to where it's actually hitting your whole body. It's a stronger penetration, is what it is. So it's being more capable of breaking through your bioelectromagnetic field that's around you.
So that's what I'm trying to say. Just don't think I was like I'm not an ass kisser, but I'm vibing with you, and I feel this vibe because I was lost when you kept saying electric. Then it hit me in the head. It's like if the right word, the God came into me or the electric came into me. Like, wow, he's saying the stuff that I'll be like, wait, just discovered and be showing that the old system of all the religions, especially the Israelites, had a place where they could harness their electricity. And I was just trying to put
just like them cathedrals.
What you was talking about. That's all, bro.
Just like them cathedrals, bro.
Yes.
Exactly. That's what all the see. But the thing about it is, stuff is, I'm gonna be honest with y'all. When we get to talking about the cathedrals and the mosques and all the workplaces
all
of
these buildings
and
are
all these
instruments.
shit, right? That shit came afterwards when people got lost. That's what I'm trying to explain to you. That came when people got lost.
But how did we harness this energy as a mass people? Like the Israelites and certain other groups used to be massive and work together. So I'm not saying you're wrong. Just understand what I'm saying.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. And the reason why how they did it, it didn't have anything to do with the buildings, is what I'm saying, sir. That's all. And what I'm trying to say is, the reason why they were able to do it because they just understood what the source was. You know what I mean? It's like me and you are focusing on a common goal, right? We can have different beliefs all we want, right? So let's say it's three of us, and we say, hey, me and you, okay. Like my partners used to do in the hood sometimes when they were shooting dice against each other, right? Let's say you got this one dude, he got all the money. You and your homeboy, y'all broke, but this dude got all the money. So what y'all gonna do? Y'all gonna team up on this dude. You see what I'm saying? And make him think that he gambling with it's just all y'all against everybody. But if my homeboy win my money, he gonna give me my money back. Me and him just going back and forth. We trying to pop this dude. So that's when you have a common goal and a common agenda where everybody wins. You see what I'm saying? Now you can be like, nah, I'm just gonna go for myself, and you just gonna go for yourself. We gonna try to get this dude. This dude win both of y'all money because y'all done work together to get his money. So this dude had $10,000. You and your homeboy had $1,000 apiece. Now both of y'all want to be selfish and not work together. So he get y'all $2,000. Now you got 12 grand. Or both of y'all can work together. Y'all can get his $10,000 to go with your 2,000. That's 12. So both of y'all got 6 grand apiece. Both of y'all win because y'all work together. That's what I'm saying. But people don't look at it like that. You see what I'm saying? They look at it, nah, I got me, man. I don't see how me helping you is gonna help us, nigga. Fuck that, nigga. Nah, nigga, I'm luckier than you. You see what I'm saying?
That's just like it's one of them niggas that always say, I got it, nah, I got it.
Exactly, man. When they don't see
you always got it.
Yeah, you do got it, nigga. But I'm trying to get it with you, nigga. On selfish ass, nigga. Let me get it with you. It ain't gonna hurt you to help me, motherfucker.
Right.
You know, that's what I be saying. It's like, nigga.
Because if he don't let you time in, he ain't gonna win.
Exactly. He gonna fuck both of us up. You know what I mean?
Right.
Because he gets money longer than ours. Go ahead, sir.
When I have a substance, like when I say a substance, like when you say certain things like, or was there Aboriginal people to this land, you'll go find that people had certain architectures in Mexico and South America and some in North America, like mounds and everything. When you go talk about Moorish history, people could have a substance to it. When you go talk about European history, Christian history, there was substance in it. But until today, I've never heard an Israelite talk substance to where they from, because the way you said it, now just hear me out. Just hear me out. The way you said it, you're saying y'all is people that was harnessing electric and doing things that carpenters do. You feel what I'm saying?
Those are the masons.
Wow, maybe these Israelites did have temples and cathedrals if you put the science you just said to it.
Hell yeah, they did. But what happened is that they started worshiping the temples, bro.
Before the science, or it was before the
building. Well, I'm sorry, you're right, and that's a legitimate correction. Yes, sir. So yes, when they was following energy and all that type of stuff, you know what I mean? Yeah, some of them did have temples like the pyramids and stuff like that, you know what I mean, and all that kind of stuff, right? But what I'm saying is is that the corruption began is when they were thinking God is inside the temples. When they started thinking Osiris and all those people were the real gods, and they lost the concept that these were just aspects or different elements of the universe.
Just like the
That's
Wizard
what
of
they
Oz.
lost. Exactly. You see what I'm
The
saying?
little
They
old man
lost
behind
that
the
part,
curtain trying to beat
and
the
they
eyes.
start actually worshiping the goddamn statue. That's what the problem is. That's why in the Bible it say, hey man, how the hell you gonna worship this goddamn shit that can't walk, can't talk, can't speak, can't do a damn thing for you, but you worship this shit? That's what the whole problem was. When you get
Now,
to
how about this?
the Molechs and the bull gods and all this shit, all these false gods, they really thought this shit do something. They really
You know
bring
what I
food
think they
to
use
it.
them temples for though, bro?
Mm-hmm.
When you said they use the pyramids and buildings to harness energy. You ever
Mm-hmm.
seen that movie Kings, man?
No, sir, I haven't.
It's like what they're using there, like this cell phone technology, like 5G technology, right?
Mm-hmm.
To zombify people, right? When they turn the knob, everybody start killing each other, beating each other up, and like it changed their energy. So I'm thinking those cathedrals and pyramids, it was using it like the pharaohs and them. They'll use it for them for good, for positive energy, but for the people, for the masses, they'll use it as negative energy to control them,
They
to
knew how to
change
do
their
that
mood.
shit, is what you're
Just like
saying.
chemtrails and stuff like that that mess with people's psychic attributes. You know what I'm saying? That's
You're
why
right,
they killed
bro.
Prince. The
You're right.
Prince was exposing stuff like chemtrails, and now they got 5G and they got heart. All they control the human being's psychiatry.
Now I'm gonna try to lay it out a little bit better for y'all, though, right? When y'all talk about this energy, because like we all agree that we know they put them on the vortexes and that this is a higher concentrated amount of energy and all this kind of stuff. So I'm not disagreeing with y'all. I'm saying that okay, yes, that
Now
could
hold
probably
on,
have a
bro.
factor
I'm giving the
of
floor
this
right
psychic.
back to you. I'm giving it
Okay.
right back to you.
Okay.
I'm just trying to put substance to your conversation because when you
Yeah,
talk,
exactly.
like I
So
was
that's
just
why I'm
like
gonna come back around to
pictures
you.
up. That's all.
Exactly. So like what you're saying is I'm gonna put you, I'm gonna give you some substance right now with it. The idea about why these temples and stuff actually work, if that's what the whole sole purpose was. If the sole purpose was to put them there to gain more energy and stuff like that, so that they can do extraordinary things and all that kind of stuff. You see what I'm saying? I'm just trying to let you know the ideology, even though, okay, I agree with you, but I don't think that's the 100% reason why they was able to do these things that they was doing. Even though I think it did give a boost, and the reason why I give a boost is because this energy, this artificially created, well, I wouldn't say artificially created, but like channel energy, it was a rise in the ions. You see what I'm
Say
saying?
that word again.
Ions.
No, channel energy.
Yes, sir.
See,
Channel
that's
energy.
I'm giving the floor right back to you. Just remember, you was like channeled energy and iron. Just look, the humans channeled energy together. If you put it, I'm just putting it from an Israelite congregation.
Exactly.
That's how you channeled those energy through that and made it higher. My opinion.
Right. When you do work together, you're channeling a larger capacity of energy. Yes. Right? So now the pyramid, in retrospect, is actually doing the same thing. It's channeling a mass amount of energy. Now, you have negative energy and you have positive energy. The energy that you want is the energy that's that's giving you ions, positive ions, charge, like the power to do. You see what I'm saying? So yes, I'm agreeing with you, and it's magnifying the ions. See, because like the electromagnetic, you have negative. Okay, when you think about bacteria, people don't really think about what bacteria where it actually come from. It comes from the atmosphere. We all know that you can get communicable diseases out the air that's airborne and stuff like that. Okay, so now the only reason why you get sick, you know what I mean, is because your biofield around you, your ionosphere that surrounds you is not strong enough to fight the positive ions that's trying to affect your shit. You see what I'm saying? So it's allowed to penetrate through your bubble. You see? But the more you ionize yourself, you can keep harmful things out. And that's like regular diseases, negative people, all that shit. You see what I'm saying? That's your shield. That's your protector. That's your field that's around you. So now if you have another person, I'm sorry, go ahead.
So you saying 1 or 2 times a week, people went into these places and
it
might have been a mind trick.
Macaroni, okay?
I
We ain't
wouldn't
trying to jump
necessarily
all
say
night. Go
that,
ahead,
bro.
baby.
Like, so when I think about,
Hey, he was
to
talking
be
real quick.
honest with you, man, I think the whole Bible is a sack of shit. I just really
Yeah,
think
I
it
think
is.
he was talking.
I didn't think it's just mythology, right? So when we talk, according to my understanding, when I read the Bible and I read about Israelites and Jacob and all this is what I got out of it, and I couldn't believe this is what my comprehension was. My comprehension was this: Israel is the highest aspect of everything. Okay, so it's like the zero. You got the zero and you got numbers 1 through 9, and all these numbers is the zero, right? So it's the same thing with Jacob and Israel. Israel is the zero, and the 12 tribes of Jacob resides in Israel. So now the 12 tribes of Jacob is the 12 cranial nerves in your brain, right? And these 12 cranial nerves is what disperse your emotions and stuff like that. So now, understanding this, so the Israel of you is the spirit that I'll tell you about, that word, that voice, that soul, that the spirit that's inside your soul. If you allow that to control your 12 aspects of yourself, that's when you have made it to Israel. You understand what I'm saying? It's like when you have fortified Jacob, when you have fortified the 12 tribes, when you have fortified yourself to where nothing can make you go neither there or here. You see what I'm saying? Where you move how you want to move. You're not controlled by nobody else. You control yourself. That's when you have fortified your 12 tribes, which is Jacob. And once you fortify those 12 tribes, which is Jacob, you become Israel. You become the all. That's what I understood out of it when I was reading. So I said, "Oh shit, they ain't gonna like this."
But yeah, when you look at it like when it's called the whole Bible, that was a family tradition in the bloodline of Joseph and David and them.
So
But
they say, right? And now think about the word tradition. What is a tradition? A
I don't know
tradition.
what you just like just hear me out real quick. Like
Okay,
when
go
I say
ahead.
there's a couple more bloodlines that didn't follow that tradition, so we just might have to look at everybody's tradition and make sure that we get everybody's tradition except for that just one family's tradition.
Exactly. See that tradition that we're talking about, though. See, we gotta understand, brother. Like the tradition is what people believe right now. That is the tradition. When they say be careful not to be misled by Jewish fables and all that kind of shit, the doctrine of men and stuff like that. They're talking about all these books that we talking about. They're talking about the Bible, the Quran, the this, the that. They're talking about all of that shit. That's what they're talking about. And that's why when you listen to, and you actually read the words of the so-called Jesus, it's telling you not to be a part of none of this shit they call the Bible. It's telling you that. In the Bible, Jesus is telling you don't follow this shit that they're trying to make you believe. Don't follow this false ass gods. No, the power is within you. You the power. It's you. It's you. It's you. The whole time he's telling you the power is within. That's what Jesus. See, the Bible is broke down like this. You got the Old Testament and you got the New Testament. The Old Testament is talking about the flesh, when you're living in your lower nature, your sinful nature, like when life is kicking your ass. That's what the Old Testament is explaining. The New Testament is explaining when you got control over your life and you start to have control, you start kicking ass. That's what the New Testament is explaining. The New Testament is explaining the spirit, and the Old Testament is explaining the flesh on the macro level of when it's concerning the Bible. And the micro aspect of this same thing is Jesus, where it's showing that, okay, supposedly he came as a man and he ascended up to heaven and all this shit. Like, once you know there's a mythology, you're like, oh, they're explaining the same shit. Oh, then when you get to Adam and Eve, you're like, oh, okay, Adam and Eve sinned, goddamn it, and Adam, goddamn it, they did this thing, whatever. So you like, oh, okay, this is another thing of micro and macro again. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's like all the same shit. When you get to Sarah and you get to Abraham, you get these two different polarities. It's like what they did. They repeated the same story, the same concept, I should say, over different stories. Is what they did. But if you don't understand the main concept, that is the spirit in you, you ain't gonna be able to bring it back to the middle, like we were saying earlier. The seed, that's what they did.
But when a lot of people that follow the traditions of Jacob and David and Abraham, when they tell the story, that's a bloodline or a tradition, or as it's taught in the Bible, such and such has such and such, such and such, such and such, blah, 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 blah. When you get to the other traditions of the Bible, which is Jesus, another family is telling the story of Jesus, except for when you read it from the Bible, it's Jesus, Mary, God. So when you follow the bloodline of Jesus, that separates from the bloodline of Joseph.
I see what you're saying, but it really don't, bro. It's just an interpretation again, right? See, because you know how they like to say, I think I know what you're saying. How it was all about the patriarch and all this shit. You know what I mean? The men took over then. So, but let me tell you something again, man. When I read the Bible, right, and you get to see these are the things that people probably don't really know about, and I just want to share it just because you're a person that can give and take information. So, like when you were saying about this person begat this person begat that person. You know, one thing I noticed when I was reading that shit, I noticed that it was a man begatting another man every fucking time, right? So now I said, damn, if this man begatted this man and this man begatted that man, where the fuck the woman at in this shit? Okay, so now when I did that, knowing that the Bible is correct and true, I'm not looking at it from an angle like, oh, this is bullshit, this contradiction, this some gay shit. Oh, no, I'm not looking at it like that. I'm looking at how the shit makes sense. So what I did, I was like, you know what? Let me look up the motherfucking word beget. You see? And because when we think about a beget, we think, okay, this sexual intercourse between a man and woman to create a child. That's what we think. That's the common idea of what beget means. But when you look up the word beget really means that a man reproduces something, and it says sometime a motherfucking woman. So I was like, hold up, how the fuck can that be? I thought at all time when a motherfucker beget somebody, it'd be a man and a woman. So my spirit was like, yeah, that would it mean technically at all time, but it's all about what kind of begetting your ass talking about. It said that the beget that I'm meaning when I'm saying this shit is like, let's say you the big dog, right? And everybody following you because you the dog, you know all the information, you know the knowledge. And then you get a protege to come up under you that adopt all the shit that you were talking about. You see what I'm saying? It was like, okay, that's my dog. He gonna take my lessons and he gonna continue the tradition on, like you saying. He gonna continue to the tradition. That's the idea of a person begetting another person, a man begetting another man. It's not like a man and a woman came together and they created another child. That's not what they meant. They went, this tradition got passed on to this next person. That's what they was explaining. That's how you can make a 360 degree understanding of it to where it could be right all across the board. Because if you don't look at it like that, then you gotta be like, hold up, what the fuck? So is some gay shit going on, or is it just some this shit, or they turn the shit to patriarch from matriarch? It'll have you thinking all those things is not true if you don't look at what the word actually means and you don't understand the concept of spirit being within the soul and that you get trained by your spirit, your psyche controls the body. Then you won't understand what they mean by this person begatted this person. You see what I'm saying?
No,
It's like
what
this
I'm
is my
saying
fucking
is,
protege, you know? Go ahead.
no, what I'm saying is, you said your perspective of the Bible is more, you get the Israelite in your brain, like when you go through the 12 studies or the 12 tribes.
Mm-hmm. That's the enlightenment. Yes, sir.
Okay,
That's like what they call enlightenment.
Can't go against that. That's biblical. Okay, cool. I'm just saying there's another tradition in the Bible that plainly states that Jesus married God. You feel what I'm saying? And then there's another tradition that talks about Noah and their sons and everything. So I'm just saying that the Bible has different traditions. That's all.
But actually, what I'm trying to paint to you, though, is that if you think about it having different traditions, then that's how you will get confused. And I'm not saying that you're confused or nothing, but I can always show you that it always boils down to the same thing. So when they talk about Noah in the ark and all that shit, you know what I mean? Remember what I was telling you about if you understand it as a story and that it's a fable and all that kind of stuff and traditional shit and all that, right? The stuff not really based on no real reality and all that. It's just a story to give you understanding of something else. That's basically what it's for. So when you hear, like when you look up the words of each individual characters, they look up let me see what the fuck Joseph mean in Hebrew. Let me see what this mean in Hebrew. Let me see what that mean in English or Greek or what the fuck ever. And then you realize what the shit mean, then you'll be like, oh, these motherfuckers tricky as fuck. You see what I'm saying? I got me others thinking that it's real people, but it's really talk about this concept or this idea is what they're talking about. So when you get to talk about, he said get two animals of each kind, right? We already been dealing with the fact that we know everything is duality and polarity and all that type of stuff. So automatically when we hear do get two of everything, we automatically should know that we talk about duality right here. We talk about electromagnetism right now. That's what we're talking about. So now it's like when I'm telling you we're going through the filtering process where we're getting rid of the veil part and everything about to start merging together. That's the aspect of what they're saying when he was saying bring all these shit into the art, which the art is your brain, your mind, your psyche, your psyche. You know what I mean? That's the art they was talking about. Bring all this shit in, you know what I mean? And it was like iron this shit out. It's like how I'm saying right now. Like we say, okay, we know we got the bull and all that kind of shit that represent Jesus and all this stuff and all these different fucking entities or whatever that people worship and they follow and they praise. Okay, we got all these different type of entities. So now, if a person that's looking at it from the wrong eye, they be like, oh man, they doing false shit. They talking about there's a man named Jesus and he on the water, he did this. But a person who got the esoteric understanding, they be like, oh no, they talk about energy, they talk about this and they talk about that, blah 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 blah. So now you can still follow this doctrine in the right way. And versus getting lost in interpretation, you know what it's really what its intent actually was. So you can always go back to the middle, even though you can talk about this story of whatever's in the Bible, but you know what its underground meaning actually is. So once you know that, then you can deal with all these religions and stuff and not still and be following the real God still without following a false God because you know what it's based on. So when he was saying bring all your sons and your daughters and your wives and all this shit, it was saying bring all them other bullshit ass beliefs and shit that you got them that you believed in and all this kind of stuff. Bring this shit in and let me deal with you with it. Let me give you balance. Let me help you straighten out what all this stuff is really representing. And so that's why they were showing you about the flood. It's like the cup running over again. So you got this flood coming, this flood of information. Like I was telling you about, I got so damn flooded, I had to be like, man, hell no, I don't want no more, man. Cut this shit out. That's the flood. So he started getting this flood of information, and then he had to go through the turbulence and the shit. He had to send the doves out a couple of times. And then when all the water resided, which he made sense out of all the information that he received, he was able to come out and do work again. That's what they're trying to say.
When you say he bring his like mothers and daughters and he like throws away them ideologies. You know, you're not allowed to say that according to the Bible because it says you shouldn't judge. And then some people's ideology deals with mother and the creator. You feel what I'm saying?
You got a great point, right? It all boils down to understanding the words again. Go ahead.
See, certain Christians and certain Israelites and Moors and everybody else don't know how to get out their box and understand the other's ideology, and then they'll slander it and don't know they just did that. And see, that's why I'm just trying to understand what you just did. You just said that told people to bring their mothers, daughters, and sons, and you was going to throw away them ideologies. And
no. Now watch what I'm glad you brought it up. I didn't clarify what I meant when I mentioned the mother sons.
You got to flow right back. It don't say that in the Bible. It says don't judge in the Bible. And there's different traditions that says Jesus. And when you go to the science of Jesus, it goes directly to mother and the creator. That's all.
Now, when we speak of judge, when I hear the word judge, according to when it says that in the scripture, it says in the end days or whatever, you know what I mean? You gonna come to God or whatever. Well, you know how I say everybody gonna be judged, so you shouldn't judge, right? Everybody got to see God. You know what I mean? At the end, everybody got to see God to be judged, right? So now, if you're just looking at it for what it say of our general understanding of what judge means, we think that means pointing the blame at somebody else or some shit like that, right? And yeah, okay, that's one definition of it. But if you're trying to get the real understanding of what it actually means, and then you look up the word judgment, again, you will see the judgment means discernment, wisdom, the ability to make sound decisions, you know what I mean, to get a specific result and stuff like that. So that's what judgment means. So when it says that we all must appear before the judgment seat of God, that's what it's saying. We all must appear. We all must communicate with that voice that's within us in order to make calculated decisions that will be for our good versus our bad. Because each day of our life, we live in judgment. We live in decision making. So the person that's on the higher end of the spectrum versus the person that's on the lower end of the spectrum is how good can you make judgment, make sound decisions to accomplish the end that you set out to accomplish. So that's what it means about everybody must come before the judgment seat of God. So it's like, okay, you're going to try to judge somebody else by the decision that they made. That's what it says. It's like, hey, how can you judge this man's decision? He can only make a decision based off the information that he knows. So that's basically what it's saying. But when people hear judge and stuff, they automatically take it to the heaven and hell, the judgment, stuff like that, right? And of course, you're not supposed to judge because according to the scriptures, it says when you judge the next man, the same judgment that you put on them is like you heaping a whole sack of coals on your own head. Because that's like the recycling energy again. It's like for you to say that I'm doing something wrong, you know what I mean, without actually trying to help me and correct me in it, you ain't coming out of love with it. It's like you coming to condemn me. You judging me because you want to be able to say, hey, I'm right, you wrong, ha ha. Instead of coming to an agreement, it's like, okay, bro, I see what you're saying, but you know, it can kind of really mean this too. It's like you caring about them. You're not judging them. You see what I'm saying? You just hearing what they're saying, and you reflecting on what they're saying, and you put yourself into their shoes to get into their psyche to see their point of view. And then if you're a person that's learned, if you know where they're trying to go to, it's like, okay, I see the path you're going down. And have you ever thought about this aspect of your path? Because the path that you're going may end up leading into a dead end, even though it may seem to be the right thing to do right now. You see? So it's like the things in life, the things that you don't want to do are the things that you're supposed to do in life. That's the key. And most people don't understand the art of that. See, it's like it's better to save your money to buy a certain thing versus using credit. It's like, nah, I'm gonna go ahead and use this credit, but you know when you use credit, they're gonna charge you 2 times the amount that you spent. You know what I mean? That is words, right? But if you have the sacrifice and discipline to be like, hell no, I'm gonna hold out and I'm just gonna save these little pennies that I got, and then I'm gonna get what the fuck I want. You see what I'm saying? So it's like that. People don't have that discipline to stay down until they come up. So that's why they never be able to come up and stay up. Because they always trying to act like they up, but they always working from a down place. You see? If you don't go through the down part, you know what I mean, you ain't gonna know how to appreciate the up part. And people trying to skip over the down part. It's like when you become poor as fuck and you know what it feel like not to have no money after you had money, that's a humbling motherfucking situation, bro. Like when you had it all and it's like, damn, now I ain't got a motherfucking bitch ass thing. Nigga, that's a humbling experience. It's like, okay, now when I get back up the next time, I ain't gonna fuck off like I did last time to put myself in this broke ass situation. Or if you one of them niggas that have money and you want to shit on everybody else, judge everybody else, like what we're talking about, you want to judge everybody else. And then when you fall off, them people gonna point the finger at your ass. Because it's like, nigga, now ain't no fun when the rabbit got the gun, huh? But if you were the type of person where you were still humble even though you had money and stuff like that, people gonna still give you that mutual respect. Like, damn, man, yeah, you always up, dog. You never make me feel like shit. What can I do to help you get back up, fam? Because I know you a hustler. I know you gonna get it. Let me throw you something. But if you ain't never like that, it's like you fucking up your energy. You know what I mean? And so it's really like that, bro.
No, I was just saying as most like my family is Christians, and then when I look at the Israelites, I can say one thing they do is condemn awfully a lot, and I'm just getting used to not condemning just because it's been around me a lot, and the frequency has been like when you said when you bring the mothers and the daughters and the sons and you deal away with them ideologies. You know what I'm saying? That's more condemning instead for saying, well, God gonna judge you, not me. You know what I'm saying?
See, I'm glad you brought me right back to that again. That means my energy want me to clarify, and I almost did fucked up again. When I said about the sons, the daughters, and stuff like that, right? Don't think carnal mind. Don't think in layman's terms when I say son, when the scripture says sons, daughters, and stuff like that. Okay, let me see if I can iron this out for you. When You speak well, according to what I understand, right? When you speak of like the woman, you know how they speak of a virgin, and they might say an unmarried woman, or they make a distinction between a woman and a wife. You see? So now, understanding this distinction is that we have to understand that everything we're talking about is all energy. All right? So it's all energy. So let's say you're a natural energy of a man that's been manifested, right? So your masculine energy is what's showing on the outside. We show that you're a man. But your inner energy is the feminine aspect of you. Okay? So your soul is considered your feminine energy. All right? So now, not on no homo shit, I'm talking about energy. And I talk about characteristics of a woman. I'm talking about feminine energy. Okay? So now, this feminine energy is what that resides on the right hand of God. Well, you know what they say, the right hand of God, that's basically your right brain. That's your feminine energy. So when they speak of the right hand of God in the Bible, they're talking about sitting down on the right side of the brain, like living from the right side of the brain. The creative side, the doing side, the love side, the whole picture side. All right. So now when we speak of woman, when I speak of woman, I'm speaking of that energy, that soul in you. Okay. Now, everyone has this soul, right? If you're a man, you have this spirit energy. This is a woman. If you're a woman, you have this spirit energy as the masculine energy. All right. So now, once you have, so once you marry this energy, like once you realize, hold up, it's my soul controlling shit. Now I can communicate with my spirit. I can listen to that voice. I can listen to my thoughts. I can actually act out without procrastinating the shit that I need to do that's gonna better me, whether it's gonna hurt me in the short term or not. I know it's gonna help me in the long run, so I'm willing to sacrifice to do what I gotta do and suppress my wants for my needs. You see what I'm saying? Once you get to the point of being able to do that, that's when you actually marry that woman, that soul that's in you. And that's when that soul in you becomes your wife. All right? So now the children and everything is like the same aspect. It's like the son and the daughter. It's like once you marry this energy, right? Then you start to act upon this marriage. It's like, okay, now that I'm a Christian, I married the harlot of religion called Jesus. I married the harlot of religion. Okay, we married that. So now you're gonna manifest what these doctrines say. You're gonna manifest, okay, you're supposed to follow the 10 Commandments. Oh, you're supposed to do this, you're supposed to cuss, you're supposed to do this. This is the son or daughter that you birthed out of what you believe. You see? But if you don't know to think about it in that way, you're going to be lost as fuck. And I can understand why a person would automatically look at it like that, because that's why I say I had to realize, like, goddamn, this ain't me that's telling me this shit. Like, well, how in the fuck I was able to look at this shit and read this shit and comprehend it in that way? It wasn't me that did it. So when I get this shit, I be more out than a motherfucker. I be like, oh my fucking goodness, man. Say this can't what the hell this mean. And then when I go into the words, let me look up what woman mean. Let me look up what wife mean. Let me look up what this mean. Let me look up what that mean. And the shit makes sense. When you read them in the Apocrypha and you reading about the book of reading the wisdom of Solomon, and you see they refer to wisdom as a feminine aspect. You know what I mean? He said that he wanted wisdom so much that he wished to marry her to be his wife. When you hear God in the Bible talking about the bridegroom, or hear Jesus talking about the bridegroom and all this kind of shit and stuff like that, it's telling you what's going on. But the thing about it is, if you're not on the wavelength to be able to tune into that channel of message, you're going to miss it every time. But the tell it on the whole time. It's telling you the whole time, but you just haven't tuned into that angle of thought about it. So once I say that, it's gonna automatically be like, oh shit. Well, that's why it is. Well, that's why that. Well, and I ain't got to do that part. It's the spirit that's in you gonna do the rest of it on its own. It's on me to plant the seed, and the watering comes from the spirit that's above. But if you don't never have that angle to look at it, you ain't gonna be able to weigh the shit out to see what I'm saying to be the truth or not. So when you come into hear these people saying that, hey man, what kind of fucking God you believe in that'll kill all these children, or that'll kill the woman and the children, that'll rape the children, and it'll do this and it'll do that? Y'all tripping when y'all think God do some shit like that. When they say go get the virgins and stuff like that, It's speaking about go get the motherfucker who ain't been persuaded yet and believe in a certain thing yet. Somebody that's unmarried, somebody that's undecided, somebody that's able to be coached, somebody that's able to be trained, they're able to be led. You know, that's what a virgin is. Somebody that don't believe one way or another. You know, somebody
But
that's
yeah, when they say
unmarried.
that,
Go ahead.
when you say and that's what I'm trying to say is when you're dealing with Christianity and Israelites and the MSTA Muslim Moors and Muslims, they always deal with the wife that's married.
Come on, man.
So they never deal with the woman.
That's right.
You
Because
know
you
what
ain't
I'm
supposed to
saying?
deal with
And
the
I'm
woman.
trying to say there's other traditions in the Bible that deal specifically with the woman, and I think that's our way to save our humanity or our bloodline is surrounding ourselves around the woman, where both masculine and feminine energy come from. You know, and then when you start reading the Bible just from a different perspective, from the woman's perspective, it's very hard. It's very hard for me to do it because I'm a man. It's just you'll get a different view of everything. That's why.
Well, it's easy for me, bro, is because I understand that a woman and a man is the exact same thing, but just manifesting the opposite polarity,
Hold on, when
right?
you said that, see, I'm just like I didn't like you. Let's clarify this. There's a wife, which is like the feminine, and then there's the husband, which is like the masculine. But there's the woman where like Jesus come from Mary and the Creator. We're gonna leave the Creator out of it. I don't know how God did it, and I'm gonna stay away from it. I'm just trying to say God, Mary, child. So the mother makes feminine and masculine. That's all I'm saying.
The mother may the mother carries feminine and masculine, right? When you're talking about you yourself, is that what you're saying? About carrying a child, she carries the physical and masculine, right? But each person carries physical and masculine. That's what I'm saying, right? Us as men, our expression is the masculine energy. But what's hidden is our feminine energy as men, energy wise. Now, as a woman, the woman is manifesting, she's expressing her feminine energy on the outside. But on the inside is her masculine energy. Okay? So now, when the wife, the difference between the wife and the woman, right? The woman is basically saying your soul. It's basically saying everybody has a soul, right? Your woman is somebody you haven't committed to. You see, you might deal with it from time to time. Like when you get in trouble, you're like, oh God, I need you. You help me out this situation. But any other time you're doing your dirt, you ain't thinking about God. Okay? That's your woman. You got so many bitches out, so many females out there, so you dealing with all kind of females, and you ain't committed to a wife. You ain't trying to make your woman or this woman a wife. You just dealing with different women. It's just a woman. It's just a nothing to you. You're not committed to it. That's what it means by woman. And everybody know, and then people are not committing to their soul. Most people don't know they have a soul. They're not living out of their soul, so they're not building a relationship with their woman, which is their soul. Now, and I'm doing parallel. I'm doing like a reality and an esoteric at the same time. So when you had in a woman in real life, when you get a woman, in order to make this woman your wife, you have to pay attention to this woman. You have to nurture this woman. You have to caress this woman. You have to do everything. You have to pay it attention. You have to pay attention to it. You have to be aware of her for her to want to be more than just a woman, more than just a thing. But the thing about it is, people don't nurture their soul. They don't build a relationship with the soul. So they never get the fruit of enlightenment, which is the wife. The wife is the enlightenment aspect. That's what it is. Or their husband, which is the enlightenment aspect. You see? Because they haven't tapped into the essence of who they are. You know, they've been playing the role out of only one aspect. Like a man only played the role of the aspect of just being a man. You know, because they tell men that you're not supposed to have feelings. You're not supposed to have compassion. You're not supposed to show love. You're not supposed to do all these things. But that's a lie. I would rather a judge that I know they got the power to send my ass to prison for life, to show mercy, show his feminine aspect, and should be like, you know what? I'm going to quit this shit. I'm going to throw this shit out. Don't bring your ass back in my courtroom no more. That's the feminine energy. That's what I'm saying. The person that show compassion, the one that show love, that's the feminine energy, and that's what's coming back. That's the polarity in 2020 that's coming back. The compassion, the love, the understanding. Not like what we in right now, where it's all about my way or no way. Take, kill, 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 steal. That's what we in right now. The incompassionate part. Like, hell, I told you not to do it, you did it, I'm just gonna punish your ass. I ain't gonna look at the circumstances to mitigate the circumstances that cause you to be forced off the line. It's like white folks saying, hey man, y'all just evil, y'all need to get on y'all shit, and y'all just some low lives. No, motherfucker, it's the shit that y'all did in the situation and system y'all got set up that's causing us to live this way. So it's an oxymoron to say, hey, straighten up when they know they pulling you down the whole time. It's like I'm holding your damn shirt, telling you to walk forward. It's like, what the fuck you mean? If you let my motherfucking shirt go, maybe I'll be able to go around this bitch. So it's like when you still trying to go and you know they're pulling your damn shirt, it's gonna turn you into a mental. You gonna start being mentally ill. Cause you were like, man, I just don't know why shit won't work for me. I'm trying everything I can, but you don't see the invisible hand is actually holding you. So that's the same thing that's happening with you personally, right? Is that the invisible hand is holding you back from receiving everything that you want to receive is your procrastination. Is your willingness to do what you know you're supposed to do. Is your unwillingness to sacrifice the things you need to sacrifice to get to the next level of life. That's what your restraint is. That's what your cell is, your jail cell is. That's what the imprisonment is. That's what the Babylonians and the so-called white people and all that represents. It represents that necessary force to make you create some shit that you wouldn't create if you didn't have no force on your ass to make you do it. Like, you know how good of a fighter you is until a motherfucker punch your ass in the face and you had to go for what you know. It's like, I don't give a damn now. I was scared at first, but this nigga hit me. Now I got to go for what I know. Like, you might fuck around and kick ass, but you wouldn't have knew that, then you wouldn't have been pushed through that point to have to do the shit. When you're going through a tight place, it takes force to go through a tight place. If I'm trying to squeeze to a tight hole and I'm bigger than the hole, I have to squeeze through the hole. See? And I don't want to keep going, but that's what it's all about, man. You know what I'm saying? It's about like using so when I mention channeling something, when I say channeling something, that means bring something to its smallest point to bring out the most force. Like it's like concentrating your force. When I say channel, it means to concentrate the force. That's what it means. See, power and force is two different things. Power is the result of force. Force is just the neutral aspect, period. Force can be used for negative or positive. Force is just force. Power is how much you can use this force. And so that's where it all boils down to capacity again. So if you never adapt the ability to be able to resist negative forces, and you always be taken in, like somebody say something that you don't like, and you automatically fly off the handle. Your power is being controlled. Like you have a low capacity to hold force and power. You see what I'm saying? Like the power is controlled. Okay. It's like, okay, force is holding the glass. Like you have a big glass and you have a small glass, right? And this big glass will be able to supply more people because it's a bigger glass. More people can drink from this glass. So it has more force. It has more capacity. It has more power. You see? But power runs out because it's all about how much force you can exist upon a long period of time. It's like when a person say, okay, man, today I was able to deflect all negative shit that came my way. I felt good as fuck. But then tomorrow, you don't have that good of a strength, and everything pissing you off. It's like you ain't sparing nobody. Like, fuck all that shit. Like, you just going off today. It's like your power has ran out. You see what I'm saying? So it's like that, you know. So it's all about building your capacity, you know. And then the way you build, go ahead. Mm-hmm.
You can't do that when you're in a Christian MSTA Muslim religious way of thinking. When you're like Israelite in this way of thinking, because you're married to a bondage that harness
That's
your
right.
energy.
Damn
And
right.
the ideology of the way the Bible speaks, the way y'all put it, and the way the Quran speaks of the Muslims and the MSTA of more Muslims put it, it harnesses your energy to a wife or to a marriage, to a bondage. And there's other ways in the Bible and traditions that harness your energy and your bondage directly to your mother, or as the Quran put it, directly to Allah. And I think it's the fight of harnessing your energy for yourself, except for being, right. And that's the so-called womb, the woman.
That's right.
Where everything is manifested. But my fault, you were saying something?
Yeah, but just like what you're saying, right? And I don't want for you to think that a person that's following like religious Christianity and all those type of things are married and have created a wife out of it. No, they have created a whore. They are prostituting, is what they're doing. It's only a woman because they prostituting. They giving their love out to everybody, is what I mean. It's like a man that can't keep one woman. It just got to go stick his in every woman. And that's why most of these women are single, because they're not putting up with that shit. You see? So if you can't stick with the script, then you are actually cheating. You cheating is basically what you're doing. You're committing adultery. You're committing fornication. But when we read about this stuff in the Bible, we think of fornication and adultery and all these type of things to mean that it's like in a real relationship, even though we know it can parallel, but the true essence of it is not talking about a man and a woman that's walking on the earth and I go find another woman and don't commit an adultery. That's not in essence is what it's saying. It's saying that you committing adultery, you giving your energy to something else outside of yourself and not understanding that it's your soul you need to build this relationship with, and it's who you have to go through, and not these highlights of religion. Like the Muhammad's and the Allahs and the 99, like, okay, put it this way. Like the people that's into Islam and Muslim and all that kind of stuff, the people that really know the truth, when you get into the 42 laws, the 99 aspect, all this kind of shit, they understand it just attributes of one aspect of yourself. They understand that. Like the people who really know the truth, they know that. But when you get people that's unlearned and they don't really know, they think that these are different entities that actually lived. And that is just the ultimate mistake of everybody. If they can just grasp that part alone, bro, it would transform everything that they understand. It don't mean that you gotta kick it to the curb and you can't read the Bible or you can't read this stuff no more. Like I say, it's all about channeling it into its right perspective, into its right understanding. You see what I'm saying? Like following the right path. That's what it is. That's what I'm saying, bro. It's like the chariot. They talk about the chariot and stuff like that. Like that's your midbrain. But it's just words, bro. Like once you look up these words and you understand what the word actually means instead of taking your word for it, it's like, you know what? I'm going to take my word for it and this just means this, and I'm going to keep on reading. And then down the line, you see this shit start conflicting with each other. You're like, oh, okay, damn. Don't look at it from, damn, the Bible just wrong. And motherfuckers just don't know what the fuck going on. It's just wrong. You see what I'm saying? Because that's the fault. That's the faulty conclusion. You see what I'm saying? It's like, let me go back and observe these words to see how it means the same thing. Because like once you understand, left is right, right is left, up is down, down is up. You just know this stuff because everything rides along the line. You see what I'm saying? You know that. And like once you know that, you can always find how everything balances out. That's.
Yeah, I think the Bible is 100. I just think people put just take one tradition, except for like they'll take the Abrahamic traditions, except for looking at looking at other traditions that's inside the Bible. And I think that's one side of the narrow-minded. That's all I'm saying. And just like the Quran, it's just narrow-minded, and except for just looking at the whole completion of the book, a lot of people just take parts and bits and pieces, and It's just the whole completion. And then when we look at the Bible and put it with law, I mean, it goes directly with it because we're in bondage to these marriages and these wives, and we're supposed to be so-called honoring the woman, the mother. You know, and the Bible teaches that though. If we just open up our brain though and look in different traditions of that Bible.
But again though, bro, like when you think about the mother though, and you think about the father, you have to always take it back to the creation of all things that we know it to be. And that's electromagnetic energy, right? So when you speak of mother, the only thing you're talking about is the feminine energy that I'm speaking of, that I'm talking about. That's the mother. That's the feminine energy. The father is the masculine energy. That's the sun. So you got the sun and the moon. That's the mother and the father. Those two send off their energies, you know what I mean? And they come together and forms what we call matter. Okay? So that's what it is. So what I'm saying is, like, when you hear mother and you automatically think about your madre that had you or whatever, and you don't consider the fact that this also means electromagnetic energy, then you're gonna be kind of lost. You know what I mean? Because you ain't gonna be able to put it in this full perspective. So when you hear somebody, when you see it says something about the father, or you see the Mary, Jesus, and Joseph, you know what I mean? If you're not understanding that this is one entity, and it's not a separate Joseph, a separate Mary, and a separate Jesus. No, that's what they led you to understand in the lies, in these teachings, false teachings, and false doctrine. But the real concept is that you are your mother and your father and your spirit. That is what you is. Your mama and your daddy and your consciousness makes you. So that's the same thing that they're saying about Joseph, Mary, and Jesus. See what I'm saying? It's two things that came together. That actually is one thing, and it's operating on another thing. You see what I'm saying? And so that's where the concept of the soul and the spirit is at again. That's what I'm saying.
But see,
so it's like the spirit is the birth of the soul and the flesh that's coming together. Like once you recognize the flesh recognizes that it's being governed by its soul, it gives birth to the spirit.
But see, that's what I'm saying is, that's a Christian tradition, or a tradition that's held when it says Mary and Joseph. You feel what I'm saying? That's not the way it go. Mary rejected Joseph.
Man, y'all still live, bro. Hey, man, y'all still live, bro. My phone that went off, computer that went dead, everything. Y'all still dead, bro. Damn.
Well, I guess everybody ran off. I thought everybody was here, man. Me and brother been chopping it up, man.
Y'all been chopping it up, bro. Y'all know we've been live for 8 hours and 30 minutes.
I can talk about this shit for eternity. I don't stop. Like, I'll talk when nigga says cut running over, my shit running over, and I need to spill this shit off on somebody, man, on some valleys and shit, man. I ain't lying. I need.
Man, I don't know what been said. I don't know, y'all. So everybody, I hope y'all enjoying it. I hope they was dropping major gems. Well, I know bro been dropping gems all day. He been going in all. Look, go live. You need to start going live, Jack. Because man,
actually, I try to, man. I got my little channel. I try to drop a little bit here, a little bit there. You know what I'm saying? Trying to develop it. But you know, like I say, I don't be knowing where to start because like I have a wide spectrum of information, and I kind of have to be I like my brain being picked. Like if it's something that you're thinking about, like I wanted this, and you just ask me, and I be ready to. That's how I like to operate. You see what I'm saying? Because I don't know what
we got to support Go Live. Make sure everybody y'all support Go Live, man. When he put his chat in there, man, y'all everybody go support this brother, man. You feel what I'm saying? This is the type of energy we need to be around. You feel what I'm saying? Somebody with this energy, bro. This is amazing right here, bro. This is an energetic mindset. He like what you say? One of these computers that they got. It's like when Neo first got in the Matrix and he first got in there and he, you get the information and you get the download. You like, want more. It's like that. It's like, God damn, boy. Mental overload.
Exactly.
That's how I be doing.
And you can fuck around and crash too around this bitch. You know what I Your computer will crash, bro. I'm not lying, dog. And so, like, anybody get information, it's like you had to take the step back to be able to put it all the way together. You know what I mean? Because if you keep going along with the riddles, you will automatically be riddling all the damn time. And then you be like, hold up, man, let me see how I just read over here. This same word is over here. Damn, I just read this word, but this is a synonym of this word. Oh, then that's when you can put all that shit into a concentrated database. You see what I'm saying? So it don't matter what happened, you know it's gonna lead back to the same thing, and you can extract like intelligently. You see what I'm saying? Without no fumbles and shit, because like you know what you know. You know what I mean? Like once you'd have been all around the circle, if you say one word, I'm thinking about all the synonyms that go along with that word. You know what I mean? So I better paint the picture in a whole different way. You see what I'm saying? They'll bring all your knowledge together. Because like how you were saying, like the people that believe in Islam, that's all they know is Islam. So they ain't gonna look down the avenue of Christianity or this or that to make it make sense with everything. A person that's in Christianity, they might not look into the sciences and shit to see how all this shit makes sense out of everything. But when you take the courage and overcome the shit, and you don't believe the bullshit that the Bible's saying, it was signs and you're the devil and this paganism was this, and you start taking the leap of faith and you start looking into the different shit, you'll be able to see how everything cross-reference each other. And then you can step back from the picture, and then you don't get played like a goddamn fiddle no more. You know what I mean? It's like, hold up, I am the motherfucking fiddle, but I see all the notes on this shit. Oh, I could create this kind of song. Oh, I could create that kind of song. Or I could do this, I could do that. You see what I'm saying? But if you don't realize that you the fiddle, you just gonna be the fucking C note the whole time. I'm just C noting my ass off, but you don't know it's other fucking notes that you could create a whole nother motherfucking sound.
But see, that's what I'm saying. Noah Drew Ali told me to hold on to that Bible and question one thing, don't judge. So when the person say that, well, I don't know what the fuck Islam is, but Muslim and Islam, when they say that they teach this and that, and it might not be right, and then they say Christianity might not teach right, but they're another form of religion, which is Israelite or a Hebrew, that's judging a person. And that's why when I was talking, I said I don't condone MSTA Moors, Islam, Christianity, or Israelites or anything under that clause. You can't leave one of them out if you're slandering the other ones. So it's best to like not slander and build on what's so-called Islam.
Because they're all the same.
Like got together or build on them though, because you just slandered two of them, but you forget the message of this conversation is thou shalt not judge.
That's right. And so when you know what judge actually means, right? It's telling you thou shalt not discern and think.
Yeah, so I'm just saying in the Bible, there's different traditions, and your tradition teaches the judge like Christians and a lot of Muslim groups, like the MSTA Moors.
See, but that's what I'm saying, brother, right? Now, for a person that's reading it from the corner aspect of it, like you're saying, I can totally agree. If I was just to read it for face value, that's the corner understanding. That's leaning on your own understanding. If I read it like that, right, I can clearly see where it say, okay, don't judge, don't do this, don't do that, blah, 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 right? We got 12 tribes, all you different people, blah, blah, blah. But when you go into the esoteric aspect and you understand that if you track your DNA all the way back to the beginning, it's the beginning. And that's every single person. Every single person that got DNA, it go all the way back to something. You see? And so that lets you know that that's all those tribes that they're talking about. That's all the people that they're talking about. That's the universe that they're talking about. But if you're looking at it as an individual aspect, like I say, this tribe, so there's a group of people over here. There's a group of people over there. That's a group of people. But when you understand that these group of people are all you. You are these groups of people. These groups of people are your neurons in your brain. These messages is the channels that's being sent through your neurons, you see? So that's the people. The only people it is are all the thoughts in your brain. Those are the people. Those are the things, you see? But if you're not looking at it from that aspect, then you might seem to get lost, a little bit, for the people that are Christians. That's why the people that's Christians can't come out of Christianity. See, okay, if people actually read their book and believe it, they'll be led to electromagnetism and everything. See, because Jeremiah was told that people oppose science for no damn reason. It say that it's in the Bible. It talk about science. You see, it talk about the energy within. It talk about all this stuff, bro. It tell you that the church is not built with hands and all that. You know what I mean? It tell you that your body is the temple and all this stuff. But if you in what they call it, a dissonant consonance or some shit like that, where your thinking facility, your judgment is faulty, then you ain't gonna be able to see the truth when it's right in your face. Because you have murky water, you have a veil over your veil over your understanding.
But see, that's where I think that, you might interpret it just in one's tradition. In another tradition, like when you harness your energy, you harness it inside your temple. But when you get like 10 to 15 to 20 to 30 to 50 to 100 to 300 to 500 energies, and they all start singing the great gospels of Israel or other religions or other entities, let's just say it that way, you need a building to harness that. You feel what I'm saying?
I think I'm following what you're saying. Yeah. And so what you're saying is when people, okay, the thing that kind of like, it look like, see, because we got to understand, it seems like when you're talking about the scripture, this is how I'm interpreting what you're saying. I could be wrong. But when I hear you say the scripture and the tradition, I'm hearing you saying that that this is real shit. Like these is real people. These were real traditions, and these were real things that they were doing.
Yes, because people follow follow the Christianity in a real way, and they follow the Israelite tradition in a real way. But when it comes to everybody else, they say that these people ain't real. So I'm just following it in a real way. And
okay, now that I follow clearly what you're saying, and that's what I'm saying. Now hear my plight on it. All right, I hear you clearly saying that, right? But what I'm trying to tell you, the people that call themselves Christians, the people that call themselves Moors, or this, or that, right? They are lost in the religion. They are lost in the tradition. They are lost in the lie. That's what I'm trying to say. The moment you call yourself anything, that's when you're lost.
Okay, so rather tradition, who cares if it's Moors, Islam, Muslim, Christianity, or Israelites and Hebrews, it wasn't none of them. It was on an electromagnetic level.
Right.
And then we had
those are the
pyramids.
Hold
on, bro. We had pyramids
okay, go ahead.
That was next to the rivers, like the brother said, the enlightened one said, and then how we came together and distributed our energies was in these castles and temples. That's all.
Right, and everything fractaled out. Like we get these different religions from a fractal code. Okay, we had the nucleus. The nucleus got dispersed, which that's why they call it the Tower of Babel and all this shit, where the languages was confused and shit like that. All they try to let you know is that the reason why we got different aspects of the same damn God is because the language that we speak. That's all they try to tell you. So when I'm trying to know that in the language that we speak, we know there are spells, right? Which is a way to articulate what we're actually thinking. That's when you realize that everything is the same. You see what I'm saying? It's like when you look up this word and you look it up in another language, they might give you an extra detail of what that word means, even though it means the same shit. But it just means a little bit more. You know, it's the same word, same tongue, but just different dialects, different ways of saying the same shit. And once you do that, and see what the thing about it is, you can't look at the ancients and feel like what they said was word is bond, because a lot of them was lost. You see what I'm saying? Like when you listen to the certain people that really have the knowledge, right, that they can get to the root of it, but they still might miss the fact that everything they talk about is them. You know what I mean? They might give you all the sciences and all the shit and be real heavy, but they never spin you back to let you understand out of all these traditions, the tradition is really talking about you.
See, and that's
That's
where
what
I
I'm
get
saying.
the problem at is in the Bible, you ain't shit. You honor your mother and your father. So when we keep going off the ancestors' traditions, that's like when I see a lot of basketball players that could dunk, they'll say, "Oh, Dr. J." They'll give credit to Dr. J. Or when I see a lot of baseball players that hit the home run, they'll give even the black ones will say, "Okay, Babe Ruth," and they'll give all credit to the white ones. But us as so-called melanated brown black people, we won't give credit to mother. We'll always say we did this and that, and that naturally throws us off balance. Or we'll give credit to a false idol, except for our creators, where it says in the Bible, God and your creator. You know what I'm saying?
That's right. See, we just see. I hear what a lot of brothers be saying, man. When they be like, man, we need to really show more aspect to the mother, and that's how we got here, and that she's basically God because she the portal and all this kind of stuff. All right, I get it. I truly do. But remember, I'm always trying to find equal balance out of everything. So I'm not going to say that a woman is more of a God than I am. No, the woman came from me like I came from her, right? So in order to have a woman, you have to have a man. People don't understand that. People don't understand that, okay, we give a woman the credit, but where the hell the woman came from? The woman came from just boosted up. So now, okay, now back on. But yeah, it's the better. And I'm not trying to take from the woman. I'm not trying to take from the mother, right? I'm not trying to do that. So I wish people understand like this nigga don't under his mother or whatever the case. You know, it's not that, right? It's I don't worship nothing. You see what I'm saying? Like you don't honor nothing. You don't worship nothing besides what it is that it is. You know, my mama ain't had no power over me coming here. You see what I'm saying? Like she could have killed me if she wanted to or whatever the case, but it's like all she did was actually hold me. She ain't made the shit actually happen. She held me. It's an incubator.
Then who made it happen?
And her mother held her is what I'm saying.
Yeah. So it's all
Yeah,
dealing with mother.
but it's nothing to hold if you don't give it a sperm. So
No,
for
they
you to
already had the eggs
separate,
inside them.
huh?
They already had the eggs inside them.
They have the eggs inside of them. Now
So
let's get down
everything
to
is
science
already
again.
inside them.
Okay, now watch this. I think you agree with the fact that we have a soul, spirit, and a body, right? And a flesh, right? You agree with that?
I think that it all was in mother, yeah.
Well, okay. You think that I was in mother? Okay. So your sperm, so your daddy's sperm was already in your mother. Is that what you're telling me?
No, my daddy's sperm come from his mother. That was in that egg.
Okay. Your daddy's sperm come from his mother, right? That what you said, right?
Yeah.
Your daddy's sperm came from his mother. So that means your granddaddy's sperm came from your grandmama?
No, my granddaddy's sperm came from his mother.
I think you follow what you missing what I'm saying. You can't go on with that kind of pattern, right? If the first thing I asked you was this, the first thing I asked you, are you saying that your sperm, that like the sperm that went into your mama, came from your mother?
Yes, everything came from my mother's egg.
So but you said no at first. You said no, your daddy's sperm did not come from your mother, right?
No, my daddy's sperm didn't. My daddy's sperm came from his mother's egg.
But it didn't come from your mother, is what I'm saying.
It's impossible. My dad and my mother's around the same age.
Right, but you said, now let's do English, right? Because you're an English person. You say your daddy's sperm. First of all, right there, who possessed the sperm? Your daddy, right? Is your daddy's sperm, that means he owned possession of it, right? Now, let's follow the rest of your sentence. Came from your mother. Okay, I can agree with that as well. Now, it came from your mother is because it didn't come from your mother, right? It was in your mother when you was in your mother, but it didn't come from your mother. He held it because it was on your testicles. It's in your testicles as you grew as a baby. So yes, your sperm is inside of you when you are inside of your mother. So I understand the paradox in how you're trying to paint it.
Are we ever inside of our father?
Are we ever inside of our father? Our father is the thing that make us go. Our father is the energy. You see what I'm saying? Like your father is the sperm. Your dad, whoever you call it, right? Which I say the father is the electromagnetic, the masculine energy. The masculine energy is your sperm. It's not your daddy.
I'm gonna say this one more time. Was we ever inside of our dad?
Yes, in sperm.
I thought the mother had the egg.
The mother has the egg, but the daddy got the sperm. I said yes, in sperm.
So the whole egg, everything's inside the egg.
Everything, all matter is inside the egg. The egg is matter. The egg is the things that we see. The egg is your body that's around you. The egg is the things, the elements of the universe. The egg is the mother earth. That's what the egg is. But that thing that navigates through this egg, cosmic egg, mother egg, which is the womb, is your spirit. And that is your
So you're
sperm.
saying the energy turns the egg on.
Exactly. They turn each other on, right? Because it takes positive and negative in order to cause action.
So as soon as you turn the engine on, you could throw away the negative.
They automatically balance out, right? When like you have a negative, if you have a positive, like if you owe me $1, right? So that's a negative, right? That's a negative dollar that you owe me, right? And if you pay me that dollar, a positive dollar, when you do the math, that equals 0, right? It cancels out. That means I don't owe you nothing no more. You don't owe me nothing no. You know what I'm saying? I ain't looking for nothing from you, and you ain't looking to pay me nothing. So it's a 0. It's an even balance, right? It's balanced. So it actually cancels the energies out.
I'm gonna say to start a car, you need the red and the black, the positive and the negative. As soon as it goes, you can throw the negative away and the positive.
You can throw the whole damn battery away, right? Like once you got
you have to have that positive charge. I mean that positive to keep it going.
Yeah, but once it
you can never keep the battery on with the negative and taking the positive off though. You know what I'm saying? It's like
exactly.
So
like you can have a dead ass battery, right? And you get enough juice to get a jump, and as long as you leave it on, it's gonna keep running. You see what I'm saying? But as soon as your battery weak and you turn the car off, it ain't gonna crank up again by itself without you getting a jump again.
And when we look inside the ribs of man, it's empty. It don't have that like universal portal of the ovaries and you know what I'm saying, the canal to life and shit. You know what I'm saying?
It's the house. It's the torso. You know what I'm saying? It's what protects the heart. You know what I'm saying? That's what your real do. It's the cage. It protects the heart.
Yeah, but us as humans, we all have the organs, and then the woman has these magical organs that like produce life, produce eggs. Man can't do that.
But see, that's what I'm trying to say, brother. I understand what you're saying. You got to admire each person's abilities, right? So the woman has the eggs, okay? And our eggs is the sperm. You see what I'm saying? Like that's the testicles. You see what I'm saying? Like if I'm not mistaken, in woman analogy, you know what I mean, where the eggs shit come from, like the fallopian tubes and all that, is basically the testes, right? It's the female testes that generates an egg. You know what I mean? Just like it's the male's testes that generate a sperm. You see? So it's the same thing, but just on opposite aspects. Like the life force that remember when I say that I'm actually talking out of my mouth right now, or I'm looking out of my eyes. That's your sperm looking out. And what it's looking out of is looking out of your egg, your cosmic egg. You see, which is your mother. Are you following what I'm saying? The cosmos, the egg, the flesh, the existence, that's the egg. Yes. You know what I mean? Your mother just as powerful. But the thing that's actually doing the operating, the moving around, the keeping things going, you know what I mean? You know, a man, think about the reality of a man to a woman. You know what I'm saying? It's our job to protect the woman, you know what I'm saying? To make sure we help sustain her and stuff like that. You know what I mean? By going out and working and tilling the ground and lifting the thing that she can't lift, it's to hold her up, to keep her up on the pedestal. You see?
But
So it's
when I look at law and natural law, it's her field and her house and her land when she reached the age of mother. And there's no age for that. It's a transition of life where she had the son that will protect her, where she had the daughter that will give her more lineage to her throne in her in her acreage. And that's where I think a lot of us that's where a lot of us so-called melanated or black people or brown people, we get caught in the dogma is she has an heirship that only comes from her. And that's it.
I mean, I guess we saying the same thing, brother, but I'm just trying to just really get you to get the schematics of what's actually going on. You know what I mean? And like when you go into the egg, you have when you just follow sexual reproduction process and the meiosis and mitosis and all that. You probably have already, so you might understand what I'm finna say. When you had a sperm and an egg and they come together and it forms a zygote, right? And inside this formation, you have stuff called the cytoplasm, you know what I mean, and stuff like that. So now inside of this egg that you went into, like this is all the stuff that you see when you come out. So the liquid inside of this, it's called the cytoplasm and stuff like that. You know what I mean? That's like the sky. That's the blue sky shit that we're seeing. That's this energy that we're moving through. This less dense water, a liquid that we're navigating through. You know what I mean? It's like the earth is just like the exact opposite, the exact same thing as the womb. You see what I'm saying? But it's in a way to where you have made a form out of it. You see, we was in this already, but we couldn't make a form. It was void and without form. That's us forming in our mother's womb. We was void and without form. So we didn't have a form. We didn't have an idea, a specific thing to look at a certain thing in a certain way, in a specialized way. We didn't have the ability to judge or discern. You see, when you first come, you don't have the ability to judge or discern. You have no choice but to accept things the way they are until you come to an understanding to where it's something different, to where you can navigate through your own mind, through your own self, through your own universe to see, to make sense out of what's going on. You see? And we get that to that ability until we about maybe like 1 or 2 years old or something like that, when we start allowing other people to form our reality by telling us this is this.
Hey,
this
my
is
fault,
that.
hey, my fault, brother. You know, I ain't never trying to cut you off, but hey, Huey P, there's somebody in the chat that's I don't know if they were saying something wrong, but Zoe just blocking people in your chat for no reason. He blocked 3 people, man. Just like they ain't say nothing, bro. They was going against me, and I still don't believe that they should be blocked. That's what I'm trying to say. He taken away from your channel, bro. If you could hear me. My fault for cutting you off, bro.
Well, no, it's all good, man. Shit you gotta say, man. You know what I mean? But you know, it's just all good, man. People gonna say what they say, do what they do. I mean, you know, untyped man. You know, like people be on so many bandwagons, man. To like people that's ignorant, they'll cut you off. Like I don't even think a person that got or whatever that shit called a wrench or whatever shouldn't even have the power or authority to actually block anyone. You see what I'm saying? Because everybody gonna have their own philosophy of what's going on. You know what I mean? And so just because a person's saying it, don't mean you gotta go along with it. You know what I mean? It's like if a person not ready, they ain't ready. You know what I mean? If a person asking questions, then you might have an opportunity to help them get ready. And then when you in the spiritual realm for real, you gonna realize that you are a lone fucking wolf, man. When you gonna realize when you walking in this bitch, the stuff I be saying for the most part, I don't expect nobody to just be like, damn, that's what it is. Because unless you have pieces of information to be able to relate it. I always come from the aspect, I already know this shit I'm saying it's gonna be far-fetched as fuck, but I'm finna go ahead and say it right now. And later on down the line, I know they're gonna bump into this shit and they're gonna be like, God damn, that's what this nigga was talking about. The whole fucking time. Whoa, this is what he was saying. You see what I'm saying? So you can't really look at it because you right now you might tell your child, hey man, it's good to do this and it's good to do that. And they might not understand what you're saying right now at that moment, at that point. And sometimes they might listen to you just because they fear you got no control over and they just listen to you. And then sometimes you're like, man, I don't see the reason why you're telling me no about this shit. I'm gonna do this shit anyway. And then when something happens, you be like, damn, that's why he was telling me this shit. But then if you just follow the orders long enough and you'll be able to observe from somebody else's example, I'm glad I listened to my people because that same shit would have happened to me. You know, but so once you get to that level of understanding and it's not questioning God or the spirit. Actually, I'm lying. If you don't question your damn self, you ain't gonna never learn shit. I'm gonna be honest with you. You got to question. Like my spirit is in me. I don't know how everybody communicate with themselves on the inside, but I question the fuck out of myself. You know what I'm saying? And I've been proved wrong so many times within myself till I try not to question myself. Like let's say for instance, I was reading the Bible, right, and it was saying how they were talking about the seas and shit. And they were talking about how it was Noah on the goddamn ship, and they went into the ship and all that shit, and they was in the seas, and all the seas was rough and all this kind of crazy shit. And he jumped off in the ship and all that, and the water got calm and all that. So my limited idea about the word sea was only water. You see what I'm saying? That was my limited understanding of that word. So I was like, man, I couldn't phantom like what the fuck was going on. I was like, hold on, man, this don't really, no, I don't really quite get this shit. This shit don't really make no sense. Why he go to sleep and why he do this and why the sea just come? And so when I looked up what the word sea was, right? Because I was telling myself I know what sea is. I would argue with myself. I would debate against myself whether I was going to look up the word sea or not. Because I was telling myself, man, you know what the fucking word sea is. You know that means water and shit, nigga. You don't have to look that shit up. And my spirit was like, how many times your ass that thought you knew some shit, and then when you look it up, you find out it means something totally different than you thought what it meant. And I was like, yeah, you sure right, man. You right. So I'm finna look up the word spirit. I mean, the sea. So I'm trying to let y'all know how I communicate with my spirit so y'all might be able to hear what I'm saying and use it as an example and do the same shit to yourself that really build this relationship. So this is what I'm doing. I'm communicating with self. And I'm talking to myself like this. I'm like, man, I ain't finna look at no motherfucking sea. And see, I know that shit mean water. That's how I'm talking to myself, man. Hell no, I ain't gonna waste my time doing that shit. And the spirit say, how many times your dumb ass that thought you knew some shit before and you ain't realized that nobody knows shit already, nigga? Don't take nothing for granted. Look up the motherfucking word like I told you, man. So I was like, okay, I'm gonna listen then. Fuck it. Let me look up the word sea. Long story short, the fucking word sea ended up meaning a multitude of fucking people. So I said, I be goddamn. So when they holler about seas and waters and all this shit, it made me realize that they was talking about multitudes of people. So therefore, I could read the shit with an intelligent outlook. So when they were talking about the waves was rough and the seas was all this shit, they talk about people debating. How these niggas get on these channels and they can't agree to nothing, and one nigga saying this, one nigga saying that, and it's just confusing all the fuck way over. Ain't nobody bringing this shit to a sound understanding, to a nucleus, to where everybody shit meaning the same shit. It's everybody, no, my way is this, my way is that. That was the water and the rough seas that they was talking about. So I say, God damn. This shit, this right in our face, just like this. He was like, yeah, all you gotta do is just look up a goddamn word. People ain't looking up shit. They ain't studying. That's why they don't know, sir, son. He was like, all I did was had you look up one word and you came to this conclusion. Why the hell don't nobody else know this? He was like, because they ain't reading shit. So I was like, man, this shit here too fucking heavy, man, to be holding. He was like, man, this shit fucked up, man. That's how it really is, man. Like, you gotta really, really get on your shit. Like, cause these folks are telling the truth and they're laughing at us because it showed that we ignorant. We don't know English. It's like, just look up the words. That's all you gotta do. Don't assume. You know what I mean? So when I started doing that shit, everything just started coming full circle, fellas. I'm telling you. You know what I mean? And you get some amazing aha moments, man. And you'll be like, I cannot believe this shit.
Hey,
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
check this out, though.
Mhm.
Check this out.
Mhm.
You know how you say see? Well, you know how you see out your eyeball?
That's right.
Both your eyeballs is two oceans. There's two seas. You see, there's two oceans.
That's
You know
right.
what I'm
And you know
saying?
what the two oceans is? That's why it's so funny, because I love when people say stuff and my spirit is tickle it. That's called your fucking aqueous humor, if I'm not mistaken. That's inside your eyes. It's called the aqueous
Right.
humor, some shit, and it's plasma that sits
There's two
in,
seas right here, two oceans,
yeah,
two bodies of water.
fucking right. That
And
comes
what Mike
together, right, to
said,
one body of water. That come back to what dude was saying earlier about how the fucking seas come back to like one. You see what I'm saying? Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
and what Mike Coleon in the chat was saying, woo, I don't know if this is the right conversation, but that word see, that's
Come on, man.
that's a word that can go on for a while.
Come on, man.
It's like sea level. You see there, everything level. So you know that water level because the sea is level.
Exactly, man. When you get to dance into these words, man, you be like, damn, SEA mean like the people and the sea and the sight, like y'all saying, like to be able to see the understanding, coming to the understanding and knowledge that still translate to the SEE as well. You see what I'm saying? And it's like once you start playing with it and knowing, it's like, man, these motherfuckers, all they did was just change the words and made a bunch of words mean the same word. You see what I'm saying? Like, and once you get all those synonyms together, you'll be able to find the big trick. Because if I say up and another one of them might say down, you be like, oh, nigga, you wrong, I'm wrong. But actually, you're right. You see what I'm saying? Like, if you standing in front of me and I hold up my right hand and say, this is my right, and you hold up your right hand and say, this is my right, I'm going to look at you and say, hell no, that's your left you holding up right there, man. That's your left hand. You see what I'm saying? That's the left side that you're holding up. You know what I'm saying? Because it's the opposite of the direction. But in actuality, if I'm looking at it from his point of view, you can see that he is holding up his right hand too. But people not willing to step into the other person's shoes and see from their point of view because they don't know how to transcend their consciousness like that. You got to be able to transcend your consciousness into another person's thought to get an understanding
when you
of what
look
they
at your reflection, your right hand is your left hand.
Goddamn right, bro. That's what I mean. And so now imagine that, right? So if your right hand is your left hand and your left hand is your right hand, I like to give you this example. If me and you stand in front of each other, we shake hands with right hands, right? And like you gonna be reaching from a what do you call it? Like a slanted line, right? An angle line, a parallel, not a parallel line, but an angle. You see, it's gonna be an angle. It's not gonna be a straight line. We're gonna be reaching across. So now if we join left hand to left hand, what is formed in the middle? We forming an X, right?
Right.
If I shake your right hand, you shake my right hand, and we hold each other left hands too, it's gonna be like we making a cross, an X.
Right. The crossroad.
Exactly. So that's what letting you know that's our real reality. So when I say that one,
that's the DNA strand.
Out of both eyes,
that's the DNA strand, bro.
Exactly, brother. That's what I'm saying. We live in a DNA strand.
Hold your hands.
Fucking right. That's what I'm trying to say, fam.
DNA strand. That's what I'm
saying, fam. Everything cross over. You know what I'm saying? So it's like you live in the X. It's like the physical matter is the physical is crossed with the spiritual. It's an X. It's like literally in front of your face.
We the X-Men.
I hear you.
We the X-Men.
Exactly.
We the X-Men.
Exactly, bro. And that's why I get an example of the zipper again. If you don't have no attachment on either side of the zipper and you just rolling the zipper up and down, it continuously make an X. Continuously. You see what I'm saying? The zipper itself is the nucleus and it slides up and down. You know what I mean? Two lines, the parallel lines.
Right, the puzzle piece.
Exactly. Everything is the X. That's why the X is so important. And then when you look up what an X is, right? When you look at the definition of what X is, you will learn that the X is chi. And chi is the Chinese shit. The chi, the key, you know what I mean? Energy, spirit, you know what I mean? Life force, vital force. That's the X.
Out. X also means exit.
Exactly.
Exit. EXIT.
You know, it's a part of exit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. You get the answer wrong, they create an X. Why do they do that? Because you're going against the matrix. when you taking a test in the classroom, you get the answer wrong, they put X. Because X
That's
marks
right.
the spot. You didn't necessarily got it wrong. You just thinking the total opposite of somebody that's indoctrinated. They think they're intelligent because they know all the answers to the book, not knowing somebody else wrote the book. So when a teacher give you an F, you really pass. This is an X.
Exactly.
And X is a root word, EX, and any word that put EX on it, any word you're talking about in the Western languages. I'm gonna put it past English. Like when you say X or is, you know what I'm saying? That's like a Latin tone, like a li or is. But whenever you put that word, it means like wrong or marked out or leave. You know what I'm saying? Like it's not like go home or get out. It's like you extract from the land or you mark out. And it's like a forceful leave. So you right though. Just these words are real slick if you haven't.
Right, they got the people thinking you failing, but you really passing because they showing you X mark the spot in your face. They showing you that you're not programmed as easy as the other students in the classroom. So they give you an X. Man, that shit
I used to
crazy,
make
bro.
bad grades all the time. You see what I'm saying? It because you know why? Like you saying about the paradox, right? If your mind open, you be like, hold up, man. I know y'all trying to lead. I think y'all might be trying to lead me to this answer. But if I look at it from my third eye, it can mean this shit too. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
And that's how we get the goddamn. That's how I used to get the goddamn answers wrong because I'm always able to see both sides of the spectrum. You see what I'm saying? I can see up being down and down being up. You know what I mean? I can see left being right, right being left. Like I don't know which one you want me to pick. You know what I'm saying?
Right. They show you multiple choices.
Exactly.
Multiple
so you tell
choices.
me to show you my left. I'm such a in my fucking thought process. I be like, I don't really know how you want me to answer that unless I know your knowledge. You see what I'm saying? Like, if you saying show me your left, I might be a smart ass and be like, and hand you my right. It's like, damn, you know, like why you show me your right hand, nigga? That's my left too, nigga. And then I go through the X shit and show that it cross over and all this shit. You see what I'm saying? Showing that everything is really reciprocal of another. You know what I mean? But they're like, damn, this nigga, goddamn, nigga, just give me your fucking left hand, nigga. Just conform to what the fuck we saying. You know what the fuck I'm trying to say. You see?
Right.
But instead of a person picking up on the idea, like, damn, that was a good fucking point. Like, what the fuck am I telling him to hand me?
Right. They think they're smart because they're making good grades, but not knowing they are indoctrinated with lies. They passing the lies. So when you fail the lies, that means you going for the truth. So you getting an X. X marks the spot.
That's right.
Because you failing.
Mark every spot. You know what I mean? You can't get a spot without the X. Like an X
right.
is
You're not
spot.
passing the lies. You failing the lies because you know the lies is bullshit. So you're going to answer how you want to answer.
Exactly.
Therefore, X marks that spot.
And even more than when you say X marks the spot, it makes me understand. Like I'm trying to say, X always marks the spot. That's what makes you always be the nucleus. You see what I'm saying?
Check this out. Check this out. Each classroom is a world, right? And each bell, like when the bell rings, that's a portal. The bell is the 0 and the classroom is the 1. Think about it. The bell ringing, that's the portal, right? That bell ring, that echo, the big bang, the starting from the center, the point of singularity. When the bell rings, that's the portal. You about to vibrate into another classroom, another world. You about to vibrate out of here. You get what I'm saying?
I'm trying to grasp what you're saying. I hear you saying that the classroom is the 1, and I think I'm kind of I think I see what you're trying to say.
The bell, like when the bell rings, you know, like when the bell rings, that ring of the bell, like you saying with that one word, right? That one word is a 0, which is the foundation, and then when you create that echo, that echo is many words from that one word, right? So when
I see
that
what you're
bell
saying
rings,
because that bell is telling everybody it's time to leave. That's what you're trying to say. That's what you see. That's what you mean,
right,
right?
to go to the next world, the next
Yeah, that's right.
classroom.
It's
They
radiating.
rub that shit.
Yeah.
They rub that shit in our face. Open your third eye. And think about what I'm saying.
Yeah, I feel exactly what you're saying now. It's like the bell
But
is giving. It's like a picture speaks 1,000 words. It's like that bell did some speaking and they had to say shit, and it spoke to everybody that's in this classroom on one thing. Is that what you mean?
right,
That's
it's
what you mean,
time to
right?
go. It's time to
Exactly. So
exit.
everybody, it's time to go by just the bell ringing. So that is the controller. So that is the zero. I see what you're talking about. Yes, sir.
Right,
Exactly
right.
what you're
Like
saying.
pre-K is 0, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's the first level you start. That's the point of singularity. That's 0. That's the center. That's why they call it a pre-K center. But really, we supposed to stay at the center. They got us going from 1 to 12. See, 12th grade is really 3. So they rubbing the Trinity in your face. Because 12 is 3 in numerology.
Exactly.
Right?
And 12 is all
And
that with those signatures. 12 steps to
right.
indoctrination, basically.
Right. And the number 3 is the 0 because the number 3 is you because the mama is the 1, your dad is the 2, and you the 3, and the 3 is the 0.
That's right.
So you all alone, you supposed to be at the number 0. Because you got to go back to the 0. You see what I'm saying?
Exactly.
So each level, each grade is a different realm, a different world,
exactly,
a different radio station, a different channel.
Different level, different in your face. Aspect of consciousness. You're right. You're right. That's exactly what it is.
Right.
You know
then
what I mean?
them square hats, them black hats, they represent the number 0 too, the black womb. Them square hats, like when they pray to at
a square
Mecca,
is a circle.
them black
right.
cubes. Right. Mm-hmm. They put the square on your head, but that's the cup on your head. Like
that's what
you saying, the cup running over.
You see what I'm saying? Mm-hmm.
Right, when they got that thing hanging off the on the graduation hat, that's the water overflowing, like what you were saying. That's another aspect.
That's right.
Man,
and the tassels also
that's
you
deep,
know what,
bro.
man? I'm gonna give y'all another one for the Hebrew Israelite people that may end up hearing this or something, right? You know how the brothers be feeling like, hey man, I'm gonna wear these fringes or whatever because you're supposed to wear your fringes because it's supposed to remind you of God and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna give y'all something pretty heavy, man. So I was looking at this shit because you know my mind frame is that the Bible and all these religions are just mythological books that's meant to give you a deeper understanding from what you actually read. Okay, so when I'm reading it like that, I'm always trying to see what it means besides what it's saying. You see what I'm saying? So I was looking at this shit because I saw the Hebrew Israelites. When I look at some of them, they be criticizing people that they don't have their fringes on. When they say they follow the law, and they be like, "Hey, I got my friend where your fringes at," and all that. It's like they be trying to down people. You see what I'm saying? And I be feeling like they already off track because they trying to judge, like dude was saying earlier, they trying to judge somebody to make them feel like they ain't doing some shit. And so my spirit that I'm tapped into is to kill all the motherfuckers who think that they judging other people in righteousness and really they wrong. So he set me up to show them how they are wrong in their own light as well. You see what I'm saying? But not from a judgment aspect, but just to let them know they need to be cautious about what they're saying and who they're judging because they're not even all the way in right order. You see? Now, when I say this, when it comes to the tassels and stuff like that, when I end up looking, okay, when you think about, they say, the description in the Bible says some, and they say the ribbon of blue, right? They just put a real ribbon of blue or some shit like that. So I was like, when you look at the word period, it's not spelled the regular way, like a regular ribbon. You see what I'm saying? Like RIBBON. You see what I'm saying? It's spelled another way. It's not even a regular word ribbon. So I was like, these motherfuckers just assume that this word means ribbon. This ain't spelled like no regular fucking ribbon. And so when I looked up the word that it was talking about, but anyway, to make a long story short, the fucking fringes doing my research is following a different word that led to this word, led to this word, led to this word. Guess what I ended up coming to? I ended up coming up to the goddamn brain fibers. When you look up brain fibers, it looked like fringes. It's like a whole bunch of streams. You see? So I was like, fuck. The brain fiber, the fringes It's the motherfucking brain, the brain fibers. And then when you look on the picture, you see a certain part of it is like blue, you know what I mean, or whatever, you know. And then so my spirit told me, because I'm dealing with my spirit, because he made me look up all this shit, or she, or whatever the fuck it is, tell me shit to look up. So after I already processed it in my own mind, so it was like, now what I want you to do, to clarify to make sure you right or wrong. Because remember I tell you, I try to prove myself right or wrong before I tell somebody else. I had to be thoroughly convinced in my own mind that I'm right. So it was like, hold on, let me look up the word. Let me look up the fucking. My mind said, hey man, the number one ribbon in real time, like you get a reward or something like that, you get ribbons. It say the first place fucking ribbon is blue. I say, man, get the fuck out of here. Before I even looked it up, I say, man, get the fuck out of here. Say it ain't so. He said, I'm telling you, man, the fucking first place ribbon is blue. So I looked the shit up, bro. Lo and fucking behold, it's blue as fuck. I said, damn, so that means put the spirit in first place? That's what this shit really talking about? And it was like, yeah, read the Bible. It said, yeah, this is to remind you of me and blah, 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 and stuff like that. So I was like, oh, shit. So you talk about it ain't the physical shit, though. It was like your brain is talking about, like, remember me in your mind, like, communicate with me, deal with me. It's your brain fibers, you know? So I was like, oh, my goodness, this can't be this heavy. So he was like,
Nah,
yes,
look at
it's
the
that
young
heavy, man.
one. Look at the young one. Blessing.
So
They keep
so
smothering me, man. They don't want me on here.
first place ribbon, man. I was like, damn, this is the first place, this is the ribbon, and it really means fibers, brain fibers and shit. And it just really fucked me up. It just really let me know how people can actually be lost, not
She did that.
intentionally, you see what I'm saying? But just not doing a little research, you know?
Yeah. Hey, let me welcome now. How you say your name, bro? Now the Shiva?
Nunt Chevy.
Noon the Shiva?
Nunt
Nuke Chevy?
Chevy. Nunt Chevy. Yeah.
Oh, Nuke 7. Welcome to the
Yeah.
platform, God. I know you've been
Nunt.
trying to get on, man. Go ahead and express yourself,
Do the
man.
coolest to get off me, please.
Yeah, man.
Um,
Feel free to speak and jump in whenever you want to, bro.
Peace
First,
and
I
light,
just
bro.
no doubt. Same to you. I say to the brothers on the panel. This is a beautiful build always. I just come to introduce myself first of all. My name is Nuke Chevy. I deal with occult and advanced spirituality. I've been on this spiritual path since I was about maybe 17 years old, and I'm 46 years old. Now, a lot of the things that I've been encountering, and since I was 30, has been this thing they called mental science, mental alchemy, and this before I got into Bobby Hemmett, Phil Valentine, Dr. Dilbert Blair. But before all that, I was with the Pan Africanism, the Nation of Islam. I was actually at FOI for like 5 years. And I'm at a point right now that, I listen to what people say, you know what I'm saying? But I'm not what you would call a follower. I'm what you would call a person that seeks truth and question everything. I'm not here to debate because a lot of things are undebatable, so I don't waste time arguing points that matter and points that another person figure that that's their truth. I'm not gonna argue your truth. What I'm gonna try to do is embrace it and see what I can learn from it. You know what I'm saying? Because we all got a story to tell, and we are all at a certain level of consciousness, but we are all at different levels, and that's cool. Wherever you at, that's where you are. So we should never be out here trying to judge anybody we don't know. But what we should be trying to do is just actually listen and learn, you know.
Right.
And I'm like I say, I'm just here. This is my first time. I'm not really, I don't know how y'all really work y'all dialogues, and I don't want to step on no toes or anything, you know. But I
No,
mean,
that's very respectful and honorable, everything that you said. But bro, it's open. We just like you said, man. We here to learn too and receive what you got. You know what I'm saying, and accept the energy that you could bring or add to what we have on the table. You feel me? Because it's about sharing. You feel me? That's just how we learn. Because none of us know it all. The only way to know it all is by connecting the consciousness, and this is what we all
Okay,
trying to do, is just share our light to see what's resonating with what. Just like the brother been saying though, at the end of it all goes back to the same thing. They trying to
that's
take
right.
us away. They taking us out of everything to know that we was king or queen or the one that's reigned supreme. It's really all about you at the end of the day. You feel what I'm
That's
saying?
right.
And you can,
And
yeah.
let me add on to what you're saying right there. Right there, what you just said is one of the biggest problems that we as a community have. We do not want to take the responsibility of to know thyself. We want to, and why I say that is because we always seeking leaders and organizations and somebody to validate what we feel ourselves is the right path for us. You know, it seems like every time that a brother might, because it's like, let me take it to this point. I was watching you and Brother Sanchez on Brother Sanchez show, and I don't mean to bring that up as a bad thing, but I'm gonna show you the good part about it. When you went on his show to bring a closure to a situation, it was like everybody jumped on you. And that's what made me jump on your channel, bro. That's what actually made me subscribe to you because you was actually like, listen to what I'm saying. I'm not saying what y'all saying. And when nobody allow you to speak your truth, speak what you had to say. And I think that was wrong. But then when the brother got on your channel, y'all treated it a whole different way. You controlled your channel, and I straight up give you props on that. And that's the problem with our people. You got a lot of dick riders and circle jerkers out here that just want to do shit and say certain things to appease the certain channel or appease the personality. We too busy following personalities instead of following the information. Because if we follow a lot
Right.
of because if we follow a lot of the information that a lot of these big channels really be putting out, we'll see it's a whole bunch of either regurgitated shit that they learned from one of the master teacher elders or some shit that they pulling out their goddamn ass. You know?
Exactly. And you would never be able to discern between the two if you don't know shit your damn self, huh, brother? And that's
Exactly.
exactly. You ain't
Oh,
gonna never be able to catch the lie. You know what I mean? Like, damn, that shit sounds like the truth. Yeah, because
yeah.
you don't know a bitch ass thing about what the fuck he said, nigga.
Yeah, and
But
then
what
people
if,
say, and then people say, and
but
then
what if
people
people
say,
like back in the
don't
day?
read. And then
What if
people
people
say,
back in the
don't
day,
read.
like when we was
Go
in
ahead,
a
bro.
different celestial time, that like the information wouldn't have registered to them when? Because I got an elder teacher too, but right
Mhm.
now there's the aqua time or the water time or the sea where we could see more, you know what I'm, or see better. You know what I'm saying? Like it's the times right now where it should be regurgitated, but I think that people don't give credit to where it's due.
That's right. I agree with that because nothing nothing is new up under the sun, only that which been forgotten. That's from my brother Bobby Hemmett. Happy birthday to that brother. Today is his solar return. Happy birthday to brother Bobby Hemmett. You know what I'm saying? That's one of his key things that always stuck to me was that there's nothing new under the sun except that which been forgotten. So I always pride myself in being an avid researcher and studier. I like to study and I like to question everything. I like to be wrong. I like for a person to tell me that's not right so I can go back to my books and to my research to find out what I've said wrong or what I found out that was wrong or right. Because really, we live in a divine paradox where there are half truths and half lies. You know what I'm saying? That's why it's always important for us to live out our own truth and find our own truth.
Right. We
And
gotta
then
learn both to decipher everything. You're right.
exactly. I mean, you have to learn everything. It looks like I deal with occult science and advanced spirituality, right? So I don't have no problem looking at some Aleister Crowley or some Alice Bailey or some Helen P. Blavatsky under a different lens, seeing where they got it from and using it for myself because I know that all sciences come from our people. But I'm not about to sit up here and and think because I got melanin or because I'm black, I'm special because if I don't know the science of it. You have to know the science of that which is inside of you before you can say you are superior to something. That's just like a caterpillar saying, I will be a butterfly one day, so I'm better than you, but never spun itself into a chrysalis to become the butterfly.
Right.
You know? So all this is supposed to be science. We're supposed to be dealing with all these sciences as a science, not as a religion, not as a theology, not as a something that we need somebody to lead or follow us. We should be using this as scientists and exchanging information as a dark matter think tank or intelligentsia so that we can be right or wrong within each other in a circle. And then group our findings together and figure out, which the best way to go.
Right. That's how we
Instead,
decode everything by giving each other aspect, and that's how we sharpen each other's sword.
that's right. Just look at it like this. You got 5 people looking at a painting, right? If one person looking at the painting but give his outlook or his viewpoint on the painting and and can't nobody else get their input on what the paint looks like to them, they don't learn or they don't see the beauty of the painting. But if this person sees it some way, which is always correct, if this person look at it this way and this person look at it this way and everybody giving their own interpretation of what they see the picture as, you see the whole beauty of the picture.
And when you say that, that's a good point. When we say we look at our elders,
Mm-hmm.
like I'm a big studier, Noble Drew Ali,
Mm-hmm.
and then at the end, it was sort of a misunderstanding or sellout, whichever way I put it. But that's still my leader. But at the end, not leader, but that's still my teacher. But at the end, it was something mysteriously that got him inside of a 503c church, but that wasn't the beginning of his teaching from 1913. That happened in 1928, the year he died.
Exactly.
So when I look at a lot of my other elders, they put us in certain contracts under law, like Negro, like the MST, which is like a contract of a 503, like Black. Do you think some of our elders was under contract or under coerce forcefully, or just wanting to do it in the past?
I just believe that was a way of self-identifying with ourselves. It wasn't so much that we had to take this label because somebody gave it to us. It was just a way that we can, because we came over here. I don't know how we came over here, how we got here, but our whole history was lost. And the only way that we can identify ourselves with each other was being either African Americans or Black people in America. Because we have no continent that we can call our own. We don't have no homeland that we can call our own. We are Americans, but we have an African lineage. So this is what we've been saying, or this is what we've been taught. But now things are coming out that we have already been here since the beginning of the earth. We have always been here on every fucking landmass. You know what I'm saying? They got us, we popping up in China, we popping up in Russia, we popping up in India, we popping up in Pakistan, we popping up everywhere on the earth. So now it's debatable now that, okay, was these people actually agents to the system by calling us Black? But I say that, that we just are trying to figure out a way where we can unify and self-identify with each other. That's my spin on it.
Yeah, that gets me back to the point of Crawley and them. Like, that's what I'm saying. That whole elderly system that I honor, though. I honor Noble Drew Ali. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I honor that man. Look.
Oh yeah, he was on it. He was on it. Him and the messenger Elijah Muhammad, peace be upon him. Yeah, they was all on it. They was in a whole nother time loop then, where see back then in the 20s and 30s we were just coming out of the Jim Crow, we were just coming out of the all that bullshit. And so what they were basically trying to do is get our people to come together to separate from who we knew was our enemies. Even if these brothers were in the higher society, they knew information and knowledge that we didn't. And a lot of things that they wanted to teach us, they really couldn't teach us, so they had to encode it and put it in lessons for a certain amount of people that came to them and joined these certain organizations. It's just like a Masonic lodge. You know, even though that's our shit, that come from ancient Kemet. All that come from ancient Kemet and Lemuria and Atlantis. All that come from the mystery schools. All of it. All that occult shit that people think is the devil and the Baphomet is evil and all that come from ancient Kemet. All that come from our people. They took that information, usurped it, and called it their own and perverted it and said, no, don't deal with black magic. Black magic means black people magic. That's our shit.
But when we say that, like a lot of people or a lot of sciences put black magic as like the Christian black codes, where like Huey P and Sanchez was talking about, like us using this black except for like brown, or understanding what the black magic is. It put us in an awful place for the last 50, 60 years, just saying that we black and African and putting everything over to Africa, where us as the Negroes over here have a different identity. And now we're starting to raise our understanding that black was a curse. Or let me take that back. The labels that was put on us from the beginning was a curse since 1928. Like with the churches, like when I say that if they say no, Noble Drew Ali made a church, if that's what they say, he made the MSTA. Fine. Like when we get to the church, it takes us out of voting and make sure that our vote don't count.
Okay, and we deal with this word church, right? And we deal with church, and if we look up the word church, it comes from the Latin ecclesia, which means assembly. Is a place where people assemble. What really kept our people dead, and this is just facts, is that we started believing in things outside ourselves gonna help us. And what Noble Drew Ali, Elijah Muhammad, Marcus Garvey, and all the other master teachers and elders tried to do was teach us to be self-sufficient within self, to know thyself. That was on the walls of ancient Kemet. Know thyself. Not know thy race, not know any other race, not know the economy, not know agriculture, but know thyself. Because once you know self, you know everything else. Because everything is you. Everything is you. And I listen to how we speak about how we are God and how we are spirit and spirit is with us, and the universe is all and the mind is mental. The mind is all and the universe is mental. I'm sorry. That axiom from the Hermetic teachings of Tahuti tells us that we are the observer of this illusion or this so-called reality that we are looking at. And our job is to learn how to circumnavigate and control it, and to make it serve us rather than we serve it. And that's what we've been going wrong at. We've been seeking for things outside ourselves to help us, but all we have to do is help ourselves. It's all about self. It's not about everybody, because everybody's not going to get it like you. This is a personal journey. We came through the womb by ourselves. We're going to die by ourselves. And the middle path, this middle path where we come across people, places, or things, this is actually the prison that we live in. And we have to learn how to circumnavigate this shit. We got to find out who the prison guards is, who the inmates we cool with, who, you know what I'm saying? I mean, because, it's because it's deeper. I mean, it's deeper because a lot of guys out here is really just talking surface level shit. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's good shit, but y'all getting the diamonds and the gold off the surface. Y'all, we have yet to tap into the main vein, and that main vein is what's inside of us.
Yeah, when I look at
Exactly.
certain words like now the so-called floodgates of information is opening, and the gospels of language is getting thrown out here, and we able to look at the same thing that we've taught from a different language, so it comes from a different land and is looking at us. So when we look at it like that, you know what I'm saying, certain things, when we look at the word like Kemet,
Mm-hmm.
it's talking about the kin and the cinema, which means is like the play that's in your family, your family role, your family play, and we're off our rockers when we keep putting ourselves to Africa and keep putting ourselves to black and keep listening to these Christian churches and these so-called religions. It'll knock us off our rocker from knowing
And,
who ourself and our family bloodline is.
and,
And now
and, and-
that the majority of us is from here. I ain't saying all of us. If people say they slaves, I'm not mad at them. But
mhm.
there's a different type of ideology going around now, and it's more of a light, super light black, which it'll turn to brown.
And you said a master key right there though, because what you actually was saying is that people are feeding off information that was given to us. You know what I'm saying? Like religion. When they say that, slaves should obey their masters. Something that our slave masters gave us in the book to keep us subservient. You know what I'm saying? Or
See, but to speak
religion.
on what you just said, though, brother, like, yeah, they gave it to us and they like emphasized the fact that if that's what it meant, but that was the blindfold they put on us, right? So, like, when you say, when you go into yourself and you really tap into the source itself that give you understanding of all things, you will understand that they really was telling the truth, but it's your perspective on how you see it, right? So, like, I like
Yeah.
that scripture because I broke that one down. So when you say
Hmm.
what you just said about the servant and the master, because a lot of people have a problem with that. Like, this is bullshit. This is some slave shit because look at what this shit say, right? But when you think
Hmm.
about it, what it actually says is that you're supposed to obey your master. When you esoterically, when you know you're sovereign, who is your master? Your master is your
Hmm.
spirit, your soul, right? So
Yeah,
when you know
yourself.
that, then you know you supposed to like your flesh supposed to be a servant of your master, which is your thoughts, your understanding, your shit. To let you know you got to do what you got to do to make shit happen, like you were just
But but
saying. But
but
people
that's the
misinterpret it. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah, and I was just about to say that, but that's the thing, you know what I'm saying? A lot of our people back in those days wasn't thinking esoterically. You know what I'm saying? They wasn't thinking.
Now, why do you think not though? Like me personally, before I let you explain why you think not, I'm gonna tell you why I think it was. I
But
think
let's
it
after
was
you get done,
because I
after
think
you
that's
get
how
done,
it started. You see
hey,
what I'm
after you get
saying?
done,
And I
let
think
other brother build though. After you get done.
I thought it converted though. You see what I'm saying? I thought everybody from the beginning understood the esoteric knowledge, right? A religion was based on esoteric knowledge, but the
No,
religion itself is exoteric understanding, right? The outside. Exoteric means outside. Esoteric means inside. So it started from the inside, and I think they took away the esoteric and left people stuck with the exoteric. You see what I'm saying? Which, like you said, which led our ancestors to start believing in the exoteric, but it started from the esoteric. That's my understanding through my
they
research.
what they actually did, they got away from the science of it. They got
Right.
away
Would you
from the
consider science
actual
to be
science of
esoteric? Because that's what I consider esoteric understanding. It's the sciences.
it. Esoteric will be a deeper understanding of the science.
Right.
You know
So
what I'm
it's
saying? It
the
would
science.
be a
That's what I was
deeper
considering.
understanding. It
So that
would
what
be,
you said our ancestors was on, though, right? They was on the
it's just
science.
I'm gonna tell you, like, it's just like you have Islam, which is esoteric, and then you have Sufism, which is esoteric. Then you have Christianity, and then you have Gnosticism. You know what I'm saying? Then you have Judaism, and then you have Kabbalah.
Hey,
You
can
get
I
what I'm
ask you this?
saying?
Can I
Yeah,
ask you this? Did Sufism come and take over I Self Law Master and turn it into Islamism?
I don't know.
Now, what
I
I'm
don't know.
saying is, I'm I Self Law Master, and when I hear a lot of Sufis and Christians and Israelites, they take the word Islam and they force it into the word Muslim, and then they force it into the word and then they force it in the Arabic tongue, and then they force it into the Quran, but you cannot find it in the Quran, or you cannot find it in the Arabic tongue. You know what I'm saying? I think they're
I understand.
hijacking the noble Jew Ali science of our mother and of this land. You know what I'm saying? Because that's when I say I'm glad you said Sufism and all these religions. When they say science, science has to do with brick and mortar and building stuff more than esoteric, a secret society.
See, the reason why there were secret societies is because just like what we doing now, we build it on some high science, right? The masses can't handle a lot of the shit that we even talking about. They can't even grab some of the shit. And if we did give it to them, they would be fools and they would straight up usurp it and destroy what we build it. That's why they were secret societies. Even ancient Kemet, and I'm not saying just black, but it's a lot of different, even Hindus and Tibetan monks, they had certain schools of thought that was secret. You have to have an elite system of intelligence because a lot of people just not get it because you have to understand, and this is for us as black people, we fail. We fell from our high state. We started forgetting shit. We started forgetting who we were. That's why we wrote hieroglyphs. That's why the ancient Kemites started writing so much. They had vast libraries. For what? What other civilization got that? And they did that because we failed. You know, I study Kabbalah, and I was looking at the tree of life the other day and how it comes from Kesser down to Malkuth, and it was a fall. And Malkuth represents the material world. It represents Earth, the Earth plane. And then you have the certain Sephiroths up over that, which would be considered planets or other heavenly realms. We fell from these heavenly realms and we ended up in these meat suits. But we have souls or spirit. And that's the driving force with inside this avatar we got that we call ourselves human. But we fell, we started to forget, you know what I'm saying, who we were. So the ancient Kemites started writing things down, but haphazardly. And, you know, the white man just happened to get a hold to this information. And they started their secret
See, that's
society.
that's why I be saying, like, right there when you said like we fail and then the white man got knowledge and the blacks fail. You feel me? You gotta realize that it ain't a black and white. That's the spell. You feel me? That's the
Okay.
black and spell because it's we all fail. It's like when you realize that everybody is up under the fucking spell and that everybody at the top is everybody. You know, it ain't a such thing as a black and white thing. When you look outside it and you really look outside yourself and what we are, the only thing that's the black and white was the conscious and then the knowing sort of like the only thing that's black and white is the shadow and the physical. Like your thought, like the only dark and black thing is the conscious, and then you materialize that to become white, which is physical or materialize. You feel what I'm saying? And when we start looking at it like we fail, like the black fell, and then the whites found it, and like, nah, man, that ain't what's going on. This is where they losing us at
Listen, see, you
because
missed, see what you did.
everything on the plane came from dark to be physically light that took a hue or a color. You
But
feel what I'm saying?
You got
but
next noon. You
but
got
what you
next noon.
did, but what
You
you
got next
did though,
noon.
Huey,
You got
and I
next
don't
noon.
mean to
Let me
cut you
finish.
off.
No, go
What you
ahead, go
did
ahead.
though, Huey, well, and I don't mean to cut you off. What I was doing was describing how our higher selves fell
Right.
to a
So
material
our higher
self,
self was dark.
and that it. Now, hold on, brother, and that when we knew that we would forget, we started writing. Just so happened that the people that started to write this were black people. That's
That's what
it.
I
That's
mean
all
by
I'm
black.
saying.
Okay, so when you
Now
say black
listen,
people,
I don't care
let me ask you
about
this.
white, black, purple, brown, none of that. The only thing I focus on is me getting a certain amount of information.
You breaking up.
Move on to
You
another
breaking up a little
experience.
bit. Yeah, but what I'm saying is,
Can you hear
right,
me?
when we say that black people wrote it, right?
I hear you.
Right? To
Mm-hmm.
to what we saying to those who are sold the sleep, and we saying that they can't get this because when you throw them back into the black and white paradigm to those who are asleep, they steady go back into this black and white thing. You hear what I'm saying, man?
I hear what you're
I
saying
know that
about
you
that.
are.
I hear
I know that
exactly
you
what
are
you're
there
saying
before
about
us to
that.
say that black people wrote everything that we're saying that they wrote, right? Knowing that sort of to say that they took it and it was a spell put upon us. Then well they took, like bro was saying, we gave them the bait and then they switched around on us and gave it back to us, right? And like the tables turned.
The
So
only
it ain't no such thing as when we separating they, and this was my whole argument with bro,
mm-hmm.
because if we are intelligent enough, right, to know all of this information and know that the true dark is the consciousness
I'm here.
that brings things into the light, we have to start separating it and making it look like a black and white fight. Because what you just did is said that the black man wrote it, right, and that the white man found it. But what about the Mexican man and the Arabian man and the Chinese man and all of these motherfuckers? Where do they lie between this black and this white man?
All
Like
I'm
me
gonna say,
personally, they lie on the whole line. You see what I'm saying? Like me
this
personally, when I say black though, I get your point exactly about the black and white and how it just showing separation and it's exiting everybody else out in the middle. I mean, I get what you're saying thoroughly. And then for the people who not learn, like we might be learned, so we know why we're using the terminology that we're using. But other people may not know. You see what I'm saying? So I understand exactly what you're saying by that. But when I think about if I was to use the terminology of black people, you know what I mean, and we might have more of a conductivity than other races just due to what we call melanin or whatever the case, right? I
don't
look at it
have.
as the substantial Niagara. You see what I'm saying? Because that's what's doing the conductivity between the ether and you and your crown chakra. It's coming through. That what's picking up this is your Niagara chakra, substantia. And that
So
just
what I'm
means
telling
black
you is,
substance.
okay,
You see what
so
I'm
what
saying?
I'm
So when
asking
they
you
say black,
are you gonna pick up a better signal from you having more melanin than a light-skinned one of us? Do you feel what I'm saying?
Melanin don't have to
Am
do
I gonna
with your
pick up
skin color though. I mean, melanin
what?
actually don't
That's my
have to
point.
do with your
That's my
skin
point.
color
But
because
when you say
everybody
that a
got
black
melanin.
man wrote it, when you say that a black man wrote it and that a white man found it, you take that back into a skin tone. You
I
feel what
was
I'm
just
saying?
making. But look, I'm just
I
I'm
know,
just
but this
giving
is
I'm
what
just
my
giving
point is.
historical
I
facts.
know you
I
was
can't
making an
say that a
example.
purple man and I can't say that a black man wrote something. I mean, let me say it this way. I can't say that a European found it. You know what I'm saying? And that an African wrote it. I can't say it like that because
Why?
back then none of that shit existed. There wasn't a
I
Europe.
know.
There
So
wasn't
then
an
none of that
Africa.
existed. So what you would say then, the correct term would be is that a man wrote it and another man found it
You
because
right.
that's what it is.
You right. You right.
You feel me?
You
And
right.
this is what I
You
mean
right.
by this. That was my whole plight because
You
at it
right.
all, right? When we separate ourselves, because we got to know when we get to this level that we are it, right? That I'm a reflection of myself. That I know that I've been it all before. So I know that I was everything that I'm out and more. You hear me? Like I am a man, right? And I've been a woman. I came from the womb. So I know that I was a woman and I was everything in front of me. This is like bro was saying earlier. Like I know that I've been my mama and my daddy. I am my mama and my daddy. Like I know I'm my grandma, my great grandma, my grandpa. You feel what I'm saying?
You
It's
was
like you know
androgynous.
that you,
You was
yeah, that,
androgynous. You didn't have a sex. You was androgynous.
and
And
this
I
is
think
what
that
we are
that'll
now. We
harmonize
have a
the world
sex.
when we start saying that. We'll start being more happier people because everybody in their family has some type of greatness in it. So when we start looking at us and our family lineage, I think we'll be happier people, except for black and white.
Yes, man. And we looked at everyone. If we looked at everyone, if you like Drop, I think Drop said this the other day. He said, if you knew that your great grandpa was Chinese, and you knew that your great grandpa was Arab, and then you found out your great grandpa was European, and then your great grandpa was sort of what they would call Afro American, what would that make you?
But can I say something though? I don't say this out of hate. I don't say this because just listen to me. I was saying that to make a point to bring us up to where we at today. That's all I was doing. I'm not saying that white, black, superior, inferior, more knowledge, less knowledge, soul, no soul.
Right.
I'm just saying this is what happened, and this is why we are today. And now they using this shit, this science, and they call it what? Technology. That's putting this spell on us. See, I was trying to bring us up to a point. I wasn't even trying to get to the race part because that's not even important.
You're right, though.
You know what I'm saying? That's not even important because even if we was to say, even if black people was to unite, or even if white people was to accept ourselves, there will always be something in this realm of humanity, on this realm we call Earth of materialism, that is always going to separate us.
Right.
Period. Because this is the way of this realm.
Your perception, you know.
You know, this is the way. I mean, for real though. I mean, let's just think about it. Just look at it. Look at the way our families is. Look at the way of the world. Look at the nations. Look at the people. Period. There's no type of pre-acceptance, or you know what I'm saying. There's no type of pre-acceptance. Fuck acceptance. There is no type of pre-acceptance because we prejudge.
Yes, it is a pre-acceptance though, God. It's a pre-acceptance when you came through.
Listen, we prejudge people before we even know them. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm talking about. Before we even know who this white person is, or this black person is, or who this Chinese person is, we already have a perception in our mind that somebody gave us or indoctrinated us with, that this person was this person, or this person was this person, or this person is going to act this way. But until you get to know that person's mind, or get to know that person's soul or spirit, you don't really know that person.
You don't know that you resemble this person and that person resemble you, and he's only a reflection of
yourself. That's it. It ain't nobody but yourself, because this whole reality that we live in isn't nothing but our visual perception of our own mental image of what we're trying to get. This shit is an illusion. It's just a fucking illusion. It's a dream state that we living in. This shit ain't real. Then we try to say, then I want to talk about this flat earth, round earth argument too. It don't fucking matter. Because whether the earth is flat or round, is it going to help us as a people, or is it going to help us as a humanity? If we found out for truth or fact that any of that shit was true, is it going to help us do better as a humanity?
Why, yes, it'll certainly help us, because all the black people do. This is all the people that claim black and the ones that's in charge and say black and white. This all they do is say it's the white man's fault. It's the white man's fault. This and that. We in the white man's system. So when people like Huey P, Brother Sanchez, and other people that's in the flat earth community start saying fuck the so-called white man and that system they got, and we're going to challenge it, that makes a mental explosion into truth.
Yes.
And what I know is like they never actually lied. See, that's what I be trying to get people to understand. You know, like when we think about people lying to us, that's when we automatically deceive ourselves from the beginning. You know what I mean? Because they never lied to us. They never told us that the shit is like a real ball or whatever. We interpreted it. That's what they meant by saying globe. But when you get into the word globe, you'll end up finding out that a globe can actually be a disc as well, a flat disc. You know what I'm saying? So when you get to stuff like that, you know, you'll be like, damn, that was my own perception. I told myself that. They just didn't volunteer to tell us the truth. They just let our brains wonder how we want to make them wonder.
Well, they actually did. They played a part in it, bro, because they did tell you that they did tell you that you were on the spinning ball and that you was rotating around the sun and that the sun was pulling you through the galaxy. This is the reason why we was able to realize that the fucking sun was moving across our sky. This is what we start realizing when we start seeing, we agreeing with what we see through our perspective and through our eyes, not when nobody else told us. Now they told us a true lie. Everything they told us the lie so we could search for the truth, because you can't know the lie without knowing the truth. You wouldn't know the truth if we never had heard the lie. See what made us research. They had to put us. What it was, right? You put yourself in this drink in a deep sleep because you knew that you didn't want to go through all of the bullshit. So you wanted to be able to leave yourself breadcrumbs so you can lead your way back through it, so you can go through the process again. Other than that, you will speedball through life and you will probably die at an early age. This is why
This
the
is why
good
the
die
good die
young,
young.
because the good was good enough to know their mindset, so they was able to accept their existence and did what Lucy did. She became one with the universe, and so she can travel through the light and travel at the speed of light, so she can ascend and transcend and go in and go out, so she can go into another plight. You feel me? Because you have remembered everything from your insight. You knew that you was the dark and the light. Once you knew that you was the dark and the light, you had traveled all time to witness it all. See, that's the deepest shit, that when more motherfuckers know that you was the dark and the light and you become that. When you become it and you walk in and you live it and you able to live in between those two where they meet, you able to walk that thin line and know I can step into the dark, I can step into the light, and you know how to go into the dark to bring out something to create, which is manifestation for your existence, because you always been here through all time, because the end and the beginning was as close as the dark and the light. And if you was the dark and the light, you was the beginning and the ending. This is how you knew was the first gonna be the last. That's what I've been telling you about the hourglass. When you flip the hourglass, listen, the first piece of sand through the hourglass, when the hourglass is empty and you gotta flip it when the hour run out, the first one that come through gonna be the last one to come back through. He like the ping pong, but he knew that, so he became the first one and the last one and everything in between. Because as the ping pong go down, I was telling y'all earlier how the pole, your North Pole is. The North Pole is at the top or the south, and the south is at the north. You feel me, or whatever, vice versa, east and west. And when the ping pong go, it go up. It's like a rhythm. This is what your heartbeat is doing. It's a rhythm. It go to the top of the pole and it go back down, boom, and it ping pong. So it goes to your highest, it go to your ceiling, and to your wall, and to your lowest, and then
Mm-hmm.
that affect ping pongs throughout your. This is what your chakra and your heartbeat is, your rhythm. Like bro was saying, you got to be able to control that, because as it's doing that, you can control it. You can hold your breath, you can hold your thought, you can hold your mind, because you got a hold on it. It's you. It all becomes to you at the end of it all, man. We got to stop taking ourselves out of ourselves. It all came from you. Everything is you. Why would we want to make something less? We put ourselves through that, because what would be fun if you just knew it all off the gate? You wanted to be able to go back and remember it. You know, that's what remembering is about, knowing that you was the first member of it.
The tale of Osiris. He had to remember himself. But rather, Isis had to help him remember. We have to go back to that divine feminine also.
And
You know
know
what I'm
that you
saying?
was is. That's what is. That's why
Yeah,
ISIS, they call it ISIS. They was telling you
yeah,
what is. That's the same thing as what it is. Once you know what the it is, you know what is. That's what ISIS is. She awakening you. So you can be the one who is the the far star, the Cyrus, the one. Because it's all
yeah.
about that. That's where it come from. The light that's emitting from Polaris to be out your, so it's coming from your crown chakra down, out your eyeball lens or out your memory bank, out your fucking hose, your eardrums, your smell, and out your mouth, the taste, the shit that you release. You inhale and exhale. We
And see,
inhale and exhale. You enter and you exit.
and that's pretty much the same path of what the Kabbalistic tree of life is. It comes down from Kether, which is the crown. They call that the crown, and it comes down to Malkuth, which is earth, which is the root. See, I really been doing a study on that right now, how the chakras align with the Kabbalistic tree of life. You know what I'm saying? And what I found is that they also correspond with the Hermetic seven laws of the Kabbalion: rhythm, polarity, gender, rhythm, mentalism. It all deals. I mean, everything is one, but everything is
That's right.
fragmented. And
That's
that's
right.
why we should study everything. We shouldn't
That's
leave
right.
nothing off the table, period.
Nothing.
I don't care if a bum with 3 teeth got some information.
That
See
part.
what he talking about.
That part.
You
That
know,
part.
you never know because we never know until we find it. And that's the
That's
point.
right.
A lot of people are so rejective of new information when information is just information. It's how you decipher it and it's how you use that information that makes that information an experience. Knowledge isn't anything but the excrement of experience. That's what
That part.
knowledge is.
Well,
The shit
actually,
of
well,
experience.
I agree with you, but wouldn't that be wisdom as well? Like you gain wisdom through knowledge, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But wisdom would be pretty much
Through the
applied
experience, like
knowledge.
you were saying. Right,
Yeah, you
exactly.
gotta apply
Like the
that shit.
experience is what turns it into wisdom, like you're saying. You
Yeah.
know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
knowledge without using it is just knowledge. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But once you
Yeah.
use
Then
it
you
and experience it, then you translate it into wisdom. Right. Just like what you're
get I'm saying overstanding. Like, you know what I'm saying? I really don't like to get caught up in the words, but what I really seek all the time is methodology, how to
saying. That's
use
what
it,
it is. That's what it
how I
is.
can use this information for myself, how I
That's
can use it for my own ascension or evolution as this human being that has this God or this soul trapped in me that want to escape this flesh prison, this mental prison, because that's what the fuck
yes.
this is, a prison. We are imprisoned by people, places, and things.
Yes.
This is the prison, this is the matrix, because this is what controls us, but we gotta flip that shit and make that shit serve us.
Right. That's the true power. Not get rid of it, not do away with it. Because like you're saying, you hear a lot of people say, "Man, I need to get rid of my ego, and the ego too big, and blah 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 blah." You need your fucking
No,
ego. You need to
hell
control
yeah,
that
you wouldn't have
motherfucker.
it.
That's what you need to
You
do.
wouldn't have the ego if you didn't need it. You wouldn't have it if you didn't need it. You have two
Exactly. You need to
sides
learn
of
how to
yourself.
control that motherfucker. The
You have
ego is
the
what's gonna make
ego,
shit happen for your ass. Like you tell the ego what
you
to do,
have
and the ego go do it.
right. You have two sides of yourself. You remember the cartoons when you would have a person standing there and they have the angel on one side and the devil on one side.
That part.
That's them two polarities inside of us.
That's right. The devil and the goddamn angel. Fucking
The
right.
devil and the
Exactly
angel.
how it is.
You
Exactly.
know?
And then once you
But,
have, go ahead.
but we miss it and we think that's something outside ourselves. No, that shit is
Exactly.
inside of us.
Exactly. And I see why y'all disagree with the Bible and all these doctrines a lot of times because they paint the picture to make you think that it's something outside of yourself because they
Yeah.
don't know. You see what I'm saying? So I understand why brother disagree with it. Like, man, y'all need to just quit reading that shit because they lying to y'all and they fucking y'all mind up. You know what I mean? But if they
I
knew
mean,
what the truth was, they'll be able to
yeah.
gain more of their mind versus lose it. You see what I'm saying? It be like you like brother said, once you realize that it's a mythology, and they'll tell you that it's a mythology. That's the thing about it. When you
Mythology.
look up, they tell you
Yeah.
this. So if
Yeah.
you read it and you choose to want to relate it to real people, places, and things, like brother was saying, you deceiving yourself because they told you it's a mythology. So if you choose to look at it as real, you just fooling yourself, man. That's all it boils down to. It's like a person can't really help you with that until you come to the realization that damn, this shit ain't what I thought, and
Hey, big
relearn, like
bro.
y'all saying. That's
Hey,
when. Go
big
ahead.
bro. Yes, mistress got a question I just saw. It said, what makes the shadow? Don't nothing make the shadow. The shadow always been here. Out of darkness came light. The shadow made the light. You know, the shadow is the true self. That's the part of us that we fighting. We fighting that dark side, that dark half. We don't want to be who we are. We want to assimilate ourselves to everything that's outside of us in this world of light. Our shadow is who we are, that deep down part of us that we don't want to let out. So we put this mask on to show the world that, oh, we not this person that's deep down inside of us. We got to let that person out. That's the shadow self, the doppelganger, the
Exactly.
demon, the demion.
Yeah,
That's
come on,
us.
man. Talk to him, man. Talk to him. I was just kind
That's
of
us.
mentioning. I ain't saying talk to y'all
Don't.
like some other shit like that, but I'm just saying like they just resonated
Oh
because I
no,
was
you
saying
right.
that
He
earlier.
talk that
I was
talk.
Look,
You
saying that
right,
man.
shit
bro.
Look.
Talk
earlier,
that
man.
talk.
Man
Listen.
was
This is what
saying
I'm saying.
He was saying Damien.
Hey,
Now,
hey, hold on,
like,
y'all. Let me make sure Dre can hear himself real quick before we continue. Hey, Dre, you can hear yourself, bro? Your mic good? You
he might
unmuted.
just have to go in and come back out.
Yeah, we can't hear you. You might
But
have to go
yeah,
in and come back out. And one more thing before we continue. Mistress, if you want to come up, just let me know. I got we'll make some space and rotate the order. I'll step out and come back in and we'll rotate it because I can come in and out. That way y'all can keep on building and I can still listen. So
yeah,
come on up.
Hey
We're
man,
gonna definitely
I'm
get
just
you on
gonna
the panel.
open up that worm that you open that can that you open up and let you finish it, right? Just like what you're saying, because
yeah,
I need people to really understand the demon and the Damien, and I know why you said it because of what the words actually mean. So really
yeah.
run that down to them what the words actually mean, and just so for me, at the end of my information, I don't know if you went this far, but did you bump into where demon and Damon end up being genius in your
Yes,
essence? Okay, go ahead, bro.
yes. Because even Aristotle used to tap into what he used to call his Damien, who used to give him
Get the fuck out
information.
of here.
You know what I'm
Oh my
saying? Used to
goodness.
give him information, and he used to say, "Well, my Damien." You know what I'm saying? I mean, I got the book right here. I'll just feel like flipping through it and find the page. I'll probably do it after I get done talking, so I can back up what I'm saying.
What does that
But
word mean? Damien and demon. What does it
Damien
mean?
is our
Can you
genius.
hear me?
That's our. Yeah, we can hear you.
All right, word. That's what's up. All right, no doubt.
Yeah,
What's up,
but
fellas?
what's up, brother?
What's
But
up?
that's
Yeah.
our dark side. That's our true self. That's that self that wasn't indoctrinated. That's that self that had to be hidden so that we could experience this so-called reality and blend in with normal people, so to speak. You know what I'm saying? If that make any sense.
That's your
Because if
soul.
because if you actually listen, because if you actually be who you are, now hold on, let me take this back. Take for instance the movie Joker, right? In the movie Joker, he was keeping himself prescribed with drugs, trying to be the nice guy, doing the right thing, and he was totally unhappy. But then when he put that face on, which was his true self, he was happy, laughing, dancing, doing what thou wilt, right? Because he found himself. He found out who he was. Not saying that, and I'm not trying to glorify anything bad or he was a criminal, nothing like that. I'm just making the analogy that sometimes you have to tap into that dark half of you to bring that genius out of you. Some of us go into deeper states of consciousness to bring out art. Some of us use psychedelics. Some of us smoke weed. Some of us do cocaine. You know what I'm saying? Some of us do heroin. Just like in Heroes, my man used to do heroin. He used to do a whole bunch of good ass painting. He used to predict the future through his paintings, but he had to shoot heroin to tap into his other self. A lot of this can be done through meditation, through deep meditation, rhythmic breathing, prana breathing. You know what I'm saying? I know I don't. I probably went ahead of myself, but y'all got it. Go ahead. I don't want to keep it. I don't
That's
want to take
it.
up
You right
everybody's
on it. You
space.
know what I mean? That's all aligned to the same thing, boiling down the energy, like always. You see what I'm saying? And, you know, the prana energy and breathing it in, like you said, like people go take different psychedelics in order to accomplish the same thing. You know what I mean? But you don't have to because it's all attacking what they call y'all correct me if I'm wrong, but the DMT. It's activating your DMT. You see what I'm saying? Whatever
Yeah,
you
that
paying attention
ayahuasca
to.
shit. They fucking with that ayahuasca shit to get up on them
Exactly. See,
higher
but all that,
realms.
you know how the Bible say that if you try to go around the way without coming the straight way, it's like you like being a thief. You see what I'm saying? That's what that is. Like if you had to take some Wasca, had to take this, or had to take that in order to accomplish it, that means you can't do it in your soul mind. Not that you just choose not to, if you physically can't. Like I can't tap into this genius unless I do this or I do that. That means you coming through the back gate. You see what I'm saying? You ain't coming through the right way because you can't do it at will. You don't live in that essence. You know what I mean? You have to do something in order to receive the essence, and that's what most people doing. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, see what I'm saying though. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to find this part about the doppelganger in this book I got.
Give me God.
It's called the Magician's Dictionary. So I'm gonna try to find it from E. Remus. I'm gonna try to find it, but y'all go ahead when I find it. I'll let y'all know.
Yeah, Damien is the moon. And Jesus would be the sun, man. You know what I'm saying? The son of God is Lucifer was the first son before Jesus. You understand what I'm saying? But they still the same thing, good and evil. That's how I look at it.
You right. He was the one that brought man light. Far as just like Prometheus, it's just like the mythology of Prometheus. Prometheus is Lucifer. You know.
Exactly. And that's you. You know what I mean? And people don't understand it's the light bearer. You know what I mean? When they speak of, like, all of us hold this invisible light that's inside of us, right? They know that the inside of us is lights up like a motherfucker. You know what I mean? We was able to see that shit for real, it's bright as fuck, you know? So like in our body bears this light, because bear means to hold something in or to contain something, to hold something, you see? So when they references to the Satan as being the light barrier, he really was. That's us. Like, we hold the light, you know what I mean? But it's all depending on what you gonna do with the light.
And
You know, and like, the blank slate is like the darkness. You see what I'm saying? Like, that's the darkness. Like, when you haven't chose what to do with your light. You see what I'm saying? And light is just when you create something. You know what I mean? Or something like that. That's when you create a light. When you manifest something, is when you manifest in light. When you manifest in, because all things is light. You see? So when you creating something, you creating a form of light. You know what I mean? That's vibrating in. Yeah, y'all follow me. Y'all see what I'm saying.
Right. The devil is you in the flesh. That's why they say the devil in the
Hello.
flesh.
Can y'all hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah,
But
I'm in here.
I found it when,
So first of all, what I want to say is, Huey, thank you for the fucking show, because you've been nothing but a gangster when it comes to the real life fucking, like, spitting knowledge. But to everybody in the show that thought I was not gonna show up, or they was over there hating, fuck them little hoe ass niggas straight up. Like, if they got a problem, I'll slap.
Who? What? Hold on, you missed me with that.
Dude, is he cool? You all right, bro?
What are you
We be chilling up here, man.
Who
We
the
don't
hell
be
is that?
doing that, man. Hey, tell him we don't do
I don't
that,
want
man.
no parts of that. I'll get off the
Y'all.
show,
My
man.
bad. I didn't know he was gonna get up here. I thought that was I know it
Yes,
said Trump. I
Mister.
thought he wanted to get up here and debate. I ain't know he was gonna come up here
Yeah,
and do
I'll
that,
get
man.
off the
who was
show,
that?
man.
I ain't
I
let
ain't
you up
got
here for
time
that,
for
bro. I
all
just
that.
Let
want you
him
to.
keep it gangster, though. Let him come up
Yeah,
here and
I
who
know,
is
man, but
that?
I'm not gonna let no. All right, cool, man. I just wanted to. I didn't want
we
to
gonna
just cut
all
him
mute
off in
our
the middle,
mic
but
and
I'm
let
not. I
you
don't want the
handle it.
drama, man. We done got past drama. We up here having a nice build. I don't want to have
You know how
a
to
shit show,
handle it,
man.
man.
I think
We
dude
gonna
Who
about
mute
the
to
our
find
mic.
who
the
the fuck
Damon
was it?
word. I think we
Who
was on
was it?
Damon. He was about to find out Damon or something
I
like
don't
that.
know who that was. Yeah,
I
we was
found it.
talking
I got
about the
it.
That's
One
the
of
devil
the
in the
Trump dude.
definitions
flesh.
of
That's the
a
Trump dude,
demon
and
is
that's the
spirit
Trump
too.
dude,
You
man.
know?
Right, we was
That's your
talking
Trump
about the
dude.
devil in the flesh, and the
Yeah.
spirit is God, but as it
One of the
manifests in the
definitions of the
flesh.
word demon, fellas, is
Listen,
like Latin,
listen.
and it means
Tell the
spirit.
sister to
Demon
come up
means
though.
spirit in the Bible.
Hold up, go
Yes,
live.
mistress.
Yes,
We want.
mistress.
Yeah,
You
we
come
want.
on up.
Yes, mistress up
I got
here.
you good.
Fucking mind.
I,
Now
I want. I
listen.
want to pick her brain.
I got
It's a
it.
female,
I
right? It's a female. I want to pick
Hey,
her
we
brain and
six
see what
deep,
she
man.
she
I ain't
hitting with.
dropping off this time. I'm gonna tell y'all that
No,
right
I
now.
can jump off. I can jump off and listen and this dead. I can go in and out, so I can do that. I can move myself in and out. Now I let the bro come back
We can
on,
play
but
musical
I ain't got no
chairs.
time for the
Everybody
drama. I
get
don't even know
2
who he talking
minutes.
about, what's going on.
Hey, I'm
Nah,
Yeah,
just
but
bro,
yeah,
it's
gonna
he,
kind
I'm
he
of
do
just
a lot
gonna
of
crazy,
read.
breaking
man.
in. He just gonna intervene for no reason. I ain't got no time for that.
So now
Hey,
they
y'all,
trying to send the Charles to you, Huey. We be
I'm just
having great
gonna
bills. Damn.
yeah,
Hey,
I'm just
hey,
gonna
so
drop a
the
little bit
only
of
way
this.
we had to just ignore it, fellas, because we was already on our topic. All we got to do is pretend like that shit
All
never
right, so
happened,
back to
and
what
we
I
was
was
on
saying.
Demon and Damon. Yeah.
All right, back to what I was saying.
Right.
Now the devil
Anybody
man
could
is
get crazy and curse somebody out.
listen
So
now.
that one
Now
shit.
back listen. So back to what I was saying. Now the devil manifests itself in the flesh. That's what the devil is your flesh, your body. That's what you're born into. You're born into the flesh with the sin. You understand what I'm saying? Before you have a body, you nothing but a god or whatever. You see what I'm saying? You have no evil side to you. But when you manifest this body, then you get conscious, and then you get either or. I can take left or right. I can make my own decisions now. And once your body be able to make its own decisions, that's where the devil and God come into play at. But it's still the same
Wow.
person. You dig what I'm saying?
Hey, that's heavy,
Yeah.
bro. Is that what you were
And if
saying about
y'all,
like? So that explains when they say that the devil, the serpent, gave us knowledge and understanding, right? So it's like when we were children and we were the serpent. As we came up and grew in time, we learned how to use our mind and discern between good and evil and what we want to do. So that's how we gave ourselves the light. We gave ourselves the understanding. We started using our brain, our psyche.
yeah. Now I found it. I found what I was looking for. And I'm not going, I mean, because it's a long read, and I'm not going to read it all, but I'm going to read the points of what we're trying to make. It says,
And what you reading
in this,
about again, brother? And your object, your objective for your read, just so we
the
remember.
book, the book is called The Magician's Dictionary by E. Remus. And what we were talking about, we was talking about the demons, the Damians, the doppelgangers. That's what we were talking
The
about.
demigod.
Excuse me. And my aim was to show, because somebody had said, what makes the shadow? And what I was trying to, and what I was saying, answering that person's question was that the shadow was our shadow self. It's that demon, that Damien, that part of us that we keep hidden. You know what I'm saying? But it's
Oh yeah,
actually our
I remember
genius.
now though. You joined, I remember. You go ahead, brother. I ain't trying to stop your flow. Go ahead, you read now.
Okay, so it says, the gods are being itself rather than any particular substance. That is, they are pure substance or the conscious potential behind substance. Every mortal, theosophy has pointed out, has its divine counterpart, his celestial doppelganger or heavenly prototype. It is this personal archetype that we call the father or guardian angel. Theophany is the rare union in that depth of the heavenly counterpart with its earth shadow self. The divine archetypes are not confined to ordinary human beings. Moreover, but ascend to ever more infinite celestial monads themselves. When we speak of the gods or God beyond the gods, such as Father Odin or Zeus, father of the gods, we refer to these higher monads. It is
now what does
difficult to
monads
remember that
mean, brother? Just so I can remember. Juggle my memory. Monads. What is that again?
monads is what we are,
Right,
and
exactly. That's what I thought. Yeah, and
it's what we are.
it's saying only the monads, special kind of monads, is the ones that can tap into this kind of knowledge and understand. Okay, I'll just make sure I follow what they. Okay, yeah, I got you, brother. So,
Bingo. It is difficult to remember that all seemingly separate things, all individuals create themselves out of the original void and, and go on forever creating themselves. Thus, spirit manifests itself through matter. Thus, we never cease to embody and demonstrate divinity, sometimes wisely, more often not. It is the gravest error to reproduce and propagate life indiscriminately. Such attempts to reincarnate oneself on a merely material plane to maintain the same identity perpetually through the generation of progeny, the form of lust vitalizes the spirit and greedily confines matter disproportionately to a single inferior and separate separationist aim. That in turn results in premature entropy and abortion of cosmic purpose. We should distinguish between various divine synonyms. Damien, for instance, did not amongst the Greeks have our sense of demon, but was rather a spirit or higher self. Socrates spoke often of his Damien who conversed with them. The Sanskrit diva
although translated God amongst the Hindus means any god. But in the Zenit Avesta, it is always a malevolent spirit. In Buddhism, Deva refers to almost anything from legendary hero to hobgoblin. The pure Buddhism attaches no importance to gods of any kind. It considers them to be illusions like everything else.
That's my
Yo,
that
who got the parakeet or the damn what the hell is beeping? That shit is
That's my fire.
crazy.
That's my fire detector. My smoke detector.
Yeah, that joint is on overtime, dog.
Yeah,
Yeah,
man.
I can't do nothing about
That shit is
it.
heavy. Hey, you heard what he said, man. What you said, Red, though,
Just take
brother.
the batteries out.
One of the part that really caught my attention is when you said that. Well, whoever wrote that book, they said that the energies come together and it's like a selfish nucleus, right? Like us, right? It formed us and it's like selfish. It did it from selfishness. And the idea is it's fighting between one and the other. Like
Is
the
y'all
negative
in
and the
there?
positive. You see what I'm saying?
Cause I turn
That's
that
what
off.
really caught my attention.
I turn it.
You know,
I'm turning this off.
you feel what I'm saying? You caught that when it said that, when you said when it said brought it together, and that like that's the war that's going on within ourselves. You see what I'm saying? One wants you to do this, the other one wants you to do that. It's like a tug of war within yourself.
Yeah,
You see what I'm saying? It's the fighting
yeah,
the country, the polarities is fighting with itself basically. You know what I mean?
yeah. But the thing is that, like I said, when we fell to a material existence, you know what I'm saying? When we got to a lower vibration, to this lowest vibration, the excrement of being spirit and soul, we got trapped inside of this paradigm of illusion. You know what I'm saying? But we always kept this divine spark in us, which is our soul, which is the Damien or demon or doppelganger. The doppelganger is that other half of us. Just like what's that? Venom. Venom was the doppelganger of my man. That was his doppelganger. Venom became his doppelganger. You know what I'm saying? That was the doppelganger. They even got a Marvel superhero called the Doppelganger, which looked just like Spawn. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I'm not saying that's what it is, but I'm just bringing polarities so we can form a mental picture of what I'm trying to talk about.
I think
We
you on
have
point. I think you
yeah,
on point.
we have another side of us. And this is the side that we're waking up. This is the chaos being.
Sleeping giant, they call it, right? Wake up the sleeping giant, man.
Yeah, this is what we're attempting to wake up now today. This is what we're trying to do, but we're going about it in a way where we're trying to make it external. We're thinking that we can change ourselves by changing the world or changing the community or changing it's not about that. It's about changing yourself. Go ahead, brother. I'm sorry.
Exactly right. It's all about
Hey,
changing
what
yourself.
you feel about
And then
what
hopefully
you
that'll magnify out into the universe where actually it will. You see what I'm saying?
what you
So
feel about that shit, Dre? I see you was trying to get in.
I love my people. Don't get
Yeah,
me wrong. I love my people, but it's about
Oh
me.
no, you ain't
It's
listening.
about
But
me,
all right.
Chevy.
that's right.
It's about this person right here in this meat suit. It's about me. I gotta do this for me. This is my journey. I mean, you could give me information. You could give me water on the side of the road during my marathon, but you can't help me win the race.
That's right.
If anything,
And
you're gonna slow me
they can't
down.
help you
I'm
drink
like
the
a real
water
You
fast,
neither.
wasn't
bro.
there when I was writing my
I
rhymes.
got
They can't help you drink the water
that's
neither. You see
right.
what I'm saying? Like I don't give a damn. A person can't make
That's
you
right.
drink or eat nothing. You know what I mean? A person can't go to the bathroom for
That's
you.
right.
They can't talk for you. They can't do none of that
Yeah.
shit. You see what I'm saying? So like
Yeah.
that's really what it
Yeah.
boiled down to. And like you can't help
That's
nobody else
right.
unless you help yourself anyway. You know. And so it's just
That's
all
right.
about just like you said. It's all about you. Like once you realize that everything always been you. Like most of us know we have come to the realization of that. Then the next step is knowing how to manipulate the elements. You know what I mean to work for you. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's
mm, Them Haitians know how to do that shit.
Exactly. They tap into
Yeah,
the fucking
And
lyrics.
Masons ain't hitting no shit.
I said the
He said,
Haitians.
he said
Nah,
Haitians.
I ain't
Yeah.
say Masons.
Oh,
I said
Haitians. Oh, I thought you said Masons. Yeah, Haitians.
The
Yeah, I'm
Haitians.
gonna tell you
That's that voodoo shit. They know what it's hitting for. That's why they was able to put
because
Napoleon and them motherfuckers out there when they came over there and tried to put the
that's
thing down.
right.
They wasn't trying to hear it.
And because they had the
They invoked
science
that shit.
behind
You
it,
damn right. Absolutely.
they didn't treat it
What
as a
about them?
religion.
Nope.
And what about
They
them
treated it
gypsies
as a
though?
science. They
What
treated
about
that as a science. I'm gonna tell you about gypsies. Let me tell you about gypsies. Gypsies was a priesthood that came out of Egypt. That's why
Right.
they got the name gypsies. They went to Romania. When they do the
Hey,
fortune
even
telling
deeper
and
than
all
that,
that,
bro.
they had the science. They used the science. They didn't
Exactly.
use
And guess who
religion.
the gypsies is, bro? Like one day I'm glad y'all brought that up. Well, you know how I ran across who the fucking gypsies actually was, and they fucked me up. I looked up the word Bohemian.
Bohemian.
And Bohemian, you know how they talk about the
Black folk.
Bohemian Grove and shit?
Yeah.
I looked up the word Bohemian, dog, and they said these are the people that basically adopted from for Egypt. You know, not like
Yeah.
what they call them the gypsy. I mean, they call
Yeah.
them gypsy,
That's
and
Yeah.
they
why they
say
worship the
gypsy is
owl.
short for Egypt. You know what I mean? And they
Right.
say they are called the travelers. I
The
said, oh,
travelers.
get the fuck
Right.
out of here,
And
man.
then you know
That's
what the
that basic
Masons
shit.
always say.
I
They
said,
always
oh
say
my
travel light.
fucking goodness.
Yeah.
They
I said,
That's
that's
travel.
why
why
these
they
bitches go to the
everywhere.
Bohemian Grove and shit. And I was like, man, just
Man.
looking up a simple word, a motherfucker wouldn't know
But
that. Like we
but by
demonize Bohemian Grove and shit. But like we saying they using the sciences against our ass, man. That's all they
But
doing.
they
no,
on
they
some
just ran.
devious type shit with it though. They ain't on what it's supposed to be used for. They use it
Just
for some
that part.
nefarious purposes. You know what I'm
That
saying?
part.
Right, they
Exactly.
Yeah.
But
stole
the
the
thing
knowledge
is,
and used
but
it
but
for evil.
but I'm gonna interject on it just like this. They using it how they use it
That's
because
right.
we're not using it.
Mm-hmm.
That's
So they
right.
True
gonna
that.
use it for their aim.
For your
We might
own
see it as bad. We
purpose.
might see it as evil. We might see it as malevolent. But to them, it's good,
That part.
Mm-hmm.
and that's their perception. That's how they do what they do because they feel that they're doing a good thing for themselves.
Mm-hmm.
So when we
That's
start
the
working in
covenant.
science and we doing it for ourselves, I don't care what nobody say. What I do, they can say I worship the Baphomet. They can say I'm doing this. They can say I'm a Luciferian. I know what I do. You know what I'm saying?
No,
I
they just stole the
fuck
symbols, man.
Apollos, voodoo,
That's what they
Santeria, everything,
hey
because
Yeah,
it's
listen,
my
all that
science.
shit.
Hey,
listen,
do
bro.
y'all hear drop? Can y'all
So
hear
That's
it,
drop
drop?
saying, man.
Yeah.
They
Hey,
just know the
hold on. Hey,
symbol.
y'all,
They
can y'all
just
hear
going
drop?
in.
Yeah, we
Drop
can
trying
hear
to
Yeah,
you.
they
talk.
hear me. They just going in. I'm feeling it. I'm
But nah,
feeling it.
well, you was kind of low though, drop. But I think I heard
Yeah,
you.
you
You were
got a
like they
low
just
drop. You
using the
got a low.
symbols, like,
Wake
and
up,
he
drop.
right. They
Oh,
just using the symbols. They
Get
don't
out
really
the
know what
goo.
they mean. They just using them bitches. Go
hey, I
ahead, though,
was
drop.
keeping it cool. I was
Nah, you
keeping it
good,
cool
bro.
though. Hey, I forgot what I was gonna say now though. Y'all
You
go ahead.
said
Oh
they be using the
damn.
symbols. That what you said, drop. Oh no, that's gonna juggle your
No,
memory.
I
You
was
said
saying I can go back to the traveler part. That's why it's Egyptians everywhere. That's why the
right,
monuments is everywhere because they travel
right,
everywhere. And then they got
100.
conquered everywhere. So it seemed like you was on a slave ship when really you just got conquered, bro. They came with a barbaric spirit when we was trying to show love. You understand what
exactly.
I'm saying? So that's where you get the lords, right? That's where warlords. You see what I'm saying? If you couldn't win a war, you weren't a lord. That's how that played out. So once you got no, I got all off the Bohemian, right? Not a they stole our symbols, right? Like dude said, they using them because we ain't. But the reason why we ain't using them because they stole the Ark of the Covenant. That's what the Ark of the Covenant is. All the fucking shit they burnt. They only kept 33% of the knowledge and burnt the rest of the shit, right? And they kept they say they burnt it, but they know what they burnt, and we don't. We just now figuring out what they burnt. So now we can use the symbols. You know how they say symbols rule the world. That's real talk,
Mm-hmm.
and that's
Hey,
the Ark of the Covenant.
Y'all.
they
That's the
Hey,
history
man.
energy.
Hey, bro.
history
Hey, y'all. We've been on for 10 hours and 32 minutes, and right now, y'all are dropping way too many gems for it to be this late in the show. Like
I
we
just
need to,
got here.
I need to stop. I need to stop. Y'all need to give me a title, and I need to restart another one, and I'll bring the same people that's up on the panel, man. I'll just restart it and open up the panel. As soon as I go live, y'all can just reshare the damn link, bro, so we can this information can be heard. Like, ain't nobody finna watch no 10 hours, bro.
Yeah, you right.
Yeah, it's up to you. Or you just bust it down, split it up,
No,
however you want to
I
do.
just
Like,
wanted to bring it. I just wanted to bring it to y'all attention. I ain't just want to just do it abruptly. You know what I'm saying? But if y'all
yeah,
agree,
because we just going
we
in. We ain't
agree
really
on the
thinking
title,
about
and I.
your channel aspect of it. You know what I'm saying? We just doing our thing. But
Cause
yeah,
Oh yeah, that's all good. But I just want. I'm thinking
I'm
about. I ain't thinking
gonna
about the
tell you.
channel either. I'm thinking about the information. I'm thinking about the
right. Or
information that's
people
being
sitting down and listening
spread
to
right
it, like
now
you
and how
said.
late
That's
in
why
the
they
show
say they
it
ain't
is.
gonna
You
listen
feel
that
me?
long. Right. I got you.
Yeah.
But that's a whole
I
damn
want
work
this
right
yes
there.
mistress person to get up there so she can tell me what she talking about with this globe shit. I want to hear this shit. I'm trying to put that shit to
I've
bed.
been trying to get him. I've been trying to get her up. Her and him. I've been trying to get them up. You know what I'm saying? But I put the link out several times. I told her I'd get off. So
Yeah, because I'm trying to squash that noise.
Yeah, you say you about
I
to shut it
can't.
down, huh?
Yeah,
Open up
I
some.
can't be in the chat with people talking about they can prove that type of shit. And I'm like, as far as I'm concerned, I'm batting 1,000. You know what I'm saying?
I
I'm
can
trying to put
prove
my
a
shit to
globe.
the test.
Hey, I can prove a globe.
You know something
Hold
though.
on.
It
I
ain't
can prove.
about.
Hold up, man.
It's not
I can
about.
prove.
It's not about.
Listen, right quick.
It's not
Listen.
about proving anything.
All right.
It's about
I
doing
guess
the
I can't
science and
say it.
proving it to
Listen.
yourself.
No,
There
it
you
was
go,
a
John.
That's
joke.
what
I
it's
was gonna
about.
say, if I could ever say a sentence, y'all see it was a joke. I was gonna say I can prove the globe ain't real, but y'all ain't even let me finish the sentence.
Yeah.
That nigga can't even.
But
Nah, but
the aspect of the
I'm
globe
just
is
saying.
just
I'm just
the
saying.
atmosphere. You know what I mean? The
Yeah,
atmosphere
but
circles around
I'm
in a
just
circle
saying,
of
like,
motion. That's why they call it a globe. But the land
Call it a
itself is flat. We
cosmic
know
egg,
that.
right?
That's just.
No, it's
I'm
a
just putting
cosmic.
it out there because this person said that they proved it before, and if they proved it before, then they should be able to prove it again. And I want to see if I can poke some holes in that shit, which I'm sure I can.
Oh
I
yeah, he
just
about
want
to shut it down anyway, and open it back up. So you'll probably be able
But why
to
people worried
message us
about
back
an
up.
illusional,
Hey, Dre, the
infinite
number
plane?
one
You
debater when
worrying
it
about
comes to that
something
globe.
that don't even matter. We
It
worrying
matter
about
well,
though.
something
no, it
that
does
don't
it does
that can't
matter.
nobody prove.
It does matter, and the reason why it does matter is because
How?
it's one of the simplest tools that we as truthers can use to wake up other people to the vast majority of other conspiracies, whether you want to call them conspiracies or just bullshit that they run in game on people. Once people's eyes become open to the simple shit, then that allows them to question everything else, which they need to be doing in the first place. People aren't going to change their consciousness about the world until they realize that they being mind fucked. You know what I'm saying?
We
And
already know that. We
well,
already
no,
know we
not
being mind fucked. That's
Everybody.
not the secret.
everybody don't know that though. This is the
And
problem.
listen.
And if everybody knew
Well,
that,
let
you
the
wouldn't.
dead lie with the dead.
Nah,
Now
this
here's
is
We
why
true,
gotta
it's a
let
but
the
good
dead lie
tool.
with the
And let me
dead.
say this, Dre. Listen right quick. Here's why it's a good tool. Everybody in the world was fooled by the globe. So
mm-hmm.
when you wake up, everybody share that in common. Now we understood that one lie. Now we gotta dig right back through everything. Why y'all take history out of school? Oh, because it was a bunch of more lies. Okay, now we get to adding up all the lies. We see the deception. Now we dealing with deception, right? Once you start dealing with the deeds and devil, deception, divide, and all that, you can deliver the knowledge. You see what I'm saying? This is why it's important. It opens up portals in the brain for other avenues. You understand?
Mm-hmm.
There you go.
deliver,
Well
I
spoken,
hear
my
you. I hear
brother.
you
deliver.
on that note. I hear you
I,
on that
yeah,
note.
I hear one that
I hear
note
you
too,
on
but
that
I
note.
understand your
I
point
understand.
too. But and what he's
I
saying is at the
understand.
end of the day, when it comes to like actually being able to use the information that we vibrating on a higher information, it ain't gonna help us going down debating with a person about if it's flat round or whatever, because we know that it's the
Exactly.
creation of all energy that was doing it. But I understand for other people how they stand, for the people that's not on our level, that's their
Well,
way of bringing them up to our
that
level by letting them know about
that
certain stuff about the
listen,
flat earth and stuff to
that's
bring them up.
I'm gonna give you my version of this whole thing. And I agree with what you say to an extent, but that's a simplistic breakdown of the bigger picture. Now, half the shit that I'm into right now, half the shit that I know, I can honestly tell you 10 years I didn't know about it and I didn't give a fuck about it. But when I stumbled into one thing, it led me into something else, which further opened up my mind and led me to the knowledge that I was seeking from Jump Street. And the only thing that I ever come across in my entire life that solidified all of that shit and made it actually mean something and would become applicable as far as information and how it all ties together, because everything is connected. There's nothing in this on this earth that's not connected to the next thing. Everything is connected. You know what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, even though some people view it as it's not important, it is absolutely important, because you don't know how this person's mind works. You don't know how the next person's mind works. You might spark something. You might spark something in that
But let me
spark
interject on
something in
this.
that
Let me
person's
interject.
mind by
Let me
opening up their mind to the bullshit. You might spark the next person's mind that has a piece of the puzzle on a higher perspective. So
But
you
let me
can't.
tell you this. It don't matter to me what another motherfucker know
But
or
it's not
not.
about you. That's the
I
whole thing. What
understand,
I'm
and
saying.
that's
It's
what
not
I'm saying.
about
That's what
you.
I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. So I'm saying, to me, flat Earth, round Earth, not important to me. It's not.
Okay, that's
What's
cool.
important to me is getting information so that I can ascend myself. It's a self journey. I can't
Okay,
save
now listen.
humanity. Listen,
Now,
hold on,
hold on.
hold on. No, let me finish,
All right, go
and
ahead.
I'll be. I can't save humanity. I can't save or draw the man that won't take my hand, that want to debate and argue with me when I'm trying to speak to him truth. So why should I continue that? Let me just deal with people that's on my frequency and on my level.
Okay, I agree
Let the
with that.
dead lie with the dead.
I agree with that. But
What
now,
will flat Earth and round Earth actually do for us on the human scale?
You know
Far
what
as
it did for me?
finances,
it can.
hold on. For far as finances, far as
Well, I'm glad you
far
said
as
that.
any of that, I'm just saying,
Well,
far as any of
on the
them things that
finance,
will help us on
okay,
a human
okay.
level.
On a human level alone, you got these motherfuckers running around talking about everything is finite, meaning that the land is going to run out, the energy is going to run out, the food is going to run out, this, that, and the other. When in all actuality, when you get into the real shit of what it's really hitting for,
Hmm.
we don't have no shortages of land. We don't have no shortages of resource.
That's right.
The creator gave us everything that we need to sustain us for the time that we are here.
Hmm.
Okay, that's directly related to flat Earth, my brother. You can't.
Yeah, yep, and free energy.
Thank
Just
you.
let you know that you ain't got
Yes,
to pay for water, you ain't got to pay for electricity, and not only that, ain't nobody at the top. See what globe Earth do? It makes your head spin at 1 billion miles an hour. So everybody
it
is
imprisons you.
in
It
the an
imprisons the
awareness point,
mind.
and the
It
And I'm gonna
imprisons
prisons
the
the
tell you,
mind.
mind.
and hold on, I'm gonna tell
And
you.
this, hold on, let me say this real
Okay,
quick.
all right.
And then another thing that it does is let you know that we are all on this level playing field, meaning we all started from ground zero and we all got our feet on solid ground, right?
Hmm.
And that shit ain't moving. Only the sky above us is moving around. This is the electricity in our brain. Once people start knowing that the sun and the moon ain't nothing but your eyeballs, and everyone got their own sun and moon, and when you move and you face your sun and this, that, and the third, you can look at your sun and I cannot look at mine. And when I'm not looking at mine, it's gonna push my reflection out the back of me, so I'm gonna look at my shadow on the ground. But when I face the sun and the moon, I'm looking at a reflection of myself. These are the things that let you know, and when you start knowing self, because then once you start realizing that part is this, what leads you to knowing more about the inner self and knowing that you're looking at everything from the inside out, that everything on the outside is just a reflection of your insides. And then you'll realize
Exactly.
that you are in your own Toro field. You feel me? And that
You're in your own
everybody is
realm.
looking at their world through their
See,
own bubble. You
look,
feel what I'm
Exactly.
saying?
and this is
And
That's
what
your
I'm
shadow,
this
hold on,
is
and what I'm
like
something.
saying,
Joe was
and what
saying.
I'm saying, hold on, and I'm just saying, I don't disagree with a flat Earth theory. You understand what I'm saying? I'm not saying it don't matter. What I'm saying is that this, what we call a flat Earth, is not what we would consider something with an end. This motherfucker go on. It's a realm. This
But
motherfucker
see,
go on.
but hold.
I mean,
Facts.
Hold on, hold on, hold on,
there
hold on.
is no, hold on, there is no ending. Because once you get
There
to
is.
Antarctica, Where's the end? Who got to the end of the
I
earth
don't
yet?
think it's no
See,
end
this is
neither. I'm
this
with
is
him on that train.
let me give
Who
Infinite
let me
is
got to
give
the
you
infinite.
end of the earth yet?
let me give you just kind of visualize this. Do you know what the cosmic egg is?
Yeah, I know exactly what the
Yeah, it's
cosmic
All
egg
right,
really
is.
the
so listen.
atmosphere of the. Go ahead.
So the cosmic egg is what basically contains what we would call the flat earth. The
Mm-hmm.
plane that we live on is the flat earth. Now it's divided into concentric circles. So you have a circle like a bullseye, how a dartboard is set up. You got a circle in the middle, you got a circle around that, you got a circle around that. Each one of these circles are separated by a torus field, which is basically electromagnetism. Okay. The reason why, at least from my perspective, the reason why we as flat earthers say it's an infinite plane is because this thing is constantly growing, even though it's on a cosmological scale of time that we can't perceive because we're too minute as far as age spans that we live in shit. But it grows from the center and it spreads out, and it continuously does this. When it gets to the outer edge of the cosmic egg, then it goes back up through the torus field, and all those materials become recycled, and it starts anew. This is how cyclic time works. Time is not
Mm-hmm.
Oh, so
something
you
that's
say the
time is
Earth
not
is? You
linear.
say, Dre? You saying the plane is actually get growing? Like,
Absolutely,
'cause I always was thinking like this: when you get to the edge of it, it's like skipping a rock, and all that shit just start over, and a rock
There is
keeps
no
yeah,
end.
skipping
I
every
mean,
yeah.
there
time.
is
But
no
see,
Right
end.
now,
listen,
listen, right? That's what I'm saying. So if you skip the rock in the water, you will see the ripples do three ripples, right? And it was different planes of existence. This is where I get infinite from, because there's different planes of existence forever. I
Right,
mean,
see,
that's how
but
I
that
right,
look at it.
right.
and I think that that's where people get it fucked up, because I personally don't think that those rings spread out forever and keep going forever and ever and ever. It don't
You
work
That's
like
how
gotta
you
think
it
get
it
don't
do
work
though,
worlds.
like
because that's the
listen,
same thing.
No, that's how
That's the
you
listen,
same
get
thing
worlds
if
and
the
planets.
ring.
What they
listen,
call
listen,
planets in
listen.
different worlds. It's
No,
different
listen.
realms.
The
In
reason
different realms,
the
bruh.
reason why, yeah, but the reason why it's given the term of an infinite plane is because it's constantly growing from the center and moving outwards. It's constantly renewing itself. This is how the time of the cycle of time repeats itself. Once it reaches the outer edge of the so-called cosmic egg, then it basically returns back to the middle through the torus field. Those energies and materials become recycled, and it forms the new center. That center, after an epoch, spreads out to the next ring. That after another epoch, that ring spreads out to another, and so forth and so on. And
Oh, right.
the one
Okay,
that's at,
so
and this
so
So we
continuously
saying
goes
the
on.
same thing, but you saying it's
Right,
in one
he's
body,
saying
but
yeah,
right,
he's saying
it's
it in a different
separate
way.
bodies, right?
right. It
But
doesn't
the
spread out
thing is,
forever.
what I'm actually trying to get people to understand is that when I say infinite realm, this is actually a realm. It's like a dream state.
Yeah,
This shit ain't real. No matter how much we try to science it up as far as what this earth is, at the end of the day, it's a dream state.
it's
It's
purgatory.
hold on. It's just like if
It is the
It's
I
purgatory.
didn't know.
purgatory.
It's just like hold on. It's just like if I didn't know where China was at, but I'm up here trying to find China, and I keep going and going and going and going and going. If I didn't have a location to where China is, where would I end up? Where would I
No, what
go?
happened is you will die because you're not gonna have the resources to get you further. Like,
I'm
listen,
gonna
there's
tell
not
you.
I'm just
gonna
saying,
be
you know.
listen, there's not gonna be roads, there's not gonna be landing docks, there's not gonna be gas stations and shit. So you would
I'm just
literally
saying.
have to go on a hiking mission, right, for so long and have a kid and pass your hiking equipment because you're gonna die before you get further enough. And a lot of you
But I'm
would
just
die
saying,
every
if
100 years.
I'm saying if you had the resources and if
If
you
you,
was able, I mean, I'm just speaking hypothetically.
yeah,
Okay,
no, no, I feel
there's
you.
there's we cannot factually say with facts that there's an end to this. The only thing we can know for a fact that the end of this is death.
See,
We don't know.
this is
We
Ooh,
we
this. Let me
don't
tell you,
know.
this is what I
ooh,
think personally.
I like that
Facts.
one.
personally,
That's a fact.
this realm that we call Earth, to me, is purgatory. And the whole purpose of purgatory is because it's a place for your higher self, the light being that is you, to manifest in the physical, to purge, hence the word purgatory, to purge all of the shit that can't exist within your life, within your light body. That's the whole purpose of being in the physical in the first place, is to get rid of all the bullshit. And this is precisely why you see all the bullshit going on in the world today, because we as physical human beings are purging the bullshit that we can't carry on to our lighter existences. That's
Okay,
just
to Huey P. I mean, to Huey P, bro. The name of the next show should be Dispelling the Illusion. This is a great fucking stream, man.
Yeah,
This
man.
is this is
And you
beautiful,
could call
man.
this stream, for real though, you could call this stream. You can call this stream right here 20 hours a game. And then watch the whole stream.
Hey,
Hey,
because like
man.
the word illusion in itself
But
get deep, man. When you get to looking at them
Hey,
words, man, and see what illusion mean and delusion and fucking vision and
yeah,
man, that shit gets so wicked, man.
yeah.
It's like,
But this here,
oh man.
I just want to say this real quick. But tying it back to the reason why something like flat Earth discussion is important is because now think about it. These people that we call the elites, they use what we call esoteric magic, or whatever the case may be, esoteric sciences.
I use it.
Or hold on, sciences of the occult. Okay, well the
I use
science.
it.
Okay, so the sciences of the occult, they're not good and they're not bad. It depends on how the people that are using it. Now,
That's right.
in order for those sciences of the occult to work, you need to have a large amount of people who operate on the same frequency in order to bring those things to fruition in the physical. These motherfuckers are doing that. So one of the reasons why flat earth is important is because when you wake up the common person to the lies that they were exposed to for their whole life, that was shoved down their fucking throat, it's meant to raise the consciousness of the masses. That way we can take back control of the energies that are there for us to manipulate in a positive
Fact.
fashion for the good of the fucking earth.
But you know
So
what I'm
basically,
putting
you
another
saying
going
universe
on?
is in the esoteric realm. You know what I mean?
You,
Like when
but
we raise up our vibration, we can compete in the esoteric realm, not the physical realm or the astral realm.
but you know
Absolutely.
what?
But
But
this
you
is,
know
hold
what
on,
keeps
brother,
this
hold on,
going
brother.
on?
But
But you know what keeps this going
why I
on?
keep saying it's directly related to the flat earth, because this is one of those tools that is actually capable of sparking that in a person on an individual basis, that they contribute their positive consciousness to that ends.
But the thing is, we can't stay stuck on Earth.
We're not stuck on it. That's why
Hold,
we
hold on,
talk
wait a
about
minute.
other
But
shit.
listen to what I'm
But when
saying.
somebody gets in the
No, that's
Hold
chat,
why
on,
he
brother,
called
when
it.
brother,
hold
That's
on,
brother.
why he
Hold
listen,
called
on.
it
you
the
gotta let me
purgatory.
finish. You gotta let me finish. We talk about everything under the sun, including flat earth. But when we have people jump on live streams and get up in chats talking about they can prove the globe, well, you need to bring your ass and show and prove, because I'm knocking that shit out the box. That's what I'm
Yeah, that's
saying.
just what
I'm
they
not
all
stuck.
about, brother.
I'm
They
not
all
That's
stuck
about the
not
on
what
flat
this
flat
is
earth.
earth walk.
about, though.
You see
We're
what I'm
not talking
saying?
about globe, bro. We
See,
talking
check it out
about
though. Like them,
See,
all
like
type
the
of other
person
listen,
speaking
things.
right now,
He
listen.
like
was
them,
talking
all of
about
Hold
them
on,
are
hold
the
on,
flat
chat.
hold on,
earthers,
hold
bro.
on,
Oh,
hold
y'all
on,
gotta
hold
Like,
on.
and so
pause right quick.
anytime
Let me say
somebody
this.
mention
You
about
gotta
flat
let me
earth,
finish.
like to them, that's
Hey,
flat
go
earth to
live.
the core. That's who they is. Before all the other information, they flat
That's
earth
like a
first.
religion, man.
So
It's
to them,
becoming
Let
a
See,
me get an
listen,
religion.
understanding.
it's a
Hey, hold
tax.
up,
You see
Dre.
what I'm
Right
Ain't
to
saying?
Dre.
nobody about to talk about
Let me
flat Earth
pass the mic
all
to Dre.
day.
Listen, he talking about the person in the chat that said something
exactly.
about a globe, and they need to come up here and prove it. He wasn't
And that
really even
was,
talking to
and
us,
that's
but
what
it's
I'm trying
cool.
to
Y'all
tell him.
go
Okay,
But
ahead.
my fault, my bad. I
listen
apologize.
to me. But listen
I
to me.
apologize, my bad.
That was the whole
Oh, I
reason
thought he
why.
knew that part.
That was the whole reason
No,
why
I didn't, because I'm not looking at
damn,
the
you gonna let
chat.
me finish or what, bro?
No, I'm just saying I'm
I'm not
not
the
looking
type
at
to
the
argue.
chat, bro. That's
All
all
right,
I'm
but
Hey, you
this
saying. I'm
got
is
it.
not
You
looking
got
at the
it, Dre.
chat.
this is
Go
why
ahead,
I'm
Dre.
trying to explain to you what's going on. This is the whole reason why I joined the panel in the first place, because me and somebody in the chat named Miss whatever her name is was going back and forth about this globe thing, and then I suggested to Huey that he should clear a couple spots so we could come hash this out real quick. He freed up a spot. I jumped on. He been trying to get her or whoever that is to come up here. That's how all of this shit came to be in the first place. I was learning.
Oh, that's your
I
whole
was learning.
intention, like you said. Okay, I
Yeah,
got you.
I
I
was
got.
learning. Trust me, I was learning and picking up gems and jewels like I always do, listening to you brothers build. That's why I didn't join the panel when Huey first dropped the shit, because I feel like I can learn more from y'all than trying to build with you on that level. So I just played the cut.
Understood.
But when somebody in the chat start popping that globe shit, I'm on it like snake on shit. I'm trying to smack that ass. You know what I'm saying? That's what I do. So
These
I'm
boy
not
for real
I'm
about
not
this flat earth
so
shit,
yeah, hell
son.
yeah.
But I know
Because
what dudes saying too. I be like, man, fuck these motherfuckers, man. But I can't do that because that's how
nah.
y'all feel, you know.
See,
It's like,
look,
man, these niggas for real,
listen,
boy.
this ain't no
Bitch, they
But
disrespect.
that,
glow. They be
but,
ready
You
to
This
want
but
to
ain't
that's
slap
know
no
how
kind
your
of
shit
like
flat
disrespect.
down.
Earth
telling the
winning?
Christian that
Yeah.
Jesus don't exist, though. That's like telling
Hey,
the
here's
Christian that Jesus don't exist. That's
no,
I
but
mean
they
that's a waste
realized
of
I
breath.
was a Christian, and they told me
I'm
that, and
not
I was
talking
all
about you. You know,
no.
I'm
Listen,
just making an
no,
analogy,
listen.
man.
I'm talking about for the people. It's Christians that wake up every day. You know what I mean? What I'm saying
Hmm.
is, here's how you know flat Earth winning. Now the globe earthers is actually trying to prove themselves. First, we had to prove it was flat. Now we don't even gotta prove it. All we do is gotta
They
say
got to
prove
prove
a
it was
globe.
round.
Yeah, you gotta prove that to me, and you can't. So I
Yeah,
don't even have to say nothing. I just be like, well, I still think it's flat. You didn't convince me. But when we say flat, I'm gonna tell you like this. I don't know what this shit is. I don't know if it's just spectrums of light for real. I don't know what this
exactly,
shit is
It's
we
That's
living
exactly
temporary.
what it is at
I'm
the
gonna
end
tell
of the
you
day.
exactly,
that.
It's really not
exactly.
here. Like
It's
it's an illusion,
temporary.
like we keep
It's
saying. But
absolutely.
we call it earth and shit, yeah.
It's
And that's why I
in.
temporary.
But
say
Spell and the
No,
those.
we do
illusion,
say
bro.
we
That's what we
know it
finna
ain't
do. This
round.
shit go. That spell and illusion. That is a deep. That's so that we can go so deep on that on so many levels. Y'all just don't know. That shit is just like.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
you.
Yeah, them
yeah.
illusions, them mirages.
And,
Hell
and the
yeah.
Yeah,
thing
because
is, like
then when
I
you
say,
start realizing this shit an illusion, you'll turn into your fucking Superman, like we were saying. You'll release that demon around this bitch and be like, oh, I'm in a dream around this bitch.
A
Like for real,
demigod.
proof wise, I know this
Hey,
for a fact. Oh,
Damien
it ain't
is
gonna
a
nothing gonna stop me.
demigod.
See?
Listen, Damien is the gas of energy. That's where you get like dominion from. I pulled that out my ass. I ain't gonna keep
look,
talking
on
with
some
that.
hey,
real
you on
on some
point with
real
that
shit.
though,
On
because
some
if you think about it, Dominion is just like Damien or Demon. You know what I'm saying? It's
And
a
then
place that's
Demi,
ruled in darkness. You
hey,
know what I'm
look,
saying?
demonic.
who was that?
Uh,
It's the
Who was
mind.
that that just said we was gonna turn into some other shit or whatever? Who said that? Just a
I
couple
said
seconds
nah,
that.
ago.
I said,
Okay,
oh,
you
it wasn't me fans saying we was gonna turn to some other shit.
okay?
But what I'm
Well,
saying is
no.
that we are already that. The thing
Well,
is, we are afraid. A lot of us are afraid to actually be that what we are already,
We in
and
front of
a
we're
lot
ourselves.
of
We
us,
got
y'all
ourselves
Exactly.
listen.
caged up.
A
We
lot
are
of
the
us,
gatekeepers of our cage. We the ones who keeping ourselves
Exactly.
shackled up. It's like when
listen.
you
you
got me
That's
release
what he's
that
first.
A,
saying.
G.
We're
a
gonna
lot
we,
of
we
us
shackling up that Damien, that
a
G.
lot
Yep.
of
Yeah.
us don't even know, and but these people that run the show, these elite motherfuckers, they know this is one of the reasons why they flying them fucking planes up there spraying the sky, because they understand your connection to the sun. They understand that
Damn
sun
right, bro.
has the ability to unlock those fucking codons in your DNA that they
it's
call junk DNA.
And that's
They
it's
not
why.
not so
trying to.
much, and it's not so
And
much the
listen right quick.
sun. It's the
Hold up,
sun
Oh
listen.
behind
No,
the
no,
it's the
sun.
sun. No, it's the
It's
it's
the
the
sun.
sun,
sun
Listen.
brother. It's
behind
Now
the
here's what
sun. It's the
here's how you
Like he's
proximity.
listen.
saying there's something that's
Now the
powering
sun
the
behind it,
sun. You know
that
what I'm
was
saying? The
right too.
sun we see is a result
That
of
Let me
it.
sun
say
is a
this.
You know?
hologram.
Let me say this.
That
Like
sun out
he
there, that's
just
a
said, the
hologram.
sun behind the sun was the realest shit ever.
So
I
y'all
thought he was
already
about
into
to
Yeah.
the
say,
illusion, bro. We
listen right
gotta
quick.
stop,
All
bro.
right,
Hold on, y'all
we can
gotta
stop.
stop.
That's
We
right,
gotta,
because all
Hold
of
up.
this
we
is a
gotta
Nah,
facade.
put
And,
this
listen,
and
at the
you'll
man.
see the matter.
Yeah,
beginning,
Come
we
bro.
on,
Once
man.
a,
we
Hold
do.
once
We
up,
we
man.
gotta
Let me
start
iron
another
my
show.
clothes, man. Hold up. Let me iron my clothes right quick. Listen. Now this is why they only spray chemtrails over the sun. You don't see them spraying that shit over the moon. You don't see no chemtrails being sprayed at nighttime. They blocking them rays, and them rays is giving us so much conscious. Never
Hey,
mind.
bro,
Go
but
ahead.
but
they
We
that
can
doing
sun
talk
that
drop,
for
about
sun
them
other shit.
drop,
because we got our
sun
inner
drop,
sun. You see what I'm
sun
saying?
drop.
You know,
Hey, sun
like
drop.
we gonna
I
be good
actually see.
regardless.
I stay where I stay in Texas. I've actually seen them spray chemtrails at night in a
yeah.
full
They
I'm out
do.
moon.
here in Texas too,
That's
man.
deep.
They don't
Yeah,
stop, bro. You
I
wake up,
seen them
man.
doing it.
They make that shit rain for real, dog. It could be a clear ass fucking sky, dog. And it's like it's the clearer the fucking sky. They make sure
Tell
they
me
get their ass
about
up
it.
there and spray that shit. And 2, 3 days later, it's raining like a
It's
motherfucker. You can see the
raining.
sun sun in the sky,
And
but the blue sky behind the fucking clouds. Like they put the shit up there to
Tell me
block
about
the shit
it.
from coming
and you
through.
want to know why they
And I
make
stay
it
by
rain?
now you in
listen, the
Texas.
reason.
I stay by Lackland Air Force Base. I stay by
Wow.
Lackland Air
I'm
Force
in
Base.
Houston. That's where I'm at. I
Now
don't
the
know where that's
reason
at.
You
why
know
they
what I'm
make
saying?
it rain, The reason
So
why
I
they
know
make
what you're
it
talking
rain,
about.
the reason why they make it rain is to pull the poisons and shit down that they spray through the water. So if it don't rain, it's just up there, it won't harm us. So they make it rain to
Right.
drop that acid rain down, and then
Yeah,
your
right.
sinuses start fucking up. You get to
Yeah,
blowing
right.
your nose and everything. But they just
Yeah, I'm messed
testing
up
it.
now.
Now they can really turn it all the way up though, to where you need a gas mask now. This is how they gonna
Yeah.
start charging
They
us
don't
for
want to do
air,
that
because
though.
they
And you
gonna
think we
fuck
don't?
the
I think
air
they
up.
doing two drop. I think they do with that. Like you said, the acid rain shit is dropping down. I think they trying to fuck up the food supply too. You
They
know what I'm
been did
saying?
that. They
If
did
they
that
Oh
get
with the
that
yeah,
shit in the
that's the
earth,
GMOs,
main
bro.
in the
reason.
water, they gonna fuck everything up. They trying to kill the natural resources
This is
so that
a
they can
They
take
10-hour
control of it.
stream.
They been did that. What that this is
Yeah,
what they
yeah.
doing. I'm gonna tell you what they doing. They already fucked up the environment. They already fucked up the food. They already fucked up the water. And the reason why they did that is because they know that pretty soon they gonna have to fucking bounce and go try to do what they want to do underground to survive the shit that's coming. But they don't want us to be able to survive. So they fucked up all the shit that we need in order to sustain ourselves. You know what I'm
Now you
saying?
said something key
So
right there. You said something key. You said underground. You ain't say them going to Mars. You ain't
because
say
they
them
can't.
going
Now
to.
you
They
No,
see.
no,
can't
hold,
Now
because
you
hold
there's
on,
no
hold on.
see.
Mars
No,
out
no, no, no,
there.
no, no, no. Stop, hold up. Stop the press. No,
Shit ain't
yes.
out there.
Stop the press. Yes, there is.
But
But
he said
listen,
Nah.
in here.
listen.
It ain't
But
out
see,
there.
when you look up in the sky with a telescope, you can see Mars and you can see Venus. Okay, and Venus are nothing but the sun and the moon of the ring that's beyond us. So you
Oh, that
can
lily pad, right?
so you can go to Mars, but you're not getting in no fucking rocket and flying up to outer space to do it. You're going to
No,
one of the
you can
outer
go. You
rings.
He's saying you can go to where Mars is at. You can't land on Mars. You can't land on the
Listen,
sun. You
yes,
can't
you
land
can't
on the
land.
moon.
Yeah, no. Listen,
No, you
you
can't
can't.
land on this
You
shit.
you listen. You can
Bro.
you can listen. You can land on Mars because technically Mars is the same type of realm, even though it's different. It has a different ecosystem. It has
But
different.
Mars round
Listen to
though,
me,
bro.
brother. Listen to me.
See this.
No,
I'm
See the thing.
listening.
this
See,
is
listen. The
this.
thing is.
Listen,
See the
come
thing
on,
is.
man. You
No,
gonna let a
let him
brother
Okay.
finish,
build or
man. Let
what?
him
All right.
finish.
I'll let him finish. Go ahead.
What I'm trying to say is Mars is a physical and it's a real place, but it's not what
Mhm.
NASA shows you.
Okay, then
What
I can do
Mars
that one.
is, it's another ring that's basically for lack of better description, just like the realm that we live in. It's just on the other side of the Taurus field that encloses us. So when you hear NASA talking about they going to Mars and doing all this bullshit, they're actually trying to go to Mars, which is just other land masses beyond where we can go because they police the southern fucking Antarctic border around us.
Let's
We
see.
can't go beyond that. But now listen, when that cosmological clock lines up and that fucking Taurus field opens up, they can travel to fucking Mars,
If they
literally.
can bend that atmosphere, but here's what I'm gonna
But
ask
they're
you,
not
Dre.
flying,
So you
to
saying
outer
what I'm
space.
looking at? Hold on, listen. What I'm looking at through the telescope is where they're trying to go,
No.
or is there somewhere around us they're trying to
Listen,
go that we don't know about?
listen. When you look at Mars through the telescope, you're basically looking at the sun of another realm that's beyond the realm that we live in.
So they're gonna go to the realm that sun is in.
Yes. And but that's
Okay, that
but that's
makes sense.
actually but that sun that they're looking at is Mars. We're looking at it in the night sky and they tell us it's a planet Mars. No, it's not a planet, just like they tell you, and I'm not religious, but just like they tell you in the Bible, it's a wandering star. What is our sun? They tell you our sun is a fucking star. Okay, so
So is it
Mars is a star, just like ours. It's a
is
sun,
it
and the Venus is the fucking moon. Just like we have a sun and a moon, Mars
uh,
and Venus are the
now
sun and the
Dre, let
moon
me
of the
ask you
next
this
ring out.
before Dre, let me ask you this before dude get the mic. Is
Hmm.
it on the inside or the outside of the dome?
It's on the outside of our dome, but within its own
So they
dome.
trying to be able to break through the dome. That's why they
Right.
trying all this weird
Right,
shit to
but they
break
can't.
through it.
But they can't break
Right.
through the dome.
Okay.
But they understand. They understand the timing of the clock, the cosmologic clock. Now, when the cosmologic clock strikes 12, like they've been talking about, the hand is 3 minutes before 12 for like 20 fucking years, 30 years, whatever. But that's the marker of the time frame where the cosmologic clock the Taurus field is going to open. This is going to allow them to go beyond Antarctica into fucking Mars. This is why they've been telling you for the past 30 years that they were going to Mars in 2020 because they thought the fucking Taurus field was going to open up in 2020 and it never did. So they pushed it back, and now they're saying, "Oh, now we're going to do it in 2030." But before 2030 gets here, the motherfucking Taurus field is going to open. It's a part of a greater mechanism, the cosmological clock. And this is what I'm trying to tell people. So when you look at Mars in the night sky, it's not a fucking planet deep in outer space some fucking where. Listen, the human eye can't even perceive something a fucking light year away or a million miles away. The fucking human eye is not constructed to see shit that far. Light doesn't travel on a straight line like that. The further light is away from you, the more it spreads out like a fucking triangle. So how the fuck are you seeing a beam of light or a pinprick of light in outer space a fucking 2 light years away? It's bullshit.
So that would you can burn an ant with the magnifying glass. Go ahead.
So the thing I'm saying is that, and this has always been my outlook on things, far as realms and what we call planets, is that they are different realms. I agree with you with the fact that these are realms. Jupiter, Saturn, Mars, Neptune, all of these are different worlds based on Kabbalistic and Hermetic studies. Okay? That they are not physical things that we can actually go to in a rocket ship
that part.
and get there. And just like I said, Earth is a realm. You got Jupiter. I mean, you got Mars. You got Jupiter. You got Saturn. I ain't leaving out Mercury or nothing like that, but I'm just saying that these are realms of vibration. These are realms of vibration that we have fell from. So now we have to go through these different type of realms to get to the highest celestial point realm where we are become like the Divishan realm, the God realm. Not the astral plane. The astral plane is bullshit.
Physical matter in these other realms. This is the only physical realm.
The astral plane ain't nothing but the things that's inside of our conscious mind when we go to sleep that our subconscious mind agreed with, that takes us to a place where everything is just like here. It's a dream state. That's what the astral plane and astral traveling is about. But to reach higher realms, you have to go beyond your own state of consciousness, which is the unconsciousness, the subconscious. And that's where people are afraid to tap into. Because when we go into that subconscious space, that brings us into that dark half, what we've been talking about, that shadow. Fuck the earth plane. I don't give a fuck about this earth shit, period. I don't.
But you're talking about...
Listen, hold on.
Man,
because I'm trying to make a point. Because this is my prison. I don't care about the prison part. I don't care how far this bitch go. I don't care how flat it is, how round it is. Just listen to what I'm saying.
Okay.
I don't care how flat it is. I don't.
Go ahead,
You're breaking
man.
up. I don't know what you're saying, but see, this is. I think he muted himself, bro. You muted yourself or something.
Yeah, we can't hear you if you're talking, bro.
Listen,
but he really talking about the shadow people. Go ahead, Drake.
This is what. See, he don't realize that Earth is not a prison. Earth is a part of that ascension that he's talking about. How he says when you look at the Kabbalah, the tree of life, how we fell from these other realms, being Saturn and Jupiter, Mars and Venus, Earth and and Mercury and all this. But what he's failing to realize is that Mercury is the fucking androgynous sun and moon at the center above Agartha, or the Garden of Eden. Saturn and Jupiter are the sun and fucking moon of the furthest ring that's on the outside, closest to the wall of the fucking the egg, the fucking the celestial egg, or whatever you want to call it. The sun.
Even matter of fact, you could say every star could be a sun in a different realm. to
Yeah,
be
and
looking
this
at it
and
like that.
exactly, and this is precisely why they tell you the bullshit that oh your sun is a fucking star, just like all them other millions and billions of stars that they claim are out there. This one just happens to be close enough to give us light because we live in the Goldilocks zone. It's bullshit. Like I said, when you look at Saturn and Jupiter, Saturn is the sun for that realm. Jupiter is the moon for that realm. When you look at Mars and Venus, Mars is the fucking sun of that realm. Venus is the moon of that realm. Then you have our sun and moon. Obviously, our sun is our sun and our moon is our moon. And then you got Mercury, the lone one in the middle, that's all by itself, and that's because it's the black sun. It's the androgynous sun. The sun and moons of the other ones have a male personality and a female personality, or male energy and female energy. But when it comes to the one above Agartha or the Garden of Eden, it's a fucking androgynous moon or androgynous sun. They call it a black sun because it takes on the androgynous form of being male and female, because that's when you go back to your 0 point or your oneness where you don't carry all the bullshit with you. This is
See,
the
that's
only time.
energy, like you
Yeah,
said, right?
but that's a
Is
part
it
of that. But that's a part of the Kabbalic tree that he's talking about. But he's sitting there
exactly now?
talking about
Now,
that
what you
Earth is his
saying, brother? Y'all
prison.
saying the same
It's
thing,
a
though,
part,
fam,
yeah. But
right?
this is what I'm trying to tell
I
him.
got cut
The
It's a
off.
reason
part
why
of.
he
I
serves.
got cut off.
Let
I
me ask
got
y'all
cut
the
off.
question. Let me ask y'all the question right quick, though. They just to see. I like to bridge things together because I can see both point of views, and I don't want to see if I can line
Yeah.
it up, right? So let me ask y'all this: when the take that I have on it, you know what I mean, is that like we talking about energies, right? So he's saying he thinks it's a physical place that you can go to, and the other guy saying no, he think it's just a point of energy that you can reach through your inner self. You know what I mean,
Mm-hmm.
right? So now to make both you guys point stick. So when you saying like when you're talking about the different realms and the different realms you can go to and the different energies, the way my mind took me to it is to say this is like representing the different atmospheres. Like you got an ionosphere, you got a this sphere, you got a that sphere, and you got a this sphere or that sphere, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm thinking that, like y'all saying though, like the guy saying that you got the Saturn as the sun and you got Venus as the moon, right? It's like that's where you're receiving your information from in that realm, but you're not actually going there. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
It's like we receiving our information right now on Earth, and you in the lower level of thinking in life. You receiving that information from this sun and moon that we have right here called Earth. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
But if you elevate this consciousness and go to another higher level, then you make it to the other realm, which is the Saturn and the Venus or whatever, and then you go to the highest part, which is Mercury, which is the closest to the
Which is
so-called
the
sun,
center. Which is the
right?
But
center.
Now watch this.
here's
The reason why I was able to match it up like this, do y'all know what my ascendant name is? When I told y'all, the people that was on here, that when I was going through my shit and it would let me
what
know who the
is
fuck I am, what was going on, it said, my soul told me, it said, it said, your name is electric, and I'm from the planet of Mercury. That's what the fuck it
Mm-hmm.
told me. That's why when I called myself Electric Mercury, I was like,
hey,
what the fuck?
you want to know one
And
thing you
so
can
when I
do, go
understood
live?
about Mercury and like he was saying about the polarity this and the sun, this is when you reach to the highest point and you're in the center and you're in the middle. When I started doing research, I was like, oh fuck, that's my purpose
Go
in life,
live.
to give people the
To get
Mercury knowledge. You
to
see?
get to that center.
Go
Yes,
ahead.
sir.
And go live. I bet if you go get that blood tested, you got a high mercury count. I guarantee it. That's
I
Yeah, we
gonna
probably
prove
do
probably
too,
it.
all
bro.
do.
I wouldn't
Hey,
deny
yo,
that aspect.
And that's
I
gonna
wouldn't
make
deny
it
that.
tangible. But now let me show
hey,
you
look.
something right quick. I'm about to show you. I'm gonna give it right to you, Drake. I'm about to show you how you look through dimensions, right? You know Polaris, right? You see Polaris, that shit is lined up with the plane every day of the week, right? Right or wrong, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, that's because that's the only other place where there's life at. Now listen, if you go to Polaris, do you know you will be looking up at Earth just like you looking up at Polaris? You're not gonna be looking down at. Now, this is how what we mean by dimensions. Now, you see how I can go all the way up, and when I get there, I'm looking up at where I just left. See how that works? You see the
Yeah,
angles, the angels, the Go ahead. Never
it's
mind. I
kind
don't
of
know if
not,
y'all
but you
caught
know
that.
what? No, I feel you on that because it's like some kind of weird ass warp portal type shit where even though it appears to be the top, as from where we looking at it, if you were physically to go there, you wouldn't be looking down on where you just
It,
came from. You would still be looking up.
right? But the
That's
Polaris
the
is
center of the
Polaris is
Taurus
the
field.
eye of the when you go to the movie theater, that eye that projects the whole movie you watching. But
Mm-hmm.
we the eye to Polaris, so it's a boom boom. This is where the energy going back and forth from. That's you get right under the North Star or whatnot. You
That's
will
the
see
center.
things,
That's the
right?
center of the
And,
Taurus.
and they're
That's the
not.
center of the
Then
Taurus
that's
field.
why every ancient traveled the North Star. Everybody explored traveling the North Star. They say they had a compass to make sure it's pointing at that North Star. Period.
See now, we was talking about Rupert's Niagara earlier, the black mountain in the middle, in the center. See now, it's my personal belief that the reason why it's magnetic in the first place and all compasses pointing to it because it's directly linked with Polaris and it gives it that electromagnetic force in order to draw the compasses to it in the first place. You know what I'm saying? So it's definitely connected to Polaris because Polaris is the center of the Taurus field. You know what I'm saying? So that's what it
Okay,
No,
says.
that's
so
why they say you born from stardust. Go ahead, one of y'all
Man,
about
this
to.
been a
okay,
great
so
build, man. Your boy Huey P. We about to shut this thing out. We've been going for like 11 hours straight. I want to start a new stream because these bros is having a great build, and I really want this information to be able to be received. I want this
oh yeah,
vibration
oh
to be
no doubt, no
received,
doubt.
man.
Hey, I got some more in my clip. I
Yes,
got a
sir.
couple more rounds in my clip though.
Absolutely.
But
Yeah,
I'll wait.
we gon' the crank this
Yeah,
thing
Huey,
out in
Huey,
like
crank
10
another one
shows
up, bro,
too,
because
man.
I got a few questions.
I'm finna crank one up like ASAP. Like I ain't finna take like no break. I'm just finna go right out, shed it out, and start up another one. And this shit go
Hey,
right
y'all don't
live.
take
Soon as
my
I'm gonna put the link
motherfucking
in.
spot. Don't
No,
let
I'm
them
putting the
niggas
Go
same.
take
right
I'm
you,
gonna
back
put
in
the
your
G-Bot.
same
spot.
people on. I got one
Nah,
Right
don't
extra
eat
back.
spot
that.
for
That ain't no
anybody else
good.
who want to come on.
Uh-uh,
Yeah,
Come
don't
do
eat
to
that,
that.
man. Go
Atlanta,
shit
bro.
that
I'm
out,
gonna
wipe
knock
your
on the
I
ass, and
door
think
get
and
it
that there's
fuck
popping.
other
with
intelligent beings out there. I don't
you.
think
Look,
Man,
we
you
are
are the
the
hey,
only
save
intelligent
it for the
being.
Oh
next
yeah,
show.
definitely. But I
Everybody
need to
leave.
have you on, Cook. I need to have you
Yeah.
on, Cook, and all the
Say
bros
yeah,
on that's
save
already
that.
on. And anybody else who want to come on, man, y'all can come on. We got one
Man,
more
I
spot
got
for anybody
first
else who want
dibs.
to come on.
Captain.
Cause I
Let
can
me
build
pick the
with you on that
people.
illustrious. Save that
Let me
joint for
pick
the
the
next
people,
show.
man. My
All right,
team is
just send me the
Dre,
link in
Yeah,
my email,
Dre and
and
Huey.
Go
Huey.
Live, man.
we got to build
Come
on
on,
that
man. Let's
because
Hell
this
go.
yeah,
whole
bro. Let's come on,
hilarious.
Huey,
Like
shut
this
this shit
whole
down
thing.
and get it popping,
Hey,
Hey, my
bro.
team is
Cook, just
Dre
go
and
to
Go
my channel.
Live,
Soon as
motherfucker.
my channel, soon as you leave, just go right to my channel. I'm finna start another one. I don't know how to send a link
Hold on.
through the
All
email
right, I'm
through this. I
out.
just know how to share the string yard like
I'll see.
Hold on.
I'll catch
But
y'all
yeah,
in a minute.
All right, Cook, you
as
All
soon
right.
as you
Hey,
go back up, I'm right there.
All right, I'm
all
bouncing.
I
I'm
right for
waiting
told
for
you
sure.
the
who
other
my
one.
team is, Huey. We about to have a grand debate, man. I got Dre and Go Live, and you pick your two people. We just- I'm just kicking it. All right, bro. Just save me a spot.
All right,
That's
my
all I'm
G.
saying. All right.
All right. We out, y'all. One love, man. HOTC, man. The House of True Consciousness on fire, y'all. Let's go.